Who initiated the surrender? Who initiated the surrender? The frenzied shouts reverberated throughout the conference room. Lin Tian braced himself against the long table, his entire body trembling, gasping for breath. His bloodshot eyes bore into each individual present, and anyone who met his gaze instinctively averted their eyes, engulfed in guilt. In the finals of the S18 Spring Championship, Lin Tian's illustrious team faced off against the Royal Team, vying for a coveted spot in the mid-season tournament. The Royal Team, a formidable powerhouse, proved to be an insurmountable opponent for the illustrious team. Within a mere 21 minutes, their 3 lanes were breached, resulting in a dismal score of 33-8. In the team, Lin Tian's champion, the Blade Dancer, was the sole beacon of hope. During a fierce battle at the Crystal Defense Tower, the illustrious team managed to repel the Royal Team, barely grasping at a flicker of opportunity. However, in a moment of confusion, someone unexpectedly initiated the surrender, leading to an instantaneous approval of 4 votes. Even Lin Tian's dissent was futile. Thus, the illustrious team suffered a heartbreaking defeat at the hands of the Royal Team, missing out on the mid-season tournament. As the word defeat flashed across the screen, Lin Tian's inner turmoil and frustration threatened to erupt. He could accept losing, but surrender was absolutely intolerable. To succumb without a fight was unfathomable. Consequently, during the post-match debriefing, he erupted in an unprecedented manner. We could have won, there was still hope. Why surrender? Surrendering is far better than being utterly crushed. We simply can't compete, murmured an anonymous voice. Indeed, this is the best performance the illustrious team has achieved in 3 years. The chairman has promised a reward of 100,000 yuan for each member. Upon hearing these words, Lin Tian's fists clenched involuntarily, veins bulging on his forehead. I initiated the surrender, came a somewhat guilty voice. Lin Tian turned to see it was Zhao Feng, the captain of the illustrious team. Meeting Lin Tian's gaze, Zhao Feng felt a flicker of guilt, but it was quickly suppressed. The chairman stated that he did not wish to see the illustrious team lose too disgracefully. The team manager, Chen Yejio, who had been a silent observer, now wore an expression of displeasure. Zhao Feng, spare us the explanations. Then he directed his gaze toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian, please be mindful of your words. Present are your captain, the team manager, and the company's strategy director, all of whom hold higher status than you. You lack the qualification to speak. Is that so? Lin Tian scoffed coldly. He then closed his eyes for a full minute. When he reopened them, his dark irises shone like diamonds, brilliant and piercing. He scanned the room, his voice icy. Who among you remembers the esports spirit of the illustrious team? Everyone was taken aback, lowering their heads in silence. Our purpose is to achieve victory. Fight for the living. Mourn for the departed. We shall never yield, not even in death. The world is not yet lost. We shall never surrender. Lin Tian's words rang out with resolute clarity, resonating powerfully. All present were struck with shock, particularly Captain Zhao Feng, who felt as though he had been enlightened, shivering uncontrollably. In this day and age, how many still remembered the so-called esports spirit? Was it merely collective surrender? After a prolonged silence, a discordant voice broke through the stillness. You're absolutely right. However, you are merely an ordinary team member. The decision to surrender lies with the company, not with you, spoke manager Chen Yejio. Huh. Lin Tian chuckled softly. Indeed, I cannot make that decision, nor can I prevent your surrender. But I can choose to withdraw. Upon uttering these words, an uproar ensued among the attendees. No one anticipated such a vehement reaction from him. Lin Tian, it is merely one lost match. We can reclaim victory in the next. Exactly. Winning and losing are commonplace in battles. Why dwell on an inevitable defeat? It is not as if we have never lost before. Should you terminate the contract early, you will incur a penalty. The crowd began to offer their reassurances. Observing all of this, Lin Tian shook his head, disappointment written all over his face. Only Chen Yejio regarded him with disdain. Lin Tian, what are you throwing a tantrum for? Who do you intend to threaten? If you continue this nonsense, I will withhold all your bonuses. In his view, Lin Tian was simply too young and impetuous, lacking the experience of life's harsh realities. He felt a stern lesson was in order. Lin Tian approached Chen Yejio, lowering his body, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his lips. "What are you doing?" The sudden movement startled Chunyejiao, causing him to lean back slightly, attempting to feign calmness as he barked an order. "Huh!" Lin Tian forcefully ripped off the emblem of the brilliant team from his chest, slamming it down onto the table with a resounding thud. "I feel utterly ashamed to be associated with you." With that declaration, he disregarded the stunned reactions of the onlookers, flinging the door open and striding away without looking back. The group in the conference room exchanged bewildered glances. After a long pause, Chunyejiao regained his composure, his face turning a shade of deep crimson as he bellowed. "Rebellion! This scoundrel! I will make sure he regrets this." "Lin Tian, weren't you in meeting? Why are you coming down? Are you heading out?" As he passed through the lobby, a sweet-looking girl inquired with surprise. She was a minor celebrity, hired by the company at great expense to participate in the All-Star exhibition match. Her name seemed to start with a Wu, but Lin Tian couldn't recall it at the moment. "I'm just stepping out to buy something." Lin Tian forced a smile. "I've been watching the match against the royal team. You played exceptionally well," the girl said, giving a fist pump with a bright smile. "Thank you." Lin Tian hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. Across from the brilliant building, a towering edifice displayed a massive advertisement on its exterior. The poster depicted a mage wielding a blood-red staff, casting a thunderous forbidden spell to seal away the endless abyssal demons, rendered with astonishing realism and intensity. This was the promotional poster for the holographic virtual reality game Genesis. Recently, the market had been flooded with promotions for Genesis, rumored to achieve 99 realism, offering a completely immersive virtual reality experience capable of transforming lives. Genesis is set to officially launch in 3 months. After Lin Tian stepped out of the magnificent building, he paused to gaze at the formidable mage depicted on the poster, becoming deeply engrossed in its splendor, reluctant to depart. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and an unfathomable crimson haze enveloped the horizon. A colossal shadow of an axe abruptly descended from the heavens, cleaving through the air. As the axe shadow struck, the massive poster, spanning over 100 meters, was severed in twain, and the mage depicted was brutally torn apart. The entire world was rent asunder by the axe shadow, creating an unfathomable chasm, from which countless abyssal demons crawled forth, ravenously seeking prey. One demon, upon spotting Lin Tian, drooled with malevolence, grinning wickedly as it unleashed a sinister spell towards him. Lin Tian lost consciousness on the spot. When Lin Tian awoke, he was horrified to find himself ensnared atop a towering, withered tree. The tree soared to unimaginable heights, obscuring the heavens, and he was bound tightly by a violet rope, suspended from a thick branch. A stunning young woman clad in tight black leather approached, her gaze icy and unyielding. "You wretched thief, I have languished beneath the world tree for 3 months, only to have you snatch my opportunity in unforgivable sin. Immediately surrender the spirit of the world, and I may consider sparing your life." Her frigid voice jolted Lin Tian into awareness. "The world tree is a divine entity of nature. When did it become yours? I shall never relinquish it," Lin Tian declared, resolute and unwavering. He had ventured alone into the Golden Coast, enduring countless trials to procure the fruit of the world tree, only to be discovered by the girl before him. The world tree, situated in the Golden Coast, was rumored to be a gift from the gods and demons to humanity, serving as the backbone of the world, suppressing the abyss and hell. Its fruit, the spirit of the world, was born from the essence of myriad realms, possessing miraculous properties. Not long ago, an eruption from the abyss occurred, instigated by the demon lord of the 9th layer, the Headbreaker Komorn, who wielded the Damocles axe to shatter the seal, causing a surge of abyssal energy that led to the world tree's decay. Now, the tree bore but a single fruit. In the struggle for the spirit of the world, Lin Tian's soul had already grown frail. He now faced the specter of true death. Yet, with Lin Tian's tenacious spirit, how could he ever bow to her? Moreover, even if he surrendered the spirit of the world, escape from death would remain elusive. A flicker of anger crossed the beautiful girl's face upon hearing his words. She raised her blood-red sword, unleashing a crimson blade of light that surged toward Lin Tian. Shadow shift. In this dire moment, A spark of inspiration ignited in Lin Tian's mind, and he hastily murmured an incantation. In the next instant, the crimson blade sliced through the air, and he found himself before the girl. "You!" she gasped in astonishment. However, before she could react further, Lin Tian raised his hands, and the blood-red sword in her grasp suddenly slipped from her control, landing in his own. "D!" Lin Tian uttered fiercely, redirecting the blood-red sword, which shot forth at lightning speed, erupting with boundless crimson radiance, mercilessly piercing through the girl's body. "You!" Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she stared in disbelief at the sword that had impaled her chest, her expression one of utter incredulity. She lifted her gaze to Lin Tian, her expression one of bewilderment. Her lips moved as if she wished to articulate something, yet ultimately, no words escaped her lips, and she succumbed to her fate. Lin Tian exhaled deeply, retrieving the spirit of the world. The fruit, roughly the size of a fist, boasted a deep crimson hue, adorned with a myriad of bizarre patterns. There were human warriors wielding swords, ethereal angels with pristine white wings, and terrifying demons with greenish faces and sharp fangs. The spirit of the world had been tainted by the forces of the abyss. As his gaze fell upon the demon, it seemed as though his sight was ensnared, unable to divert. The demonic patterns on the fruit appeared to animate, shifting and writhing in a grotesque dance. Moments latte. With a sudden low growl, it transformed into a massive, blood-soaked head that engulfed him whole. Chapter 2. Genesis A. Lin Tian awoke from a nightmare, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. Grasping his phone from the bedside, he glanced at the time, 4 p.m. Rising. He splashed cold water on his face, gradually regaining his senses. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he managed a bittersweet smile. At that moment, it had been a full 100 days since his retirement from the illustrious team. Despite countless pleas to stay, nothing could deter his resolve. Divergent paths were not meant to converge. Ultimately, after paying a hefty penalty, he severed ties with the team he had belonged to for 2 years. Not only had he forfeited a prize of 100,000 yuan, but the exorbitant breach of contract fees had also drained his savings completely. Now, he found himself destitute, with merely 10 yuan remaining to his name. His current residence was a dilapidated rental in a village within Hangzhou, barely 15 square meters. In this era, finding a single room for 500 yuan a month was no small feat. Rumor had it that the place was slated for demolition next year, leaving him with no roof over his head. For reasons unknown, since the day he left the illustrious team, he had been plagued by nightmares every night, all revolving around the same harrowing scene: an abyss invading the realm of reality, demons seizing him, and a breathtaking maiden binding him to the world tree, subjecting him to cruel torment before ultimately ending his life. During the 99th iteration of this nightmare, he realized that if he were to die once more, he might never recover. Fortunately, in a moment of peril, he grasped the formidable skills of the Shadow Mage and Blood Mage, allowing him to turn the tables on the maiden and evade disaster. However, in the end, he was consumed by the fruit of the world tree. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted his reverie. "Sister Wang," he exclaimed as he opened the door, greeted by the ample visage of a middle-aged woman. Lin Tian quickly donned a cordial smile. Good, good, good. Goodness gracious. Let me tell you, if you fail to pay the rent today, starting tomorrow, there will be power cuts on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and water cuts on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. On Sundays, both water and electricity will be cut off. His amiable smile met with a thunderous roar as Sister Wang's irregularly shaped, rotund figure blocked the doorway, hands on her hips, her voice booming, causing Lin Tian's eardrums to throb painfully. He watched in disbelief as the dust on the windowsill trembled and fell under the force of her voice. All right. I'll do my best to come up with the rent tonight," Lin Tian responded, offering an incessant stream of apologies. Last month's total for rent and utilities had exceeded 700 yuan, already delayed by a week. "You claim you have no money, yet you can afford to play games?" Sister Wang scrutinized the nearly 2-meter-long gaming pod in his room. This belongs to a friend who is storing it here. I never play games," Lin Tian stammered, quickly fabricating a lie. "Rest assured, I will pay the rent promptly." After much coaxing, he finally managed to send the landlady on her way, closing the door behind him with a sigh. He needed to devise a plan to procure some money and navigate through this difficult phase. His gaze fell upon the gaming pod, glimmering with hope. This was the gaming pod for the immersive and realistic online game, Genesis. Over the past 3 months, he had scoured for numerous job opportunities, yet none had proven satisfactory. At last, he contemplated Genesis, relying on over 2 years of experience in the sports realm. He felt confident he could carve out a name for himself within it. Thus, he spent 55,000 yuan to acquire the most expensive ecological gaming pod, which thoroughly depleted his savings. Consequently, he found himself unable to pay his rent. Lin Tian cherished the gaming pod, tenderly caressing it as he murmured, "Brother, whether I see tomorrow rests entirely upon you." Suddenly, something caught his peripheral vision, startling him as if he had seen a ghost, prompting him to leap up. There, on the table by the window, lay a dark red fruit, quietly basking in the harsh sunlight, emanating an enigmatic aura. The spirit of the world. Lin Tian was struck with disbelief. How could something from his dreams manifest in reality? He approached cautiously, and upon closer inspection, he discovered it was merely a ripe apple. It appeared some mischievous child had drawn 3 lifelike illustrations upon it: a human, an angel, and a demon. He had been oblivious to this detail when he bought it. Phew, what a false alarm. He picked up the apple with annoyance, rinsed it under running water, and in a fit of defiance, devoured it in a few bites. It was utterly tasteless. What a sham. Nonetheless, hunger gnawed at him. Patting his shriveled stomach, Lin Tian resolved to head downstairs for a meal. Boss. The usual, a bowl of clear beef noodle soup. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Tian entered a nearby Lansao noodle shop he frequented, calling out as soon as he stepped in. He had only 10 yuan, just enough for the cheapest option. Coming right up, a crisp female voice replied. As Lin Tian found a seat by the window, a girl with a ponytail, dressed in a summery outfit, approached him. Lin Tian, you didn't come down this morning or noon. Is today your first meal? She asked, unabashedly taking a seat across from him, her face beaming with a smile. Lin Tian felt his face flush. How could it be? I've eaten elsewhere. Liars. You fabricate stories so easily. The girl raised an arched eyebrow. I've observed you all morning and didn't see you come downstairs. Coughing awkwardly to cover his embarrassment, Lin Tian retorted, Why are you so concerned about me? Are you conducting a census? This time, it was the girl who felt embarrassed, a faint blush gracing her fair, innocent face. Fortunately, Lin Tian deftly diverted the conversation, being wet. With less than a year until the college entrance examination, shouldn't he be studying instead of hanging out here every day? Isn't that a distraction? The girl, named Chen was the daughter of the restaurant owner, and Lin Tian had become acquainted with her during his frequent visits over the past few months. Humph. Mind your own business. Chen huffed, before adding, And what about you? Can you even afford today's meal? Oh, by the way, I forgot to inform you. The price of beef noodles has increased recently, from 10 yuan to 12 yuan. What? Lin Tian exclaimed in shock. With only 10 yuan in his pocket, he could hardly afford this meal. Look at how startled you are. Haha. After a hearty laugh, Chen remarked, Oh dear, I was just teasing you. Everyone else is raising their prices, but not you. You are a loyal customer. From now on, when you come to dine, it will be at the original price. Is it really that good? Lin Tian thought to himself, feeling a sense of relief while looking at her with a hint of skepticism. Of course. I am the little boss here. My word is final, Chen declared confidently. Lin Tian nodded silently. Her family was indeed affluent, owning several buildings they rented out, collecting money daily. If he had known earlier, he would have rented from her, perhaps securing an even better deal. I have been playing as a warrior. I entered Genesis the moment it launched 3 days ago and am now at level 8. What about you? At that moment, Lin Tian overheard a conversation from a nearby table. Upon hearing the name Genesis, his interest was piqued. This game was indeed immensely popular, boasting a claim of 99 realism, far surpassing the hype of the league by several magnitudes. The monsters are incredibly tough. I spent 3 sleepless nights just to reach level 7. The mage consumes too much mana. If I had known, I would have played as an archer. Unfortunately, we are not in the same novice village. Otherwise, I could have helped you level up. 2 university students at the adjacent table were engrossed in discussing Genesis. Lin Tian furrowed his brow unintentionally upon hearing their conversation. He had chosen the mage class, Yet after 3 days, he was only at level 4. He even began to doubt whether his skills had deteriorated. Once an esports prodigy, now struggling with a mere online game? Returning to his dilapidated rented room, Lin Tian gazed at his empty pockets, staring at the high-tech gaming pod. With nothing left, he decided to risk everything and fight back. He was determined to make a name for himself in this highly immersive virtual reality game Genesis. Having completed all his preparations, Lin Tian lay down in the gaming pod and initiated the game. As the world spun around him, the scenery shifted, and he found himself in a serene and picturesque village, Morning Sun Village. However, this village was anything but tranquil, bustling with players and filled with noise. There appeared to be tens of thousands present, brandishing a rough white bone staff. He made his way to a less crowded area at the village entrance and waved his hand, summoning a transparent screen. The crystal screen displayed his current attributes, showcasing the results of his 3 days of effort. Indomitable Infinity, Mage level. For Mage level, level 4 Magic Apprentice health, 121 mana, 240 physical attack, 8 to 11 magical attack, 24 to 29 physical defense, 7 magical defense, 1 strength, 5 constitution, 5 spirit, 15 intelligence, 10 agility, 5 movement speed, 5 health recovery rate, 1 point per second mana recovery rate, 1 point per second meditation, 2 points of mana recovery per second equipment. Bone staff, physical attack, 2 to 3, magical attack, 5 to 7, cloth robe, cloth shoes, cloth wristbands, cloth leggings, physical defense, 1, color, white. Skills, Ice Spike, Water Tornado, Arcane Shield, Mage's Insight. Magical Affinity, Water 100, Fire 80. Talent, Qualification, Chapter 3, The Full-Time Mage, a talent rating of 3 stars. Lin Tian found himself quite dissatisfied. In the realm of Genesis, there exist 7 distinct professions: mages, warlocks, warriors, archers, priests, assassins, and knights. The innate talents and qualifications profoundly influence the pinnacle of one's achievements. During character creation, the system determined that his physical constitution and magical affinity were rather poor, resulting in a mere 3-star talent rating, which rendered him less than suitable for the path of a mage. However, could a warrior truly vanquish 100 foes with a single sword stroke? Could an archer fell an entire regiment with 1 arrow? Certainly not. Yet, a mage possesses such prowess. Mages are the sovereigns of group battles, often referred to as mobile artillery. For the exhilarating devastation he envisioned in the future, he resolutely chose to embark on the journey of a mage. For magic-based professions, physique enhances health and defensive capabilities, while spirit augments magical power and recovery speed. Intelligence, on the other hand, elevates magical attack strength. His attributes were primarily allocated to spirit and intelligence. With each level gained, he received 5 attribute points. Currently, he had invested 10 points into spirit and 5 into intelligence. Upon establishing a character, the system would randomly bestow 4 skills that best aligned with the character's attributes. Genesis operates on a fully open system, offering boundless freedom, theoretically. A mage could learn any magical system. Nevertheless, most mage players opted to specialize in 1 or, at most, 2 systems with higher affinity. Merely learning a greater number of magical systems does not yield better results. With each additional choice, the experience required for leveling would double, given that leveling was already challenging. Choosing 10 magical systems meant that while others could advance 10 levels, he would only progress 1. It was utterly unworthy. Moreover, spells with low affinity yielded little benefit. For instance, Lin Tian's fire magic affinity was only 80. Meaning that using fire spells would inflict merely 80 of the intended damage, rendering the learning of such spells less impactful. He glanced at his current experience, 4,995,000. He needed just 10 more experience points, and defeating any monster would suffice to elevate him to level 5. Checking his inventory, he found 20 health elixirs and 100 mana recovery potions. Time to venture forth and train. It was rumored that the fastest player in Dawn Village had already reached level 8 and was on the cusp of level 9, while he remained at level 4. A significant disparity from the main group. A single misstep could lead to a cascade of setbacks. He must expedite his leveling. As he passed by the village entrance, Countless players were engaged in recruiting teams and seeking companions for quests. A level 5 archer, equipped with exceptional gear and boasting explosive attack power, called for teams of level 7 and above to train together. A seasoned knight with 10 years of experience led a party, seeking a spirited priest to join. A level 1 adorable mage sought assistance, asking, "Is there a kind big brother who could guide me? I can offer you rewards." While Lin Tian traversed this bustling scene, he was halted by a warrior player. "Hey there, are you alone? Would you like to join our party and level up together?" The warrior, named Xie Zhuzhou, extended a heartfelt invitation. Lin Tian paused, noticing that alongside the warrior stood a graceful female priest player, awaiting his response. With runes flickering in his eyes, Lin Tian activated Mage's vision. The Mage's perspective, by expending 10 points of mana, one can discern the approximate attributes of targets not exceeding 5 levels above oneself. The attributes of warriors and priests are laid bare under the wondrous power of magic. Xie Zhuzhou, level 5 warrior apprentice. Level 5. Ihanika, level 4 priest apprentice. Level 4. Their weapons and equipment are all white novice gear graciously bestowed by the system. In the novice village, most monsters possess nearly zero magical defense, making mages particularly popular for leveling in the early stages. Thus, even though he was only at level 4, he received an invitation. "Thank you for your invitation. However, I intend to level up alone," Lin Tian politely declined. "All right, perhaps we can team up another time," the warrior responded, somewhat disappointed. After bidding farewell to the warrior player, Lin Tian exited Morning Light Village and entered Dewdrop Forest, skillfully avoiding numerous monsters that initiated attacks. After a 20-minute trek, he arrived at a secluded and tranquil valley. Shadowy Valley. Within the knee-high grass of the valley, a multitude of fiery red rabbits hopped joyfully, reveling in their freedom. Scattered across the hills were at least 400 to 500 of them. Demonic Flame Rabbit, common monster, fire, level 7 health, 300 attack, 30 physical defense, 15 magical defense, 1 movement speed, 9 description, once gentle and harmless. These rabbits have become highly aggressive due to the taint of demonic energy. Their fur is an excellent material for crafting fire-based alchemical potions and armor. Facing a level 7 monster posed a considerable challenge. However, his skills were water-based, and water and fire are inherently antagonistic. Thus, attacking fire attribute monsters incurs a 20 damage bonus. All monsters above level 5 are aggressive, with a normal monster's hate range being 5 meters. Lin Tian identified a solitary, demonic flame rabbit, and, wielding his skeletal staff, summoned a series of ice-based runes that danced at his fingertips, swiftly coalescing into a transparent, crystalline ice spear. The surrounding air instantly plummeted several degrees. "Go, ice spear." The sharp ice spear shot forth, spinning rapidly, gliding over the grass tips, and striking the unsuspecting demonic flame rabbit with precision. -30. A large, light red numeral emerged above the rabbit's head. Despite the damage reduction from fighting above his level, the elemental advantage allowed him to inflict a notable 30 points of damage, having reduced 1/10 of its health in a single blow. Lin Tian felt a sense of satisfaction. The demonic flame rabbit, now agitated, glared at Lin Tian with its fiery red eyes, bounding towards him with intent to attack. As Lin Tian retreated, he prepared to cast his next spell. Numerous water runes danced through the air. Rise, water tornado. Just as the demonic flame rabbit had taken 2 steps, an unexpected tornado composed entirely of water materialized beneath it, causing its body to be uncontrollably lifted into the air. -29. The demonic flame rabbit screeched in frustration, and as it lunged towards Lin Tian, it fell victim to another ice spear. At this point, it had lost approximately 1/3 of its health. Enraged, the demonic flame rabbit made a fierce leap towards him. Lin Tian stood motionless, his entire focus fixated on the descending movements of the demonic flame rabbit. After 2 years in the realm of esports, his exceptional dynamic vision came into play at this very moment. Just as the demonic flame rabbit was about to strike him with its claws, he deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow by a hair's breadth. In that fleeting instant of their collision, his weapon, the bone staff, struck the rabbit's head fiercely. -1. Alas, His physical attack was too feeble, inflicting a mere point of damage. Before the demonic flame rabbit could hit the ground, a water vortex whisked it back into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tian increased the distance and unleashed the Ice Spike spell for further damage. Thus, with impeccable positioning, he maintained control of the battle's rhythm throughout, utilizing a mana restoration potion to replenish his magical energy. The demonic flame rabbit never managed to land a single blow on him until its demise. As the creature, in its final moments, was pierced by the ice spikes and let out a wretched cry, it collapsed lifelessly. A staff dropped from its remains. Experience 26. A golden light descended, heralding a long-awaited system notification. System notification: you have reached level 5 and gained 5 attribute points, along with an additional random 5 points. Just as a flicker of joy graced Lin Tian's face, he barely registered the system notification before an intense, inexplicable pain surged through his mind like a violent tide. The excruciating agony forced him to release the bone staff, clutching his hair tightly as he sank to the ground. It felt as though his very soul was being torn apart, pushing him to the brink of annihilation. In an instant, he was enveloped in profound darkness. A viscous sea of blood and blindingly brilliant light that crashed against his senses in relentless waves. System notification: warning, warning, warning. Player is under attack by an unknown energy source. Please log off immediately. Tormented to the brink of mental collapse, Lin Tian could scarcely hear the frantic system alerts. Unbeknownst to him, in the dilapidated rental room, the gaming pod emitted a blaring alarm. With his eyes tightly shut and his body curled into a ball, beads of sweat streamed down his face, and the intensity of the pain contorted his expression into one of madness, as if possessed by a mask of suffering. After a full 10 minutes, the torment gradually subsided, and the gaming pod's alarm ceased automatically. With a sigh, Lin Tian sprawled on the grass of Shadow Valley. As if recovering from a severe illness, gasping for breath, his face pale and his body utterly exhausted. His vacant gaze turned skyward, and he lamented weakly, "Heaven, what sins have I committed to deserve such treatment?" System notification: abnormal physical condition detected. Damage inflicted by unknown energy source. Magical talent has undergone a secondary awakening. Quality upgraded from 3-star to 5-star, while physical aptitude has been downgraded from 3-star to 1-star. System notification: your affinity for dark magic has reached 100. Automatically acquiring the skill Corrosive Arrow. System notification: your affinity for poison magic has reached 100. Automatically acquiring the skill Deadly Poison Arrow. System notification: your affinity for light-based spells has reached 100. No skills can be acquired at this time. System notification: your affinity for blood-based spells has reached 100. You have automatically acquired the skill Bloodthirsty Aura. System notification: congratulations, you have earned the title of Universal Mage. The experience required for leveling up has increased to 5 times the original amount. System notification: due to your exceptionally high magical talent, you must condense the perfect magic whirlpool and elevate your qualifications to at least 2 stars to purify the magical seed. Otherwise, the whirlpool will be unable to contain the immense magical power, resulting in bodily collapse, preventing your advancement to the rank of Apprentice Mage. System notification: you have accepted the quest Perfect Magic Whirlpool. System notification: you have accepted the quest Divine Blood Elixir. The sudden turn of events and a series of system messages left Lin Tian in a state of bewilderment for a full 3 minutes. What is happening? Can anyone explain this to me? Why have I suddenly acquired spells from 4 different schools? How did I become a universal mage? While the enhancement of magical talent is undoubtedly beneficial, why has my physical aptitude diminished? The subsequent series of stringent conditions renders my path to becoming an apprentice mage exceedingly arduous. The ranks of mages are categorized as follows: Apprentice Mage, Junior Mage, Mage, Grand Mage, Sorcerer, and Archmage, among others. Condensing the magic whirlpool and achieving the rank of Junior Mage is the true threshold into the realm of magic, allowing for the study of more powerful spells. After a considerable time, the calm and composed demeanor honed from years as a professional esports player gradually restored his tranquility. He began to examine his current status. Within the magical seed, he now discovered numerous unfamiliar runes, runes of light, symbolizing sanctity, dark runes, infused with evil and fear, poison runes, evoking shivers of dread and terror. Blood runes, enigmatic and capricious in nature. Corruption arrow, a projectile infused with the dark power from the abyss, transforming into a corrosive arrow that inflicts 110 dark damage to targets in a straight line. The dark power erodes the target's armor, causing an additional 10 damage amplification for 5 seconds. Magic cost, 20. Casting time, 1 second. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Level, first tier spell. Toxic arrow, an arrow imbued with the powerful toxins of ancient lizards, possessing formidable penetrative capabilities, dealing 110 poison damage to targets in a straight line. The target becomes poisoned, suffering continuous poison damage equal to 100 of the attack power for the next 10 seconds. Magic cost, 30. Casting time, 1 second. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Level, first tier spell. Bloodthirsty aura consuming magic. This skill envelopes the caster in a bloodthirsty state. When attacking a target, the caster recovers 10 of the damage dealt as health. Duration, 10 minutes. Magic cost, 100. Casting time, 1 second. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Level, first tier spell. Additionally, there are 2 tasks imposed upon him. Perfect Magic Whirlpool, no rank due to the magical seed undergoing a rebirth, elevating his talent to 5 stars. He can perfectly comprehend and accommodate spells from all schools. Thus, upon advancing to Junior Mage, he must consecutively condense and disperse the Magic Whirlpool 3 times to form the Perfect Magic Whirlpool. Otherwise, advancement will be impossible. Divine Blood Elixir, no rank a potion that rivals the divine, capable of transforming the human form. Crafted from the blood of dragons and elves, combined with sunflowers. This alchemical concoction sanctifies the body of the mage, enhancing physical attributes. Required items: Dragon's Blood, 0-1. Elf's Blood, 0-1. Sunflower, 0-1. Chapter 4. A sudden inspiration of joy. How formidable. Lin Tian was elated. This was the most immediate impression the 3 newly acquired skills left on him: enhanced damage, sustain toxic attacks, and spell vampirism. These skills instantaneously elevated his prowess significantly. However, the corresponding cost was exceedingly steep. Originally, he required 6,000 experience points to ascend from level 5 to level 6. Now, it had escalated to 5-fold, amounting to 30,000 experience points. When would he ever level up again? Furthermore, the path for a magic apprentice to advance to a junior mage had also been obstructed. Merely glancing at the descriptions of the 2 quests made it evident that they were not easily achievable. Dragon and elf blood? In the magical realm, these 2 creatures were nearly akin to deities. Their blood was something a mere magic apprentice could hardly dare to covet. Then there was the title. Omni-Mage, the road to becoming an unparalleled powerhouse is inevitably strewn with thorns. Spirit 10, Intelligence 10. Astonishing. Just 1 title granted him a total of 20 attribute points. As far as he knew, in the entire history of the continent spanning thousands of years, only 3 individuals had ever achieved the status of an Omni-Mage. Each of them represented the pinnacle of magical prowess, true divinities. It suddenly dawned on him that he possessed the potential to become an Omni-Mage. Yet the journey would be exceedingly long and arduous. Absent the efforts of an ordinary person multiplied by 10,000, coupled with a modicum of extraordinary fortune, he might not even attain the rank of a junior mage, potentially faltering in his nascent stage. Regaining a modicum of strength, Lin Tian clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. He must become powerful, no longer relying on the so-called teammates for hope. Once he became sufficiently robust, what would it matter if his companions surrendered? Alone, he could defy the heavens. It was only then that he took a moment to examine his attributes. Upon reaching level 5, he had received 5 attribute points. Additionally, in Genesis, at each multiple of 5 levels, one would randomly obtain 1 to 5 attribute points. He perused the system notifications and, fortunate enough, secured the maximum of 5 random attribute points. With now 4 active skills and a diverse array of offensive techniques, he allocated all 10 points to Spirit. In the game, the growth coefficient for mages was relatively low. For each level gained, vitality increased by 14, mana by 20, and physical spell attack by 1 point. 1 point of constitution added 7 to life, 0, 5 to physical defense, and 1 to magical defense. 1 point of spirit increased mana by 10. with 100 points of spirit enhancing mana recovery speed by 1 point. 1 point of intelligence augmented magical attack by 1 point, coupled with the attribute points from the title. His attributes had undergone a transformative change compared to when he was at level 4. Indomitable Infinity, Mage level, 5 Mage rank, Junior Mage of level 5. Life, 135. Magic power, for 60, physical attack, 9 to 12, magic attack, 35 to 40, physical defense, 7, magic defense, 1, strength, 5, constitution, 5, spirit, 35, intelligence, 20, agility, 5, talent. Qualification. Skills: Ice Spike, Water Tornado, Magic Shield, Mage's Vision, Corrosive Arrow, Venomous Arrow, Bloodthirsty Aura. Elemental Affinity: Water 100, Darkness 100, Light 100, Poison 100, Blood 100, Fire 80. A mere difference of 1 level nearly doubles the magic power, sufficient for casting 4 rounds of spells. By the way, I recall a monster dropped a piece of equipment. It seemed to be a staff. Where is the staff? He hurried to the spot where the demonic flame rabbit had perished. The ground was barren, devoid of anything. Lin Tian was utterly frustrated. Had he known he would endure the pain, he should have secured the equipment first. The drop rate in Genesis is exceedingly low. Over the past 3 days, he had slain hundreds of monsters without acquiring a single piece of gear, and now, after finally obtaining one, it had vanished. Upon the death of ordinary monsters, their corpses refresh after 10 seconds. Any monetary items dropped by monsters will be refreshed by the system after 3 minutes if left unclaimed. Almost 15 minutes had elapsed since he vanquished the monster, and the staff he had claimed had long since disappeared. His pent-up frustration found a new target as a demonic flame rabbit entered his line of sight. Let us practice on you and see how my new skills fare. Raising the skeletal staff, dozens of black runes surged forth, coalescing into a pitch-black arrow. The arrowhead shimmered with an ominous dark light, exuding a chilling aura from the abyss. With a flick of his hand, the corrosive arrow glided through the grass like a specter, striking the demonic flame rabbit. -40. A vivid crimson number erupted from the rabbit's head, as a vast area of its body became tainted by dark forces, entering a state of vulnerability for 10 seconds. The demonic flame rabbit let out a wretched shriek. Venomous Arrow. A sharp arrow composed of azure poison runes sliced through the air, striking with tremendous force and knocking the rabbit, which had just leaped, to the ground. -50. Under the condition of enhanced damage, it inflicted extraordinary harm. Simultaneously, the azure toxin seeped into the demonic flame rabbit, causing a loss of approximately 5 health points per second. Following this, Ice Spike and Water Tornado unleashed a relentless barrage. Spell runes swirling like a tempest. With its diminutive stature, the Water Tornado invariably sent it soaring. The demonic flame rabbit was tormented by spells from the water, ice, poison, and darkness elements, unable to approach him, and ultimately succumbed to a cold fate. Experience 23. Remarkable. A monster 2 levels higher could not even come close. Regrettably, the experience gained was insufficient. This was merely the outcome of battling a monster 2 levels higher. If one were to confront a level 5 monster, the experience gained might merely amount to 20 points. He estimated that to advance to level 6, it would require the defeat of at least 2,600 demonic flame rabbits. The very thought was utterly disheartening. Picking up the 2 copper coins that had dropped, Lin Tian shook his head, casting aside such thoughts. He intended to grind in this prime leveling spot for an entire week, aiming to reach level 7. Suddenly, a harsh voice rang out, filled with arrogance and disdain. Who permitted you to level up here? Upon turning, Lin Tian beheld 3 players, a man and 2 women, standing at the entrance of the Shadow Valley, gazing down at him with haughty expressions. Are you addressing me? He looked around, realizing he was indeed the novice they referred to. Besides you, are there any others here? The female priest, named Zhu Qinghuan, stood atop a protruding rock, issuing her decree from a position of superiority. The Shadow Valley is under the control of our 7 killers. Our main force will soon arrive, and all intruders are to vacate immediately or face dire consequences. Observing the bewildered expression of the frail mage, Zhu Qinghuan, confident in her party's numbers and levels, pointed her staff threateningly at Lin Tian. Once he regained his composure, Lin Tian smiled. After many years, he found himself once more in a classic scenario of occupying a leveling area and bullying the weak. Under the Mage's vision, the information of the 3-7 Killers players appeared before him, cool and unrepentant. Level 6 Warrior Apprentice. Zhu Qingyan, Level 7 Archer Apprentice. Zhu Qinghuan, Level 6 Priest Apprentice. What are you laughing at? Zhu Qinghuan, feeling insulted by Lin Tian's unexpected laughter under the pressure of her group, raised her voice sharply. Nothing, Lin Tian replied, a peculiar expression crossing his face. I just suddenly recalled something quite delightful. Kid, you're celebrating too soon. We've changed our minds. You want to be leaving. We're going to end you right now. The warrior player, cool and unrepentant, erupted in fury, drawing his great sword with a clang. Meanwhile, the tall and elegant archer, Zhu Qingyan, displayed a hint of displeasure. She gestured for the warrior to cease and coldly addressed Lin Tian. I have no desire to bully a novice. You may leave, but do not test my patience. Chapter 5, Pleading for Mercy? Oh, I never anticipated that my inaugural forced act of murder in this game would be against a stunning beauty. How utterly embarrassing. I had aspired to be a virtuous individual. Lin Tian, as if oblivious to her words, scrutinized the bone staff, murmuring to himself. His nonchalant remarks and audacious demeanor provoked the ire of the three. A level 5 mage, audaciously proclaiming he could eliminate them despite their superior rank? Ku Ai Wu Hui, incensed, scoffed. Novice, have you lost your mind? Do you truly believe you can vanquish us? Zhu Qingyan, already frosty in demeanor, transformed into an icy visage, her bow aimed squarely at Lin Tian. Eliminate him. Upon uttering these words, Ku Ai Wu Hui, unable to restrain himself any longer, was engulfed in a blazing aura of battle energy, charging fiercely toward Lin Tian. Zhu Qingyan, finally confronting Lin Tian, had scarcely drawn her bow when a black-flamed arrow hurtled toward her face. She had no time to evade and was struck by the corrosion arrow. A large portion of her body tainted black. -36. In pain, she hastily knocked an arrow, a swift projectile enveloped in swirling winds, launching it toward Lin Tian. The archer's exclusive skill, wind arrow. However, in her panic, she lost her aim. The wind arrow merely grazed Lin Tian's shoulder, failing to make contact. At that moment, Lin Tian unleashed his next skill, Toxic Arrow. The ethereal blue arrow not only struck Zhu Qingyan, but also interrupted her attempt to consume a health potion. -48. Concurrently, a cascade of damage numbers began to manifest above her head. -4, -6, -5. At last, the priestess Zhu Qinghuan reacted, swiftly wielding her staff to cast a healing spell for Zhu Qingyan. However, unexpectedly, a water vortex erupted from beneath her feet, toppling her to the ground and disrupting her healing incantation. Lin Tian shook his head, having anticipated that the water vortex would not sweep Zhu Qinghuan away. After all, a living person with their considerable weight was far from comparable to a delicate rabbit. Just then, the warrior Ku Ai Wu Hui finally reached Lin Tian. With a furious roar, flames erupted from his great sword as he swung it fiercely toward Lin Tian. Warrior skill, Flame Slash. Lin Tian appeared momentarily daunted by the force of his assault, stumbling backward in disarray. By a stroke of misfortune, he tripped over a patch of grass, narrowly evading the blow. Before he could regain his footing, Lin Tian raised his staff with swiftness, unleashing his third skill, Ice Spike. The jagged ice spike glimmered with a chilling radiance under the sunlight, piercing Zhu Qingyan's body mercilessly. -47. With 3 skills and continuous damage, her health dwindled to a mere 3 points. She had just uncapped her health potion, poised to drink. -5. The relentless poison damage rendered her health to 0 in an instant. Her movements froze, her eyes reflecting a profound unwillingness as she collapsed. It was as if she could scarcely believe Lin Tian had truly dared to slay her. The beautiful archer, extinguished in her prime. He became the first soul under Lin Tian's command. At this moment, Lin Tian had distanced himself from Ku Ai Wu Hui, as the corrosive arrow struck accurately on his shoulder, inflicting damage while simultaneously inducing a state of increased injury. Enraged, Ku Ai Wu Hui swung his great sword with fervor, relentlessly pursuing Lin Tian and hacking wildly. Fool! The effortless demise of Zhu Qingyin had thrown Ku Ai Wuhui into disarray, causing his attacks to become erratic and chaotic, even forgetting to activate his aura shield. If he had utilized his skills, Lin Tian would have been more cautious. However, relying solely on basic attacks, Lin Tian adeptly evaded with agile movements. He unleashed a barrage of spells, each strike finding its mark and dealing substantial damage to Ku Ai Wuhui. As for the Na'vi priestess, Zhu Qinghuan, every time she attempted to cast a healing spell, a water tornado would interrupt her incantation, perfectly predicting her movements, leaving her both furious and helpless. Ku Ai Wuhui fought valiantly, depending on the priestess for healing and protection. Unfortunately, Zhu Qinghuan's rhythm of healing was completely disrupted by Lin Tian, rendering her efforts utterly ineffective. As his health dwindled, Ku Ai Wuhui cursed vehemently, igniting flames that soared over a meter high on his great sword, cleaving towards Lin Tian with a flame slash. Trapped by such a formidable skill, with no means of evasion, Lin Tian chuckled softly and downed a mana restoration potion. With a resounding boom, Lin Tian was engulfed in a blaze, staggering back 2 or 3 steps. Damn it, surely this time he must be dead. Ku Ai Wuhui spat in disdain. However, as the flames subsided, Lin Tian stood unharmed before him, not a hair out of place. -1. A forced loss of 1 hit point appeared above Lin Tian's head. The great sword hovered just 10 centimeters from Lin Tian's crown, yet it could descend no further. Ku Ai Wuhui stared wide-eyed, noticing an ethereal layer of light surrounding Lin Tian's body, which swayed and firmly resisted his great sword. Mana shield. The mana shield consumed mana to absorb damage, with each point of mana negating 1 point of damage. As long as there was mana, the shield would endure. Beneath the mana shield, a faint crimson aura glowed, bloodlust aura. Without granting the warrior a moment to contemplate, Lin Tian unleashed an ice spike, piercing through his chest. -40. Ku Ai Wuhui stared in disbelief at the ice spike lodged in his chest, his life extinguished as his body slowly crumpled to the ground. 4. A green numeral materialized above Lin Tian, the vampiric effect of bloodlust aura replenishing the single point of health he had lost. Rubbing his sore wrist, Lin Tian dispelled the mana shield. Ku Ai Wuhui's great sword felt as though it were not a novice weapon. That strike had drained 90 points of his mana in an instant. Thus, aside from the 20 points consumed to activate the mana shield, Ku Ai Wuhui had dealt a staggering 70 points of damage. Regrettably, upon his demise, he had not dropped his weapon. Lin Tian turned to gaze at the remaining priestess, Zhu Qinghuan. She appeared to be ensnared by a spell of paralysis. Standing motionless and gazing at him in a daze, the radiance of the healing spell from her staff still shimmering. She was taken aback by Lin Tian's swift and decisive method of killing. Each seemingly casual movement deftly evaded the skills and attacks of the archers and warriors. Once or twice, one might dismiss it as mere coincidence, yet until the battle concluded, he had sustained not a single scratch. Zhu Qinghuan realized they had encountered a formidable opponent, a true gaming virtuoso. Moreover, his actions were devoid of unnecessary words. The manner in which he dispatched his foes was practiced, poised, and ruthlessly efficient. It was evident he had engaged in such deeds frequently. Even someone as ethereal as Zhu Qingyin seemed to him no more than a mere plank of wood. He showed no mercy in his strikes, exhibiting not a trace of tenderness. The first to fall was she. "Wuji, I was wrong. Please do not kill me, if you would be so kind. Dying incurs a loss of experience. I beg you." As she beheld the cold, deathly demeanor of the mage, who once again conjured a terrifying black arrow from his staff, the frail priestess, bereft of the warriors' and archers' protection, found herself devoid of any courage to resist. Zhu Qinghuan cast aside her dignity, pleading pathetically for mercy. Chapter 6. The skill book emerges. In the game, upon reaching level 5, the PK, player killing, mode is automatically activated, allowing players at level 5 and above to freely attack one another, while also rendering themselves vulnerable to attacks. Should a player with a white name be slain, they will lose 50% of their experience. Zhu Qingyin, initially at 7 levels with 30% experience, would drop to 6 levels, reverting to 80% experience upon being killed by Lin Tian. The aggressor transforms into a pink name, losing 1 level upon death. If one manages to slay another player, they will become a red name, losing 2 levels upon being killed, regardless of the status. Death carries the risk of dropping equipped items and those in the inventory, with a higher chance of loss correlating to the depth of the red name status. Zhu Qinghuan had just ascended to level 6 and wished to avoid another demotion, thus she humbly pleaded for mercy, beseeching Lin Tian to spare her. However, her response came in the form of an arrow engulfed in black flames. With only a priest remaining, Lin Tian swiftly dispatched them in mere moments. In less than a minute, he had effortlessly eliminated 3 players from the 7 kills team without suffering a scratch. His name now bore a blood-red hue. Having killed 1 player proactively, his evil value increased by 2 points, totaling 6. The evil value diminishes by 1 point every hour. And if one continues to battle monsters during this time, the rate of reduction accelerates, as slaying monsters is, after all, a contribution to humanity. Lin Tian was indifferent to the evil value. His greatest disdain was reserved for those who adopted an arrogant and condescending demeanor, much like Chan Yejio, the manager of the glorious team, who, despite his ignorance, relished in exerting his power. Thus, from the moment they uttered their insolent provocations, their fate was sealed. It was either their demise or his. He took the initiative, disrupting their formation unexpectedly, all for a swift resolution. After all, clad in novice gear, it was indeed a daunting task to eliminate 3 players of higher levels than his own. The 3 corpses transformed into white light and vanished, evidently resurrecting back to the city. What was that? In the place where Zhu Qingyan's body had disappeared, he beheld an ancient tome radiating a faint glow. Could it be? A startling thought surged within him. As he picked it up, he confirmed it was indeed a skill book. Aha! He had struck gold. Zhu Qingyan was truly beautiful in both appearance and spirit. Even in death, she had not forgotten to reward him with a skill book. He examined the skill book in his possession. Light Outpost. Consumes light magic to establish a sentinel with 1 hit point, capable of scouting all targets within a 15-meter radius, including invisible units, lasting 30 minutes. Mana cost, 100. Casting time, 1 second. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Level, first tier spell. It was precisely a light-based magic spell that he was eligible to learn. With a slight exertion of his hand, Lin Tian crushed the magic book, its fragments dissolving into countless luminous runes that fused into his being. Consequently, his skill bar expanded to include a new light-based skill. He arrived at the entrance of the Shadow Valley, uttered an incantation, and after a second, a palm-sized light knight materialized amidst the grass. In the eyes of the diminutive Knight of Light, a unique radiance of insight glimmered, perceivable only to him, as ripples emanated outward, scanning the surroundings. The knight's petite stature allowed him to conceal himself within the grass, making him nearly undetectable without careful scrutiny, thus exhibiting remarkable stealth. Lin Tian speculated that the mastery of light magic was notably more challenging compared to the 4 fundamental elemental magics of earth, water, fire, and wind, resulting in a scarcity of players choosing light magic as their primary focus. Consequently, this skill book, which Zhu Qingyan had stowed in her backpack, had yet to be sold. Unexpectedly, it ultimately fell into his hands. From Zhu Qinghuan's words, it seemed she had a group behind her, poised to enter the Shadow Valley imminently, likely numbering at least 10. Given his current capabilities, an encounter would undoubtedly leave him utterly defeated. Initially, he intended to relocate his leveling grounds to avoid confrontation. But with the presence of the light watchtower, his apprehensions dissipated. The watchtower would sound the alarm at the slightest approach. The vastness of Shadow Valley provided ample opportunity for him to conceal himself and ambush any solitary player from the 7-kill faction. Having already established enmity with Zhu Qingyan and her companions, any future encounters would be met with hostility, a fight to the end. Additionally, he owed over 700 coins in rent, and if he did not procure some equipment to sell today, his landlord, Sister Wang, would not allow him to see the morrow. With an opportunity presenting itself, he reluctantly resolved to seize it. In Morning Twilight Village, at the village entrance, numerous players beheld a stunningly beautiful female archer, gripping her wooden bow with gritted teeth. Zhu Qingyan's face was icy, her chest rising and falling with intense fury. Moments later, the players Kuyang Wuhui and Zhu Qinghuan resurrected in succession. Wuhui, what have you done? You boast of being invincible, yet cannot even defeat a level 5 fragile mage. After all my efforts to reach level 7, I've been knocked back to 6. upon witnessing the other two resurrect with depleted health. It was obvious they had fallen victim to the mage known as Immortal Wujing after her demise. With pin-up rage seeking an outlet, she unleashed a torrent of reproach upon Kuliang Wuhui. Qin, I too did not anticipate that Mage would dare to ambush us. Hunimi possessed such an array of skills. I was caught off guard and fell to him. Kuliang Wuhui, his expression grim in the face of the beautiful archer's ire, offered a meek explanation. Useless. All of you are useless. Zhu Qingyan dismissed him, even directing her ire at Xu Qinghuan. Were you not also the first to fall to him? Zhu Qinghuan felt a surge of dissatisfaction but dared not voice her dissent, bowing her head to mutter in silence. Qingyan, the three of us cannot contend with him alone. Just in time, our guild leader is about to enter Shadow Valley. Why not send him the mage's information and let him take our vengeance? With our 20 or so members, we can surround Shadow Valley, and he will have no escape. Xu Qinghuan, observing Zhu Qingyan's wrath, cautiously organized her thoughts and suggested. Zhu Qingyan furrowed her brow and replied, it must be done. He cannot evade the ambush of the 7 killers. Let us hasten our approach. I shall grind him to dust to quell the resentment in my heart. At that moment, a passing assassin player inadvertently overheard her words. The archer, whose exterior was exceptionally beautiful, possessed a heart as cruel as ice, sending a shiver down his spine and prompting him to hastily distance himself from the trio. Oh no, my skill book has vanished, Ji Qingyan exclaimed suddenly. She opened her backpack only to find it utterly empty. The skill book, Light Sentinel, had mysteriously disappeared. What? Ji Qinghuan and Kuai Ai Wuhui were both taken aback. In the realm of Genesis, aside from the skills granted during character creation and those acquired through unexpected encounters, all other skills necessitate defeating monsters to obtain. Thus, the only means to learn new skills is through skill books. Although players of the light attribute are few, the scarcity of skill books makes Light Sentinel worth at least 1,000 yuan, while its value may not be exorbitant. The thought of it falling into the hands of that detestable mage only deepened Shi Qingyan's animosity towards him. Unyielding and eternal, I shall not rest until I confront you. Chapter 7. Elite Boss in the tranquil and serene village of Morning Dawn. A piercing scream erupted, shattering the peacefulness. Lin Tian surmised that Zhu Qingyan and her companions were undoubtedly plotting to ambush him. While vanquishing monsters, he made his way deeper into the Shadow Valley. On average, it took him 30 seconds to eliminate a single creature. Upon slaying the 30th monster, an alarm was triggered at the Bright Outpost by the entrance of the Shadow Valley. Someone was approaching. According to the information relayed by the Bright Outpost, there was more than one player. Without doubt, they were all members of the 7 Kills Guild. Lin Tian immediately ceased his slaughter of monsters, pressed against the rocky wall, and concealed himself behind a towering tree, meditating to restore his mana while quietly observing his surroundings. In most cases, he relied on meditation rather than mana potions to recover his magical energy. Unfortunately, his current financial situation was dire. A mana potion cost 5 copper coins, while a life alchemy potion cost 10. Each monster yielded only 2 to 3 copper coins, leading to a deficit. Every copper saved was crucial. The cooldown period for mana potions was 60 seconds, and without timely recovery, he had no choice but to meditate. Before long, he witnessed a throng of players noisily advancing from the direction of the Shadow Valley entrance. As they passed, any obstructing, demonic flame rabbits were ruthlessly obliterated by a barrage of skills, their bodies falling lifelessly to the ground. Observing their game IDs, he noted that their prefixes were either Cool Love or began with Shu. Clearly, they were all members of 7 Kills. The 7 Kills Guild primarily consisted of 2 major families, the Cool Love family and the Zhu family. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened as he focused on the leading warrior, Cool Love Li Tian. He bore a broad sword emanating a faint blue glow upon his shoulder, a clear indication that it was not a novice weapon. It was perhaps not a white-grade weapon, but rather a black iron one. In the game Genesis, equipment is classified by tiers: white, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, spiritual, true spiritual, extraordinary, celestial, and divine, among others. The disparity between each tier is often more than double. Just moments ago, Cool Love Wu Hui unleashed a flame slash with his black iron weapon. which would have inflicted over half of Lin Tian's health if he had not activated his Mana's shield. It was evident that this individual was the leader of 7 kills. Currently, the guild existed merely as a temporary assembly of players. A true guild could only be established after reaching level 20 and using a guild establishment token. From a distance, Lin Tian could not utilize Mage's vision to assess his attributes. During the apprentice mage phase, a mage's long-range skills had a maximum casting distance of 15 meters. Moreover, using skills recklessly at this moment posed a risk of detection. He possessed the Bright Outpost. But the 7 kills members might also have counter-detection methods. To his knowledge, ordinary mages theoretically had 5 or 6 lesser spells at their disposal to detect magical anomalies. Thus, he resolved to remain vigilant, biding his time while observing their intentions. Qi Feng, is what you said truly accurate? Is there really a boss present here? Cool Lovely Tian suddenly turned and inquired of a nearby mage. As Zhu Qingfeng lifted his gaze towards the depths of the Shadow Valley, he asserted with conviction. There is no doubt about it. I was annihilated by it during my leveling here. It is a Rabbit King, and a single attack felled me. It lurks deep within the confines of the Shadow Valley, and once one ventures in, it becomes visible. Very well. Cool Lovely Tian nodded, then added, just now. Qingyan sent a message. She and Qinghuan Wuhui were almost effortlessly killed by a mage player here. According to her description, that player is exceptionally powerful. Possessing a myriad of spells, the 3 of them had barely touched his cloak before they were slain. 1 against 3? How could that be possible? Zhu Qifeng found it hard to believe. I cannot believe it either. Cool Lovely Tian pondered for a moment before analyzing. A level 5 mage, even clad in full black iron gear, should not be capable of such a feat. Yet, they indeed perished. Perhaps the one who killed them was not alone. There might be accomplices hiding within the Shadow Valley. Inform all brothers to exercise caution. As the command was disseminated, the disordered ranks of the team immediately tightened considerably. Is there a boss within the valley? A Rabbit King? Lin Tian, stealthily concealed behind a tree, caught wind of these crucial keywords. Upon reflection, it seemed quite plausible. If it were merely a leveling spot for a level 7 monster, it would hardly warrant such a grand mobilization from the 7 kills. Players of 7 kills are at least level 6. There are superior leveling locations, and they would not consider the remote Shadow Valley. Even if it were to avenge Zhu Qingyan and the others, there would be no need for more than 20 individuals. Contemplating this, Lin Tian swiftly altered his initial intention of merely attempting a sneak attack. Should it indeed be a boss, it would invariably drop exceptional equipment. For the majority of players equipped only with novice gear, this is undeniably a fatal attraction, and he was no exception. He resolved to follow and observe. If he could seize some equipment, it would be a windfall, potentially fetching hundreds or even thousands of yuan. Even if he were to be besieged and lose a level, it would still be worthwhile. After all, his backpack contained nothing but potions and worthless rabbit pelts, which held no value. Dying and dropping them would be no loss. However, how easy could it be to slay a boss? Even for an elite boss, the 7 kills would likely suffer the loss of half their members to achieve a successful kill, presenting a substantial opportunity for Lin Tian. Yet, the cautious demeanor of the 7 kills leader, Cool Lovely Tian, weighed heavily on Lin Tian's mind. It appeared that beyond Zhu Qingyan and her 2 novice companions, there were indeed skilled players present. Once they had distanced themselves, Lin Tian emerged, stealthily following their trail. With the sheer numbers of 7 kills, they bulldozed through, annihilating every demonic fire rabbit in their path, whether solitary or in small groups of 2 or 3. After approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at a high ground within the Shadow Valley, where Cool Lovely Tian spotted a rabbit towering above the height of a person. Unlike the other little rabbits adorned in fiery red, this one was shrouded in a layer of gray mist, clutching a carrot as large as a human leg and gnawing on it. Demonic Fire Rabbit King. Brothers, it is an elite boss. Kuei Tian was the first to roar with excitement. Haha, this is splendid. The half-hour trek was not in vain. After 3 days of playing the game, it was the first time they had encountered a living boss. The players of 7 kills were all exhilarated. Zhu Qifeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Had they failed to locate the boss, not only would the journey have been for naught, but his reputation would have suffered greatly. Brothers, As long as we defeat the boss, the spoils, regardless of class, will be distributed according to contribution and need. This declaration from Ku Ailition instantly ignited a fervor among the crowd, fueling their battle spirit. This meant that even a humble priest, provided they administered timely and ample healing during the boss fight, could potentially receive priestly equipment from the loot. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. It must be said that the organizational discipline of 7 kills was quite commendable. Chapter 8. The bold move of the 6th Elder with inspiring slogans shouted aloud. Everyone rushed forth to serve him with unwavering dedication. Although the elite boss was not yet of black iron rank, it was certain to yield a piece of black iron equipment. In the entirety of Dawn Village, there were no more than 10 pieces of black iron gear currently available, each valued at over 2,000 yuan. Lin Tian surveyed his surroundings, assessing the terrain, and discovered a pile of scattered stones, where he concealed himself, closely observing the battlefield. At that moment, the players of 7 kills had commenced their assault on the demonic flame Rabbit King. Beside the Rabbit King stood 4 ordinary flame rabbit sentinels. 4 archers engaged the 4 ordinary flame rabbits, while the others, under the guidance of a knight, charged towards the Rabbit King. The knight, brandishing a shield, faced the enraged Rabbit King, whose minions had been drawn away. He gripped his shield tightly with one hand. The demonic flame Rabbit King, having consumed a portion of a carrot stick, now wielded it as its weapon. Provoked by the insignificant humans, it furiously swung the carrot, striking the knight's shield with tremendous force. Bang! A resounding crash echoed. The wicker shield shattered into 2 pieces, and the knight behind it suffered a loss of 20 health points from the blow. How formidable! Lin Tian, hidden in the shadows, was left astounded. Equipment possesses a durability limit. Once it depletes to 0, it becomes unusable until repaired. However, there exists a scenario where an enemy's attack exceeds the equipment's damage capacity, resulting in an immediate reduction of durability to 0, rendering it useless on the spot. Clearly, this was such a situation. The demonic flame Rabbit King's attack was so potent that it shattered the knight's already fragile shield with a single blow. Truly, it was the King of Rabbits. Lin Tian could not ascertain the Rabbit King's level, but estimated it to be at least level 10. The Rabbit King unleashed its fury, delivering an unexpected blow that shattered the formation of 7 kills. The other 3 knights were unable to defend in time as the Rabbit King leaped high over the front line of melee fighters, plunging into the ranged players and wreaking havoc. Wherever the carrot passed, players struck by its ferocity lost a significant portion of their health instantly. The 2 mages with the lowest health were annihilated in a heartbeat. Knights and warriors, charge forward. Fear not death. Create space for ranged output. Priests, heal the knights with all your might. Assassins, engage the Rabbit King and prevent it from reaching the ranged players. Kulai Lidi and Zhu Qingfeng collaborated to slay a rabbit, witnessing the Rabbit King's rampage and hurriedly shouting commands. After the initial chaos, the members of 7 kills gradually stabilized the situation on the battlefield. Their tactics began to take shape. The priest's healing spells shone brightly in succession, and with the aid of frontline warriors consuming potions at a frantic pace, they barely managed to withstand the onslaught of the furious Rabbit King. In an instant, arrows and a myriad of spells, along with the summoned creatures from warlocks, rained down upon the demonic flame Rabbit King. -8, -13, -16, -9. However, the damage inflicted was astonishingly minimal. The highest damage dealt did not exceed 20 points. Based on its rate of health depletion, the demonic flame Rabbit King possesses an approximate total health of around 5,000. The demonic flame Rabbit King wields but a single skill, akin to enchanting a weapon. Each time the carrot turns crimson, its attack power surges dramatically, rendering warrior players completely vulnerable with a single strike. Only knights who have invested entirely in vitality can barely withstand the onslaught. The unfortunate player, loving recklessness, was struck by a blow and instantly lost 200 points of health, causing him to flee from the Rabbit King's attack range in sheer panic. 5 minutes elapsed. Despite the formidable prowess of the demonic flame Rabbit King, it was ultimately overwhelmed by numbers, as a solitary hand cannot clap, and its health dwindled below 1,000. The players from 7 kills suffered over 10 fatalities, leaving only 10 survivors, each grievously wounded and in poor condition. The Rabbit King's previous surge had instantly annihilated 5 of 7 kills priests, leaving merely 2 still standing. Among them was Zhu Qinghuan, who had hurried from Dawn Village. Just moments ago, Zhu Qingyan and her companions arrived, disregarding their quest for revenge against Lin Tian, and joined the fray against the demonic flame Rabbit King. The unfortunate Loving Recklessness, having dashed to the Rabbit King's front, was unable to strike a blow before being dispatched by a single carrot strike, meeting an untimely demise. In the apprentice phase, priests are unable to learn resurrection skills, and those who fall in battle must return to the city upon revival. Within a mere half hour, Loving Recklessness faced 2 deaths, losing a level and feeling utterly despondent. The last knight, with the highest remaining health, valiantly stood at the forefront, buying precious time for the others. At this juncture in battle, he was the sole melee fighter remaining, alongside 2 mages and 4 archers. Assassins and warlocks had all perished. Yet hope remained. Sisters of the priesthood, summon your strength. The defeat of the boss is within our grasp. Loving Recklessness urged loudly. The demonic flame Rabbit King, seemingly fatigued from several explosive assaults, began to falter. Its health plummeted rapidly, soon falling below 500. Realizing its imminent demise, the Rabbit King once again enchanted its weapon. The carrot staff glowed with radiant light, forcing Loving Recklessness to retreat. To prevent it from breaking through to the more vulnerable classes behind, the knight had no choice but to endure the blow. -185. The exceptionally high damage instantly depleted the knight's already diminished health. At that moment, the healing spells of the 2 priests had just been cast and were still on cooldown. The Rabbit King swung its staff once more. In this critical moment, Loving Recklessness could only brace himself to absorb this attack on behalf of the knight. The next instant, Loving Recklessness was sent flying. -205. In midair, he transformed into a lifeless body. Fortunately, the time the demonic flame Rabbit King spent enchanting its weapon was exceedingly brief. After 5 seconds, it concluded, and the battle's dynamics stabilized once more. After several rounds of assault, the life of the Rabbit King dwindled below 100, and it seemed imminent that it would be vanquished. The remaining players from the 7 Kills faction wore expressions of palpable relief. A faint smile graced Zhu Qingyan's lips, for she eagerly anticipated a grand surprise from the boss, hoping for a magnificent black iron bow to drop. Given her esteemed status within the 7 Kills, such an exquisite weapon would rightfully belong to her. Hold on, just 10 seconds left. We must not falter. She took the reins from the fervent Litian, directing the knight. Cool skill, with fervor. Yet, the more one fears, the more likely that fear will manifest. As the demonic flame Rabbit King teetered on the brink of demise, it let out a mournful cry and, with surprising vigor, hurled its carrot stick into the fray. A mere desperate struggle, Zhu Qingyan scoffed internally. If cool skill were to perish from this blow, the remaining players would certainly be capable of dispatching the boss. The knight shared this sentiment. However, as the towering knight prepared to shield himself from the demonic flame Rabbit King, as projectile, a sudden torrent of water surged forth, destabilizing his already weakened form and sending him crashing to the ground. Helplessly, he watched as the carrot soared above him, crashing heavily into the crowd. In an instant, a cacophony of screams erupted. 2 mages, 2 archers, and 1 priest. All were struck down by that single carrot. Chapter 9. Thunderbolt Arrow. In an instant, calamity struck. Among the remnants of the 7 killers, only the knight, the master of unique skills, the priest Zhu Qinghuan, the archer Zhu Qingyan, and another archer, barely clinging to life, remained. An ambush was underway. Zhu Qingyan, the quickest to react, let out a piercing scream. At that moment, she recalled the primary objective of re-entering the Shadow Valley, to eliminate the detestable mage lurking nearby. Enemies meeting evokes a fierce animosity. Her eyes turned crimson, brimming with murderous intent. Ignoring the boss that was barely alive, she unleashed a thunderous arrow straight at Lin Tian. Thunderbolt Arrow. Indomitable and boundless, I shall slay you. This was her most formidable skill, though its speed did not match that of Wind Arrow. Its power surpassed it. With a chance to paralyze the enemy for 1 second due to the thunderous energy coursing through the arrow, Lin Tian chuckled disdainfully, enveloped in a faint dark red glow. He leaped down from the pile of rubble. He evaded the arrow effortlessly. The thunderbolt arrow struck the rocks, sending shards flying in all directions. While still airborne, he released a glacial ice spear that swiftly impaled the other archer, extinguishing his final life force. With her attack having missed and witnessing a kill before her eyes, Zhu Qingyan seethed with rage, her delicate features hardened with fury, and she loosed another wind arrow toward Lin Tian. Magic shield. A surge of formidable magic enveloped him, creating an invisible transparent barrier. As Lin Tian landed unsteadily, the wind arrow sped towards him with blinding swiftness, leaving him no time to evade. He could only brace himself behind the magic shield. Magic -35. The arrow dented the shield significantly. Such feeble assault is inconsequential. With his extraordinary magic power exceeding 400, it was sufficient to withstand Zhu Qingyan's frenzied attacks for 15 seconds. Chugging a potion of magic, he advanced toward her. Shielded by the magic shield, while chanting a spell, runes rapidly assembled, and a black arrow formed from the magical runes took shape. With a wave of his staff, corrosive arrow struck Zhu Qinghuan with precision. -26. A faint red numeral of damage appeared above her head. Lin Tian aimed to eliminate the priest. The black arrow jolted her body, yet she stood firm, determined to cast her healing spell. With the knight, the master of unique skills, reduced to a mere sliver of health, and the claws of the demonized flame rabbit king, poised to strike, she had to heal him, or else he would surely perish. But in the next moment, the tip of the blue, venomous, poison arrow struck her wrist with deadly accuracy, interrupting her incantation and extinguishing all her hope. -31. Bereft of the priest's healing, the knight could only watch helplessly as the rabbit's monstrous paw, larger than a human hand, descended upon him. -156. Even without a weapon, the Rabbit King's ordinary attack was beyond his capacity to withstand. Unsurprisingly, the knight, known for his resilience, was struck down in a single blow. Before the demonized Flame Rabbit King, there was no one to obstruct its path. It let out a thunderous roar, charging straight toward Zhu Qingyan and Zhu Qinghuan. At that moment, it still possessed 63 hit points. Zhu Qingyan's ordinary attacks dealt a maximum of no more than 15 damage per hit. A foul wind swept in, and fear loomed over her. Reluctantly, she abandoned her attack on Lin Tian, darting to the side while knocking an arrow, intent on slaying the boss. "Qingyan, help me." At that moment, Zhu Qinghuan cried out in terror for salvation. After evading, the demonized Flame Rabbit King had shifted its target to her. Zhu Qinghuan, clumsy and slow-witted, had chosen the priest class, which required minimal dexterity. On one side was Lin Tian's frenzied assault, and on the other, the formidable elite boss. She barely managed to scream for help before being taken down by a single claw of the demonized Flame Rabbit King. She met her end at the hands of the boss, without adding any sin points to Lin Tian. With her agile movements, Zhu Qingyan skillfully avoided Lin Tian's ice spike, and, upon hearing Zhu Qinghuan's cries for help, suddenly remembered she had a teammate, only to feel deep regret. When she turned to look, she witnessed the scene of Zhu Qinghuan being slain by the boss. This sight filled her with an overwhelming fury. Unyielding and eternal, she clenched her silver teeth, her eyes ablaze with a profound hatred. The intense resentment could not be washed away by all the waters of the world. She longed to rush forth and flay this sworn enemy alive. However, surveying her surroundings, she found herself alone amidst the chaos of the 7 kills. Even with 3 against 1, they were no match for Lin Tian, let alone her solitary self. Moreover, she was at half health, with her life elixir still on cooldown. In such a dire state, and there stood a powerful elite boss, capable of ending her life with a single strike. Without allies and without supplies, Zhu Qingyan's complexion fluctuated between red and white. After a moment, she made an unexpected decision. She shot another wind arrow at Lin Tian, and without waiting for his response, she suddenly turned and sprinted toward the exit of the Shadow Valley. Lin Tian's gaze turned icy. With a flick of his staff, a water tornado erupted from thin air, immediately toppling Zhu Qingyan's fragile form to the ground. -33. With less than 50 hit points remaining, Zhu Qingyan struggled to her feet, brushing the leaves from her face, casting him a glare filled with boundless malice, and scuttled away, not daring to look back. Unfortunately, she could not be pursued. Watching Zhu Qingyan gradually disappear into the thick underbrush, Lin Tian shook his head and sighed. The base movement speed of archers is 5.2, which is 0.2 faster than that of mages. Determined to escape at all costs, he found himself unable to pursue her for the time being. A fish had slipped through the net. Lin Tian turned to face the towering elite boss, the demonized Flame Rabbit King, alone. Having eliminated all potential threats, the boss now belongs solely to him. He had been lying in wait, exercising restraint until the final moment, when he suddenly struck with a devastating blow. His formidable assault disrupted the rhythm of the 7 kills, catching them completely off guard. The already weakened 7 kills team was nearly annihilated. Had he emerged earlier, he would not have stood a chance against them. Just the presence of the 7 kills leader, who wields a black iron weapon and is passionately ruthless, alongside a warrior, would have been enough to overwhelm him. Fortunately, the leader met his demise early. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to risk his life, daring to seize a fleeting advantage amidst the flames. Chapter 10. The dark gold sword. He and the formidable 7 kills completely severed their ties. He felt no remorse for opposing such a powerful faction. Nor did fear cross his mind. An enemy destined to be vanquished must be eliminated without mercy. There was no psychological barrier in winning battles through ambushes. Striking at their weaknesses with his strengths, achieving victory at minimal cost was indeed a worthy pursuit. As the last of the 7 kills fell, Zhu Qingyan fled in haste, leaving Lin Tian as the only survivor on the scene. The demonized Flame Rabbit King cast its bloodthirsty gaze upon him. Gur! Gur! The gray-furred Rabbit King let out 2 fierce roars. Then, with a powerful push of its hind legs, it leaped into the air, lunging towards him. Lin Tian stood his ground, refusing to evade. As he waved his staff, runes surged forth, coalescing into a black arrow. -16. A pitiful amount of damage appeared above the Rabbit King's head, eliciting a shake of his head. There was no remedy, the level disparity was overwhelming. With damage reduction at an absurdly high rate. Earlier, he had taken a moment to use Mage's insight, revealing that the Rabbit King was level 10. Once more, the blue, poison arrow struck the Rabbit King mid-leap. -19. At this moment, the Rabbit King had reached him, delivering a powerful slap. Boom. The collision of the rabbit's paw and the magical shield resulted in a violent explosion of air, causing Lin Tian to stagger back a step, nearly losing his balance. His magical energy plummeted by 350 instantly. Having previously employed numerous magical skills, even with the replenishment from mana potions, his magical energy had dwindled below 400. One single attack had nearly drained him completely. If the boss struck again, the magical shield would shatter, and he would surely meet his demise. Wizards were indeed exceedingly fragile. With a mere 7 points of physical defense, he might as well be unprotected. Through this first-hand experience, he finally understood why the 20 members of 7 kills had struggled so greatly. Fortunately, before Zhu Qingyan escaped, she had managed to shoot the boss twice. And with his 2 skills, the boss's health had dropped below 10 points. Ice Spike. -18. A customary ice spike pierced the fluffy head of the demonized Flame Rabbit King. Concluding the battle. System notification. You have slain the elite boss, demonized Flame Rabbit King, earning 2,500 experience points and 5 points of reputation. With the sound of the system notification, a plethora of items erupted from the boss. A grand explosion. In the game, the player who delivered the final blow to the boss was awarded half of the experience, while the remainder was distributed among others based on their contributions in damage and healing. Naturally, others did not receive any reputation rewards. All items dropped by the boss could be collected by those who had participated in the attack. Should no one claim them, they would automatically vanish after 5 minutes. Lin Tian was elated, promptly gathering all the items dropped by the boss into his backpack. And he also collected the copper coins dropped by the fallen players of 7 kills. In total, he obtained 21 copper coins from those slain by the boss and by him. Hundreds of red and blue potions were collected. Yet he did not claim any of the equipment that dropped, for it consisted solely of novice gear, each worth a mere copper when sold to the shop, taking up space in his inventory. Such novice equipment was available in stores for 10 coppers each. Truly, the demonic Fire Flame Rabbit King had generously gifted him 10 silvers. His wealth now totaled 11 silvers and 33 coppers, transforming him from a pauper into a wealthy individual in an instant. He then turned his attention to the most significant piece of equipment. First, he beheld a sword that shimmered with a faint, dark golden glow. Initially, he assumed it was a warrior's weapon. However, upon inspecting its attributes, a grin spread across his face, reaching the back of his ears. Dark golden mage sword, 1 socket black iron level, 5 physical attack, 10 to 14 magical attack, 23 to 27 durability, 8100 additional, intelligence 3 equipment requirement, intelligence 10 description. A failed creation of the renowned alchemist from Palong Town. Discarded as refuse in the wilderness. The attributes were remarkably powerful. Its magical attack surpassed that of the bone staff by more than 4-fold. Indeed, it was a black iron weapon. When monsters are slain by players, the equipment that drops does not necessarily match the monster's level, but is instead aligned with the player's level or slightly higher. This design prevents powerful gear from being rendered useless until higher levels are attained. His luck was exceptional as he was just able to equip it. Without hesitation, he discarded the bone staff over 18 meters away and donned the dark golden mage sword. Instantly, his magical attack underwent a dramatic transformation, skyrocketing from 35 to 40 to 58 to 65. Clutching the sharp mage sword, he felt an overwhelming sense of power. In a moment of transformation, he felt as though he could single-handedly confront the demonic fire flame rabbit king. Furthermore, it possessed 1 socket for embedding a gemstone to enhance its attributes. The next piece of equipment was also a weapon, a longbow crafted from an unknown metal. Its design was exquisite, resembling a slender crescent moon, almost akin to a work of art. Crescent shadow, 2 sockets black iron level, 6 physical attack, 23 to 30 durability, 9105 additional, agility 3 equipment requirement, strength 6. Agility 12 description, forged from refined iron or enstrung with the sinews of a fire-toxic lizard, it boasts remarkable resilience. Regrettably, he was not an archer. And as he gazed at the beautiful bow, envy welled up within him. This 2-socket weapon, capable of holding 2 gemstones, was far more valuable than his 1-socket mage sword. Thus, he resolved to place it in the auction house for sale. Stowing away the longbow, he turned his gaze to the third piece of equipment, a fiery red ring. Flame mage ring, white level, 5 magical attack. 2 alas, it seemed his fortune had run dry, for the ring was of white quality, devoid of any additional attributes, and lacking even a pitiable description. It merely contributed a mere 2 points to his attack. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. Once equipped, his attack rose to 60 to 67, surpassing the threshold of 60. The significant disparity in the bow's upper and lower limits arises from the varying arm strength among individuals. Those endowed with greater strength can easily achieve higher attack power with their arrows. A delicate archer like Zhu Qingyan, for instance, manages to produce an attack of 25, which is commendable given her range of 23 to 30. She possesses a mere 3 pieces of equipment, complemented by 2 crimson gemstones. Level 1 fiery red gemstone, a gem brimming with mysterious energy, capable of being embedded into equipment to trigger attribute resonance. When affixed to a weapon, it enhances physical attack by 2 points. When set into armor, it augments physical defense by 4 points. Quite remarkable. However, regrettably, all of her armor consists of novice gear devoid of sockets, which precludes the possibility of enhancing her physical defense. Apart from these, she also carries a fine piece of fiery rabbit fur. In contrast, she possesses over a dozen ordinary rabbit furs in her backpack, which hold little value, totaling less than 1 silver. Chapter 11. The 3 rules. He had just opened the auction house and was about to hang the black iron bow when suddenly a system notification appeared. System notification. Player Zhu Qingyan requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? What on earth? Why is she adding me as a friend? Even Lin Tian, who prided himself on his intelligence and cunning, found himself at a loss, unable to fathom the woman's intentions. With a decisive click, he rejected the request. However, 3 seconds later, Zhu Qingyan sent another friend request. Decline. Zhu Qingyan sent another. Refuse. Once again, Zhu Qingyan persisted. By the 5th request, he could no longer endure and acquiesce to her friendship request. Opening her chat channel, Lin Tian typed a terse roll and promptly deleted her as a friend. To his astonishment, Zhu Qingyan immediately sent another request. Lin Tian was both exasperated and amused by her relentless and baffling antics. He accepted her friendship once more, curious to discover her true intentions. If she sought to issue threats or harsh words, it was wholly unnecessary, for he was impervious to such tactics. Zhu Qingyan's voice echoed in the chat channel. Demonized Flame Rabbit King. Dropped a black iron bow, didn't he it? Her tone remained icy. Yet Lin Tian discerned a deep-seated grievance and indignation within her words. Indeed, their boss had been snatched away by him, leaving her feeling wronged and furious. How did you know? He inquired, maintaining an impassive facade. Zhu Qinghuan witnessed it. Oh, Lin Tian understood. Upon death, players could either choose to respawn immediately or opt to remain in a state of limbo, awaiting resurrection by a priest with the necessary skills. After death, communication in the current scene was rendered impossible, and the world faded to gray. However, one could still tenuously observe the unfolding events. After being slain by the boss, Zhu Qinghuan had chosen not to respawn immediately. Only after witnessing Lin Tian defeat the boss and collect all the loot did she return to life in Dawn Village. Hence, she had a rough idea of what Lin Tian had acquired from the boss. The gem might have been too small to notice. Yet the bow's silhouette was unmistakable, so apparent that even a blind person could recognize it. She informed Zhu Qingyan, prompting her to seek out Lin Tian. Lin Tian had set his chat channel to Do Not Disturb mode, rendering private messages impossible. Only friends could converse with him. Zhu Qingyan must have been privately messaging him without receiving any response, hence her frantic friend requests. What do you want? Lin Tian asked calmly, having surmised Zhu Qingyan's intentions. Sell me the bow, she replied coldly. Not for sale. Lin Tian promptly refused. Just as he suspected, Zhu Qingyan wished to purchase the black iron bow from him. In the entirety of Dawn Village, there were fewer than 10 pieces of black iron equipment, and even fewer weapons. The Crescent Shadow in Lin Tian's possession was likely the first black iron weapon for the archer class in Dawn Village. Consider the immense advantage of possessing a one-of-a-kind black iron weapon, far surpassing the mundane white novice weapons wielded by others. The efficiency in vanquishing foes would soar, leveling up at an astonishing pace, and the lethality in combat would be unparalleled. Even though Zhu Qingyan had once fallen victim to him, she could not resist the overwhelming allure of the first black iron bow. Swallowing her pride and suppressing her indignation, she contemplated purchasing it from him. Zhu Qingyan remained silent. Yet Lin Tian could discern from the heavy breaths emanating from the chat channel just how furious she was. Indeed, Zhu Qingyan was on the verge of exploding with rage, lowering herself to negotiate with a formidable adversary for a weapon, only to be outright rejected without a hint of courtesy. In the Guild of 7 Kills, aside from the leader's fondness for the ruthless Tian, she was the most powerful figure, commanding respect and obedience from all. Never had anyone dared to defy her. In both reality and the game, she was accustomed to being revered and pursued by many. Yet now, she found herself repeatedly humiliated before this malevolent mage. How could she possibly endure this? Clenching her chest, which heaved with agitation, she took a deep breath to quell the tempest of fury within and attempted to soften her tone to avoid further provoking Lin Tian. At the auction house, a 10 fee is levied on successful sales, while in private transactions, only a 5 fee applies. You stand to gain more. Do consider. I assure you, the price I offer will be to your satisfaction. Lin Tian contemplated this notion seriously. Indeed, the auction house mandates a minimum listing duration of 4 hours. A wait he could not afford. He desired immediate cash. He shared the attributes of Moonshadow in the chat channel. Zhu Qingyan fell silent for a few moments. The attributes were remarkably powerful, surpassing her expectations. Most importantly, it possessed 2 sockets. A weapon can have a maximum of 2 sockets. 50 of weapons lack any. 40 have one, and only 10 boast 2. This considerably enhanced its value. I can afford it. Zhu Qingyan responded after a brief pause. Lin Tian cut to the chase. How shall we proceed with the transaction? Zhu Qingyan hesitated momentarily before replying. I have not ventured far. I await you at the entrance of the Shadow Valley. What if you lay in ambush with others? Lin Tian inquired warily. It would be challenging for him to face more than 5 opponents with his current attack power, though he could manage with proper skill. However, facing more than 10 would spell disaster, leaving him with no means of escape. Yet, Zhu Qingyan feared him even more. What if he suddenly turned on her during the transaction? Or worse, what if he struck her down right after the trade? After a brief contemplation, she composed herself. Let us establish 3 rules. For 10 minutes before and after the transaction, neither party shall attack the other. Lin Tian remained cooler than she. How can I trust you? You members of 7 kills are hardly virtuous. Zhu Qingyan's temples throbbed with anger. She yearned to tear apart this insufferable mage, but for the sake of obtaining the black iron weapon, she had to endure. I swear by my appearance that if I breach this promise, let me be transformed into an unsightly creature, gaining 20 pounds. Surely, that will suffice. Zhu Qingyan exclaimed in anger. No way. Lin Tian immediately countered. You were never particularly attractive to begin with. Are you deceiving me or merely fooling yourself? In Genesis, a player's appearance is based on their real-life visage, albeit adjustable by up to 20. Do not underestimate this 20. Such a margin can effortlessly elevate an ordinary girl into a fairy-like beauty. Lin Tian's own looks had been reduced by 20. He believed that in the game, almost no female player could resist the immense allure of enhancing their appearance by 20. Therefore, in his view, Zhu Qingyan must have indeed increased her looks by that very margin. Consequently, such an agreement was clearly to his detriment. Chapter 12. A pleasant transaction? Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Zhu Qingyan was instantly filled with fury. She truly was a striking beauty, her greatest asset in both reality and the gaming realm. She possessed unwavering confidence in her appearance, yet, before Lin Tian, her allure seemed to diminish drastically. After taking several deep breaths, when she spoke again, the sharpness in her voice had dissipated entirely. Very well, I shall increase the price by an additional 100 yuan. Lin Tian responded, deal. Zhu Qingyan continued. What about you? Do you have any guarantees? She struggled against the urge to curse, inquiring instead. However, Lin Tian's reply was astonishingly nonchalant. As for me, it matters not. For the sake of money, I shall spare you this time. Believe it or not. In a fit of rage, Zhu Qingyan abruptly ended the conversation. She had never encountered such shamelessness before. At the entrance of the shadowy valley, a slender archer with exquisite beauty had reduced a demonic flame rabbit to a mere fraction of its health. With the bowstring of her wooden bow tightly constricting the rabbit's neck, she cursed vehemently, unending and boundless, perish before me. Die. The unfortunate creature emitted a heart-wrenching cry as it was mercilessly suffocated by the striking beauty. Lin Tian did not set off immediately. Instead, he meditated for 3 minutes until his mana was nearly restored before making his way toward the entrance of Shadowy Valley. This was a hallmark of his cautious nature. What if he encountered other players or formidable monsters along the way that could pose a threat? Focused on his journey, he skillfully evaded all demonic flame rabbits, striving to avoid conflict. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the valley's entrance. From a distance, he spotted a beautiful archer leaning against a tall, withered tree, Zhu Qingyan. The moment she laid eyes on him, Zhu Qingyan straightened her posture, her face a mask of frost, teeth clenched, and fists suddenly tightened, as if boundless animosity radiated from her. After a brief moment, she weakly released her fists. Lin Tian observed her actions with a cold smile, remaining unfazed. How much do you intend to pay for my black iron bow? He placed special emphasis on the word my. Zhu Qingyan clearly heard him. The chill on her face deepened. That bow was meant to be theirs, and the black iron weapon was rightfully hers. His deliberate emphasis felt like salt rubbed into her wounds. Yet, for the exquisite weapon within her grasp, she had no choice but to endure. Currently, only 2 black iron weapons circulated in the auction house, one without holes and one with 1 hole, ranging from levels 5 to 7, with trading prices between 1,300 and 1,500 yuan. The Crescent Shadow, at level 6, priced at the maximum of 1,500 yuan, plus an additional 200 yuan for its 2 holes, would amount to 1,700 yuan. Adding the previously promised 100 yuan, the total came to 1,800 yuan. What do you think? Zhu Qingyan exhaled, presenting her price, and awaited Lin Tian's response. Lin Tian calculated discreetly. If he were to list it in the auction house, the price might be slightly lower than hers. And after deducting a 10 service fee, his final earnings would be even less. Nodding, he replied, "No problem." Zhu Qingyan initiated a trade request, which he accepted. Upon opening the trading interface, he placed the crescent shadow on the table, while Zhu Qingyan entered 1,800 renminbi. In Genesis, transactions can be conducted in two forms: in-game currency and cash. Currently, the amount of in-game currency was scant, leading to predominantly cash transactions. The downside of cash trading lies in its exorbitant fees. From the moment Lin Tian created his character, he had linked a brand new bank card. After both parties confirmed the transaction was accurate, Lin Tian's account was instantly credited with 1,710 renminbi. Upon acquiring the black iron weapon Crescent Shadow, Zhu Qingyan's face blossomed into a radiant smile as she equipped it. Witnessing her attack power surge, her joy was overwhelming, seemingly forgetting that her nemesis still stood before her. At that moment, Lin Tian remarked, "I also have 2 fiery red gems. Interested?" "Yes." "How much?" Zhu Qingyan immediately inquired, raising her gaze. Lin Tian pondered briefly before responding. "The auction house sells them for 20 each, but I'll be generous and sell them to you for 25 each. The first-level gems were far more abundant than equipment, hence not overly priced." "Why are you so avaricious? Quibbling over 10 renminbi?" Watching him speak such shameless words with a straight face, Zhu Qingyan was incensed. Was 10 renminbi insignificant? That was the cost of a meal for her. The price of beef noodles had risen. And were it not for her decent relationship with the owner's daughter, Li Bingyue, she would have nearly gone hungry at noon. Lin Tian, however, did not share her viewpoint. "Consider this. Even if you bought them from the auction house, wouldn't you still have to return to Dawn Village to collect them? How much time would that consume? You can embed the gems right now and see the effects immediately. In comparison, what is 10 renminbi worth?" He remained calm, wearing an expression of concern for her welfare as he advised her. "Deal." Zhu Qingyan shot him a glare, her red lips pressed tightly together, speechless. After a long pause, she finally uttered 2 icy words. After taking the 2 gems, she wordlessly embedded them at either end of the crescent shadow. A faint red glow emanated from the ends of the weapon, creating an exquisite sight. Holding the bow with one hand, she appeared strikingly valiant. The 2 gems enhanced her attack by 4 points, instantly lifting her spirits. After completing the task, Zhu Qingyan looked up, her charming visage devoid of warmth, unyielding infinity. "I'd better not see you in Dawn Village again, or else." The unspoken threat lingered in the air. With that, she turned on her heel and departed, her graceful figure swiftly vanishing from Lin Tian's sight. "Ha ha, was the trade enjoyable?" Lin Tian stifled his urge to strike out at her. He was tempted to eliminate Zhu Qingyan right then, but upon reflection, deemed it unwise. Though they were adversaries, she had honored their agreement, and as a man, it would be unbecoming to easily break a promise. Moreover, even if I were to eliminate her, there is no guarantee that I would obtain the Moonlight Shadow. Having recently acquired a substantial sum of money, my spirits are high, and the mere act of murder brings no gratification. Furthermore, although she may not possess great intelligence, her wealth is undeniable. Should I come across superior archery equipment in the future, selling it to such a gullible fool would not only be a source of amusement, but also a profitable venture. There will be ample opportunities to take her life later. There is no need to rush. System notification. You have been removed from Zhu Qingyan's friend list. Damn it. As expected, she turned her back on me. Upon seeing the sudden system notification, Lin Tian's thoughts were abruptly halted, and after a moment of contemplation, he muttered a curse under his breath. After Zhu Qingyan hastily distanced herself, she frequently glanced back in anxiety. Only upon realizing that Lin Tian had not followed her did she gradually begin to relax. Chapter 13. The first bucket of gold. Do not be deceived by my calm demeanor during the recent transaction. In truth, even at this moment, Zhu Qingyan's body trembles slightly. She was terrified that Lin Tian would retract his agreement and eliminate her on the spot. With the 7 kills now all returned to Chenxi Village, she was utterly alone. Despite possessing a black iron weapon, she held no confidence in defeating Lin Tian. After all, their 2 previous encounters had been nothing short of complete domination on his part. casting a shadow of fear over her perception of his strength. Without a decisive advantage, she dared not act recklessly. Once she had distanced herself sufficiently, the anxiety that had plagued her finally subsided. Just wait. The humiliation you have inflicted upon me will one day be repaid tenfold. After selling the black iron bow and 2 gemstones, Lin Tian stared at the balance of 1757. 5 yuan in disbelief, counting it multiple times. Soon, he could hand over 700 yuan to that old woman, freeing himself from the need to grovel before her. How delightful! With newfound wealth, his confidence swelled. Withdrawal. System notification. A fee of 10 for processing and personal income tax will be deducted from the withdrawal amount. Do you wish to confirm the full withdrawal? Lin Tian. After a minute of silent lamentation directed at the unscrupulous gaming company, he opted for the complete withdrawal. After the deduction, he received a total of 1,581 yuan. Clutching the substantial sum, he finally exhaled in relief. Tonight, he could treat himself to a splendid meal. Next, he resolved to work even harder on leveling up. Checking his current experience, 3,130,000, most of which was gained from defeating bosses. The path ahead was long and arduous. He turned back and re-entered the Shadow Valley, determined to reach at least level 7. With his weapon now upgraded to the black iron level Wujin magic sword, his attack power surged, reducing the time taken to slay a demonic flame rabbit from 30 seconds to approximately 15. His leveling speed had significantly accelerated. However, this advantage came with a notable drawback. The depletion of magical energy was relentless. While relying on meditation and consuming mana potions, he still struggled to keep pace with the rate of mana consumption. On average, each monster yielded 23 experience points, and with meditation factored in, he could defeat 200 monsters in an hour, netting around 4,600 experience points. During the recent skirmish for the boss, he had slain an archer from 7 kills, adding another 2 points to his notoriety. Currently, he possessed 7 points of infamy, with a red name status lasting 7 hours. Thus, in the Shadow Valley, he immersed himself wholeheartedly in monster hunting for a full 4 hours without pause. After 4 hours, his name had reverted to white, but his mana potions were entirely consumed, forcing him to halt. The sky within the Shadow Valley had turned completely dark, with flickering fireflies floating about like will-o'-the-wisps. Time in the game synchronized perfectly with reality, indicating that night had fallen outside as well. Checking his experience once more, 21,830,000. He was not far from reaching level 6. It was now time to return for supplies and to log off for dinner. A bowl of clear beef noodle soup could scarcely satiate his hunger, merely staving off the gnawing pangs for a fleeting hour or two. Now, his stomach protested audibly, a constant reminder of his nutritional deficiency detected by the game pod, which intermittently issued alarming notifications. He returned safely to Dawn Village, albeit for another reason. His notoriety could incite attacks from the village guards. The higher his infamy, the greater the likelihood of assault. Should his infamy surpass 100 points, he would face indiscriminate aggression from all NPCs. Despite their seemingly benign demeanor, the NPCs of the novice village were all above level 20. A single blow would suffice to vanquish him. Lin Tian neglected to sort through the miscellaneous items in his backpack and promptly exited the game. Stretching after emerging from the pod, he gazed out the window to find that night had completely fallen. He first retrieved his phone, binding his new bank card to WeChat, and then transferred 717 yuan directly to his landlord, the elderly Wang, settling his outstanding rent. Free of debt, he descended and visited a Hunan cuisine restaurant, ordering 3 dishes at the total cost of exactly 100 yuan. It was his first substantial meal in days. The moon hung high in the sparse starlit sky. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Lin Tian, brimming with energy and devoid of fatigue, re-entered the game pod to once again immerse himself in Genesis. Oh, tomorrow he would return to Sakura Country. He truly loathed the thought of leaving. Song City was so delightful, with numerous attractions yet to explore. He hoped that every summer camp would be held in Huaxia. In a 5-star hotel in Hang City, the youthful and vivacious Shinagawa Kiko leaped onto the plush bed, her demeanor playfully innocent as she exclaimed, "Indeed." Another pure-hearted girl, quietly seated nearby, smiled gently, her captivating beauty enchanting. "I feel the same way." Xiaowu, upon our return. We shall enter the third year of junior high. By the way, are you truly transferring to Lily of the Valley Junior High? After a moment, Shinagawa Kiko inquired. The girl named Shiwu nodded softly. Yes, my family has moved closer to Lily of the Valley. It's more convenient. However, that means we will be separated and won't see each other often. I will miss you dearly. Furthermore, I've heard that Lily of the Valley High has a poor environment and the new students face bullying. I suppose the junior high is not much better. Shinagawa Kiko lamented. Even if the distance between us grows, it shall not diminish our friendship, will it? Shiwu gently reassured her. Those rumors about the environment are merely fabrications. Our nation's laws protecting minors have become increasingly stringent. As Shiwu spoke, her gaze fell upon the coffee table, where she suddenly noticed that one of the apples they had bought in the morning was missing. She distinctly remembered admonishing Shinagawa Kiko not to indiscriminately touch them, as they served a specific purpose. Kiko, did you eat the top apple we bought this morning? Ah, are you referring to that spoiled apple? Shinagawa Kiko chuckled, recalling the unsightly fruit marred by some mischievous hand, which she had deemed uncleanable and discarded. Shiwu, it's no big deal, right? It's nothing. Just discard it if you wish, she casually remarked. After uttering those words, Shin-Ying-Wu slightly bowed her head. When Nakagawa Yoshiko was out of sight, the pure and gentle smile on her delicate face vanished without a trace, replaced by an overwhelming chill. The following morning, Nakagawa Yoshiko witnessed Shin-Ying-Wu tossing an entire bag of apples into the trash bin. Xiao Wu, are you upset with me? She inquired with a hint of concern. Not at all. Shin-Ying-Wu replied, her face adorned with an innocent and cheerful smile. Let us hurry and find the teacher. If we miss the flight, we'll have to reschedule. Chapter 14. The Ice Spirit Gem. Upon logging in once more, Lin Tian found himself in the village of Dawn, under the cloak of night. The number of players in the village was significantly diminished compared to the bustling daytime. Noticing that the durability of his black gold sword stood at 8100, he made his way to the blacksmith, spending 20 copper coins to restore his weapon to its full durability. Subsequently, he traversed the village, seeking suitable quests from the various NPCs. To his dismay, the only task available was from the village chief, which involved slaying a level 1 frog. No other quests were to be found. He then approached the potion master, where he spent 5 silver coins to procure a substantial supply of 500 level 1 mana recovery potions, as he aimed to reach level 7. It was essential to be well-stocked with potions. The level 1 mana recovery potion restored 100 mana points within 10 seconds, with a cooldown period of 1 minute. The cost-effectiveness was rather low. However, at present, no alternative items for mana restoration were available. Lin Tian had intended to purchase a gem to embed in his weapon at the auction house, but he noticed numerous players setting up stalls along the village's Soul Street. Many players, wishing to save the 5 auction house fee, opted to sell or trade their items directly. In the past, he might have engaged in this practice as well. But with leveling becoming increasingly challenging, every second was precious, and he could not afford to squander time on setting up a stall. What is the buyback price for fire rabbit fur? He inquired, approaching one stall where a sign indicated the vendor was purchasing various beast pelts, including fire rabbit fur. 5 copper coins for regular ones. 4 premium quality. It's 50 copper coins, the level 4 mage replied without raising his head. Then, how about this? I have 13 regular fire rabbit fur and 1 premium fire rabbit fur. I'll sell them all to you for 1 silver and 20 copper. What do you say? Lin Tian proposed, glancing at his inventory. The male mage tilted his head, pondering for a moment before responding. All right. Considering you have a premium piece, I'll let you have 5 copper coins off. Let us call it a friendly gesture. You must look after my business in the future and prioritize selling good items to me. Of course. Lin Tian nodded, about to retrieve the items when his gaze fell upon 3 light blue, frost-laden diamond gems on the stall. The Ice Spirit Gem. Level 1 Ice Spirit Gem. A gem imbued with mysterious energy, capable of being embedded in equipment to trigger attribute resonance. When embedded in a weapon, it increases magic attack by 2 points. When embedded in armor, it enhances magic defense by 4 points. Priced at 1 silver and 25 copper. In the world of Genesis, 1 gold equals 100 silver, and 1 silver equals 100 copper. The current exchange rate between in-game currency and RMB is 5 copper coins for 1 yuan. Thus, a single ice spirit gem is equivalent to 25 yuan, surpassing the average price of 21 yuan at the auction house. However, given that transactions at the auction house were typically in cash, the in-game currency naturally commanded a higher price. Brother, let us negotiate. I happen to need an ice spirit gem. How about selling it to me for 1 silver and 20 copper? That matches the price I offered for the fur. So you won't even need to give me any cash? Lin Tian pondered for a moment and spoke with an inquiring tone. The mage, being a forthright individual, promptly agreed. He acquired the item for 110 copper and intended to sell it for 120 copper, thereby earning a profit of 10 copper. Thus, Lin Tian exchanged an unnecessary item for a gemstone. Eagerly, he embedded the ice spirit gem into a socket on the black gold mage sword, visibly enhancing his magical attack by 2 points. With this increase in power, his spirits lifted considerably. He did not rush to depart, but continued to converse with the stall-selling mage. Brother, I am quite curious. With all these raw materials you are collecting, do you aspire to become an alchemist? In the game, aside from their primary profession, each player could also learn a secondary profession, be it blacksmith, potion maker, equipment master, or array master, all collectively referred to as alchemists. Mages were particularly suited to become alchemists due to their extensive magical knowledge. In most instances, magical equipment proved more formidable than ordinary gear. Indeed, once I gather enough materials, I plan to forge several pieces of leather and cloth armor. I should be able to make a considerable profit, the mage replied, somewhat smugly. During the apprentice phase, one could only craft white-quality gear, yet such items remained highly coveted among players. Black iron equipment was scarce and often snatched up immediately upon release. In the entire novice village, few had the opportunity to utilize it. All right. If you manage to create high-attribute cloth armor, remember to save a piece for me, Lin Tian remarked. Absolutely, brother. I'll ensure you receive a favorable price, the mage assured, thumping his chest. As he departed, Lin Tian added him as a friend, Qian Shijiansheng. Passing the village entrance, he encountered Xie Zhuzhou and Ihanika, who had invited him to join their team in the afternoon. Both had reached level 6. Accompanying them was a level 6 archer. Xie Zhuzhou noticed him and smiled. Nodding in greeting, Lin Tian returned the gesture. His objective remained the Shadow Valley. The dewy forest, adjacent to the Shadow Valley, was a thicket teeming with herds of level 6 horned beasts. These earth element horned beasts, with their tough hides and substantial health, were not easier to defeat than the level 7 demonic flame rabbits. Hence, when he was level 4, he preferred to risk entering the perilous Shadow Valley to hunt rabbits rather than slay horned beasts. Carefully circumventing the herd of horned beasts, he was about to step into the Shadow Valley when he suddenly heard a cry for help. Help! Help! The voice was filled with terror. Lin Tian feigned ignorance, continuing his path toward the Shadow Valley without looking back. Hey, handsome warrior over there, save me. The desperate voice grew nearer, seemingly as if the person was running towards him. Oh, it's not me they are calling, he realized, for he was a mage, not a warrior. But why were they fleeing in his direction? Indomitable and eternal, save me. Upon seeing that he was ignoring her, the person directly called out his name. Lin Tian, helpless, had no choice but to halt his steps and turn around. Not far from him, a disheveled sorcerer, panic-stricken, stumbled towards him, pursued by an enraged, powerful horned horse. The sorcerer's health was reduced to a mere single point. It was not merely the threat of the horse's attack. Even a careless fall could prove fatal. Do not assist, Lin Tian remarked, leisurely crossing his arms as he observed the horned horse, which still possessed over 100 health points. Tears welled in the eyes of the cat-like creature, choked by his ungracious refusal, nearly gasping for breath. As the dark horn of the horse loomed threateningly above her, she cried out in desperation, Brother Wuji, please save me. I just reached level 5. I do not wish to lose a level. Sorcerers level up so slowly. How is that my concern? Lin Tian replied, turning away without a second thought. Chapter 15. The Weeping Cat. Though the weeping cat may appear adorable and sprightly, the notion of a hero saving a damsel in distress is utterly preposterous. Lin Tian, ever pragmatic, would never squander his efforts on endeavors devoid of merit. His time is more precious than that of anyone else. Furthermore, when it comes to the speed of early-level advancements, no practitioner of the arts dares claim superiority over a warlock. The warlock's greatest advantage lies in the ability to forge a pact with a creature, thereby augmenting their combat strength. Whether vanquishing foes or absorbing damage, they far surpass other vocations in ferocity. In Morning Light Village, Lin Tian had chanced upon a warlock, whose level had reached an astonishing 9. Thus, he was utterly impervious to the fabricated, pitiable visage of the weeping cat. Observing his departure without hesitation left her in a state of shock. She had never encountered such indifference. Was she not charming? Not beautiful? How could one so brazenly turn a blind eye to her plight? At that moment, she truly felt the urge to transform into a weeping feline. Suddenly, a furious roar from a wildebeest echoed behind her, charging forth. Startled, she swiftly accelerated, narrowly evading this lethal strike. "Brother, lend me your aid. I shall offer you a reward." In her desperation, she cried out. If Lin Tian remained inactive, her demise was imminent. Though warlocks possess great power, the creatures they summon can be both a boon and a peril. Most of a warlock's spells are designed to enhance the strength of their summoned entities. Their own offensive spells are rather feeble. Should a summoned creature perish without a timely replacement, the warlock's chances of triumph against adversaries dwindle significantly. The Weeping Cat's summoned creature had long since succumbed to the wildebeest assault. She was relentlessly pursued, unable to spare a moment to resummon. Lin Tian halted, but did not look back. "How much can you offer?" Overjoyed at the prospect of swaying him with money, the Weeping Cat blurted out, 20 copper. "Huh? Are you attempting to dismiss me like a beggar? Is your life worth a mere 4 coins? Do you have any notion of the value of a mage's mana?" Lin Tian replied coolly before resuming his path. 50 copper. "Brother Wuji, the price is negotiable." Seeing that he dismissed her initial offer, the Weeping Cat, with tears in her eyes, raised her bid. Lin Tian felt a flicker of temptation, yet such an extraordinary opportunity warranted a more substantial reward. 80 copper. "Agree, and I shall rescue you forthwith." The Weeping Cat, overwhelmed with anguish, countered, 70 copper. "I have a total of only 77 copper coins." "Deal." A faint smile graced Lin Tian's lips. He promptly turned around, conjuring a premeditated water tornado that accurately materialized beneath the wildebeest. The powerful water dragon did not launch the creature into the air, but rather effortlessly brought it crashing to the ground. The wildebeest bellowed in fury, struggling to rise, only to find 2 magical arrows, one black, one blue, hurtling toward it in quick succession. 3 consecutive strikes, each inflicting over 50 points of damage, instantaneously depleted the wildebeest's health. The formidable wildebeest was swiftly vanquished by Lin Tian's spell. The Weeping Cat's eyes widened in disbelief. "You are not a warrior. You are a mage?" After several moments of stunned silence, she finally reacted, her innocent inquiry punctuating the air. "It is evident to anyone with sight," Lin Tian replied curtly. Then, with an air of impatience, he demanded, "Pay up." "Very well. I presumed that those wielding swords were warriors," she muttered, reluctantly extracting 70 copper coins, hesitatingly handing them over to Lin Tian. In player transactions, any cash dealings incur a 5 service fee, whereas trades involving only in-game currency and items are exempt. However, the nature of stalls differs. Both cash and game currency transactions bear a service fee. With a look of indignation, the Weeping Cat gazed at Lin Tian. It was a trivial matter, yet he chose to extort her, depleting the meager savings she had painstakingly accumulated over several days. Were she not at a disadvantage, she would have summoned her contracted creature to eliminate this money-obsessed mage on the spot. Lin Tian, oblivious to her thoughts, proceeded towards the Shadow Valley. He believed he had been generous enough, having left behind the 2 copper coins dropped by the wildebeest. Upon entering the Shadow Valley and surveying the fields teeming with corrupted flame rabbits, a fiery determination ignited within his eyes. Today, he resolved to traverse the Shadow Valley 10 times. He would not log off until he reached level 7. After adjusting his mindset, Lin Tian commenced his endeavor. The corrosive arrow deepened the damage, while the venomous arrow inflicted ongoing toxic assaults, causing the corrupted flame rabbits to wail in agony. Just as he dispatched a monster, a female player with a novice staff entered the Shadow Valley, stealthily approaching him from behind. It was none other than the sorceress, the Weeping Cat. "What brings you here?" Lin Tian inquired, perplexed. Battling level 6 monsters was already arduous. Did she really intend to challenge level 7 creatures alone? The weeping cat remained silent, pouting her rosy lips. System prompt. The weeping cat invites you to join her party. Do you accept? After collecting the spoils from the wildebeest, the weeping cat felt increasingly irate. It was merely a flick of her hand that had effortlessly cost her 70 copper coins. She felt utterly cheated and could not swallow her frustration. So she pursued Lin Tian. She had discerned that Lin Tian wielded a black iron weapon, indicating significant strength. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched the wildebeest with just 3 skills. Thus, she resolved that if Lin Tian were to accompany her in leveling up, it would compensate for her loss and soothe her wounded spirit. Lin Tian? A large question mark loomed in his mind. Declined. He was well versed in battling the corrupted flame rabbits and had no desire to carry an encumbrance. This female sorceress was clearly a novice, akin to a complete newcomer to the game, clueless and inept. As he declined her offer, the weeping cat renewed her request to form a party. How is she so similar to Zhu Qingyan? Relentlessly persistent? Lin Tian ultimately acquiesced to her invitation, joining her party. Observing her tiny lips pursed as if reaching for the heavens, he understood that her persistence would not wane if he did not acquiesce. She would continue to engage him indefinitely. After all, he had just procured 70 copper coins from her, and she had not acted to his detriment. Unlike with Zhu Qingyan, he could not simply resolve the matter with lethal finality. With a sense of resignation, he inquired, "What on earth do you desire?" Upon his entry into the team, the weeping cat-like figure instantly transformed her demeanor, donning a charming smile. "Oh, nothing much. I'm here to help you level up. Are you not aware that warlocks advance swiftly? 200 hit points, and you claim that advancement is rapid? I hardly believe you. You wicked old hag. Due to the assistance of contracted creatures in battle, the warlock's growth coefficient in terms of health was inferior to that of the mage. A single point of constitution could only augment health by 6 points. With each level gained, health increased by 12 points. Chapter 16. The little devil the weeping cat possessed an astonishing 200 life points, rivaling most warriors. Who could have guessed that she might have allocated all her attribute points to vitality? However, this meant her attack power must be exceedingly low. No wonder it was so arduous to combat an antelope alongside her contracted creature. Yet, now that the weeping cat had attached herself to him, there was no way to rid himself of her. "I want to budge. Unless you take me to level up, I shall follow you wherever you go, or you must slay me." She displayed an audacious defiance, akin to a pig unperturbed by boiling water, which made the usually composed Lin Tian nearly lose his temper. Suppressing the urge to eliminate her, Lin Tian wrestled with his thoughts for several minutes before finally conceding. "Fine. I'll only play for 2 hours before logging off. Remember, just 2 hours." "Yay," she exclaimed excitedly. Lin Tian shook his head and said, "What about your contracted creature? Let me see it." He hoped her beast would possess some strength, lest it be utterly inept. "All right," she cheerfully agreed. As she chanted incantations, a swirling black mist enveloped the area, and an exceedingly nauseating sensation washed over him, nearly making him retch. Once the black fog dissipated, an unsightly monster appeared before him. "You imbecile! You actually contracted with a denizen of hell." Upon beholding the creature, Lin Tian, who had always maintained his composure, lost his poise for the first time. His reaction was so intense that the weeping cat looked adorably confused, innocently asking, "What's wrong? Is there a problem? Is there a problem? It's a monumental issue." Lin Tian deeply regretted his earlier moment of weakness. He should have resolutely ignored her, knowing she would eventually tire of the game and leave. For the grotesque creature before him was none other than a little devil from hell. During the character creation process in Genesis, there had been an in-depth introduction to the game's worldview. Most players hastily skimmed through it, but Lin Tian attentively absorbed every detail. The descriptions of the 2 major planes, the Abyss and Hell, were particularly comprehensive. The beings from Hell were characterized by an array of terrifying, treacherous, cunning, and malevolent attributes. An overwhelming number of negative descriptors were employed to depict these creatures. In theory, a warlock could indeed forge contracts with beings from the Abyss and even Hell. Yet it was exceedingly rare for anyone to be foolish enough to do so. For the moment a Hell creature is summoned, Its primary objective is to eliminate the summoner. Once the master is slain, the contract becomes void, granting it freedom. Hell creatures possess an innate dominance over beings from the material realm. If they manage to escape, they can wreak tremendous havoc. Most critically, should it establish a foothold in the material world. Other formidable entities from Hell would use it as a corporeal anchor to forcibly open a portal, facilitating a large-scale invasion of Hell into the mortal realm. The Weeping Cat was astonishingly naive. With her strength and intellect, could she possibly hope to subdue a cunning little devil? If the little demon were to eliminate her, Lin Tian would also be unable to escape. Fortunately, this little demon is only at level 1. It is likely that she can only summon hellish creatures of the same level. Should the little demon ascend to level 10 and progress to the next tier, even if Lin Tian also reached level 10, he would stand no chance against her. The dark spells that the little demon instinctively comprehends could effortlessly reduce him, who lacks any resistance to dark magic, to a puddle of viscous goo. It is precisely because the little demon is at level 1, without any spells and relying solely on her physical strength, that she was easily crushed by the kudu with a single kick. The might of a warlock comes at a cost. For every creature they forge a pact with, they must pay with a fragment of their own life, which, in the context of a player, translates to a loss of experience. To resummon a creature requires a 10 deduction of experience. The Tearful Cat, at level 5, faced not only the repercussions of poor attribute allocation but also suffered significant experience loss due to the little demon's frequent deaths. Displaying a fierce countenance, the little demon bared her claws at him. He delivered a powerful kick that sent her flying. Upon returning, she appeared considerably more subdued, though her gaze still betrayed malice. Lin Tian did not respond to the Tearful Cat but instead inquired, "Can you summon other magical beasts? Even creatures from the abyss would suffice." She resolutely shook her head, stating no. To her knowledge, such an anomaly could not occur. Yet, her very presence here indicated one undeniable truth. She had chosen the wrong profession. Her talents and aptitude were ill-suited for the warlock class. Much like Lin Tian himself, whose affinity for fire elements was merely 80, he had never contemplated learning fire spells. Even if offered a skill book for free, he would not consider it. Such an efficiency was a waste of time and not worth pursuing. "You must realize that you are not suited for the warlock profession," he concluded. The Tearful Cat, feeling wronged, replied, "I know. During the system assessment, I was advised to choose the priest class. However, I thought being a warlock, with an adorable pet right from the start, would be so cool. So I chose warlock instead." Lin Tian was taken aback. Only she would dare to treat the little demon as a pet in the entire Genesis world. "I regret it now. Is there any way to remedy this?" she asked, her heart shuddering at the sight of the filthy little demon, drooling with unknown slime. "No. You must fend for yourself," he replied curtly. Without extraordinary luck, should she ever acquire a class change scroll in the future, she would be stuck with the warlock path. "You are of little use to me. However, if you insist on leveling up with me, you shall only receive 1/3 of all monster drops. Can you accept that?" Lin Tian, a pragmatist, pondered briefly before stating flatly, "Humph, what a miserly man. Only knows how to deceive and exploit girls," she thought resentfully. Yet, on the surface, she managed to muster a somewhat forced smile, saying, "No problem." Her level 1 imp possesses a mere 80 health points and a physical attack of 20. She must be cautious not to let it perish inadvertently, while simultaneously utilizing it to combat monsters. Such a task feels rather forced, and proves to be of little utility. Although she contemplated forging a pact with a level 5 imp, the reality is that she cannot even overcome a level 3 imp. In fact, she had just ascended to level 5 the previous day, only to be slain by the very level 3 imp she had summoned herself. Consequently, she lost 50 of her experience and reverted to level 4. To add insult to injury, the imp fled. Fortunately, being merely level 3, it could not stir much trouble and was devoured by other beasts within 5 minutes. What lies ahead is a tedious and protracted period of grinding for levels. The skills of a warlock, often referred to as spells or witchcraft, are more accurately aligned with the themes of darkness, blood, and souls. Chapter 17. The Central Plains Marauders. Currently, the character known as Tearful Cat possesses 5 skills, 3 of which are related to contract creatures. One skill involves the signing and summoning of contract creatures, another allows for the expenditure of magical power to heal these beings, and the third temporarily bestows a protective shield upon them, enhancing their defense. The only skill that truly belongs to her is the Shadow Arrow. Fortunately, the cooldown period for Shadow Arrow is brief, lasting merely 2 seconds. The final skill is True Eye, which serves to inspect the attributes of targets, functioning similarly to a Mage's vision. When engaging in team-based leveling, experience points are augmented. For instance, when Lin Tian independently defeats a monster, he gains 23 experience points. But when he collaborates with her to vanquish a creature, he receives 15 points. In comparison, team efficiency proves to be superior. His magical attack power nears 3 times that of Tearful Cat, drawing nearly all monster aggro towards him, ensuring that the little demon remains unscathed and thus secure. Within less than an hour, he ascended to level 2. Accounting for a minute spent in meditation to replenish his magic, they averaged the defeat of 6 monsters per minute. After 1 hour, Tearful Cat reached level 6. An hour and a half later, a frost shard pierced a rabbit's body, yielding approximately 8,200 experience points. Allowing Lin Tian to finally attain level 6, he allocated all 5 attribute points to Spirit, resulting in a staggering magic power of 530. Given the multitude of skills he possesses, his magical consumption escalates rapidly, necessitating a priority on enhancing his magic value. To progress from level 6 to 7, Tearful Cat requires 7,000 experience points, while he himself needs a daunting 35,000. The sheer volume of experience required evokes a sense of despair within him when compared to Tearful Cat's needs. He has merely grasped the spells of the water, dark, blood, light, and poison schools. The thought of becoming a full-fledged mage, with additional schools such as fire, earth, and space, fills him with a profound sense of hopelessness. After reaching level 6, he did not pause, but rather intensified his efforts in monster hunting. He fought his way from the entrance of Shadow Valley to the location of the elite boss, only to find that the boss had not yet respawned. The respawn time for gold and below-grade bosses is 12 hours, with their locations being somewhat unpredictable within a certain range. The shape of Shadow Valley is elongated, and upon reaching this point, advancing further leads to even higher-level monsters. The most numerous among these is a 9-level burrowing beetle, the size of a grinding wheel, adorned with a thick, spiky shell. This creature possesses high defense and substantial health, capable of launching its spikes for both ranged and melee attacks, with attributes that do not counter each other and lacking any damage bonuses. Engaging such a foe at his current level of 6 would be less efficient than targeting the level 7 demonic flame rabbit. Thus, Lin Tian turned back, retracing his steps toward the valley entrance. During this time, no members of the 7 killers sought trouble. They understood that a mere 2 or 3 individuals would be insufficient to challenge Lin Tian, risking their own losses in the process. Should a larger group approach, Lin Tian could easily evade them. Shadow Valley is vast, and they would struggle to locate him swiftly. Lin Tian cherishes his own life above all, as the Light Sentinel can be promptly re-established to monitor the entrance once it fades. Despite her lower attack power, Tearful Cat possesses her own merits. Her personality is vibrant and lively, and she occasionally shares amusing anecdotes from her school life. Her melodious laughter infuses a touch of vitality into the otherwise monotonous process of battling monsters. It is uncertain whether she has enhanced her appearance, but judging by her current image, she is charming and delightful, bringing joy to those around her. She mentioned that it was under her roommate's encouragement that she ventured into the realm of online gaming for the first time. However, her roommate's initial act upon entering the game was to seek out dashing young men to play with, leaving her utterly forgotten. Thus, she continued to grind until the early hours of the morning, reaching level 7. Exhausted, she could no longer hold on and decided to log off. Before doing so, she sent a friend request to Lin Tian, who hesitated briefly before accepting. Aside from being somewhat naive and overly chatty, she is, on the whole, a decent person. After a grueling 6 or 7 hours of intense monster hunting, Lin Tian amassed a total of 3 silver and 10 copper coins, along with 25 flame rabbit furs and a pair of white bracers. The rudimentary bracers are magical bracers of level 4, providing 2 points of physical defense and 5 points of magical defense. Their market value is approximately 5 silver, equivalent to about 100 yuan. Aside from a weapon and a ring, he was clad entirely in novice gear. Given the current scarcity of equipment, he claimed the bracers without hesitation, offering the tearful cat girl 2 silver coins as compensation. The magical bracers could also be utilized by the tearful cat girl. When she witnessed Lin Tian equipping the bracers, the expression of sorrow on her lovely face was enough to soften the hearts of most men. Unfortunately, Lin Tian belonged to that small minority devoid of compassion. He paid no heed to her subtle gestures. Whether she feigned cuteness or displayed a cold demeanor, it was entirely ineffective. After the tearful cat girl logged off, Lin Tian continued to grind alone for an additional 2 hours, achieving 30% experience towards level 6. As weariness overcame him, he prepared to log off and retire for the night. At that moment, a system broadcast caught his attention. The system announcement, laughing at the demon of heaven, friends of Dawn Village. Whoever can assist me in slaying the knight who stole my black iron equipment, the Central Plains bandit, will be rewarded with 1,000 yuan, provided there is video evidence to verify the claim. Furthermore, the black iron equipment will be returned to its rightful owner. I promise to uphold my word. He is currently fleeing westward towards the Dew Forest. To issue a system broadcast like this, a magical trumpet is required. In a small area like Dawn Village, a small magical trumpet can ensure that everyone hears the message. However, magical trumpets are consumable items of great rarity. He had only seen them at the auction house twice, each starting at a price of 500 yuan. Such a wealthy individual. 500 yuan equates to 25 silver coins. After toiling for 3 days, he would be hard-pressed to earn that much. When factoring in the cost of mana potions and equipment repairs, the time needed would double. It is uncertain how furious the laughing at the demon of heaven must be to spend such a significant amount on vengeance. It is worth noting that he had stolen the elite boss from 7 kills, acquiring 2 pieces of black iron equipment in total, leaving 7 kills in a dire state and suffering a silent loss. Moreover, Zhu Qingyan from 7 kills had spent a fortune to reclaim the black iron weapon that was originally hers. Suddenly, a key phrase caught his keen attention. West of the Dew Forest? The Shadow Valley is precisely situated to the west of the Dew Forest, is it not? Surely. It cannot be mere coincidence that the Central Plains marauders have fortuitously fled to the Shadow Valley. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Lin Tian was instantly invigorated, shedding all traces of fatigue. It would be absurd not to accept the fortune bestowed upon him by the heavens in the form of gold and equipment. He held steadfast belief in his own prowess. No matter how formidable the Central Plains marauders were, could they truly rival a former professional player such as himself? After replenishing his magical energy through meditation, he hastened towards the entrance of the Shadow Valley. The Light Sentinel was not stationed at the valley's mouth, compelling him to personally intercept at the entrance, lest the Central Plains marauders slip away. Chapter 18. Chaos. As Lin Tian arrived at the entrance of the Shadow Valley, he was met by a knight wielding a shield, charging towards him. His expression shifted slightly. The knight was none other than the Central Plains marauder. The name, written in blood red, suggested a recent massacre, having claimed countless lives. Clad in full armor, the gleam of his steel shield and ethereal spear revealed that they were forged from black iron. The heavy armor he wore shimmered with dark energy, clearly a high-quality black iron set. Though his Mage's vision was insufficient to unveil detailed equipment attributes, the discerned properties were striking. A level of 9 and a staggering 400 health points, sending a jolt of alarm through Lin Tian's heart. Why was he so formidable? Lin Tian silently lamented, realizing he was facing a tough adversary, standing at least 9 meters tall. The Central Plains marauder's eyes glinted with brutality as he charged forward without hesitation. A swirling torrent of earthy combat energy emanated from him, causing his steel shield to swell in size. With one hand brandishing the spear and the other holding the shield aloft, he launched an audacious assault. Like a human-shaped bear, he carved a yellow trench through the air. The half-man-height shield bore down upon Lin Tian, and before it could strike, the sheer force of the wind threatened to topple him. He dared not be struck by the shield, for the alternative was certain doom. Despite being at a disadvantage, Lin Tian remained composed. Just a moment before the marauder reached him, he unleashed Water Tornado, hitting the marauder squarely. -26. Unfortunately, the heavily armored knight was well-equipped and of towering stature. The impact of water tornado was negligible, merely causing him to falter momentarily. However, that brief moment was sufficient for Lin Tian to turn the tide. In a split second, he sidestepped the Marauder's charge. Yet, just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the Marauder reacted with alarming speed, thrusting his spear and sweeping it across Lin Tian's back. Lin Tian was sent flying 2 meters. -50. The pain was acute. Even with his sensory system dialed down to 1, he still felt a sting, a testament to the Marauder's might. Lin Tian's single skill had only depleted a fraction of the Marauder's health, while the Marauder's strike had obliterated a third of his own. The disparity was overwhelming. He could not prevail. The realization dawned upon him. The difference in their equipment levels was insurmountable, beyond what skill could compensate for. Moreover, the Marauder's technique and combat awareness were no less formidable than his own. It was no wonder he had the audacity to seize the black iron gear from the wealthy and arrogant. Had he ambushed first, he might have had a chance to slay his opponent. However, the initiative was lost, making victory seem unlikely. Nevertheless, the Marauder's strength did not instill fear. Rather, it ignited Lin Tian's fighting spirit. Until the outcome was determined, no one could foresee life or death. The Central Plains Marauder was the first opponent worthy of his full attention since entering Genesis. He did not wish to miss this opportunity to test his strength and enhance his abilities. Hastily, he consumed a vial of the alchemical life elixir, gradually restoring his vitality. However, to his astonishment, the Central Plains Marauder's charge did not strike him. After a momentary freeze, it unexpectedly veered away, plunging into the Shadow Valley, swiftly disappearing from sight. The battle commenced rapidly and ended even more swiftly. Lin Tian stood frozen in place. What could it mean that the Central Plains Marauder chose not to engage him? It did not take long for him to comprehend the reason. Within 5 seconds, just as his health was fully restored, 8 individuals surged forth from the Shadow Valley, representing a myriad of professions. These individuals bore an imposing demeanor, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Leading the charge was a female warlock. Upon spotting Lin Tian, she bellowed with a fierce tone, "Hey, did you see which direction the Central Plains Marauder fled?" Lin Tian realized. It turned out the Marauder was being pursued, leaving no time to confront him. In truth, engaging him had never crossed the Marauder's mind. The charge was merely a means to bypass him. The pursuers undoubtedly shared his motives, their eyes set on the black iron equipment and the bounty. The warlock's contracted beast was a formidable black bear, far more formidable than the typical tearful feline. Lin Tian paid no heed to her belligerent attitude, casually gesturing towards the direction of the Shadow Valley. "Quick, pursue. Do not let him escape." With the Marauder's escape route revealed, the warlock sprang into action, rallying her companions as they charged into the Shadow Valley like a swarm of hornets. Lin Tian, merely a level 6 mage, although wielding what appeared to be black iron equipment, was disregarded by the warlock. Currently, the Marauder was their primary target. Slaying him would not only yield black iron gear and a bounty, but more importantly, it was a means of avenging their fallen comrades. Indeed, their party had intercepted the Central Plains Marauder, yet he had managed to escape, resulting in the deaths of 3 of her companions, one of whom was her boyfriend. Thus, she pursued relentlessly, vowing not to relent until her enemies were vanquished. Once the group faded from view, Lin Tian revealed a cryptic smile. Should Xu Qinghuan be present, she would undoubtedly sense a profound familiarity. After waiting for 5 minutes without spotting anyone else heading towards the Shadow Valley, Lin Tian positioned the light sentinel behind a withered tree at the valley's entrance and ventured into the depths of the Shadow Valley. The warlock's fierce attitude and the palpable bloodlust emanating from her companions were unmistakable, clearly observed by Lin Tian. He was certain that had they not been preoccupied with the Marauder, they would have undoubtedly sought to eliminate him first. If the enemy is merciless, then I shall be unprincipled. I shall extinguish the seeds of danger before they take root. Although he could not face these desperate individuals alone, there remained a glimmer of opportunity amidst the chaos as they entangled with the Central Plains Marauder. Combat? It is precisely what he relished. After all, the essence of gaming lies in the exhilarating thrill of battle. Continuing his pursuit, Lin Tian arrived at the elevated platform where the elite boss had previously been located. discovering a melee unfolding before him. At this moment, the Central Plains Marauder was battered and bruised, besieged by relentless assaults. The female sorceress, Liang Lingwan, along with her party of 8, has suffered the loss of 2 members, leaving only 6 remaining. However, the current state of battle is decidedly unfavorable for the Central Plains Marauders. Initially, they relied on a sudden and unexpected charge, successfully eliminating 2 members of Liang Lingwan's group. Yet, the presence of a healer on the opposing side significantly altered the dynamics. Once the initial chaos subsided, the Marauders found it exceedingly difficult to swiftly dispatch even a single foe. They shifted their focus to the healer, hoping to exploit a breach in their defenses. But this strategy only exacerbated their predicament. Among the 6 remaining, 1 archer refrained from direct engagement, instead poised to unleash a frost-laden arrow whenever the Marauders attempted to charge the healer, momentarily hindering their advance. The scales of battle gradually began to tip in favor of Liang Lingwan's side. Chapter 19. United against the enemy as time progressed. The Central Plains Marauders found themselves increasingly powerless. If this continued, defeat was merely a matter of time. He had contemplated retreating deeper into the Shadow Valley. Yet the lurking dangers were fraught with level 9 monsters. Venturing there would subject him to relentless assaults from both monsters and the likes of Liang Bo and Lang Nuan, rendering his situation even more precarious. After narrowly evading the ferocious attack of Liang Bo and Lang Nuan's black bear, the Central Plains Marauder was alarmed to find his health diminished to a mere 150 points, with the alchemical life potion still cooling down for another 30 seconds. Survival seemed an unattainable hope. The onslaught from Liang Bo and Lang Nuan grew increasingly fierce, driving him toward a dead end. In this dire moment, the Central Plains Marauder wielded his iron shield to deflect a warrior's strike and bellowed towards a towering tree not far away, sorcerer hidden behind there. Will you not lend your hand? Once I am slain, they shall not spare you either. Upon hearing these words, Liang Bo and Lang Nuan were taken aback, astonished at the revelation of an ambush waiting to capitalize on their potential downfall. Liang Bo immediately dispatched the black bear, only to discover that there was no one lurking behind the tree. How dare you play tricks on me? Liang Bo's face turned ashen with fury. Seizing the moment of distraction, the Central Plains Marauder almost managed to break free. However, Liang Bo, fueled by rage, renewed the pressure on him. Indomitable and limitless, how long do you intend to hide? If I perish at their hands, do you truly believe you can contend with 6 of them plus a pet? In desperation, the Central Plains Marauder cried out again. Central Plains Marauder, cease your futile struggles. Your petty tricks hold no sway over me. Surrender all your black iron gear, and I shall forego the 1,000 yuan bounty from the Laughing Demon, ensuring your survival. You've been marked red for at least 20 hours now. Should you die, you will lose 2 levels. Think wisely. Although Liang Bo was aware that the Central Plains Marauder was attempting to deceive him, he felt compelled to verify the area behind the tree. Finding no signs of life, he relaxed his vigilance, seizing the opportunity to entice him. Despite the Marauder's blood-red name indicating imminent demise and the high likelihood of dropping black iron gear upon death, Liang Bo was not satisfied. He aspired to strip the Marauder of every piece of black iron equipment, leaving nothing behind. What if the Marauder's death yielded only a handful of copper coins and a few potions? Such a scenario was not beyond the realm of possibility. Thus, Liang Bo initiated negotiations with the Central Plains Marauder. Yet, even if the Marauder acceded to her demands, she had no intentions of sparing him. Indomitable and limitless, I possess an ancient treasure map of the Blood Elves. Should you assist me, regardless of the outcome, I shall share this map with you. The Central Plains Marauder disregarded Liang Bo's enticements and instead raised his voice, casting forth a grand bait. He was no fool. How could he easily trust her words? Their sole objective was to kill and plunder. They would not relent until they had extracted every last ounce from him. At this juncture, her attempts at deception were merely a tactic to prevent him from acting in desperation, as he prepares to unleash his fury. Causing chaos even in his final moments is hardly a challenge. To the Central Plains ruffians, it is futile to hope for rescue in the desolate Shadow Valley. Even if they scream at the top of their lungs, no one will come to their aid. Witnessing the relentless mockery directed at her, Liang Bo Lang Nuan felt a surge of anger. However, just as her words fell, a startled gasp echoed nearby. A water vortex erupted from the feet of the only priest in the group, the force of the magical impact sending him crashing to the ground, interrupting his healing spell. Liang Bo Lang once swiftly turned to look. Not far behind, atop a pile of rubble, a young mage was chanting incantations. A black arrow coalescing under the power of magical runes. That mage was the very one who had directed her at the entrance of Shadow Valley. Instantly, her fury ignited. Had she known, she would have eliminated him earlier. How dare a mere mage attempt a sneak attack? Lin Tian remained unfazed, his sword in hand, and with no surprise. The corrosive arrow struck the priest, who had just risen from the ground. -49. Kill him, Liang Bo Langwan shouted, her anger boiling over. Pointing her staff at Lin Tian. At her command, the assassin beside her immediately drew his dagger, activated his stealth, and stealthily approached Lin Tian. Lin Tian, however, paid him no mind, preparing for his next spell. Deadly Poison Arrow. -62. With the combined force of Water Vortex, Corrosive Arrow, and Deadly Poison Arrow, he inflicted over 150 points of damage, sending the already weakened priest to meet his demise. Meanwhile, the hidden assassin had reached Lin Tian's side, his dagger glowing with a sanguine hue as he lunged forward for a vicious strike. But the next moment, the assassin's eyes widened in disbelief. -1. Unbeknownst to him, a layer of translucent energy enveloped Lin Tian, rendering his attack a mere 1 point of damage. His mana had decreased by 60 points. The seemingly trivial mana shield had transformed into an extraordinary defense now that Lin Tian's mana exceeded 500. Yet, the assassin's close-quarter assault was indeed fierce. Had he activated the shield a second later, the consequences could have been dire. On the other side, Lin Tian's timely ambush had thrown Liang Bo Langwan and her companions into disarray. With the priest slain, the warriors facing the Central Plains ruffians became anxious. Deprived of healing, the Central Plains ruffians, true masters of combat, seized the fleeting opportunity, forcefully pushing the black bear aside with their steel shield, charging forward recklessly. A crimson lance pierced through the warrior's body, extinguishing his life. Subsequently, they charged at Liang Bo Langwan. With an unguarded opening before her, she was utterly defenseless. Fortunately, the formidable bear intervened, blocking the charge. The Central Plains ruffian resembled a human tyrannosaurus, exhibiting immense strength as he collided with the 2-meter-tall black bear, sending it flying. Awe-inspiring might, the ethereal spear effortlessly penetrated Liang Bo Langwan's fragile form. Bang! Subsequently, the marauders from the Central Plains swung their shields, striking her face with tremendous force. The unfortunate sorceress was brutally slain by the iron shield on the spot. Within a mere 10 seconds, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, 3 out of the 6. Comprising a sorceress, a priest, and a warrior, were mercilessly dispatched. The situation turned precarious, leaving only 2 archers and an assassin to confront the onslaught. The pressure on the marauders from the Central Plains diminished significantly as they charged toward the remaining adversaries. Lin Tian, with an expression of cold indifference, braced against the assassin's assault while relentlessly bombarding the 2 archers with spells. As anticipated, within 30 seconds, both the archers and the assassin fell victim to their combined might. Sensing impending doom, the assassin attempted to flee but was swiftly unmasked by a marauder's instinctive shield strike. Lin Tian then finished the combat with an ice spear, bringing the battle to a definitive close. Chapter 20. An unlikely acquaintance. After vanquishing his foes, the Black Gold Sword pointed ominously towards the Central Plains marauder. Indeed, the marauder posed significant pressure upon him. A robust figure with a rugged appearance and a face adorned with a scraggly beard, he embodied the essence of a middle-aged man. It remained uncertain whether this was his true visage or a deliberate guise of grotesqueness. In stark contrast to his exterior, he possessed formidable strength and a meticulous mind. The Central Plains marauder had long discerned his concealment behind the pile of rubble, yet he feigned ignorance, claiming it to be behind a great tree. Methodically, step by step, he dismantled the suspicions harbored by Liang Bo and his companions, masterfully employing the fable of the wolf's arrival. Brother, we are not adversaries. Harbor no enmity towards me. Had I intended to slay you, I would have acted at the valley's entrance. You are a wise man. You must see that, the marauder declared. Observing Lin Tian squinting dangerously, seemingly poised for action, he quickly donned a facade of joviality. In response, Lin Tian offered a slight smile, dispelling his magical aura, causing the swirling runes to settle. "Let us first collect the spoils. Whoever finds them shall claim them," he proposed, surveying the disarray strewn across the ground. "Very well." The two swiftly cleared the debris, gathering the various items that had emerged. In truth, there was little of value, apart from some potions and a handful of copper coins. The only noteworthy acquisition was a leather armor suited for archers. Secret silver armor, white level, 6 physical defense, 8 magical defense, 9 durability, 110 requirement. Agility 9, he promptly listed it at an auction house with a starting bid of 100 coins. In the auction house, one could set a fixed price or an opening bid, with the highest bidder claiming the item. "What have you got? Show me," Lin Tian inquired. The Central Plains marauder, unfaltering, retrieved a tattered piece of parchment from his backpack. Scrawled upon it were a few crooked lines and incomprehensible markings. To Lin Tian's astonishment, the so-called Blood Elf ruins lay directly along the path through the Shadow Valley. The journey ahead would be long, with the cave beetles merely serving as an appetizer. Clearly, with his current level and prowess, he was ill-equipped to unearth treasures from the ruins. In truth, even without the treasure map, he would have emerged to assist the Central Plains marauder in eliminating Liang Bo and his ilk. Whether the marauder lived or died hinged entirely upon his conduct. After all, Lin Tian bore no ill will towards him. When the marauder offered the Blood Elf's treasure map as an incentive for his assistance, Lin Tian resolved to form a temporary alliance. He recalled that he had a quest involving the divine blood elixir, one of which required elven blood. While blood elves may not rival high elves, they still belong to the elven lineage. Their blood held efficacy nonetheless. How fortuitous. As he had been ruminating on where to acquire elven blood, it was as if a pillow was presented just as he began to doze off. "Hey, my friend, are you not concerned that I might not honor my word? Moreover, Liang Bo and his associates have a considerable following. Are you not worried about offending them?" The Central Plains marauder queried, somewhat astonished after stowing the treasure map. To his surprise, Lin Tian merely shook his head. "You may deceive me, but it matters not. For unless fate prevents our paths from crossing again, I shall ensure your discomfort. Presently, I may lack the means to contend with you due to my inferior level and equipment," he intently declared, fixing his gaze upon the Central Plains bandit. The bandit, seemingly contemplative, nodded in acknowledgement. From Lin Tian's precise timing in combat and his fierce style, it was evident that he was no ordinary mage. Moreover, he wielded an array of diverse spells, each exhibiting formidable power, demonstrating his exceptional magical aptitude and immense potential. As for fearing their wrath, Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, countering. "Are you afraid?" "Ha! Would I be afraid?" The Central Plains bandit laughed heartily, disdain etched across his face. A mysterious smile graced Lin Tian's countenance. After exchanging glances, they both erupted into laughter. Lin Tian dared to confront the formidable 7 killers, while the Central Plains bandit boldly mocked the Tiansha. Both were undaunted souls, unafraid of the heavens or the earth. "You do not inquire why the Tiansha has placed a substantial bounty on my head." After a brief pause, the Central Plains bandit, having fully restored his health, curiously asked. "I have no interest," Lin Tian casually replied, having replenished his magical energy as well. "Very well," the bandit, feeling somewhat foolish, continued. "However, I intend to share my story with you. In truth, it was not my intention to seize the Tiansha's black iron equipment. My team was annihilated by an elite boss, and as luck would have it, I happened upon the remnants and vanquished the weakened boss. Claiming the black iron equipment as my own, he requested that I sell it to him. This black iron spear I hold is one such item." He brandished the spear, declaring, "As a knight, this black iron spear serves me well, and I am not in need of mere trifles." Naturally, he declined. After his revival, he purchased a black iron necklace from me. When I refused to sell the spear, he turned hostile, surrounding me with his subordinates, only to meet his demise at my hands. Enraged, he issued a bounty for my head. "Oh, I see." Upon hearing the Central Plains bandit recount the events, Lin Tian grasped the situation. The matter was not one of right or wrong. Though the bandit acted somewhat unscrupulously, he merely stumbled upon a fortunate circumstance, which was hardly blameworthy. Furthermore, he had sold the necklace to the Tian Sha, displaying a measure of benevolence. Ultimately, it was the Tian Sha's lack of preparedness that led to this predicament. For even in the absence of the Central Plains bandit, others would have likely seized the opportunity to slay the boss. Naturally, from the Tian Sha's perspective, this was a profound humiliation, a deep-seated grudge. Through their brief encounter, Lin Tian recognized that the Central Plains bandit possessed a generous and open-minded character, which was rather commendable. Were he in the bandit's shoes, pursued by the Tian Sha, he would undoubtedly eliminate anyone obstructing his path, regardless of the pursuing forces closing in. Yet, the Central Plains bandit merely repelled him without taking lethal advantage. Brother, we have found camaraderie through conflict. I sense a connection between us. Shall we become friends? In times of hardship, we could assist one another. The Central Plains bandit suddenly proposed. Certainly, Lin Tian affirmed, sharing the sentiment. The Central Plains marauder is forthright and possesses formidable strength, making him a worthy companion. Should he find himself besieged by the 7 Killers Legion in the future, he can call upon this ally for assistance. After adding each other as friends, the Central Plains marauder remarked, Wuji, I must return to repair my equipment. Once you reach level 9, I shall get in touch. Together, we can seek out the treasure map of the Blood Elves. What do you say? Absolutely, Lin Tian replied. His own plan also involved waiting until he attained level 9 or 10. Venturing out now would be akin to delivering oneself as an offering. Prior to that, apart from leveling up, he needed to devise a way to acquire dragon's blood and sunflowers. Chapter 21. Wui after the Central Plains marauders departed. Lin Tian continued to hunt rabbits for an additional hour, elevating his experience to 6 levels and 36. He then logged off to rest. The ecological gaming pod, indeed, possesses a sleep function capable of automatically adjusting to the most comfortable sleeping environment. However, the confined space within the pod pales in comparison to the comfort of a spacious bed. Well, let us conclude for today. Everyone has worked hard. We shall continue tomorrow. Zhao Feng encouraged his teammates with a smile after a day of arduous training. All right, Captain, you should also rest early. The team members bid him farewell in unison. Once all had departed, Zhao Feng glanced around the deserted town before logging out of the game. Emerging from the pod, he dragged his weary body to the lounge. He reclined on the sofa, staring blankly at the chandelier on the ceiling, revealing a hint of confusion and helplessness. Indeed, the very space they had trained in was none other than Genesis. The past 3 months had been exceedingly challenging for them, for reasons unknown. Ever since Lin Tian left the illustrious team, they had not secured a single victory in any official match over the subsequent 3 months. Their sole win had been in a casual all-star exhibition match. As the captain, Zhao Feng had endured countless reprimands and insults from company executives. The once glorious team had plummeted to its nadir, shrouded in a persistent cloud of despondency that refused to dissipate. The situation was beyond the effective resolution of anyone within the company. With the decline of the league, the rise of Genesis was merely a matter of time before it supplanted the league's prominence. In a moment of inspiration, a certain bigwig within the company proposed that the illustrious team adapt to the times, embracing the trend and shifting their focus to Genesis. Perhaps a change in environment would yield improvement. So far, the results appeared promising, with each team member brimming with enthusiasm. Yet, only Zhao Feng understood the glaring truth. Each member of the illustrious team possessed formidable strength, making them nearly unmatched in the game. However, when united as a cohesive unit, their combat prowess diminished drastically. Falling several tiers, Zhao Feng comprehended the underlying reasons all too well, yet he found himself unable to confide in anyone. What they lacked most was the spirit of tenacity, an indomitable momentum, and the courage to face formidable foes without fear of life and death. Once, they had possessed these qualities. But since the day they surrendered in a match against the royal family team, they had lost them. To this day, they had yet to reclaim that spirit. Sighing deeply, Zhao Feng lamented. He had made every effort to dissuade Lin Tian from his resolute departure from the team and had extended numerous invitations for him to return after his exit. Yet, Lin Tian remained unwavering, preferring to incur hefty penalties to sever all ties with the illustrious team. Within the illustrious team, Lin Tian may not have been the strongest in terms of individual prowess, but his unwavering fighting spirit surpassed that of anyone else. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was already midnight. Who would be calling him at such an hour? He picked up his phone, revealing an unfamiliar number from a distant location. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to answer. "Hello, may I speak with Captain Zhao Feng?" A clear, melodious female voice resonated from the other end. The voice was so exquisite that he had scarcely encountered such beauty before. Not only did she address him by name, indicating familiarity, but he also sensed an odd familiarity with her voice, as if he had heard it before. "This is I. Who might you be?" He replied. "I am Wu Yi. Over 3 months ago, I visited your company and participated in a star-studded exhibition match with you. Do you remember?" Wu Yi, the most sensational member of Huaxia's hottest girl group, the Miracle Troupe. She served as the lead dancer, rapidly rising in popularity and becoming one of the most beloved figures among the audience. How could he possibly forget? During the last All-Star exhibition match, he had the fortune of witnessing her performance and was captivated by her ethereal beauty, graceful stature, bright eyes, and radiant smile, exuding an elegance that was simply unparalleled. Their brief interaction left a lasting impression. She was gentle, poised, and radiated a refreshing charm. Wu Yi's sudden outreach took him aback, while simultaneously filling him with a sense of astonishment. The vast chasm between their worlds left him questioning her motives for seeking him out. I remember. A lifetime I shall never forget." Zhao Feng, in his excitement, stammered. "What is it that you require of me?" What had he just uttered? The realization struck him like a bolt. She was a star. Although her fame was modest, she was certainly not someone he could afford to offend. How could he have foolishly blurted out such a clumsy remark? It was an involuntary slip of the tongue. Meanwhile, Wu Yi paused momentarily before breaking into a soft smile, dissipating the unspoken awkwardness. "Captain Zhao Feng, I recall your illustrious team has a player named Lin Tian. However, I haven't seen him in any matches over the past few months. Is he unable to participate for some reason?" She continued. "He performed exceptionally well against the royal team, yet was absent from the All-Star exhibition match as well." Lin Tian. Zhao Feng suddenly grasped that she was not seeking him, but rather trying to locate Lin Tian through him. However, how was Lin Tian connected to her? It seemed they had never crossed paths. His confusion deepened. After the match against the royal team, Lin Tian withdrew from the illustrious team and terminated his contract with the company. After some contemplation, he decided to speak the truth, for it was not a secret that one could not uncover easily. "Really? He has left the team?" Wu Yi's voice shifted dramatically, revealing her shock. "Do you know which team he has transferred to?" "He has not joined another team. He has exited the professional scene entirely," Zhao Feng responded candidly. Wu Yi was taken aback, seemingly unable to fathom such a result. "Do you have something to discuss with him?" Zhao Feng inquired, puzzled by Wu Yi's keen interest in Lin Tian. "Oh, it's nothing at all." Wu Yi regained her composure and elucidated. "I watched your match against the royal team, and his blade dancer was truly exceptional. My favorite hero is indeed the blade mistress, hence I wish to ask him for guidance on mastering her. However, I never anticipated that he would retire." Her voice was imbued with a sense of regret and longing. Zhao Feng found himself at a loss for words, enveloped in silence. "Captain Zhao Feng, may I impose upon you a small favor?" After a brief pause, Wu Yi broke the stillness. "Chapter 22 Lu Shichi, you said. As long as I can do it, I will never delay. An unassailable duty. The opportunity to impress a beautiful woman has arrived. Assisting the celebrity he admires fills him with immense honor." "Thank you, Captain Zhao Feng." Over there, Wu Yi's voice seemed to have become considerably sweeter. "I wonder if Captain Zhao Feng could enlighten me on the true reason behind Lin Tian's retirement?" "This." Zhao Feng hesitated. "Is it too difficult?" Wu Yi inquired. "Not at all." Zhao Feng quickly denied, yet found it somewhat difficult to articulate. Lin Tian's abrupt departure from the team is indeed not a glorious matter for the illustrious squad, although the leadership has not issued a gag order. It seems that letting it slip could have undesirable repercussions. Rest assured, Captain Zhao, I merely feel that Lin Tian's sudden retirement is regrettable. I wish to understand the reason. I harbor no other intentions and will not spread rumors. Sensing Zhao Feng's predicament, Wu Yi continued, "All right. Having made such a bold promise, I cannot turn my back on a lady," so Zhao Feng had no choice but to acquiesce. He recounted the entire sequence of events to Wu Yi. After listening, when Wu Yi spoke again, Zhao Feng couldn't shake the feeling that there was a hint of imperceptible coldness in her tone. Captain Zhao, could you send me a copy of the video from that day's meeting? Rest assured, I promise not to share it. I will delete it after viewing. Wu Yi then made another request. Such an important venue as the conference room would naturally have surveillance. The footage from each meeting is usually retained for future reference. All right, fine. I will ask the technical department to edit it, then send it to you. Having come this far, Zhao Feng felt that sharing the video was not a significant issue and thus agreed. The meeting that day was primarily about tactics, but essentially, it was just a blame game. Also, Wu Yi paused for a moment before continuing. Could you share Lin Tian's WeChat with me? Zhao Feng grew increasingly perplexed. What on earth had Lin Tian done to attract such attention from a celebrity? Was there a secret between them that he was unaware of? Though curious, he dared not voice the question. No problem. Thank you, Captain Zhao. I shall treat you to a meal someday to express my gratitude. Wu Yi's voice turned sweet once more, leaving Zhao Feng feeling light as a feather, thoroughly pleased. In a luxurious apartment in the bustling metropolis, Wu Yi, clad in silk pajamas, lay by the head of her bed, playing the video Zhao Feng had sent her. Initially, her expression was fairly neutral, but as the video progressed, her countenance shifted dramatically. The world will not perish. We shall never surrender. Upon hearing Lin Tian passionately shout these words, her delicate hand instinctively covered her mouth. Her eyes shimmered with a myriad of emotions. Suddenly, a soft body lunged onto her, simultaneously letting out a shriek in her ear. Wu Yi was startled, her body trembling involuntarily. Regaining her composure, she patted her chest in a feigned display of anger, exclaiming, "Shiqi, are you trying to scare me to death?" With a playful laugh, Lu Shiqi replied, "How could I bear to see you perish? What would I do if you were gone? Go die? I don't want to die. You should be the one to go." Wu Yi, still shaken, pushed Lu Shiqi away. In that moment, she completely abandoned her usual poised and graceful demeanor. "Humph, how could you treat me this way? It truly saddens me. Are you seeing someone else?" Lu Shiqi persisted, throwing herself back into Wu Yi's arms. A member of the miracle troupe, Lu Shiqi was adorable and vivacious, possessing a charm that often eclipsed Wu Yi's own. The two, though contrasting in nature, one serene and the other lively, had become the best of friends, sharing everything without reservation. "Hey, what are you looking at? Let me see." Noticing Wu Yi's indifference, Lu Shiqi reached out to snatch her phone. "Nothing much," Wu Yi replied, her eyes betraying a moment of panic as she hurriedly deleted the video. "Humph." Lu Shiqi noticed Wu Yi's flustered actions and pressed further. "Who is Zhao Feng?" Her eyes brightened as she spotted the name in the WeChat chat box. "The captain of the brilliant squad. We played a celebrity match against their team last time. Have you forgotten?" "Oh," she said, losing interest upon realizing he was merely an ordinary person, and thus ceased her inquiries. After finally coaxing Lu Shiqi back to her room to sleep, Wu Yi opened her album, resuming her viewing of the video she had nearly finished earlier. Thankfully, she had saved a copy. Lin Tian awoke from the heat. The fan by his bedside spun lethargically, sending waves of warm air. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 1 p.m. Determined to earn enough money to afford a better living space, this dilapidated place lacked even an air conditioner. He resolved to make a fortune quickly. After freshening up, he hurried downstairs for a meal before re-entering the game Genesis. Upon logging in, he found himself in the Shadow Valley once more. He promptly received a notification from the auction house, revealing that the spoils from defeating Liang Bo, Lang Nuan, and others, specifically the mithril armor, had been sold. After deducting all expenses, he was left with a total of 111 yuan. Not too shabby. Although he had vanquished many foes, he had not accrued a notorious name. This was due to the fact that they were embroiled in a skirmish with the Central Plains bandits, all of whom were already marked with infamy. As a white-named player, he could slay red-named ones without consequence, resulting in an unusual phenomenon in Dawn Village. Many high-level white-named players, believing themselves to be powerful, roamed the area seeking out red-named players to eliminate, confident that they would not suffer the same fate. Consequently, those who accidentally acquired a red name often retreated into hiding, waiting for the status to expire before daring to venture out again. In contrast, players like Lin Tian, who thrived among the Central Plains bandits, eagerly awaited the opportunity to be slain, as it provided them with a legitimate reason to retaliate. In recent days, a peculiar organization has gradually emerged in Morning Dawn Village. They arrogantly refer to themselves as the Red Gang, deliberately targeting red-named players for murder and subsequently luring some unsuspecting white-named players into their web of greed in secluded areas, where they launch brutal assaults. In reality, they lay in ambush, waiting for the white-named players to fall into their trap, before overwhelming them in a frenzied attack to seize their spoils. However, as their notorious actions accumulated, these individuals became infamous, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets. Universally condemned and hunted down. After being soundly dealt with by a coalition of righteous players, they retreated into the shadows. Wuji, you have finally come online. At this moment, the chat channel was alive with the excited voice of Crying Cat. Chapter 23, Resolute and Reticent Lin Tian. The specter lingers. He had no intention of responding, yet the weeping cat's voice grew increasingly desperate. Wujia, come save me. I'm being pursued. I'm on the brink of death. Take care of yourself. He frowned, replying indifferently. This foolish and endearing sorceress had far too many troubles. Each day she either cried for help or was on her way to do so. Had he known better, he would have disregarded her yesterday. His objective today was to reach level 7, and time was of the essence. If he were to rescue her, it would cost him half an hour. If not an hour, an unworthy trade. If fortune did not favor him, he might find himself ensnared as well, rendering the endeavor even more futile. He resolutely declined. How can you be so heartless? We trained together yesterday. Can you bear to watch me perish? The weeping cat exclaimed, exasperated and unable to contain her grievances. Lin Tian paid her no mind, indifferent to her lamentations. I'll pay. 1 silver, she shouted, while sending a level 3 imp to its demise, sacrificing its insignificant life to absorb a fatal blow as she unleashed her final trump card. All right, sister, report your location. I shall arrive shortly. The weeping cat was overwhelmed with a torrent of exasperation. She finally witnessed what true avarice looked like, eyes alight with greed at the sight of coin. No money. And he feigned ignorance. With money, he transformed into a battle frenzy. She drew Lin Tian into her party. Through the mini-map, Lin Tian observed that the weeping cat was not too far from him, just outside the Shadow Valley. With haste, he reached the scene in under 5 minutes. Before him, the disheveled weeping cat was fleeing, pursued closely by 5 players with crimson names. Had it not been for the imp persistently harassing her foes, she would have met her end several times over. This exemplified one of the significant advantages of sorcerers. Pets not only assisted in combat, but also served to delay enemies during perilous moments, granting precious time for escape. On the official forum of Genesis, a player conducted a survey and roughly estimated that among female players, 40 chose the priest class, 30 the sorcerer class, with the remaining professions making up merely 30. This statistic underscored the substantial presence of female sorcerers. The 5 red-named players caught sight of Lin Tian, their eyes glinting with murderous intent, evidently intent on eliminating him as well. Observing this, Lin Tian let out a cold chuckle, activating both Bloodlust Aura and Magic Shield. Then, with unhurried composure, he cast Water Tornado at the fastest runner among them. Splash! The swiftest knight was momentarily hindered by the Water Tornado, losing balance due to his velocity and tumbling forward clumsily. The others, momentarily delayed by the knight, circumvented him and continued their assault towards Lin Tian. During the brief second of their delay, Corrosive Arrow was fully charged. A dark arrow soared through the sky, starkly contrasting with the verdant dewdrop forest. The corrosive arrow simultaneously pierced through 2 players. -58, -1. In an instant, one of the players lost nearly half of their health. Next came the toxic arrow. -65, -1. The most fragile archer was left with but a sliver of health after Lin Tian's 2 spells struck him down. What are you standing there for? Where is your shadow arrow? Finish him off. Do I have to teach you this? Are you rendered speechless by fear? Seeing the tearful cat hiding behind him, Lin Tian shouted in frustration. Oh, she was taken aback, then quickly regained her composure, beginning to chant the incantation for Shadow Arrow. -26. The archer was slain. Meanwhile, the fastest charging mage stood frozen in place, forgetting to cast his spells. Because he was utterly incapable of casting any spells, he activated the magic shield. But Lin Tian's two skills failed to inflict any damage, yet they drained nearly all of his mana. He now lacked even enough mana to cast a single spell. He was left helplessly enduring the blows. His magic shield remained active, but by the time Lin Tian arrived, his mana had dwindled to less than a third. Lin Tian's overwhelming attack left him utterly incapacitated. A mage without mana is akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Lin Tian and the tearful cat paid him no mind. Lin Tian shifted his focus. Two warriors had now rushed towards him, their great swords ablaze with energy, charging in for an assault. Tearful Cat commanded her little demon to ensnare the knight, while she attacked from the side. The two warriors, one on each side, blocked his escape. Looking at the novice wooden swords in their hands, he sneered, refusing to dodge and bracing for their strikes. The shield wobbled. -25, -22. His mana had decreased by less than 50 points. The two warriors exchanged astonished glances, realizing in each other's eyes the shock. Their fierce attacks had only reduced the mage's mana by a mere tenth. Just how much mana did this mage possess? Lin Tian did not afford them the luxury of contemplation. After consuming a mana potion, he unleashed a tempest of attacks. He had only 400 mana left and had to eliminate the two warriors within 8 seconds, or he would face the same fate as the red-named mage. To his astonishment, no matter which skill he unleashed, it inflicted at least 50 points of damage upon the two warriors. Were these individuals clad solely in novice gear? Did they lack even a single decent piece of white equipment? In less than 5 seconds, he dispatched the two warriors back to Dawn Village. Then, he assisted Tearful Cat and swiftly took down the knight. Only the bewildered mage remained, still reeling in place. No, you cannot kill me. Observing the magic runes swirling on Lin Tian's evidently black iron sword, the mage screamed in terror. After a lifetime of hunting, he found himself pecked at last. He understood he had encountered a formidable opponent today. Lin Tian cast a sidelong glance at him, a shard of ice rapidly forming. I belong to the Red Gang. If you kill me, you will face endless retribution. As death loomed, the mage, despite his fierce demeanor, cried out in desperation. Where has that ferocity gone? When you pursued me? It is too late to beg for mercy now. The weeping cat commanded the little demon to claw him fiercely, his expression menacing. Oh, how terrified I am. Lin Tian, maintaining his calm demeanor, waved his hand, and with piercing ice spikes, ended the mage's life amidst his astonished gaze. The formidable 7 kills had suffered losses twice under his hand. An unheard of Red Gang. What a farce. They dared to bark? After the demise of the 5 members of the Red Gang, what they dropped, aside from potions, was merely a novice robe for a magic profession. How utterly destitute. Chapter 24. The wounded soldier. The mage could scarcely fathom the ruthless nature of Lin Tian's actions, leaving no room for negotiation. Lin Tian extended his hand toward the weeping cat girl. What do you intend to do? She blinked innocently. Ignoring her feigned purity, Lin Tian thrust his hand forward, nearly prodding her chin. Hurry up, I'm quite busy. His tone grew impatient. Can we negotiate? She murmured. No. Well, how stingy? She retorted, resignedly parting with a silver coin. Now, she found herself out of funds once more. After spending several hours hunting rabbits the previous night, she had barely accumulated some coins, only to see her meager earnings vanish again. Now, speak. How did you get entangled with them? After receiving the payment, Lin Tian's mood noticeably lifted, prompting him to inquire. On my way back to Morning Dawn Village to purchase supplies, I encountered a level 6, nearly dead red-named knight. Just that one. I thought to eliminate him since red-named players are generally up to no good. I was merely doing a service for everyone, removing a menace. She huffed. But as soon as I made my move, a horde of players sprang from the shadows, chasing me down. If it weren't for my pet, I would have been slain. Even so, her little demon had perished thrice, costing her 30% of her experience and dropping her back to level 6. It infuriates me. As she reached the end of her tale, the weeping cat girl pouted, angrily striking her little demon with her staff, causing it to cower on the ground, powerless to retaliate. Each time the little demon died, she summoned a new one. Unless she learned the spell to resurrect contract creatures, each demise meant starting anew. Lin Tian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him upon hearing her recounting. You couldn't even best a horned horse. What gave you the audacity to challenge a knight? Has reaching level 7 inflated your confidence to such an extent? Truly, it's a level of foolishness beyond redemption. Do you know the origins of the Red Gang? He inquired. Intrigued. Based on the Mage's arrogant tone, it seemed the Red Gang was a significant organization, yet they appeared so easily vanquished. He had been so absorbed in leveling up that he was unaware of such matters. The Red Gang is notorious, filled with vile rats. Upon mentioning the gang, the weeping cat girl transformed into a furious figure, hands on her hips, venting her outrage. Through her words, Lin Tian gleaned a rough understanding of the Red Gang. He regarded them with disdain, dismissing them entirely. Loose groups like the Red Gang had become mere strays, hunted by all. The day they crossed paths with a true powerhouse would mark their downfall. Lin Tian held them in contempt. They set traps to kill, yet only dared don novice gear, likely fearful of losing items upon death. Truly, a bunch of cowards, wanting to loot others' equipment while fearing for their lives yet remaining so brazen. Wuji, may I join you in leveling up? I fear retribution from the Red Gang. The weeping cat girl asked softly. Let us go. Lin Tian replied indifferently. Yea. Tears of the cat let out a joyous exclamation and leapt into the air. This particular leveling session extended for an extensive duration. Apart from a brief interlude to dine, the two remained immersed in the Shadow Valley, vanquishing monsters repeatedly. During this time, no members of the Red Gang came to seek revenge. It is not difficult to comprehend. They are but a group of bullies who prey on the weak, their sole aim being wealth. After Lin Tian had taught them a lesson, it was only natural they would not foolishly throw themselves into the fray against an opponent they knew they could not defeat. To eliminate Lin Tian and his companion, they would need to expend at least 10 of their own, a loss that simply did not justify the gang. Around 8 in the evening, a swordsman player entered the Shadow Valley to level up. He neither sought to join their party nor exhibited any ill intentions. After an hour, perhaps realizing his efficiency was lacking, he departed. During this period, an incident occurred that soured Lin Tian's mood. The elite boss, the demonic flame rabbit king, which they had slain the previous day, had respawned. However, its reappearance coincided precisely with the entrance of the Shadow Valley. While Lin Tian and his companion were stationed at the high platform where the boss had previously emerged, the Light Sentinel faction discovered the respawned boss and hastened toward it. Ultimately, they arrived a moment too late. By the time they rushed over, the boss was left with only 10% of its health, surrounded and methodically attacked by a small group. Lin Tian applied to join their party, but his request was declined. They kindly advised him to keep his distance to avoid unintentional harm. Clearly, they had little desire to share the spoils with him. With no alternative, he resigned himself to this outcome. The opposing party was not from the Seven Kills faction. They bore him no grudge, leaving him without a legitimate reason to contest their claim. Moreover, compared to the previous day, the average level of the larger group of players had increased. Most within that party were above level 8. When the boss eventually fell, 8 or 9 well-equipped players remained alive from that group. The likelihood of Lin Tian triumphing against them was nearly non-existent. He would most likely perish amidst their onslaught. Such is the nature of fate. What is not meant for me cannot be forcibly taken. Watching helplessly as a black iron grade belt dropped by the boss was picked up by them, his heart ached. And he could only console himself with such thoughts. After a day filled with fervent monster slaying, by midnight he finally reached level 7. The 5 attribute points awarded upon leveling were allocated to intelligence. His mana was sufficient for the moment. It was time to enhance his magical attack. As for adding points to vitality to increase his health, that had never crossed his mind. Why are you only at level 7? I'm already at level 8. Tears of the Cat exclaimed in surprise, having progressed 2 levels while he had only advanced 1. Was there a disparity in experience required for leveling between mages and sorcerers? Do not inquire about what should remain unasked. Lin Tian admonished, feigning sternness. Mastering all schools of magic was his advantage, while the exponentially increasing experience required for leveling was his flaw. He had no desire for this weakness to be broadcast throughout the city by such a loose-lipped companion. All right, but why so fierce? Tears of the Cat murmured, pouting her lips in discontent. Upon reaching level 7, the experience gained from level 7, demonic flame rabbits, was becoming insufficient. After some contemplation, Lin Tian resolved to delve deeper into the Shadow Valley. It would be prudent to scout the area in preparation for his impending expedition to unearth the Blood Elf treasure. With his level 7 prowess and the addition of an 8th-tier sorcerer, their safety should be assured. Just as they were about to set off, a blood-soaked soldier suddenly burst forth from within. A swarm of cave beetles lunged at him, intent on ending his life. The soldier, without glancing back, swung his sword, unleashing a formidable wave of sword energy that reduced the creatures to mere fragments. It appeared that the previous strike had drained him of all his strength. Having barely reached Lin Tian and his companion, he faltered, his eyes rolling back, and collapsed. "Help, help me," the soldier implored, extending his bloodied hand towards the two. "How can we assist? We are not priests." Lin Tian retreated a step, speaking with caution. Chapter 25. The Poisonous Fog Cavern in the World of Genesis. All NPCs, akin to real human beings, are indistinguishable except for their inability to transcend the confines of the virtual realm. They possess emotions as rich and complex as those of humans. The magical continent is divided into numerous factions, some of which are sworn enemies, engaging in lethal confrontations upon meeting. A wounded soldier returned from the outskirts of Morning Dawn Village, appearing gravely injured, yet with a single strike, he vanquished a burrowing beetle, a creature at least level 20. Still posing a threat to him. "Potions. Life potions. I can barely hold on," the soldier exclaimed, blood spewing from his mouth. "Where do you hail from?" Lin Tian, unmoved by his plea, pointed his sword at him. "I am the son of the village chief, Dayev." Oyev, the soldier, sensing Lin Tian's hostility, quickly clarified. Upon realizing the soldier's identity, Lin Tian sheathed his weapon. He produced several vials of life potions and handed them to Oyev. Oyev hastily uncorked the vials, drinking their contents in a flurry. After consuming the potions, his wounds visibly stabilized, his complexion becoming much rosier, though he remained exceedingly weak. Lin Tian then noticed a gaping wound on Oyev's back, deep enough to expose bone, resembling a charred injury, with flickers of fire faintly visible at its core. Most individuals would have succumbed to such an affliction long ago. "Lord Oyev, is there anything I can assist you with?" Lin Tian asked with a warm smile. Eager to help. "There are no dangers from the people of Morning Dawn Village. You may take the task with confidence," Oyev replied, his face drooping. "While pursuing a beast in the flowing fire mountains, I was ambushed by a mage from the abyssal prison, struck by the whip of purgatory. Were it not for my fortuitous survival, I might not have returned." The Abyssal Prison is an underground faction that lurks outside Dragon Spiral Town, notorious for robbing travelers on the route between Morning Dawn Village and Dragon Spiral Town. "What can I do for you?" Lin Tian inquired. "I seek vengeance." Oyev's eyes blazed with fury, only to be replaced by despondency. "However, I must first tend to my wounds. Otherwise, the lingering flames within my body will consume my flesh and bones. Young mage, could you assist me in locating a frost spirit herb in the poisonous fog cavern to the east of Dewdrop Forest? It is effective in treating the aftermath of low-level fire magic." System prompt. Do you accept the quest, Frost Spirit Herb, Black Iron level? Frost Spirit Herb. Journey to the poisonous fog cavern to procure a frost spirit herb for Oyev to treat his fire poison. Quest duration, 12 hours. Should you exceed 12 hours, the fire poison will erupt, resulting in Oyev's demise, failure of the quest, and a reduction of 100 reputation points. Logging out during the quest will also count towards the time. Note, the quest can be shared with one person. Upon sharing, rewards are halved. This quest cannot be abandoned. Finally, a challenging quest has presented itself. I accept. Quests are categorized by difficulty, ranging from ordinary to black iron, bronze, silver, and beyond. The higher the tier, the greater the challenge, and the more rewarding the completion. Naturally, the penalties for failing a quest are equally severe. The reputation has diminished by 100 points, and it is likely that I will become the most unwelcome individual in Morning Light Village, driven away upon entry. My Lord Oyev, I have heard that the toxic mist cavern is filled with poisonous gas. As an ordinary person, how can I possibly withstand the onslaught of toxins within? Am I to be sent to my demise? After accepting the task, Lin Tian did not depart immediately, but instead smiled and said, "My lord, rest assured. Lord Oyef tossed several black crystal vials. Here are 5 bottles of antidote, which will grant immunity to the toxic mist for 8 hours. After catching them, Lin Tian patted his chest and declared, "You can rely on me. I shall return with the ice spirit grass promptly." He shared the task with the crying cat and bid farewell to Lord Oyef, hastening towards the toxic mist cavern. The Dewdrop Forest is no ordinary place. After exiting the Shadow Valley and traversing the forest for a full half-hour, they finally arrived at the entrance of the toxic mist cavern. However, the bustling scene outside the cavern took him by surprise. At least 100 people seemed to be gathering to enter. What could be happening? Lin Tian pondered, wondering if the multitude would affect his task. "They're coming out. They're coming out," a novice assassin shouted. At that moment, 5 or 6 players stumbled out of the toxic mist cavern, cursing. A ghastly green mist enveloped them, steadily eroding their life force. With a frantic loss of 50 health points per second, one of the mages collapsed on the ground, poisoned to death the moment he emerged. The remaining few barely survived, thanks to the desperate healing from several priests outside. It took a full 5 seconds for the toxic mist to dissipate from their bodies. How terrifying! Who would dare enter without at least 10,000 health points? One could perish without even seeing anything. The mage's arcane shield was utterly useless, complained a knight named Suifeng Ershi. Lin Tian watched in horror. Was the toxic mist cavern truly that dreadful? Yet, what could so many people be gathering for? Could there be treasure inside? His gaze flickered, and he inadvertently spotted 2 familiar faces. Approaching Crying Cat, he cheerfully greeted, "Hello, friends. What brings you here? What is all this commotion about?" The 2 were none other than the warrior Xie Zhuzhou and the priest Ihanecha, who had previously invited him to level up together. At this moment, Xie Zhuzhou had reached level 9, while Ihanecha had attained level 8. "It's you, Wujie." Upon recognizing Lin Tian, Xie Zhuzhou responded with a smile. Not long ago, a warlock player accidentally wandered into the toxic mist cavern. He succumbed to the poison, but his pet had a strong resistance to toxins. Before he perished, he unexpectedly discovered the corpse of an ancient named Magus deep within the cavern. A named Magus, at least a level 60 powerhouse. It was no wonder so many were drawn to covet the treasures he left behind. However, no one had anticipated that this named Magus was a poison mage, having transformed himself into a vessel of myriad toxins. Upon his demise, his corpse naturally emitted a noxious gas that, when sensed by humans or animals, could inflict grievous harm or even result in instantaneous death. Over time, this toxic fog-laden cavern became a forbidden ground for the villagers of Morning Light, evoking palpable dread. Currently, the highest level attained by players is 9, and priests are unable to learn purification spells. Even if they could, the poison from the esteemed mage would remain unassailable. Lin Tian anxiously inquired whether anyone had retrieved anything from within. His concern was not for the treasures of the esteemed mage, but rather for the completion of his task. Should another venture forth and pluck the ice spirit herb, his mission would be rendered a failure. Chapter 26. Each with their own agenda at present. No one has managed to endure even a minute within. Xie Zhuzhou shook his head in regret. The knight who had just exited, with a health pool of 400, was the most resilient among this group, yet he had failed. Thus, the others had no hope of success. In Morning Light Village, there were shops that sold potions purported to resist toxins, yet they were still insufficient to fend off the onslaught of the poisonous mist. Ah, so that is the case. Lin Tian felt a sense of relief. He then inquired, "We wish to venture inside. Will you join us?" Before Xie Zhuzhou could respond, Ihanecha, astonished, interjected, "Just the few of us? Is that not a death wish? Aside from the omnipresent poisonous mist, there are also numerous monsters infused with toxins lurking within." Lin Tian merely smiled in silence. Xie Zhuzhou paused for a moment, observing that Lin Tian was not jesting. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Wujie, do you possess a means to combat the poisonous mist?" Lin Tian handed him 2 bottles of antidote. Perfect Antidote, a masterpiece crafted by the potion master Fermi of Panlong Town. Upon consumption, it can repel wood-type toxins for up to 8 hours. "What do you think? Shall we go?" he asked. Initially, he had intended to enter with only Lu Lu Mao Mao, But upon seeing the throng of players outside the poisonous mist cave, he reconsidered. With the strength of the monsters inside being uncertain, having an additional 2 companions would enhance their safety. Since he was somewhat acquainted with Jujo and held a favorable impression of him, he called them along. "Of course we shall go," Jujo exclaimed, filled with delight, eagerly agreeing. Such an excellent opportunity should not be squandered. Just a few items from the cave, left behind by the legendary Magi, could lead to fortune. Lin Tian welcomed the two into the team. The team information revealed that Jujo had a health pool of 260, marking him as a relatively resilient warrior. It is worth noting that most level 9 knights typically boasted around 300 health points. Both he and Ihanaiki wielded white-tier weapons, adorned in a mix of novice garb and white equipment. This was reflective of the circumstances of the majority of players at present. In the entirety of Morning Light Village, fewer than 1% possessed a piece of black iron equipment. In a team setting, there are 3 modes for item distribution: Captain Mode, Random Mode, and Free Mode. Lin Tian designated the item distribution to Free Mode, allowing whoever picks up an item to claim it as their own. After the group consumed the antidotes, they stepped into the poisonous mist cave amidst the dubious and disdainful gazes of the onlookers. Another group of overconfident fools. "Treasures are enticing, but one must have the life to claim them," scoffed a player nearest to the cave. "I bet a pack of spicy strips that they 1T last 5 seconds. Another onlooker chimed in gleefully. "I wager 2 packs. The first to fall will surely be the mage. I hope he drops his weapon. A black iron weapon. If it really drops, I'll risk everything to seize it." A player's eyes gleamed with greed. Among the crowd gathered before the cave, no single faction held a distinct advantage, thus maintaining a relative restraint. If Lin Tian were to perish and his weapon were to be unleashed, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzied scramble. Items worth thousands would be deemed worth the risk of death for the chance to seize them. "Do you think they have any chance of success?" inquired a warrior named Pilai Tianshang among those who followed the wind. "I cannot say for certain. Let us observe the situation," replied Suifeng Ershi, shaking his head. Undeterred by the evident dangers, Lin Tian and his companion strode boldly into the fray, their faces betraying no hint of fear. Suifeng found himself puzzled, uncertain whether Lin Tian possessed some unique means to withstand the toxic mist. 10 seconds passed without Lin Tian emerging, and the crowd began to murmur in astonishment. 30 seconds elapsed, yet still no sign of him. Disbelief swept through the onlookers. 3 minutes ticked by, and envy and resentment began to fester among the crowd. "Suifeng, our scouts have reported that none of them have respawned in Dawn Village. They are either dead from the poison and have yet to revive, or..." Pilai Tianshang left the implication hanging in the air. Suifeng Ershi's countenance darkened with dread. His subordinates had sacrificed themselves to glean information about the legendary mage residing in the toxic mist, while they remained outside, powerless to enter as outsiders effortlessly infiltrated. Taking a deep breath, he adopted a somber expression. "Gather the brothers and position them at the entrance. The moment anyone inside shows their face, eliminate them. We must reclaim what is rightfully ours." He then sat resolutely before the cave, awaiting Lin Tian and his party. Many players shared his sentiments, while others sought to exploit the chaos. However, as the hours dragged on, the waiting extended into the late afternoon. After 6 or 7 hours had passed, the casual players had mostly departed, leaving only Suifeng Ershi and his group steadfastly guarding the entrance, unwilling to relent. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, he had unwittingly incited the wrath of many. Yet, even if he were aware, it mattered little to him. They could challenge him if they dared. With only 4 of them, and no more than 10 opponents, none could pose a lethal threat. Upon entering the toxic mist cave, a vast wave of green poison surged towards them. However, as it neared, it flowed past them like water, causing no harm. Jujo, initially apprehensive about the efficacy of the antidote, was relieved. The so-called poison mist, when scrutinized closely, was composed of countless minuscule green skulls, ravenously gnawing and presenting a terrifying visage. The entire cave was suffused with an eerie green hue. Shortly after entering, a green scorpion spotted them from the ceiling, emitting a shrill, hostile screech. Measuring half a meter in length, it leaped from the wall, dashing towards them with astonishing speed, almost impossible to track. Xie Zhuzhou immediately positioned himself before his companions, embodying the role of a frontline protector. He raised his colossal sword, preparing to cleave down upon the scorpion. However, the scorpion moved with such swiftness that his sword drew naught but air. The creature deftly maneuvered in midair, lunging directly towards the priestess, who adored tea. At that moment, she was bestowing a defensive enhancement upon Xie Zhuzhou. Upon witnessing the scorpion's aggressive advance, she was compelled to abruptly halt her incantation and retreat. Yet, her speed paled in comparison to that of the scorpion. As the monstrous pincers loomed threateningly close, Xie Zhuzhou's eyes blazed with desperation, unable to provide aid in time. The scorpion's mandibles twitched, seemingly mocking her plight. In that critical moment, a water vortex materialized out of thin air, striking the scorpion with precision and sending it crashing to the ground. -45. A vivid red numeral erupted from the scorpion's form. Chapter 27. The crimson scorpion waist pendant. Before the scorpion could react, a black arrow struck it once more. -42. -22. The first damage of 48 was dealt by the corrosive arrow, while the subsequent 22 points came from the shadow arrow unleashed by the tearful cat. Zhuzhou, what are you dawdling for? Quickly unleash your attacks. Block its path and prevent it from reaching me. Lin Tian shouted, noticing Xie Zhuzhou lost in thought. Oh, right. Xie Zhuzhou, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly dashed in front of the scorpion, obstructing its advance. On the surface, he appeared calm, yet inside, he was profoundly shaken. As a warrior, his mobility far surpassed that of a mage, and his attack speed was swift. Yet he could not land a blow on the scorpion. Conversely, the spells cast by the Eternal and Infinite required a second to conjure. Yet they still managed to strike the rapidly moving scorpion. The precision and timing and judgment of the scorpion's position was nothing short of extraordinary. He could not fathom that it was merely a stroke of luck. Moreover, he was astonished that a mere mage could inflict double the damage compared to a warlock of the same magical class. Could it be that in a moment of carelessness yesterday, he had inadvertently attracted the attention of a significant player? Suppressing his astonishment, he intensified his assault, resolutely keeping the scorpion in check. Through the mage's vision, Lin Tian discerned the attributes of the scorpion. Mutated swift scorpion, ordinary monster, wood. Poison, level, 10 health, 500 attack, 50 physical defense, 20 magical defense. For movement speed, 7. One description: a scorpion that has mutated due to prolonged exposure to toxic mists in dark, damp caves. Its normal attacks are imbued with poison. What a formidable attack! With just 3 strikes, it could slay the one who loves milk tea. While examining the scorpion's attributes, Xie Zhuzhou let out a grunt, caught off guard and struck by the scorpion. -42. -4. In addition to the base damage of 42 points, there was an ongoing poison damage of 4 points per second. The healing spells from the one who loves milk tea were insufficient, forcing Xie Zhuzhou to consume a life potion to stabilize his health within a safe range. Xie Zhuzhou's great sword struck the scorpion's tough exoskeleton, sending sparks flying. Each normal attack inflicted approximately 30 points of damage. The most unfortunate was the little devil, the pet of the tearful cat, whose attacks barely dealt 10 points of damage. Being only level 5, the little devil was heavily suppressed by the scorpion's higher level, resulting in a significant reduction in damage output. Did poison attribute monsters possess resistance to poison? Lin Tian attempted to attack the scorpion with a venomous arrow, but it only dealt less than 30 points of damage. Soon, under the onslaught of their furious attacks, the scorpion succumbed to its fate. After its demise, the green hue faded from its body, revealing a deep crimson. To their delight, in addition to dropping a scorpion leg and a few copper coins, it also yielded a dark red waist pendant. The first monster they encountered had bestowed upon them a tremendous surprise. Infinite, oh my look! It dropped equipment. The tearful cat was the first to react, tugging at Lin Tian's clothing, brimming with excitement. And it's an exceedingly rare waist pendant, exclaimed the one who loves milk tea, covering her mouth in astonishment. The drop rate of equipment generally indicates that armor has the highest probability, followed by weapons, while accessories have the lowest. Xie Zhuzhou gazed intently at the waist accessory, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Stop staring, it's yours. As a warrior, It is your duty to face the monsters head-on. Take it, Lin Tian said with a chuckle. Having consulted 2 female players and finding no objections, it was clear that everyone needed a waist accessory, and currently, the best fit was undoubtedly Xie Zhuzhou. Hee, then I shall not be polite. Xie Zhuzhou scratched her head and laughed. Still grinning? Hurry and pick it up. Then share its attributes so everyone can see. Ihinadia teased with a laugh. Following her advice, Xie Zhuzhou picked up the waist accessory and posted its attributes in the team channel. Crimson Scorpion Waist Accessory, White Level, 8 Physical Defense. For as an 8th level white accessory, its attributes may not seem impressive, yet it could easily fetch around 150 yuan. Delighted, Xie Zhuzhou equipped the waist accessory and took the lead in the expedition. The toxic mist cave was rife with desiccated vines and ghastly skeletons, its atmosphere thick with toxicity. Having learned from prior encounters, Xie Zhuzhou remained vigilant. Gripping her great sword tightly, scrutinizing every nook of the cave. With the team's cooperation, the scorpions that emerged stood no chance of attacking Ihinadia before being swiftly dispatched. The cave twisted and turned, its terrain uneven and pockmarked. After traversing for over 10 minutes and slaying a dozen scorpions, they had covered an estimated 1,000 meters, yet had not reached the cave's end. The air grew increasingly oppressive, with only the rustling of scorpions and the echo of their footsteps reverberating within the cavern. Ihinadia, are you two a couple? You seem quite close, Tearful Cat inquired, her curiosity piqued by the tense atmosphere. Not at all, Ihinadia denied. We are merely colleagues who happen to enjoy gaming. Ihinadia appeared to be in her early 20s, slightly older than Tearful Cat, exuding a charming demeanor. Ihinadia, do you drink milk tea every day? Otherwise, how did you come by that name? Tearful Cat asked joyfully, calling her sister Milk Tea with exuberance, much to Ihinadia's delight. I used to, but drinking it daily can lead to weight gain. I vowed yesterday to quit for good. Ihinadia declared with conviction. Is that so? What a pity, Tearful Cat lamented. However, I did indulge today. I'll just have to make another vow later, Ihinadia replied, her tone resolute, her eyes brimming with determination. Tearful Cat, Xie Zhuzhou, Lin Tian. By the way, Wujia, I haven't asked you yet, seeing as you're so young. Are you still in school? Ihinadia inquired, sizing Wujia up. Although Lin Tian had toned down his appearance by 20 to appear more ordinary, he still seemed quite youthful. No, I'm an unemployed drifter, living off scraps, Lin Tian casually remarked while unleashing a prepared ice spike at a scorpion that suddenly darted around the corner. Is that so? Ihinadia clearly found it hard to believe. You guessed it right. Observing his emaciated appearance, one could easily conclude that he subsists on instant noodles, leading to evident malnutrition, interjected the weeping cat. Lin Tian rolled his eyes, too apathetic to respond. However, the weeping cat's conjecture was not unfounded. Indeed, he had been consuming instant noodles daily for over a week. Xie Zhuzhou remained silent, quietly scrutinizing Lin Tian. Throughout the course of their battles, Lin Tian's prowess had increasingly astonished him. In Genesis, all skills are inherently untargeted, implying that every offensive maneuver bears the risk of missing its mark. Yet, amidst the tumult of combat, regardless of the ferocity of the situation or the swiftness of the scorpion's movements, Lin Tian had never failed to land a single skill. Chapter 28. The beastly obstruction. Is this truly something a mere mortal can achieve? It requires not only an extraordinary ability to anticipate, but also a remarkably acute dynamic visual perception. The weeping cat is a warlock. Yet her shadow arrow misses 8 times out of 10, wasting precious mana. It is not simply the scorpion's formidable movement speed of 7.1. Even creatures with a mere speed of 2.5 often see Mage's spells go awry. He finds himself standing toe-to-toe with the scorpion. And even the healing skills of the tea-loving priest sometimes fail to connect. Could it be that Wuxi is a professional sports player? A bold thought suddenly flickers in his mind, only to be self-deprecatingly dismissed. He has encountered professional players before, yet none have reached Lin Tian's terrifying level of skill. Once they vanquish the scorpion before them, they will encounter a bend in the path. A few steps further, they find themselves facing 2 passages. Wuxi, which way shall we go? Weeping Cat gestures towards the 2 routes and inquires. The destinations of these passages remain a mystery, should they choose to explore one. Time may become a constraint. The antidote potion lasts only 8 hours. No one knows where the corpse of the renowned Archmage lies. A moment of indecision ensues. As the captain, Lin Tian's companions instinctively halt and turn their gazes towards him. I propose we split up and explore, he contemplates for a moment before asserting. After defeating dozens of scorpions, we are quite familiar with their combat style. It should not pose a significant issue. The scorpions are level 10, only slightly above our level. And aside from their swift movement, if we can stabilize the situation, they can be dispatched with relative ease. I concur, Xie Zhuizhou affirms. How shall we divide the team? The tea-loving priest inquires. Is that even a question? Without waiting for Lin Tian's response, Weeping Cat interjects, of course, you two will form one group. And we shall form another. Lin Tian nods thoughtfully, analyzing. A warrior and a priest in tandem should be sufficient to withstand the scorpion's assaults. Cat's pet can manage to bear the brunt of its attacks. Absolutely, Xie Zhuizhou agrees. Before parting ways, Lin Tian adds the two to his friends list, stating, if anything unusual occurs, contact each other immediately. Understood, the tea-loving priest affirms, flashing a sweet smile. As they watch the warrior and priest enter the right passage, Lin Tian and Weeping Cat step into the left corridor. Wuxi, did you intentionally separate them? In the silent, dim passage, Weeping Cat hastens to catch up with Lin Tian. Suddenly speaking up, Lin Tian, perplexed, replies, why do you say that? Humph, do you think you can deceive me? A self-satisfied smile graces Weeping Cat's face, as if everything is under her control. When Xie Zhuizhou was about to take the left passage, you directed him to the right. Do you know that the left passage holds treasures? Lin Tian chuckles in disbelief. Do you take me for a deity? This is my first visit to the Toxic Mist Cavern. How could I possibly know where treasures are concealed? No. You definitely know. The tearful cat gazed intently at him, speaking with unwavering certainty. To carry out a task, yet you have turned it into a conspiracy. How absurd. Upon finishing her statement, Lin Tian chose to ignore her and proceeded deeper into the passage. In truth, her words held some validity. As a poison mage, Lin Tian possessed a heightened sensitivity to poison elements beyond that of an ordinary individual. At the fork in the path, he paused to attune his senses, discovering that the poison elements in the left passage were markedly more active than those in the right. This suggested that the left passage might harbor more formidable poison beasts or plants. Thus, there was a significant likelihood that the ice spirit grass lay within. This was the rationale behind his choice of the left passage. Wuji, do you hear that sound? The tearful cat displayed a wary expression. Heeding her warning, Lin Tian focused his mind and listened carefully. Indeed, he discerned an unusual sound, akin to the rustle of wind, swirling back and forth. Could it be that ahead lay another exit to the poison mist cave? Surely not. Would it end here? To confirm his suspicions, the two quickened their pace. After navigating a nearly 180-degree turn and crossing a small toxic pool, they were met with a jaw-dropping sight. Before them loomed a colossal toad, the size of 2 wild bulls, blocking the path almost entirely. With each breath it took, the cave's toxic mist would swell and contract, increasing the air's toxicity several-fold before it was drawn back into the creature's belly, much like a tornado. Damn it, this is bad. Lin Tian's expression darkened as he spat out a few icy words through clenched teeth. It was unavoidable. He had to curse. The very poison elements he sensed were stirred by the giant toad's presence. It was as if he had lifted a stone only to crush his own foot. There was no need for further exploration. From its sheer size, it was evident that the toad was beyond their capacity to confront. Yet, was retreating to join Xie and Zhuizhou down the right passage truly an option? Who could say if the path behind the toad contained their mission items? If they did exist, would it not render their efforts futile? Wuji, look, does it seem to be asleep? The tearful cat suddenly remarked in a hushed tone. At her words, Lin Tian focused his gaze. Although the toad's eyes were wide open, a translucent membrane could be discerned over them upon closer inspection. Having studied biology, he recognized this as a sign of the toad's slumber. Hope is not lost, despite its immense size. There remains a narrow passage along the wall that we could crouch through. He declared earnestly, be as quiet as possible. We must not awaken it. Otherwise, we are doomed. Mage. The tearful cat nodded emphatically, lowering her voice. With heightened tension, the two advanced cautiously, treading lightly to minimize their footsteps as they approached the slumbering behemoth. The massive creature loomed before them, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Indeed, it was sound asleep. The two individuals simultaneously exhaled a sigh of relief. Lin Tian led the way, signaling to the weeping cat with a gesture before he crouched down, pressing against the stone wall, inching his way toward the opposite side. Merely raising his gaze slightly would reveal the bulging abdomen of the toad, seemingly filled with an endless supply of toxic gas. Lin Tian covered his nose, sealed his lips tightly, and fought against the wave of nausea, taking a full 10 seconds to slip past beneath the toad. Once he reached safety, he did not pause. Instead, he continued to sprint for several more meters before releasing a deep breath, expelling the foul air from his chest and abdomen. The experience had been nothing short of harrowing, as even the slightest sound could have startled the toad. Having narrowly escaped, he felt as though he had danced with death itself. Chapter 29. Deception on the Sea of Clouds in Close Proximity. He refrained from utilizing Mage's vision to inspect the attributes of the beast. Firstly, the disparity in their levels was so vast that any useful information would be unattainable. Secondly, the moment he cast a spell, the anomalous fluctuations of magical elements would undoubtedly awaken the toad. After laboriously maneuvering through the deception, he could not afford to act foolishly now. Once safely concealed, he signaled an okay to the weeping kitty. She comprehended instantly. Stowing her staff, she covered her mouth and nose with one hand, enduring the unbearable stench emanating from the toad. Imitating Lin Tian's earlier movements, she cautiously navigated her body through the narrow crevice, while the other hand pressed firmly against her ample bosom to avoid brushing against the toad's repulsive skin. The toad's body was riddled with sores, oozing an overwhelmingly foul pus. Perhaps it had stirred too vigorously during its slumber, causing one of the pus-filled sacs to rupture against the jagged rock wall. The resulting discharge coated the ground, a revolting yellow liquid that assaulted the senses, prompting the weeping kitty to clamp her mouth shut, her face flushed with discomfort. Yet, the more she restrained herself, the more unbearable it became. Finally, achoo! Overwhelmed by the extreme visual and olfactory stimuli, she could no longer hold back and let out a resounding sneeze. The sound echoed ominously within the cavern. This was disastrous. Not far away, Lin Tian facepalmed in exasperation. What a troublesome ally. Had he known, he would have never teamed up with her. A preference for milk tea over her gentleness and obedience. What had possessed him to join forces with her, if not for the necessity of her assistance in the forthcoming exploration? And the undeniable truth that he could not confront the toad alone, he would have fled without a second thought, leaving her to her own devices. Indeed, as anticipated, the toad was roused from its slumber. After the sneeze, the weeping kitty felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yet her expression swiftly shifted as the realization struck her. Had she just committed a grave folly? In a panic, she hastily covered her mouth, but it was too late. The toad rolled over, its massive form crashing down upon her like a mountain. Oh heavens! The weeping kitty was paralyzed with fear. With a terrified scream, she scrambled frantically, using every limb to escape. In that moment of impending doom, she unleashed an unprecedented potential, barely managing to crawl out just as the toad descended. However, her little pet devil, trailing closely behind, was not so fortunate. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the unfortunate creature was crushed under the toad's corpulent body, reduced to a mass of shattered bones. Alas, her experience. The weeping kitty lamented silently, daring not to look back as she sprinted with all her might. Behind her, the toad croaked ominously. Duck! Lin Tian shouted suddenly ahead. The weeping kitty, unaware of the unfolding situation, instinctively obeyed, throwing herself to the ground. A chilling wind swept overhead, stirring a few strands of her hair. A glance to the side revealed an alarming sight, a nearly 10-meter-long crimson tongue. The grotesque and terrifying appendage nearly caused her to faint on the spot. Had she been even slightly slower in dropping to the ground, her body would have been impaled by that very tongue. The toad, having missed its strike, retracted its tongue and bounded after her with its forelegs. Tearful meow. Rising from the ground and disregarding the dust clinging to her, sprinted towards Lin Tian's position. The sorcerer's speed was notably slower than that of a mage. As she passed Lin Tian, He forcibly suppressed the urge to deliver a thorough beating, instead grasping her small hand and fleeing into the unknown. Thus unfolded a comical scene in the toxic mist lair, which had remained largely untouched by human presence for centuries. Two fragile humans fled through the narrow, enclosed passage, pursued relentlessly by a gigantic toad monster, causing chaos in the toxic mist lair. The toad was actually much faster than they were. Yet, fortune favored them. Although the toxic mist lair was its domain, enhancing its combat prowess, the terrain of the passageway equally restricted its movement. The passage stood approximately 3 meters high, while the toad, when upright, exceeded 2 meters. A slight exertion would see it striking its head against the stone ceiling, significantly curtailing its speed. It barreled forward, shattering numerous stones, but unlike a scorpion, it lacked a hard exoskeleton and could not withstand the friction of the walls. Gradually, its speed diminished, granting the two a fleeting opportunity for escape. "What shall we do?" Tearful Meow exclaimed in desperation while running. "We can't keep this up. It won't relent until it has devoured us." As she glanced back, she saw the toad, roused from slumber and enraged, determined to swallow the two humans to assuage its fury. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, unable to devise a viable strategy in the short term. Engaging in direct combat would spell doom for both, as they would surely be obliterated by a single blow from the toad. They had no choice but to continue running, hoping for a twist of fate. As the chase unfolded, 5 minutes swiftly passed. Just as Tearful Meow was on the verge of exhaustion, contemplating surrendering to fate, she suddenly heard Lin Tian's voice. "What did you say?" she asked, unable to hear clearly. "Perhaps there's a glimmer of hope," Lin Tian mused thoughtfully. "Take a careful look at the terrain on either side." His tone became steadier. While running, Tearful Meow managed to glance at the stone walls flanking them. "There's nothing here." After a prolonged inspection with a bewildered expression, she asked, "What do you mean?" Lin Tian, long accustomed to her naivety, reminded her. "Haven't you noticed that the passage is getting narrower the further we go?" "It seems so." The tearful cat nodded, yet a few moments later, she raised her head and inquired, "But what does this have to do with us?" Alas, it was hopeless. Lin Tian ceased his explanations. After a brief moment, the tearful cat revealed a look of sudden realization and exclaimed, "Wuji, do you mean that the exit lies ahead? Shall we soon escape this accursed cavern?" After contemplating for a moment, she earnestly remarked, "However, even if we manage to flee, the toad will surely pursue us relentlessly and will not let us go. Our mission would remain unfulfilled." This was the last straw. She would never again be his companion in play. Over time, it would only diminish his intellect. Lin Tian silently vowed, suppressing his rising irritation, and spoke in a low voice, "Summon another little demon to entice the toad." Chapter 30, Lord of the Rivers. Yet another experience loss. The cat sighed. There was no choice, despite not understanding Lin Tian's reasoning for such actions. She adhered to his instructions based on her unwavering trust in him. He had saved her twice, and his formidable strength commanded her genuine admiration. The creature summoned this time was a level 1 little demon. It was destined for demise, rendering the distinction between level 1 and level 5 irrelevant. As the little demon emerged, it valiantly charged towards the toad at her command. Unsurprisingly, it was swiftly devoured in a single gulp by the toad. The toad's eyes glimmered with a human-like greed, intensifying its determination towards the two. Lin Tian's strategy was to ensure the toad did not abandon its pursuit, having detected a faint opportunity to counterattack. The prospect of slaying such a powerful beast and the potential experience gained from it was exhilarating, igniting a fervor within him. As time passed, the passageway constricted further, with the stone walls closing in on either side. At its narrowest point, it was barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. The toad, rotund and large, clearly could not traverse this space, obscured by the two fleeing figures. The toad was unaware of the terrain ahead. "Rush forth," Lin Tian commanded, as he and the tearful cat darted through the narrow passage, emerging on the other side. The toad, realizing something amiss, attempted to halt its advance. However, its massive bulk and momentum rendered it incapable of stopping, crashing into the narrow gap with a resounding thud. No matter how it struggled, it found itself firmly wedged, unable to move either forward or backward. It croaked in furious frustration, but to no avail. Breathing a sigh of relief, the two survivors observed the thrashing toad, their previously anxious hearts now at ease. They were truly safe at last. Lin Tian, you are exceptionally clever. How did I not think of that? The tearful cat exclaimed, her excitement causing her to dance about. Unable to restrain herself from playfully slapping Lin Tian on the shoulder. Now, not only were they unharmed, but they could also claim a powerful boss. All the previous hardships paled in comparison to this triumph. Mind your manners. There should be a degree of propriety between men and women, Lin Tian retorted, brushing her hand away with a hint of disdain. Get lost. I haven't even complained about your looks. She shot back, visibly displeased. Lin Tian then employed Mage's vision on the toad. Now that it was ensnared, with no external aid available, he could manipulate it freely and unleash his skills without restraint. Lord of the Rivers, Tom, level, health, attack, defense, skills. Description: a toxic beast of inferior quality, carelessly discarded by the fearsome necromancer Gelros, known in ancient times for instilling dread. After Gelros's fall, it has resided in the toxic fog cave, preying on creatures that unwittingly stumble into its lair. A series of question marks unmistakably heralds the formidable strength of the toad. Such power, capable of wreaking havoc on an unimaginable scale, has left the stone walls shattered into countless fragments. Yet, this creature is merely the weakest of Gelros's minions, which speaks volumes about Gelros's immense might. With Gelros having perished here, one cannot help but wonder what even more terrifying beasts lie in wait for them. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he resolved that their immediate priority was to subdue the so-called River Sovereign. Although it had sustained some damage from the stone wall, losing a considerable amount of health, defeating it would still demand a substantial investment of their time. The assault commenced. He brandished his obsidian sword, issuing the command to attack. The corrosive arrow struck the River Sovereign first, inflicting a meager -15 damage. However, the paltry damage left him utterly astonished. Tears streamed down Cat's face as his shadow arrow barely managed to deal 8 points of damage. Observing the nearly unchanged health bar of the River Sovereign, a sense of helplessness welled up within Lin Tian. How long would this battle drag on? It was already past 1 in the morning by the time they finished. Dawn would surely break. Yet, he could not abandon the succulent prize so tantalizingly within reach. Heaven does not bestow its gifts without a struggle, of course. The notion of effortlessly vanquishing the River Sovereign was a mere fantasy. Although ensnared, the River Sovereign did not resign itself to defeat. In its futile thrashing, it sought to retaliate against the two adversaries. Its methods of attack were primarily twofold. One involved a gigantic tongue lash, unexpectedly extending its tongue to pierce its targets and inflict tremendous damage. Measuring approximately 10 meters in length, the River Sovereign's tongue rendered it ineffective against Lin Tian and Cat, whose skill range extended only 15 meters. Additionally, every 5 seconds, it unleashed a spray of venom. When this venom struck the ground, it corroded the surface, creating small craters. Should it land upon them, Lin Tian surmised that even with the mana shield activated, they would be obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. The limitations of the mana shield were numerous. It could not withstand toxic mists, and the River Sovereign's venom could permeate through it, while mental and sonic attacks were equally unimpeded. Thus, the two fighters endeavored to deal damage while evading the venom. They were compelled to maintain a heightened state of concentration, for even a mere brush with the venom could spell disaster. Cat understood this acutely, and despite her heavy eyelids threatening to close, she persevered through sheer determination. Their potential for overnight wealth hinged upon this formidable boss. She refrained from summoning the little demon again, for it was a melee attacker, merely serving as fodder. Previously, when the River Sovereign devoured the little demon, Lin Tian discovered that it had regained a staggering 40 health points. With the little demon possessing only 80 health at level 1, it meant that any creature it consumed would restore half of its health. Fortunately, it was trapped in this location. In a more expansive setting, it would only grow more ferocious, akin to an indestructible cockroach. An hour had elapsed, and the River Lord's vitality had diminished by a mere 10th. 2 hours passed, yet the River Lord continued to bellow, full of vigor and life. After 3 hours, the weeping cat was so fatigued that her eyes could barely remain open. Had Lin Tian not urgently pulled her back, she would have succumbed to a mass of venom. As time progressed, With the River Lord still boasting over 60 of its life force, Lin Tian felt a growing sense of urgency. Maintaining a steady assault was certainly feasible, yet the efficacy of the perfect antidote was limited to a mere 8 hours. In such a heavily toxic environment, if they failed to vanquish the River Lord within the remaining 7 hours, their only option would be a retreat along the same path they had come. Chapter 31. The great acts of the deceased Lin Tian contemplated briefly. At their current pace, they would never defeat the River Lord in just 7 hours. Moreover, it was impossible to maintain an unending output of energy, as he also needed to spare moments to meditate and regain his magical power. Was the cooked duck destined to fly away just like that? His heart was filled with indignation, prompting him to intensify his attacks. Perhaps heaven was compassionate. For in the 4th hour, a change occurred. The River Lord's venomous spittle noticeably slowed down, and with each eruption of toxic fluid, its health diminished by 100 to 200 points. Additionally, its defenses weakened progressively, allowing Lin Tian to inflict over 20 points of damage with a single strike. Could it be that after spewing venom thousands of times, the River Lord had become feeble? Lin Tian speculated. Amidst the toxic discharge, traces of blood occasionally mingled, which could only lead to this interpretation. What it expelled now was its very life essence. As the battle wore on, the River Lord's weakness became increasingly apparent, until finally it could no longer emit venom, its body withering away, collapsing into a heap, utterly unresponsive to the powerful magical assaults that rained upon it. As the light of victory dawned, the weary and tearful Mia regained her spirit. At last, after approximately 5 grueling hours, the unprecedentedly formidable boss, the River Lord, which had terrorized Dawn Village, breathed its last and fell at their feet. The long, intense battle had come to a close, with the demise of the River Lord. Radiant beams of golden light flickered around the two adventurers. System notification. You have slain the Tier Boss, River Lord Tam, earning 50,000 experience points and 100 reputation. The immense experience surged Lin Tian from level 7 to level 8 in an instant, with an additional 10,000 experience points to spare. Mia's gain was even more astonishing. Having perished twice, she lost 20 of her experience, reverting to level 7. Yet, the tremendous influx of experience propelled her like a rocket from level 7 to an astounding level 10. Presently, fewer than 5 individuals in the entire Dawn Village had achieved level 10. In terms of levels, she now ranked among the elite players. This was particularly noteworthy as Lin Tian dealt the final blow to the River Lord, thus acquiring a greater share of experience. Otherwise, she might have surged to level 11. Transitioning from level 9 to 10 is a significant threshold. Ordinary players require 9,000 experience to ascend from level 8 to 9, while the leap from level 9 to 10 demands a staggering 20,000 points, an outright doubling. Mia had bypassed this arduous process. Indeed, slaying bosses proved to be the swiftest route to leveling up. Lin Tian's current experience stood at 12,479 out of 45,000. It was an amount most would find hard to believe, enough to make many faint at a mere glance. Alas, this had thoroughly exhausted her. She had never fought so fiercely before. With the boss's death, Mia felt an overwhelming sense of relief, collapsing onto the ground, utterly unwilling to rise. Nevertheless, the joyful smile on her face was impossible to conceal. Without mentioning the uncollected gear, the mere fact that she advanced 3 levels allowed her to surpass the vast majority, saving an immeasurable amount of time. Wuji, you may gather the equipment. Just share what I can utilize. She exhaled deeply, her tone languid. Lin Tian paused. His impression of the weeping cat significantly altered. In truth, most equipment is interchangeable between mages and warlocks. By saying this, the weeping cat relinquished control to him. Lin Tian, eschewing pretense, approached the River Lord and waited for the cluster of filthy corpses to dissipate before methodically collecting the gear. His hands trembled as he caressed the equipment. An exhilarating moment had arrived. Undoubtedly, from this day forth, he could finally bid farewell to poverty. First, he beheld a towering, black, razor-sharp great axe, exuding an aura of ancient wisdom. Great Axe of the Fallen, 1 slot black iron level, 12 physical attack, 37 to 46 durability, 115-120 bonus, strength 4 equipment requirement, strength 20 skill. Oath of the Undead. When attacking, there is a 10 chance to inflict 100 of attack power as undead damage. Description: forged from deep-sea meteorite iron. This great axe possesses immense power and has been wielded by a Death Knight, infused with the essence of the undead. The blade alone is larger than a human head. A mere flourish reveals its formidable presence. Despite the River Lord's elevated level, the dropped equipment remains accessible to current players. In a couple of days, a multitude of level 12 players will be able to wield this great axe. Warriors and knights, as professions, are not confined solely to swords. They can utilize melee weapons such as axes, hammers, knives, and guns. Even Lin Tian, as a mage, could wield it. However, one must not be so foolish as to misuse weapons without understanding their capabilities. Should he equip this axe, the requirement of 20 points in strength would be a daunting obstacle. Furthermore, even if he managed to equip the axe, its materials lack sufficient magical conductivity. And without an alchemist inscribing spell runes, he would be unable to channel any magic, relegating him to mere physical strikes. Every weapon possesses its own merits and drawbacks. This great axe undoubtedly boasts a higher attack than a similarly ranked black iron sword, yet its limitations are apparent. It cannot match the sword's agility and convenience. If Lin Tian were a warrior, he would certainly not choose an axe as his primary weapon. It would demand excessive effort. For someone like the Central Plains Marauder, a knight with a towering and robust physique, this axe would be perfectly suited. With such high attack power, coupled with the passive skill, Oath of the Undead, which adds an undead effect to attacks, it could effortlessly fetch around 2,000 yuan. Should he sell it to him? Lin Tian pondered. After all, the Central Plains Marauder is straightforward, with clear distinctions between friendship and enmity, and they share a good rapport. Perhaps he should consult with the Weeping Cat before making a decision. If she insists on selling it at a high price to others, he certainly cannot impose a sale. He then turned his gaze to the next piece of equipment, another weapon, a dagger meant for assassins. Blade of Venom, black iron level, 13 physical attack, 31 to 35 durability, 130 additional, agility 4 requirements, strength 8, agility 14 skill, flame of the spirit. Upon attacking, there is a 20 chance to scorch the target, causing them to lose 100 of their attack power as health over 10 seconds. Description: a masterpiece by a nameless great alchemist, the dagger's eternal flame serves as its finest testament. A faint blue flame quietly burns along the blade's edge. If one listens closely, it seems as though anguished wails of the undead echo within the flames. The Blade of Venom lacks sockets and is deemed less valuable than the giant axe of the fallen. With a conservative estimate of around 1,800 coins when enhanced by passive skills, if wielded with precision, the assassin's bloodletting techniques combined with Flame of the Spirit can yield astonishing results. Chapter 32, The Art of Fear. The third piece of equipment is a resplendent, soft robe that feels incredibly slick to the touch, almost impossible to grasp. Golden Toad Robe, 3 slots black iron level, 12 physical defense, 8 magical defense, 20 durability, 95 120 additional effect, physical damage reduction 2 requirements, intelligence 20 description, crafted from the resilient hide of the River Lord upon his demise. This robe boasts exceptional anti-magic properties. It is truly a masterpiece. As the attributes were revealed, Tearful Cat's eyes sparkled with desire, brimming with longing. Currently clad in mostly novice gear, a piece of black iron armor would significantly enhance her defense and survival capabilities. Given her almost entirely vitality-focused build, this equipment would empower her immensely, elevating her prowess to new heights. Unlike weapons, which can accommodate a maximum of 2 slots, armor can possess up to 4. With 3 slots, the Golden Toad Robe is indeed top tier. Just imagine embedding 3 level 2 gems that enhance physical defense. It would result in a transformative augmentation of her attributes. The additional property of percentage-based physical damage reduction is an unparalleled boon against physical classes. The value of this robe can be regarded as equal to that of the Revenant's Great Axe, estimated at no less than 2,500 currency. After all, even without the Revenant's Great Axe, one could find alternative black iron weapons, but suitable robes are a rarity. She delightedly mused over this, only to suddenly recall that, aside from herself, Lin Tian would equally benefit from it. Observing her eager expression, With drool nearly escaping her lips, Lin Tian tossed the golden-toed robe towards her, chuckling. "Here, take it." Tearful Cat instinctively reached out to receive it, her face alight with joy. Moments later, as if a thought struck her, she bashfully inquired, "But you can use it too. If you give it to me, what will you wear?" Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively. "You are level 10, while I am only at level 8. It is more fitting for you to use it until you reach level 12. Upon hearing this, she found his reasoning sound and contentedly stowed the robe away. She had long been aware of Lin Tian's slow leveling pace, having just witnessed it again. While she advanced 3 levels, he had only progressed by 1. By the time he reached level 12, it might take him another 5 or 6 days. Next, he discovered not another piece of equipment, but rather a skill book with a gray cover. The Art of Fear, a mysterious spell-consuming magic power to conjure a demonic visage that frightens the target, causing them to flee aimlessly for 2 seconds. The effect diminishes with higher-level targets. Magic cost, 50. Casting time, 1 second. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Level, secondary spell. Class, Warlock. This skill is evidently tailored for Tearful Cat. With this ability, whether battling monsters or engaging in player-versus-player combat, her chances of victory would significantly increase. A unique control effect like Fear is undoubtedly a pivotal skill to alter the tide of battle. This skill book holds immense value, at least 2,000 currency. It's yours. He casually tossed it to the eagerly awaiting Tearful Cat. Though tinged with regret, the limitations imposed on the Warlock's abilities left him with no recourse. Tearful Cat, upon obtaining the skill book, was overwhelmed with joy and immediately began her studies. The skill book transformed into a series of enigmatic runes, merging seamlessly with her essence. I sensed. Tearful Cat gripped her staff tightly, her confidence soaring. She felt empowered enough to take on 10 foes. The skill book was singular, while the remainder comprised 2 precious gems. Level 2 Life Gem, a gem imbued with mysterious energy, capable of being embedded into equipment to trigger attribute resonance, enhancing life by 10 points. Level 2 Fiery Red Gem, a gem filled with arcane energy, suitable for embedding in weapons to augment physical attack by 3 points or in armor to bolster physical defense by 6 points. After scrutinizing the gem's attributes, Lin Tian struck the stone wall with a fierce punch, his anger surging. Why was there nothing for him to utilize? It seemed as though all treasures were tailored exclusively for Tearful Cat. Level 1 gems typically cost over 20 yuan each. The value of level 2 gems had escalated by more than double, at least 100 yuan apiece. Moreover, they were scarce. After all, few could challenge black iron bosses of level 10 or higher. Speechless, he resigned himself to yet another concession to the little girl. Thank you, Wuji. You truly are a benefactor. Tearful Cat, moved to tears, accepted the 2 gems with trembling hands. Lin Tian felt a wave of dizziness. He had been awarded the Good Person card. Without hesitation, Tearful Cat embedded the gems into her golden-toed robe. Gems could be mixed and matched. If an armor piece had 4 slots, one could even embed 4 gems with entirely different attributes. Some players, in pursuit of ultimate vitality, would even embed life gems into their weapons. Among the last 2 items dropped by the River Lord was a green venom sac. Golden Toad Venom, the venom sac of the River Lord. A quest item that enables one to collect bounty rewards at the Mercenary Guild. The other was a round object resembling a stone, yet surprisingly soft to the touch. Golden Toad Crystal, the magical crystal of River Lord Muta, from which mages can draw magical energy. Rank? All black iron level magical beasts and above contain a crystal within them. These crystals are the embodiment of a magical beast power, with diverse applications such as potion crafting, array formation, and equipment refinement. The most direct use is to extract magical energy. The higher the crystal's rank, the more energy it contains. However, the purity of the energy is relatively low. It requires purification before it can be harnessed. Lin Tian would need to attain at least the level of a novice mage to extract the energy. Once the items were organized, they were left with 80 gleaming silver coins. Thus, all the treasures dropped by the River Lord had been accounted for. Next came the division of spoils. Tearful Cat had acquired 1 piece of equipment, 1 skill book, and 2 gems, valued at over 800 yuan. After a brief discussion, it was decided that the axe and dagger would belong to Lin Tian, who received 60 silver coins, while Tearful Cat received 20. The venom pouch and the magic crystal were also taken by him, with the venom pouch being essential for task completion and experience. In comparison, he found himself in greater need than the crying cat. Overall, the distribution appeared relatively equitable. Lin Tian first placed the Poison Blade on the auction house with a starting bid of 1,600 yuan. He opened his friend list and searched for the Central Plains Bandit, only to find his name grayed out, indicating he was offline. He would inquire again during the day to see if he wanted the axe. Cat, do you wish to continue on this journey? Lin Tian glanced at the time. It was 6 a.m., and the sky was beginning to lighten. Let us press on. Why stop now? If I exit the game now, wouldn't that mean failure in the task? Exclaimed Crying Cat, full of enthusiasm. Chapter 33. Carlos at this moment. Her face was alight with excitement, eager to embark on the next challenge. The previous fatigue had been swept away by the exceptional equipment and skill books, and she longed for another formidable boss akin to the Riverlord. We must hurry. The antidote is only effective for 2 more hours, he reminded her. Once they had regained their full magical energy, the two ventured deeper into the passage. After several minutes, they encountered a few scattered scorpions. Lin Tian had previously wondered where all the scorpions had gone, as he had hardly seen any along the way, but now it became clear. Most of the scorpions had likely been devoured by the Riverlord. Time was of the essence. They avoided the scorpions whenever possible, and when escape was not feasible, they swiftly dealt with them. Having leveled up to level 8, Lin Tian allocated all 5 attribute points to intelligence. His magical attack had risen once more, now reaching 75 to 82. Attacking the demonized swift scorpion could inflict nearly 60 points of damage. Listening to his advice, Lulei Cat did not recklessly expend her health as before. Instead, she allocated her 15 attribute points, along with the additional 4 points gained from reaching level 10, entirely to intelligence. This adjustment significantly enhanced her attack power. Unbounded. I have discovered an issue, Lulei Cat remarked, furrowing her brow after defeating a scorpion. Lin Tian picked up a scorpion leg and some copper coins, inquiring, "What is it?" Lulei Cat stared at her skill menu. "Fear is currently unusable for me." Lin Tian was taken aback. "Did you not just learn it? Why is it unusable?" "It appears the system has informed me that my magical energy is insufficient," she explained. He was further astonished. "But doesn't it only require 50 points of magic? How can it be insufficient?" After pondering for a while, Lulei Cat began to grasp the situation. "I understand now. Fear is a second-tier spell, and I am only a level 9 sorcerer's apprentice. Only those of at least the novice sorcerer rank can use it seamlessly. As a sorcerer's apprentice, I would need to expend 10 times the magic to cast it. That equates to 500 points. My total magical energy is currently below 300 points, so I cannot use it." "Oh, I see," Lin Tian responded, enlightened. The same principle applied to mages. If he were to learn a second-tier spell now, a novice mage would only need 10 points of magic to cast it, while a mage apprentice would require 100 points. This delineates the cost of casting spells beyond one's current rank. When I reach level 10, I will automatically receive the main quest to advance from sorcerer's apprentice to novice sorcerer. After completing this task, I shall proceed with it, Lulei Cat declared. Lin Tian, contemplating her words, recognized that his situation was different. He had received the quest to advance from mage apprentice to novice mage early on, but the difficulty was tremendous. Each profession's advancement brought about a fundamental enhancement and elevation. Therefore, regardless of the challenges, he was determined to succeed. At that moment, the friend chat channel lit up. Upon opening it, he heard the voice of Shiyu Zhuzhou. They had completed their exploration of the right passage and inquired about Lin Tian's progress. As they reached the end of the right corridor, they found no trace of the sealed mage's corpse. Instead, they encountered a level 14 venomous serpent, equivalent to an elite boss of the same level. With their current strength, it was impossible for them to overcome this foe. At least a dozen or 20 individuals would be required. However, upon their discovery, they had no choice but to engage in battle. To their surprise, the serpent began with an overwhelming ferocity that nearly overwhelmed them. As the battle intensified, the surrounding toxic mist thickened, ultimately leading to the serpent's demise by its own venom. After the skirmish concluded, They wished to rush to Lin Tian's side for assistance, but time was not on their side. It would take at least an hour for them to arrive. Thus, the two decided to vacate the toxic mist cave. Once they ended their conversation, Lin Tian and his companion continued forward for over 10 minutes, and the once dim passage began to illuminate. Were they nearing their destination? Indeed. On both sides of the stone walls hung burning lamps, casting a gentle glow that enveloped them in a warm sensation. "What a marvelous light!" exclaimed the tearful cat. "If only you knew its origin, you wouldn't hold such thoughts," Lin Tian retorted, dousing her enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. His words ignited the curiosity of the tearful cat. "Is there something particularly special about this lamp?" Lin Tian's gaze fell upon a lamp adorned in the fantastical style of the Silver Dynasty, and he spoke leisurely. "Consider this. The toxic mist cave is nearly impenetrable. So aside from Carlos himself, who else would ignite these lamps?" "That's a valid point," the tearful cat replied. "And since Carlos has been dead for over a century, it implies these lamps have burned for 100 years. She continued, "Could it be that these lamps are extraordinary treasures?" Her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Lin Tian cast her a sidelong glance and replied, "The lamps themselves are quite ordinary. It is the lamp oil that holds the true significance. Legend has it that at the easternmost reaches of the magical continent lies an endless ocean known as the Sea of Death. In the depths of this sea resides a wondrous creature, a mermaid with a human head and fish body. The lamp oil distilled from the corpses of deep-sea mermaids is said to burn for a millennium without extinguishing. This oil is often favored by high-ranking mages or royal tombs." He quietly recounted this secret. In fact, he had encountered this information while creating his character prior to the genesis of the game. However, the world of Genesis is vast, filled with countless mysteries waiting to be unraveled by them. How terrifying! Upon hearing his tale, the tearful cat felt a chill run through her, instinctively hugging herself. "Unbounded! Look over there!" she suddenly exclaimed. Following her pointed finger, they beheld the end of the corridor. It opened into a circular hall, sparsely furnished with decaying tables and chairs. The most striking feature was a stone bed before which stood a towering figure, easily 2 meters in height. This individual was clad in an ancient mage's robe, remarkably preserved despite the passage of centuries. With a countenance both formidable and solemn, he inspires trepidation in those who gaze upon him. In his left hand, he wields an exquisitely ornate staff, its pinnacle adorned with a transparent gemstone the size of a goose egg. His right hand cradles an ancient black spellbook, its pages turned back to reveal several leaves. His eyes, brimming with wisdom, gaze serenely ahead, as if capable of unraveling the most profound secrets. Every aspect, from the sorcerer himself to his robes, the staff, and the spellbook, emanates a chilling aura of terrifying power. An immense pressure envelopes the atmosphere, akin to an ocean weighing heavily upon one's chest, rendering breath a challenge. The potent magical energy surges like a tidal wave, tumultuous and unrestrained, as the noxious gases within the cavern are swept into a frenzy. From him, tendrils of verdant poison continuously seep forth, an unending stream of malevolence. Chapter 34. At the end of the road, the ancient archmage, Carlos, was still alive. Lin Tian was taken aback, immediately preparing to flee in haste. In the realm of magic, the reputation of poison mages had always been dismal. Rarely was there a benevolent soul among them. Whenever powerful poison mages emerged, they would invariably leave a trail of devastation in their wake. Wherever they roamed, not even a chicken or dog would survive, leaving desolation behind, all succumbing to the toxic miasma. This individual, renowned and infamous, could turn anyone into a living curse with but a breath. Yet, upon further contemplation, Lin Tian discerned an anomaly. Although Carlos appeared to be standing as a living being, he emitted no aura whatsoever. It was only logical. Had he truly been alive, countless self-proclaimed righteous mercenary bands would have converged to eradicate him long ago. It was a false alarm. With his fears alleviated, Lin Tian began to scrutinize the other areas of the hall. To the left and right of Carlos, there were ancient and intricate patterns carved into the walls. After gazing for a while, he felt an unsettling familiarity, as if he had encountered such designs before, prior to the game's launch. In the introductory CG depicting the war between gods and demons, Numerous formidable human factions had participated, during which similar patterns had manifested. If he were not mistaken, these were alchemical arrays. However, he could not decipher the purpose of these two specific alchemical formations. Alchemical arrays had a myriad of applications: sealing, teleportation, summoning, invisibility, enchantment, encryption, stabilization, suppression, spatial expansion, and interdimensional communication, among others. Yet, he remained utterly ignorant in this domain. His gaze shifted, and suddenly, he beheld something that made his heart race. On the stone wall behind Carlos grew a plant of purest white. This plant bore 5 leaves, each adorned with a frost-like sheen. The relentless toxic fog assailed the plant, yet it absorbed the poison as sustenance. Within a meter's radius, white crystalline snowflakes adorned the ground. "Frost spirit grass!" Both exclaimed in unison, their excitement palpable. After enduring countless hardships, they finally laid eyes upon their quest item. The sight of the frost spirit grass made all previous tribulations worthwhile. Their journey had not been in vain. "Let us go. Dig it up and complete the task." With that, Lin Tian stepped into the hall, advancing towards the frost spirit grass, with Tearful Cat closely trailing behind. -1, -2, -5. Suddenly, Lin Tian realized he was continuously losing health. Although the loss was minimal each second, it escalated over time. Tearful Cat was experiencing the same predicament. Checking their current status, the antidote's effect still had an hour and 34 minutes remaining. It had not yet expired. Could it be that the concentration of toxic fog in the hall had reached a level that even the antidote could not withstand? Everywhere he looked, the green mist writhed incessantly, almost solidifying into a tangible form. It felt as though the poison was being forcefully pressed into their very bodies. With a swift grasp, the toxic mist coalesced into a pool of venom upon his hands. Time was of the essence. Otherwise, they would succumb to the poison. Lin Tian consumed a vial of life potion and sprinted towards the ice spirit grass. In a mere 10 seconds, he surpassed Carlos, extending his hand and effortlessly uprooting the ice spirit grass from the stone wall. At that moment, his health was depleting at a rate of 20 points per second. The recovery from the life potion could not counter the relentless passage of life. He hastily tossed the ice spirit grass into his backpack, watching his health plummet from a full 177 points to 140. With a mere 7 seconds before it fell to 0, and under the escalating assault of the toxic mist, it could be reduced to just 5 seconds. The journey back to the entrance of the hall would require 10 seconds. There was simply no time to spare. Even if the crying cat possessed more health than he did, it would be futile to attempt the dash in 5 seconds. In an instant, they found themselves in a perilous predicament. Lin Tian's temper flared, frustration bubbling within him. Dying in this wretched place would be unbearable. Losing 50% of his experience was a minor setback. He could regain it over time. However, the black iron gear and quest items in his backpack could potentially be lost upon his demise. Such a loss was unacceptable. Cursing under his breath, he seized Carlos's staff and shook it violently. The staff remained unyielding. Yet, this simple action unleashed chaos. The entire cavern began to tremble violently, akin to a capsized ship. Had he not clung tightly to the staff, he would have been thrown to the ground. In a moment of desperation, the crying cat clung to his leg, preventing her from being flung away. He swore it was merely a casual shake of the staff. Who could have anticipated such a tumult? Truly, calamity begets calamity. What should they do now? Panic surged within him. Standing unsteady and struggling to move, their hopes of escaping the hall had evaporated. What now? Were they destined to perish here? He did not wish to lose the black iron robe that had not yet warmed to his touch. Clearly, the crying cat was paralyzed by fear. If they were to die, the losses would be insurmountable. All their efforts throughout the night would be rendered meaningless. Watching his health plummet at an alarming rate of 22 points per second, they were on the brink of disaster. Yet, in this moment of crisis, Lin Tian found an unexpected calm. Rage, anger, and anxiety would not resolve their plight. Only complete tranquility could foster wisdom. He shifted his gaze towards the 2 alchemical circles. Carlos would not expend energy to create 2 alchemical formations without significant purpose. They had no choice but to make a desperate gamble. If they succeeded, there might be a glimmer of hope. If they failed, it would simply be a matter of ill fate. He recalled the opening CG of the game. where formidable beings utilized alchemical circles, either employing alchemical formulas to decipher or unleashing immense magical power to activate them. He was not versed in those intricate alchemical formulas. With only a few hundred points of mana, he doubted he could even activate a single mana node of the alchemical formation. At that moment, he recalled an item nestled within his backpack. Perhaps it was worth a try. Without further contemplation, he swiftly retrieved a soft, yielding object from his bag. It was none other than the magical crystal of the River Lord, the Golden Toad Magic Crystal. The third method to activate the alchemical array involves the utilization of a magical crystal. The immense magical energy contained within the crystal can substitute for one's own power. Time was of the essence. He took a step to the left and promptly inserted the crystal into the recess at the center of the left side of the alchemical array. This was the source of energy for the array. A tremendous force of suction surged forth, causing the crystal to diminish visibly in size. The instant the crystal was inserted, the various magical nodes of the alchemical array ignited with brilliance, and the magical circuit connected at a rapid pace, illuminating the entire array with a radiant glow. A roar, reminiscent of an ancient and primal beast, reverberated through the air, nearly shattering Lin Tian's eardrums. Chapter 35, The Moment of Life and Death Beneath the Looming Stone Wall. Numerous small rocks cascaded down, inflicting excruciating pain upon his entire body. Fortunately, they were merely pebbles, causing only a few drops of blood to spill. Lin Tian's gaze became vacant as he beheld an enormous beast, the size of a house, hovering above the alchemical array, its cold eyes fixated upon them, revealing an unmistakable intent to kill. The overwhelming pressure bore down upon him. In disbelief, Lin Tian realized that he had inadvertently activated a sealing array, releasing the imprisoned beast. Such a creature possessed the power to annihilate the entire village of Dawn in mere moments. With a thunderous roar, the beast unleashed its century-old pent-up rage, stirring a tempest within the hall. It opened its massive maw and, with colossal wings unfurled, launched itself toward Lin Tian. Despite knowing this was merely a game, the immersive sensation rendered him helpless, causing both body and soul to tremble instinctively. Suppressing his inner terror, he swiftly retrieved the magic crystal and dashed towards the right side of the alchemical array, forcefully inserting the crystal into the magical energy supply interface. Logically, his speed paled in comparison to that of the flying beast, making it impossible to escape its grasp. Yet, due to its upbringing by Carlos, the creature halted abruptly before its former master. Although Carlos had perished, the bond of their contract lingered in the depths of the beast's soul, instilling an everlasting fear that prevented it from challenging him. It veered sharply around Carlos, heading straight for Lin Tian, granting him a fleeting moment of respite. "Hurry faster," he urged, watching anxiously as the magical circuits of the alchemical array connected rapidly. At that moment, his life points dwindled to a mere 55. With a loss of 38 points per second, he could sustain himself for only one more second. Nearby, the weeping cat, frantic as a cat on a hot tin roof, paced restlessly, wringing its paws. The beast dove down, generating a maelstrom of air that nearly swept the two of them away. Its glistening claws, over a meter long, grazed Lin Tian's head with a chilling touch. Yet, Lin Tian remained oblivious, concentrating all his energy on the alchemical array. Finally, just as he was about to be torn to shreds by the beast, the alchemical array was fully activated. Countless arcane runes soared into the sky, enveloping both him and the weeping cat. The beast's claws swiped through them, yet they remained unscathed, as if they existed in a different dimension. Indeed, it was the power of space. Lin Tian's gamble had paid off. The alchemical array on the right was, in fact, a teleportation array. Although it consumed half the magic of a Golden Toad Magic Crystal, it was undoubtedly a small-scale, short-range teleportation array. 1 second later, as the brilliance faded, the figures of the two vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed at all. Suddenly, the flying beast let out a mournful wail, losing its balance and plummeting to the ground. It howled in agony, clutching its neck and rolling on the ground. It appeared to be poisoned, despite its imposing presence. It remained a subordinate of the renowned mage, Carlos, subject to suppression. No matter how formidable its body, it was not immune to the invasion of toxins. Regrettably, having just escaped from a century-long confinement within the alchemical array, It found itself inhaling not the air of freedom, but toxic fumes. The passage within the toxic fog cavern extended for miles, filled with poisonous gas. The length was utterly despairing. Without Lin Tian's antidote, it would not last long enough to escape the cavern, destined to perish within. Outside the toxic fog cavern, over 20 players lay sprawled across the ground. Among them were the likes of Sui Feng Ershi and Pai Lai Tianshang. A glance at their names revealed that most bore the prefix of Pai Lai, clearly denoting them as subordinates of Sui Feng Ershi. At this moment, they all appeared sickly, in a state of near collapse. After sitting idly for 6 or 7 hours, even the sturdiest of bodies could not endure. There were no monsters nearby to level up against, leaving them to wrestle with their boredom. Damn it. I have never felt so speechless in my life. After waiting 6 or 7 hours for their return, I shall surely chop them to bits and feed them to wild dogs. The warrior Pai Lai Tianshang roared, bringing his great sword down heavily onto the ground, sending grass and debris flying. Upon hearing this, the others were filled with righteous indignation and shared a common enmity. They had been summoned by Sui Feng Ershi to specifically lie in wait for Lin Tian and his companions. However, none had anticipated that their wait would stretch into the better part of a day. Even the most steadfast patience had been worn thin. Their anger towards Lin Tian and the others surged relentlessly, surpassing the breaking point, vowing to exact vengeance. In the dead of night, fatigue weighed heavily upon them, with many succumbing to exhaustion and seeking a clean patch of ground to sleep soundly. Casual players, lacking their patience, had long since dispersed. They emerged. They are out. At that moment, a bowman named Pai Lai Tiandao suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. Instantly, everyone was jolted awake. Those who had been asleep springing up reflexively. Damn it, they finally decided to come out. However, to their astonishment, only 2 figures emerged instead of 4. Furthermore, their method and position of appearance were rather peculiar. A brilliant beam of white light descended from the heavens, with countless runes dancing within it. Lin Tian and Lu Lei Mao Mao materialized within this light, suspended over 3 meters above the ground. As the white light gradually dissipated, losing its magical support, the 2 plummeted straight down. Ah, help! Lu Lei Mao Mao's piercing scream echoed through the forest. Lin Tian instinctively clutched his ears. Thud! Thud! The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground resonated. Lin Tian cast a glance at his health bar, his complexion paling drastically. It was not from the fall, but from sheer fright. Upon emerging from the toxic mist layer, his vitality was reduced to a mere 17 points. Moments ago, he plummeted from midair, losing an astonishing 16 points in the process. Now, he was left with a precarious single point of life remaining. Had the location of the teleportation been even slightly higher, he would have met his demise upon impact. Indeed, the alchemical array within the hall was a unidirectional, short-range teleportation array. When Carlos constructed the teleportation circle, he deliberately positioned the exit at the mouth of the toxic mist layer. This was not only for his own convenience, as a prestigious sorcerer of renown should not be seen traversing the dank and dreary caverns, but also as a precaution for escape. Should enemies breach the hall, and he find himself outmatched, he could swiftly utilize the teleportation array to flee for his life. Chapter 36. A glimmer of hope. The formidable mage of the sealed title possessed immense magical power, allowing for unrestricted flight. Thus, the elevation of the exit could be whimsically determined. Carlos could hardly foresee that, centuries after his downfall, a novice mage apprentice would emerge from his teleportation array, nearly meeting a fatal end. Upon landing, Lin Tian was startled by the surrounding circumstances. A throng of players bearing eerily similar names approached him, their intentions unmistakably sinister. Were they lying in wait at the cave's mouth specifically to ambush him? Having narrowly escaped one peril, he found himself ensnared in another. With but a sliver of health remaining and his life potion still cooling down, a mere touch could spell his doom. Oh dear, I might perish from the fall. Rubbing her bruised body, the tearful cat raised her head and paled at the sight of the fierce-looking players. She hastily concealed herself behind Lin Tian, stammering, "Wuji, what do they want?" Lin Tian's expression darkened, his silence answering her unspoken fears. "How dare they attempt to seize what belongs to us, the Thunderstorm Guild? Charge! Crush them!" roared the raging Sui Feng Ershi, brandishing a spear. Lin Tian was taken aback. Before he could grasp the situation, their adversaries surged forth, intent on tearing them apart. Outnumbered, he saw no avenue for escape. Yet, even in the face of despair, he resolved not to yield. Activating the magic shield, he sought to endure until he could once again deploy his life potion. Suddenly, a nearby player exclaimed in shock, "Why am I losing health?" Red numbers popped above his head, -32, -45, -56. The continuous loss escalated alarmingly. Within 5 seconds, even consuming a life potion could not stave off his demise. It was not just him. All around, players began to suffer from the same affliction. The most resilient among them, Suifeng Ershi, began to lose health at a rate of 10 points, unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of the toxin, which compounded with each passing moment. In the blink of an eye, the situation shifted dramatically. This sudden turn of events sent chaos rippling through the ranks, leaving even Lin Tian bewildered. In his haste upon emergence, he had overlooked the faint green mist enveloping him and the tearful cat. It was unmistakably the noxious gas from the poison fog cavern. To his astonishment, a portion of this toxic mist had accompanied them through the teleportation. As the poisonous vapors permeated the air, the verdant grass beneath withered and decayed rapidly. Tiny insects lamented their fate as they succumbed. The noxious cloud extended approximately 20 meters, ensnaring all members of the Thunderstorm Guild within its grasp. Each individual began to lose health at varying degrees. The closer one drew to Lin Tian, the lower their magical defenses, resulting in a more severe decline in health. In merely 5 seconds, over half of the Thunderstorm players had succumbed to the poison. Only Lin Tian and the Tearful Cat, the source of the toxic fog, remained unaffected. Their antidotes still in effect. Facing inevitable death, they resolved to fight fiercely to ensure their adversaries would perish alongside them. With a thunderous roar, the player known as Drifting with the Wind commanded his subordinates to assault Lin Tian and his companion. The remaining players, facing imminent death, were incited by Drifting with the Wind and charged at the two in a frenzy. Lin Tian was unperturbed by the melee fighters before they could reach him. They were all dispatched by poison. The true threat lay in the ranged classes, many of whom unleashed their abilities in their final moments. We must withstand this onslaught. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. If they could endure this wave, they might turn the tide of battle. Fortunately, the cooldown on his life potion had expired, and he promptly consumed one to initiate his recovery. Tear's cat summoned a level 5 imp, positioning it before her as a shield to absorb damage. Flames, frost, falling rocks, and arrows rained down upon them incessantly. Lin Tian struggled to maintain his magical shield against the barrage. His mana plummeted drastically, dropping from 590 to a mere 106 in the span of 2 seconds, a testament to the ferocity of the enemy's assault. After 2 seconds, the intensity of the attacks diminished, as the ranged players of Thunderstorm were nearly all poisoned. Lin Tian consumed a mana potion and initiated his counterattack. Under the dual onslaught of Poison Mist and Lin Tian's Tear's Cat, every player within the attack radius was slain, leaving no survivors. Drifting with the Wind and his comrades, having initially kept their distance from Lin Tian, made a desperate dash for safety when he shouted for a final assault. A few players, sensing danger, fled alongside him. However, their inferior equipment and health proved fatal. Just one step away from fresh air, they succumbed to the noxious gas and collapsed to the ground. Ultimately, from the 27 players of Thunderstorm, only Drifting with the Wind escaped the poison circle, yet he was barely clinging to life, with less than 20 health points remaining and all his potions on cooldown. On the other hand, Lin Tian felt an immense relief wash over him as the threat had been neutralized. If not for the poison, he would have been pierced by a barrage of arrows. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, dissipating the toxic mist that lingered around them. Lin Tian was jolted by a sudden realization filled with dread. Fortunately, among the players from Thunderstorm, there were no wind mages. Otherwise, a simple gust or tempest could have cleared the poison entirely. The mist enveloping them was already quite thin and would not linger long in such an open space. As Lin Tian and Tear's Cat approached Drifting with the Wind, their eyes were filled with icy resolve. "Brother, misunderstandings abound. This is all a grave mistake. We, Thunderstorm, have a modest reputation in the online gaming realm." Drifting with the Wind, once brimming with bravado, found his confidence melting away, replaced by sheer panic. He feigned a congenial smile, attempting to appear amicable and harmless. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a sharp ice spike interrupted him. -46. The devastating damage stripped him of his remaining life. As he gazed at the ice spear piercing through his body, the facade of a hypocritical smile vanished into the wind, replaced by sheer astonishment. He could scarcely comprehend that despite his submissive demeanor and countless pleasantries spoken, the formidable figure of unyielding eternity had chosen to ignore him entirely, opting instead to take lethal action without uttering a single word. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a flicker of fear from unyielding eternity's swift and decisive actions. A veteran of the online gaming realm, having forged numerous legends and vanquished countless adversaries, he found himself gripped by an unexpected trepidation. Unyielding eternity showed no hesitation as he struck, his hands exhibiting an unsettling steadiness, calm and efficient. Even upon hearing the words thunderstorm, his expression remained unchanged. Beside unyielding eternity stood a beautiful sorceress, who, witnessing his assault, cast shadow arrow upon herself, her face flushed with excitement, creating a striking contrast to unyielding eternity's composed demeanor. Chapter 37. The black bear legging Sui Feng Ershur understood that he had encountered a true formidable adversary. Fearless of heaven and earth, unburdened by any psychological constraints, this individual acted with unrestrained intent, killing and doing as he pleased. Such a person should never be provoked, once entangled. The consequences could be endless if not eradicated. Fueled by intense resentment, his corpse transformed into a streak of white light, vanishing into thin air. Yet, his hatred persisted, flowing like an unending river. News of the leak regarding the cave of the titled sorcerer had reached him, revealing that Lin Yun had seized the treasures within. After investing considerable time and effort to arrange an ambush, he found himself completely outmaneuvered and killed. This grudge was one that even the waters of the heavens could not cleanse. Earlier, he had swallowed his pride and pleaded for mercy. Motivated by the hope of 2 pieces of equipment being of black iron quality, which could potentially drop upon his demise. Thus, he endured humiliation and resentment, donning a facade of a smile in a desperate attempt to escape. In the resurrection point of Morning Light Village, Sui Feng Ershur stood, his body trembling slightly, exuding a chilling calmness as an indescribable fury simmered within him. None of his subordinates, including the thunderstorm Tian Shang, dared to approach. After a long while, his tightly clenched fist gradually relaxed. He turned around, donning a gentle smile. Tian Shang, you and the brothers go level up. I shall peruse the auction house for suitable leggings. Indeed, the heavy armor leggings of black iron he possessed had been dropped upon his death. Thunderstorm Tian Shang, bewildered, led the group away, unable to comprehend why Sui Feng Ershur had so easily relinquished his hatred. According to past customs, enduring such a significant loss would certainly prompt a full-scale mobilization to intercept and hunt down Bu Miaowu and Lu Mao Mao. Not to mention that Shiyu Zhuzhou and Ai He Nai Chao would not be spared either, all to be eliminated together. However, he dared not defy Sui Feng Ershur's commands and complied, letting go of hatred. Once his subordinates had departed, Sui Feng Ershur spat out a bloody tooth, nearly crushed from overwhelming rage. Bu Miaowu, one day, I shall make you pay dearly in blood, he roared, his voice echoing with fury. Although their encounter had been brief, he recognized Lin Tian as a skilled player. Relying solely on numbers would not suffice to bring him down. Moreover, Lin Tian was no fool. He would not remain stationary, awaiting his fate. Currently, Thunderstorm S forces were few, poorly leveled, and inadequately equipped. Having just suffered a complete rout with a 50 loss in experience, many losing levels, dispatching everyone to pursue him would be a fruitless endeavor, consuming time and effort with little reward. Hence, for now, he had to endure. Oh my, what a generous soul. He even gifted us a piece of black iron equipment. Upon retrieving the leggings dropped by Sui Feng Ershur, Lin Tian was elated. Is that so? Quickly, share the attributes with me. Hearing of the black iron equipment, Lu Mao Mao, who had been scavenging for spoils, immediately halted and gathered around. After the players of the thunderstorm perished, a plethora of equipment items erupted onto the ground, forming a thick layer that brought an uncontainable smile to her face. It truly felt like gathering money for free. However, aside from the one piece in Lin Tian's possession, all were common white gear and the most inferior novice equipment. Lin Tian, without any pretense, shared the attributes in the team channel. Black bear leggings, black iron level, 8 physical defense, 12 magical defense, for durability, 66, 100 bonus, Constitution 2 equipment requirement, Strength 14 description, leggings crafted from black bear hide. Remarkably sturdy, with outstanding defensive capabilities. Such high defense. No wonder skills dealt minimal damage to him. Another 1,000 coins in hand. Wow, what impressive attributes! Exclaimed Crying Cat. After gathering all the spoils and making a quick tally, they had amassed a total of 1 silver and 36 copper, 16 pieces of white gear, 1 piece of black iron equipment, and several red and blue potions. Considering the value of the 16 pieces of white gear is roughly equivalent to the black iron leggings you hold. How about I take all the white gear and you keep the black iron equipment? Crying Cat suggested, tilting her head as she gazed at the mountain of equipment. Absolutely. Lin Tian readily agreed. Truth be told, he found the distribution of the loot quite troublesome, and Crying Cat's proposition was perfectly aligned with his thoughts. The combined selling price of the 16 pieces of white gear was indeed slightly higher than that of the black iron leggings, but it demanded considerably more effort. If a few pieces failed to sell, he would have to relist them at the auction house, which was quite bothersome. Hence, he was more than willing to let Crying Cat handle it. Once all the spoils were stowed in his backpack, Crying Cat revealed a satisfied smile. This feeling is exhilarating. If this continues, I feel I might become a wealthy woman. Lin Tian smiled silently, feeling immensely pleased within. Today's harvest was substantial. Although the journey had been arduous, the outcome remained delightful. By the way, Crying Cat couldn't suppress her curiosity. I believe Thunderstorm isn't a minor organization. You killed Suifeng Ershi after he pleaded for mercy. Aren't you afraid of future retribution? Afraid? Lin Tian replied with a faint smile. Why should I be afraid? They are numerous, and you cannot contend with them alone. She retorted immediately. He chuckled softly. The ambush by Suifeng Ershi's team at the cave entrance had already forged an enmity that left no room for reconciliation. Since they were enemies, why spare him? He would grant no respite to his foes. He would strike them down at once. If he refrained from killing Suifeng Ershi, it would be tantamount to submission, to bow to both him and Thunderstorm, thereby acknowledging his own weakness. Once Suifeng Ershi returned, he would undoubtedly turn against Lin Tian and continue to be his adversary. After all, many of his brethren had perished because of Lin Tian, and not avenging them would leave him without justification. Lin Tian's character knew no weakness and would never bow to his enemies. Otherwise, why would he have left a promising team in the first place? As for the consequences, the enemy is formidable. Thus, one must become even stronger. When faced with adversity, one must rise to the occasion. Having already offended the 2 major factions of 7 kills and the Red Gang, what difference does it make to add another formidable foe to the list? What about you? Are you not afraid? I saw you casting Shadow Arrow. Would you care to unleash one upon him as well? He inquired. Humph. If you are unafraid, why should I be? Lyle puffed out her chest proudly and declared. Besides, I am implicated because of you. If they were to bully me, you wouldn't just stand by and watch, would you? She playfully winked. Well, you make a valid point, Lin Tian replied with a serious nod. I would not intervene. You infuriate me. The first part of his statement brought comfort to Lyle, but the abrupt twist in the latter half made her seethe, and she delivered a fierce punch to Lin Tian's shoulder. Chapter 38. Elemental Starry Sky. Lin Tian retrieved a tome with a black cover, and an ancient, desolate aura wafted towards him. The cover bore 4 magical runes forming the grand title, True of Magic. This True of Magic was the very book that Carlos had in his possession. While being pursued by flying magical beasts, he had dashed from the left ceiling array to the right teleportation array, casually snatching it from Carlos as he passed by. It was only now, in a state of complete safety, that he remembered to examine it. Upon opening the book, he discovered it chronicled the legendary experiences of Carlos's life. The most extensive writings detailed his journey in magical cultivation, from apprentice to junior mage, to sorcerer, ultimately achieving the esteemed title of sorcerer. All of his insights and understandings regarding the essence of magic were meticulously recorded within, offering profound detail. Should this tome fall into the hands of mages on the magical continent, it would undoubtedly be deemed a priceless treasure. For Lin Tian, it held immense significance, potentially guiding him past many arduous detours. Within the True of Magic, he uncovered the fundamental reasons behind Carlos's supremacy among sorcerers of the same rank. Beyond innate talent, the most crucial factor in the strength of mages lies in their magical energy. The quantity of magical power directly determines the potency of the spells they cast. It is well known that the more formidable a spell, the longer its casting time, necessitating greater magical energy. The core reason Carlos reigned invincible among sorcerers was his possession of 3 magical whirlpools. Traditionally, each mage is limited to a single whirlpool, yet he possessed 3. Throughout history on the magical continent, only one mage has ever possessed 3 whirlpools. With triple the magical energy of others, it is nearly impossible not to be formidable. The True of Magic meticulously detailed the arduous and painful process required to attain 3 whirlpools. Upon reaching this revelation, Lin Tian was elated. Just this piece of knowledge rendered the value of True of Magic immeasurable. He solemnly placed the book into his backpack. "Wuji, I have something splendid. Would you like it?" Meowed the tearful cat, speaking in a mysterious tone as Lin Tian finished his task. "What is it?" Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. With a flourish, the tearful cat produced a transparent gemstone the size of a goose egg. After a moment of meticulous observation, Lin Tian exclaimed, "Isn't this the gemstone from Carlos's staff?" "Indeed. If you could pilfer a tome of magic, could I not acquire a mere gemstone?" The tearful cat giggled, handing the gemstone to Lin Tian. "Take a look at its attributes." He accepted the gemstone, feeling its cool, smooth surface. Within the gem lay an endless expanse, reminiscent of a vast starry sky. Elemental starry sky, a magical gemstone imbued with immense energy, possessing it is akin to holding a piece of the cosmos. When embedded at the pinnacle of a magical artifact, it bestows the user with thrice their innate magical power. Once the magical energy is depleted, it requires 12 hours to recharge. Usage requirement: a weapon of no lesser quality than silver grade. Lin Tian's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression brimming with disbelief. It was astonishing. It was terrifying. It was utterly extraordinary. Simply contemplating it sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him. Should he ascend to the rank of a junior mage, possessing 3 magical vortices, and in conjunction with the elemental starry sky, it would be tantamount to wielding an additional 9-fold of his innate magical power. What fiend or creature could possibly stand against such might? He finally comprehended the reason behind the insatiable lust many harbored for the corpse of Carlos. Why did the Thunderstorm faction harbor such animosity towards him? After all, he was a legendary mage, his very being replete with treasures. Be it his enchanted robe, his staff, the sealed magical beasts, or his spellbooks, all were exquisite artifacts coveted by ordinary mages. Even his lifeless form could be forged into a formidable undead by a necromancer. Such trifles as black iron gear, life gems, skill tomes, and ice spirit grass paled in comparison. The most significant gains from this expedition were the arcane truth and the elemental starry sky. After a moment, as his excitement subsided, he spoke with a calm demeanor. Having perused its attributes, you should grasp its worth. Indeed, the weeping cat nodded. Thus, for the first time, he regarded her earnestly. Then why would you bestow it upon me? He found the notion quite illogical. Such a divine artifact, though currently devoid of silver-tier instruments and temporarily useless, bore immense potential. She could wield it herself. If placed on the market, it would undoubtedly incite a commotion, fetching no less than 100,000. His relationship with the weeping cat was evidently not at a level that warranted such generosity. I believe you would be more suited to it. It could yield greater benefits in your hands. Yes, precisely, she replied, resting her chin on her hand. Is it truly that simple? Indeed. Lin Tian was rendered speechless. He returned the elemental starry sky to the weeping cat, declaring, "It is far too precious. I cannot accept it. I dislike owing favors." He had a profound appreciation for wealth and was in dire need of it. Yet if you do not want it, would you feel at ease if I sold it? The weeping cat stepped back, evading his gesture. That statement indeed left Lin Tian momentarily dumbfounded. Had he not possessed the elemental starry sky? He would not have found it amiss if another player suddenly wielded such a powerful artifact. However, with the elemental starry sky in his grasp. Should he choose not to use it and sell it instead, only for it to fall into the hands of his adversaries, thereby forging a formidable spellcaster, he would undoubtedly feel discontented. "Oh my, you are a grown man. Why so indecisive?" the weeping cat admonished. "Where has that bravado gone when you extorted me for 70 copper and 1 silver? Now, you refuse a gift worth 100,000? Is that what it means to be a man? Lacking even this modicum of courage?" Faced with her scathing remarks, Lin Tian fell silent. This woman truly held a grudge. Remembering even the minutiae of past grievances, the task of advancing from an apprentice warlock to a novice warlock is exceedingly arduous. "Will you assist me tonight? This way, I could consider the favor repaid. Would that be acceptable?" Noticing his silence, the weeping cat pressed on. "Very well. I shall make use of it for now, and will find a way to return the favor in due course." Her incessant prompting ultimately cemented Lin Tian's resolve. The elemental starry sky holds immense significance for him. The artifact must be firmly grasped in his own hands. Only with formidable strength can one possess everything. He has resolved that once he becomes a novice mage and steps out of the beginner village, he will exhaust every possible means to seek out powerful magical items to return to the weeping cat as compensation. Should he fail to achieve this, he shall endeavor to earn 100,000 yuan within 6 months to procure elemental starry sky for her. As for her suggestion of completing a task in exchange for the favor of gifting elemental starry sky, such a notion is simply not comparable. How could the two be equated? Chapter 39. The wings of the fallen soldiers. Lin Tian treasured the elemental starry sky and carefully placed it into his backpack. Upon returning to Morning Dawn Village, he planned to store it along with the true magic revelation in the warehouse. Keeping it in his backpack felt perilous. One could never know when misfortune might strike, leading to a potential loss. The thought of such a calamity was enough to evoke tears. "Ah, you all emerged before us." At that moment, a surprised voice echoed from the direction of the toxic fog dungeon's entrance. The two turned to see Shiyu Zhushou and Ai Hinai Cha. Although they had initially ventured out first, Lin Tian and Lulu Miao Miao had utilized a teleportation array, allowing them to exit a full 10 minutes ahead. Thank goodness. Otherwise, we would have been doomed. Shiyu Zhushou exclaimed, his voice tinged with relief after hearing Lin Tian's explanation. Unlike Lin Tian, who had been teleported out along with the toxic fog as a cohesive unit, they had walked out, and the fog dissipated within mere seconds of their exit. Who would have thought that the fleeting winds could be so malicious? They sought to annihilate us, Ai Hinai Cha declared indignantly. As for the loot each party had acquired within the dungeon, an unspoken understanding prevailed, and neither side broached the subject. Once we return to Morning Dawn Village, we will log off. What about you? Will you join us? Shiyu Zhushou inquired. We must complete a different quest. Our paths diverge here. Lin Tian politely declined the offer to travel together. Very well. They parted ways once more. Lin Tian and Lulu Miao Miao proceeded towards the Shadow Valley, remaining alert and vigilant of their surroundings. He was apprehensive that players from Thunderstorm might seek revenge and ambush them along the way. However, instead of encountering Thunderstorm players, he was unexpectedly ambushed by a reckless player from the Red Gang. The audacity of such a minor faction to provoke him left him both amused and exasperated. A level 7 mage, lower in rank than himself, dared to initiate a player kill against them? What audacity fueled such bravado? In a matter of moments, the encounter concluded without any suspense, and he effortlessly dispatched the Red Gang mage, sending him back to Morning Dawn Village. With no further disturbances, the duo successfully returned to the high platform in Shadow Valley, where they found the injured soldier, Oi Fu. The sight of Oi Fu's injuries startled Lin Tian. Large swathes of muscle had been charred away from his back, several bones were broken, and flames had even spread internally. Had it not been for the protection of his fighting spirit, his internal organs would have surely been scorched. Indeed, he was a warrior, remarkably resilient despite such grievous wounds. You have finally returned. If you had delayed a few more minutes, I would not have been here to greet you. Oi Fu's grimace softened slightly upon their arrival. Isn't the task time 12 hours? Lin Tian pondered, noting that their expedition had lasted only 7.5 hours. Yet Oi Fu appeared on the verge of death. Perceiving Lin Tian's confusion, Oi Fu explained, a burrowing beetle king charged out from within. I managed to slay it, but my injuries worsened. By the way, did you bring the ice spirit grass? Lin Tian nodded. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he seized Oyef's clothing and urgently inquired, when did you slay it? Where? Oyef, perplexed by Lin Tian's actions, replied, about half an hour ago, right here. All right. Lin Tian, disheartened, released his grip. Half an hour had passed, and the corpse of the burrowing beetle king had vanished, along with the spoils it had yielded. What a pity! He retrieved the ice spirit grass from his backpack. Oyef's eyes immediately sparkled. Without waiting for Lin Tian to speak, he snatched it away. Lin Tian, unperturbed, watched as Oyef produced a vial filled with a golden liquid from his pocket. He first poured the alchemical potion into the wound on his back, then kneaded the ice spirit grass into a pulp, allowing its juice to drip into the injury. A miraculous transformation unfolded instantly. Upon contact with the alchemical potion, the juice of the ice spirit grass emitted a white mist that enveloped the wound, accompanied by a sizzling sound. When the noise subsided and the mist dissipated, Oyef's back was restored to pristine condition, with no trace of injury visible. Lin Tian could not help but marvel. Oyef rose to his feet, albeit still somewhat weak. He exclaimed, truly remarkable warriors. With your presence, the future of Morning Dawn Village is bound to be bright. Noting the eager gazes of the two, he continued, I am grateful for your assistance in granting me a second chance at life. Allow these items to serve as my token of gratitude for saving me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tian received a system notification. System notification, you have completed the task. Ice Spirit Grass, Black Iron level. Reward, Wings of the Fallen Soldier. You have gained 3,000 experience, 20 prestige points, and 20 silver coins. It seemed there was an item. Lin Tian promptly took out the cloak. Wings of the Fallen Soldier, 1 slot Black Iron level, 8 physical defense, 8 magical defense, 8 additional, movement speed 0. 1 durability, 100 description, a skeletal warrior from the abyssal prison, once a general of the kingdom, whose power was eroded by the forces of the undead after death, resulting in diminished potency. Indeed, for a Black Iron level quest, the rewards were exceedingly generous, directly bestowing him with a Black Iron cloak. He immediately equipped the cloak. The tattered black fabric billowed in the wind, with several white skeletal heads subtly appearing upon it, as if ready to spring forth and feast upon the unwary. The only unsightly aspect was the numerous large holes that detracted from its appeal. Upon donning it, he resembled a necromancer, the target of universal disdain. Yet, Lin Tian was indifferent to such perceptions. With 8 points in both physical and magical defense, his overall protection had seen a remarkable enhancement. Previously, the only armor of note he possessed was a level 4 white, rudimentary bracers, which provided minimal defense. Now, his physical defense stood at 16, while his magical defense reached 14, significantly bolstering his survival capability. He contemplated purchasing a gem to embed in it for further enhancement. The reward for the Weeping Cat was a level 10 cloak. However, it was far more aesthetically pleasing than his own, devoid of any unsightly holes. Indeed, it featured 2 openings. Was there a bias favoring females over males? Why the disparate treatment? He yearned to vociferously question Oyef, but upon reflection, he decided against it, as he knew he would be utterly outmatched and swiftly defeated. After distributing the rewards, Oyef summoned a magnificent steed and galloped towards Dawn Village. Lin Tian was filled with envy. He and the Weeping Cat could only rely on their own legs for the journey back. Upon returning to Dawn Village, the Weeping Cat bid him farewell and exited the game. Lin Tian listed the black bear leggings at an initial auction price of 1,000 yuan. And feeling his legs growing numb, he too decided to log out of the game. Chapter 40. Wine Control. After logging off, Lin Tian struggled to keep his eyelids open. Yet he persevered to the nearby snack shop for a simple breakfast. While scanning his WeChat for payment, he noticed someone had added him as a friend, flooding him with dozens of messages, signed as Wu Yi. Who could she be? She seemed somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall her even after much contemplation. After accepting her friend request, he paid no further attention. Upon returning to his rented room, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Wu Yi elegantly stretched, showcasing her exquisite figure. Picking up her phone, she habitually opened WeChat. To her delight, she discovered that Lin Tian had finally accepted her friend request. She had sent the request the previous morning and anxiously awaited a response throughout the day, only to receive silence. Did he truly not remember her at all? Or was he simply too occupied to check his messages? This uncertainty plagued her thoughts, distracting her even during dance practice. Thankfully, the wait was over now. She sent him a greeting message and eagerly awaited his response. However, much like the day before, her message vanished into the void, and after half an hour of anticipation, there was still no reply. Her heart felt as if it were being pricked by 1,000 tiny claws. It wasn't until Liu Shiqi came to rouse her from slumber that she reluctantly set her phone aside. At 8 p.m., after a satisfying meal, Lin Tian logged back in and was greeted with 2 messages from the auction house. 2 pieces of black iron equipment had been sold. The black bear leggings fetched 400 yuan, resulting in a withdrawal of 120 yuan after various fees. The poisonous blade yielded 925 yuan upon withdrawal. A splendid total of 3,000 yuan had been earned. The system prompted, "Crying Cat invites you to join her team. Do you accept?" Accepted. Unbelievable. You're online so early? I thought you'd sleep until tomorrow morning. Ignoring the sarcastic tone of Crying Cat, Lin Tian casually responded as he approached a player's stall in Morning Sun Village. This stall was devoid of miscellaneous items. It exclusively offered skill books. Instantly intrigued, he recalled his battles with the likes of Midnight and Thunderstorm. Realizing that his offensive capabilities were rather limited, lacking explosive output in short bursts, the stall boasted skill books for various professions, priced between 20 silver to 5 gold, equivalent to 400 yuan to 10,000 yuan. Although numerous skill books were available at the auction house, parting with cash for them felt painful. He was reluctant to relinquish the money he had just earned. While purchasing skill books with in-game currency might be slightly more expensive, he could bear it. After searching for a while, he found 3 skill books for mages, 1 for fire spells, 1 for earth spells, and 1 for wind spells. The one that caught his eye was the wind spell. Wind control summons 2 gusts of wind to envelop oneself, increasing movement speed by 10 for 5 seconds. Mana cost, 50. Casting time, 1 second. Cooldown, 1 minute. Level 1 spell. Lin Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. The art of escape and pursuit. His affinity for wind magic stood at an impressive 90, enhancing his movement speed by 9. He inquired about the price of the skill book, Wind Control, pointing towards the stall of a nearby player. While other skill books were clearly priced, this particular one remained unmarked. The stall owner, without lifting his gaze, stated, 1 gold and 20 silver, no bargaining. With a total wealth of 1 gold, 30 silver, and 56 copper, purchasing this skill book would deplete his entire fortune. Isn't that a bit too expensive? Can you lower the price? He attempted to negotiate. If you want to buy it, then buy it. If not, don't block my way and waste my time. The response left him visibly displeased. The stall owner, also a mage, exhibited a blank expression, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. Realizing that bargaining was futile, Lin Tian understood the importance of wind control for a clumsy mage like himself, no matter the cost. He had to grit his teeth and buy it. 1 gold and 20 silver equated to 2,400 yuan. This was going to be a significant financial blow. Just as he was about to initiate the transaction, an abrupt voice interrupted him. Boss, how much for the skill book? I'll take it. The book she pointed to was precisely the wind control he coveted. The speaker was a female player, her voice clear and crisp. Someone was actually trying to snatch the skill book? Lin Tian's expression darkened as he turned to confront the intruder. You? It's you. The person was none other than Zhu Qingyan, who had previously clashed with him multiple times and vowed to exact her vengeance. Upon recognizing her, Zhu Qingyan instinctively took a step back, only to realize that such an action was a sign of weakness, which felt humiliating. She quickly stepped forward, widening her eyes, and stood her ground against Lin Tian. In Morning Dawn Village, player versus player combat was strictly prohibited. Anyone caught would swiftly face the patrolling guards. The minimum penalty was a 2-hour confinement, while the most severe punishment was not merely death, but a permanent ban from entering the village, rendering one unable to purchase potions or repair equipment, effectively crippling them. With this in mind, Zhu Qingyan felt emboldened and sneered. Did you not hear? If you can't afford it, don't buy it, and don't obstruct my path. Heh. Lin Tian chuckled lightly, refusing to yield. What do you mean? His nonchalant demeanor unsettled Zhu Qingyan. She felt anxious, pondering how she could defend herself if this madman decided to disregard all consequences and kill her. Just then, the patrolling guards turned away to another location. Boss, 1 gold and 20 silver. I'll take it, Lin Tian declared, turning to the player known as Sky Without Color. He didn't wish to waste any more time, as the weeping cat awaited him. All right, let's trade. Sky Without Color maintained an expressionless face. Wait. Just as Lin Tian was about to make a transaction, Zhu Qingyan interrupted him once more. The sky was devoid of color. 1 gold and 30 silver. I can offer 10 silver more than him. Sell it to me. With that, Zhu Qingyan cast a provocative glance in his direction. Lin Tian's expression darkened. She had the audacity to openly inflate the prices. If it were to proceed this way, he would be utterly helpless. Poverty was his greatest weakness. In a contest of financial resources, how could he possibly compete with Zhu Qingyan of the 7 Killers gang, given the animosity Zhu Qingyan harbored towards him? No matter how high he raised his offer, she would always undercut him. If you have the ability, raise your offer. The highest bidder wins, Zhu Qingyan taunted, relishing the discomfort evident in Lin Tian's demeanor, which brought her immense satisfaction, akin to a perverse delight. Chapter 41. Team Formation. Zhu Qingyan, an archer, was unable to wield any mage skills. Within the 7-kill gang, there existed a formidable wind mage who could be of assistance. She was confident that Lin Tian was no match for that mage. Moreover, witnessing Lin Tian's downfall would be far more gratifying than his mere demise. Apologies, beautiful. But the wind mastery has already been purchased. Only if he relinquishes it can you acquire it, as she indulged in her daydreams. The emotionless voice of Kong Wusei shattered her fantasies. What? She thought she must have misheard, incredulously exclaiming. However, Kong Wusei paid her no heed and proceeded to trade with Lin Tian. But I offered a higher price. She could hardly believe it, desperately attempting to regain some control over the situation. Yet, both Kong Wusei and Lin Tian treated her as if she were invisible, ignoring her entirely. Zhu Qingyan's once exquisite face flushed to a shade reminiscent of liver. Fury coursed through her, causing her to tremble. Her lips clenched tightly as her sharp nails dug painfully into her flesh, drawing blood. Her flowing hair danced wildly as if caught in an unseen wind, a testament to her seething anger. Had she not clung to the last vestiges of her reason, she would have longed to shoot these 2 scoundrels with an arrow. After acquiring wind mastery, Lin Tian shattered the skill book before Zhu Qingyan's eyes, mastering it instantly. Countless wind runes surged into his being, and he felt an exhilarating lightness. Of course, this was merely an illusion. Fortunately, his affinity for wind magic was a remarkable 90, meaning his required experience for leveling up had not increased. Once he completed his skill acquisition, Lin Tian cast a glance at Zhu Qingyan and strode away. Calm down. Stay composed, she urged herself, trying to suppress her rage, convincing herself that soon he would meet his downfall. Just wait. Once I complete my advancement quest, eliminating you will be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Indeed. She was now at level 10, while Lin Tian was still at level 8. Once she completed her advancement quest and became a novice archer, she was confident that the dual pressure of rank and level would give her the upper hand against Lin Tian. After repairing his equipment, Lin Tian bought a substantial quantity of mana potions from the alchemist. He then procured a level 1 fire red magic stone from a player stall, embedding it into this cloak to enhance his physical defense by 4 points. With this, his funds were nearly depleted, leaving him once again destitute. He had originally intended to seek out a few white-grade items at the player's stalls, but now he lacked the means. He glanced at his current attributes: Indestructible Infinity, Mage level, 8 Mage level 8 Magic Apprentice Health, 177 mana, 590 Physical Attack, 21 to 24 Magical Attack, 75 to 82 Physical Defense, 20 Magical Defense, 14 Strength, 5 Constitution, 5 Spirit, 40 Intelligence, 33 Agility, 5 Movement Speed, 1 Health Recovery Rate, 1 point per second Mana Recovery Rate, 1 point per second Meditation, 2 points of Mana Recovery per second. Reputation, 125 Equipment, Obsidian Mage Sword, Rudimentary Bracers, Flame Mage Ring, Wings of the Fallen Warrior, Skills, Wind Manipulation, Ice Spike, water tornado, magical shield, mage's vision, corrosive arrow, venomous arrow, bloodthirsty aura, luminous outpost. Upon reflection, it became evident that the equipment was rather scarce, and the health points were alarmingly low, with both defensive stats being quite inadequate. An archer wielding a level 10 black iron weapon could potentially slay him with merely 2 or 3 arrows. He recalled that he possessed the poisoned sack of the River Lord in his backpack, yet after searching throughout Dawnlight Village, he found no trace of the Adventurers Guild. Could it be that Dawnlight Village was too diminutive to host a branch of the guild? It seemed that venturing to the main city was the only way to locate the Adventurers Guild. The tearful cat approached and inquired, "Are you done? Shall we go? What exactly is the advancement quest? Share it with me." Lin Tian replied, "I cannot." The tearful cat shook her head. "It cannot be shared. However, I can post the quest details, and then you shall see." Subsequently, she shared the quest in the chat channel. Heart of Magic. Advancement quest. In the eastern Eagle Cry Valley of Dawnlight Village resides a formidable magical beast, the Fire Thunder Giant Elephant, which wreaks havoc and frequently injures villagers. Proceed to defeat it and obtain its magical crystal. The quest cannot be shared or abandoned. The very name, Fire Thunder Giant Elephant, signified a powerful boss, likely of black iron rank, exceedingly difficult to vanquish. Is it feasible for just the two of us? The tearful cat queried. Let us summon others. Lin Tian pondered momentarily before responding. He had never confronted a black iron boss head-on. He had witnessed the demonic Fire Rabbit King in Shadow Valley on 2 occasions, each time requiring a team of no fewer than 10 to overcome. The prospect of defeating a boss with merely a warlock and a mage seemed utterly fanciful. All right. However, I do not know many people, the tearful cat replied. The thought of rallying allies reminded Lin Tian of the giant axe of the fallen. He had yet to consult Zhongyuan Bandit. With his high defense and substantial health, he was an ideal candidate for tanking the boss, making it perfect to invite him. Lin Tian opened his friend list and found that Zhongyuan Bandit was online. Bandit, a friend of mine has a quest to slay a black iron boss. Are you available to assist? No problem. I happen to be free. Zhongyuan Bandit responded with enthusiasm. All right. We shall await you at the village entrance. After finalizing the arrangement, Lin Tian also contacted Siye Zhuzhou and Ai Hinai Cha, both of whom agreed to help. Meanwhile, the tearful cat managed to summon an archer. Before long, Zhongyuan Bandit arrived first. Upon seeing his level, Lin Tian noted he was at level 11. This level was unparalleled in Dawnlight Village, placing him among the elite. Bandit, have you completed your advancement quest? After inviting Zhongyuan Bandit into the party, Lin Tian was astounded to see his health points reached a staggering 611. This was more than 3 times his own. Achieving such a level was exceedingly challenging unless one invested entirely in vitality points. He had briefly engaged with Zhongyuan Bandit before, and his attack power was exceptionally high. Clearly, he had invested heavily in strength. Thus, there exists but one possibility. He has completed the advancement task and ascended to the rank of a junior knight. Indeed, the Central Plains Marauder nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "The advancement task is exceedingly challenging. Had it not been for my fortunate circumstances, I would have nearly faltered." Lin Tian produced the giant axe of the fallen, remarking, "Marauder, this is a black iron weapon I acquired last night. Do you think it suits you?" He shared its attributes with the Central Plains Marauder. Upon examination, the Marauder's eyes sparkled with excitement. "It is perfect, absolutely perfect. This is the weapon I have long desired." He rubbed his broad palm, a smile spreading across his face. "The black iron spear I currently wield is merely level 6 and no longer keeps pace with my own level. Wuji, pray tell, what price shall you offer me for this axe?" Lin Tian replied with a grin. "It could fetch over 2,500 yuan at auction, but considering our relationship, I shall offer it to you for 2,000 yuan. What say you?" Chapter 42. Provocation. Let us consider this a stroke of fortune for me. Indeed, your choice of companion proves fortuitous and agreeable. The ruffian from the Central Plains rejoiced heartily, adorned in at least half black iron gear. He possessed a comprehensive understanding of the general prices associated with various grades of black iron equipment. The giant axe of the fallen boasted an exceptionally high level, vastly superior and, despite its worth, unattainable. Its final auction price could soar to 3,000 yuan. Lin Tian sold it to him at a generous discount of 1,000 yuan. A truly significant favor. Thus, the transaction was completed, and after deducting the handling fee, Lin Tian's bank card was credited once more with 1,700 yuan. At that moment, Xia Zhuzhou and Ihanake arrived. Their levels were 10 and 9, respectively. Meow meow, where are the others you called? When will they arrive? He inquired. As the only one missing was the archer contacted by Lu Lei Mao Mao. Here they come. Hi there, beautiful, over here. Lu Lei Mao Mao exclaimed with excitement upon spotting a female archer approaching. Lin Tian turned to see her, and coincidentally, she noticed him as well. It's you. Indeed. It is you. In that moment of recognition, both exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. Qingqing, what is happening? Why is he here? Zhu Qingyin's displeasure was evident as her brows knitted together, her expression instantly turning frigid. She pointed at Lin Tian, directing her ire towards Lu Lei Mao Mao. What is wrong with him? Lu Lei Mao Mao asked, bewildered, glancing between them. Lin Tian shrugged, wearing a look of helplessness. Did I not mention that I have an adversary? It is he, Zhu Qingyin said, indicating Lin Tian with a sharp tone. If he is present, why did you summon me here? I didn't know. Lu Lei Mao Mao replied. Then, as if struck by a revelation, suddenly exclaimed, the mage who stole your 7 kills boss, is it not Immortal Wuj? Precisely. Zhu Qingyan replied coldly. However, you didn't mention his name to me before. Lu Lei Mao Mao scratched her head, feeling embarrassed. Regardless, whether he is here or not, you must decide, Zhu Qingyan retorted frostily. This left Lu Lei Mao Mao in a predicament. On one side stood Lin Tian, a formidable ally with whom she had partnered in leveling numerous times, and on the other, her close friend with whom she shared a dormitory at university. She was reluctant to offend either. In reality, she and Zhu Qingyan were classmates at the same university, and it was Zhu Qingyan who had invited her into Genesis. Caught in a battle of conscience, Lu Lei Mao Mao appeared deeply conflicted. After a moment, she spoke softly, Qingyan, perhaps this time we could let it go? In truth, Wuj is not as terrible as you claim. Could you do this for me as a favor? Unthinkable, Zhu Qingyan replied, her demeanor as cold as ice. Resolutely dismissing the idea. I shall interject for fairness. Amidst the standoff, Ihanake spoke up. Dear lady, we are all here to assist Mao Mao with her quest. Any deep-seated grievances can be resolved privately after we complete our task. Don't you agree? Your disruptive antics are casting a pall over everyone. Unexpectedly, her gentle and rational words were met with disdain from Zhu Qingyan. Who are you to point fingers at me? Zhu Qingyan, oblivious to the disdain, raised her head like an arrogant peacock. You, Aihuan Naicha fumed. I've encountered arrogance before, but never of this magnitude. I was merely trying to mediate. Yet all I received was your scorn. Just as she was about to erupt in anger, Xia Zhuzhou hastily intervened. Qingqing, come with me. Whatever task you have, Qisha can accomplish it. What can these individuals do? They are hardly worthy of being a mere distraction. Her mocking words instantly provoked anger among the group. Had it not been for her connection to the tearful cat, they would have confronted her this morning. I refuse to ally with anyone from Qisha. The tearful cat shook her head defiantly. Zhu Qingyan performed a theatrical display for what felt like an eternity. And Lin Tian finally discerned that she and the tearful cat were likely old acquaintances. Ah, how small the world is, he mused. He casually scratched his ear and inquired of Aihuan Naicha. Have you heard a hideous shrew cursing on the streets? Though he was indifferent to Zhu Qingyan's arrogance, after all, it posed no threat to him. He still appreciated Aihuan Naicha's earlier defense on his behalf. Huh? Is that so? Aihuan Naicha instantly comprehended Lin Tian's words and feigned a search for the alleged offender. Who are you calling a hideous shrew? Zhu Qingyan sprang up like a startled cat, her gaze sharp enough to pierce. I didn't mention you. Why are you so agitated? Lin Tian retorted with a cold smirk. Zhu Qingyan glared at him fiercely. Had her gaze the power to kill, Lin Tian would have perished countless times. Wuji, she is my roommate. The tearful cat gently tugged at Lin Tian's sleeve. Oh, Lin Tian understood. He then coldly stated, Zhu Qingyan, what purpose do you serve in Qisha? You don't even dare to confront a mere boss? If this is your level of capability, you might as well abandon your desire for vengeance. I can stand here unarmed. And you wouldn't dare to attack me. It was time to conclude this pointless quarrel. He had no desire to squander his time in such trivialities. Were it not for the tearful cat's presence, he would have been tempted to eliminate Xu Qingyan on the spot. Just as well, no guards were patrolling. Who said that? Why would I not dare? His provocation bore fruit, and Xu Qingyan immediately began to argue loudly. Deep down, she was reluctant to admit her inferiority to Lin Tian, even more so to allow him to see her fear. Dare or not, we shall soon find out. The cat's mission involves eliminating the Black Iron boss, as I have informed you. If you fear for your life, then do not accompany us. Feel free to seek out your Qixia team instead. We could certainly do without your lackluster attacks. Nai Cha, did you not mention you have a level 11 archer friend? Bring them here. Lin Tian said leisurely, winking at Aihuan Nai Cha. Very well. Aihuan Nai Cha, quick-witted, smiled knowingly and prepared to call for assistance. Fear? How amusing. Xu Qingyan laughed in anger. Let us go then. Who fears whom? Soon we shall see who the true coward is. Splendid. Then let us depart. Caught in a perpetual dilemma, the tearful feline suddenly noticed that the situation had temporarily calmed and quickly exclaimed, Wait. However, Xu Qingyan interrupted her. Casting a skeptical glance at Lin Tian, hand over the captain to me. I do not trust you. With a derisive look, Lin Tian glanced at her. His voice dripping with disdain, such a small chest and an unattractive appearance. Yet you make such a fuss. After uttering those words, he strode purposefully towards the outskirts of the village. Left behind, Xu Qingyan was seething with rage, her anger palpable. As she watched the others move further away, she gritted her teeth and ultimately decided to follow them. Chapter 43. Enemies meet. The 6 of them formed a complete team, a mage, a knight, a warrior, a priest, an archer, and a warlock, one of each profession. They made their way towards the eastern Eagle Howl Valley. The presence of Xu Qingyan, the troublemaker, rendered the group silent, creating a rather oppressive atmosphere. Perhaps unable to endure the stifling ambience any longer, Aihing Nai Cha broke the silence. She scrutinized Lin Tian and curiously inquired, Wuji, did you intentionally lower your attractiveness by 20? Lin Tian shook his head. No, you're a liar. Full of deceit. Xu Qingyan interjected. You must have actually increased it by 20. Oh. However, Lin Tian's disinterested demeanor immediately silenced her, leaving her without a chance to mock him further. Wuji, even if you have altered it, you are still quite handsome. Truly. Aihing Nai Cha proclaimed earnestly. This took Lin Tian by surprise, regardless of the authenticity of her flattery. It was pleasant to hear. She was quite articulate, unlike the brash and indiscreet Lulu Mau Mau, and certainly not as caustic and troublesome as Xu Qingyan. As they conversed, Lin Tian noticed a group of players engaged in chaotic combat ahead, fireballs and ice arrows flying in every direction, with hundreds of participants fervently battling. While their skirmish was of little concern, the narrow path before them was completely obstructed, preventing Lin Tian and his companions from passing. Attempting to sneak through was out of the question. The barrage of flying swords and arrows would ensure their demise. By the looks of it, the fighters were deeply engrossed, their faces flushed with exertion, and it would take no less than half an hour for the conflict to conclude. What should we do? Lu Mau Mau inquired. Xu Qingyan's expression momentarily darkened, and just as she was about to voice a harsh retort, she realized their party consisted of only 6 individuals, prompting her to silence herself. She turned to Lin Tian and mockingly said, Captain, how about you make a decision? Are we to stand here foolishly watching them fight until they clear us out? Lin Tian paid her no heed. He narrowed his eyes, intently observing the battlefield. He did not wish to interfere. But standing idly like a fool was not in his nature. Bow to, Zhuzhou Nai Cha, do you see? He directed his gaze towards a few of them. Let us do it. Zhong Yue and Bao Tu grinned widely. Lin Tian nodded, as this was quite in line with Bao Tu's character. When the laughing demon placed a hefty bounty on his head, he single-handedly dispatched over a dozen players, demonstrating his audacity. We're all in. Xie Zhuzhou was eager to participate. Aihing Nai Cha yawned. Hurry up and eliminate them. I want to drink my milk tea. All right. The group was united in their agreement. Lin Tian unsheathed his black gold mage sword and pointed forward. Clear a path. Interlopers, die. The best way to quell a fight is not to wait, but to subdue them all, and they would naturally cease their conflict. Under such circumstances, Zhu Qingyan no longer opposed him, her face alight with excitement, clearly reveling in the prospect of battle. The group surged forth like a whirlwind, charging directly into the fray. In the forefront of the fray, the Central Plains Marauder charged forward, sending several nearby players flying with brute force. Among them, a severely weakened assassin was instantly slain. With this formidable humanoid beast paving the way, Xie Zhuzhou wielded her great sword, relentlessly cleaving down any player attempting to approach. Lin Tian repeatedly swung his black gold magic sword, unleashing a torrent of spells upon all who dared to obstruct their path. Zhu Qingyan drew her crescent shadow bowstring, cold arrows raining down, mercilessly claiming lives. The weeping cat, targeting the weakest, unleashed shadow arrows, specifically on those with low health. As for the little devil, she dared not enter the fray. In the chaotic battlefield, survival for even 10 seconds seemed impossible. The tea lover, however, remained at ease, healing any players who bled. A priest by profession, she possessed offensive skills, yet chose not to employ them. In her words, "If I can talk, I certainly won't lift a finger." The 6 of them moved like a sharp arrow, carving a bloody path through the melee. The players embroiled in the chaos bore crimson names, while they retained their white status. Attacking red-named players did not change their own status, granting them a reckless freedom. Amidst the turmoil, the tea lover fortuitously picked up a white gear, a drop from some unfortunate soul who had fallen. Tomorrow's tea money is secured. Lin Tian smiled at her remark. Hey, which side are you on? Why are you indiscriminately killing? A player charged into their formation, gripping Lin Tian's collar, his eyes ablaze with fury. Lin Tian had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. A black magic arrow swiftly ended the confrontation. "We are merely kind-hearted passers-by," the tea lover replied with a smile. Soon enough, they found themselves at the heart of the chaotic crowd. Their distinct presence did not go unnoticed. It was impossible to ignore their singular focus on slaying anyone in their path, cutting a straight line through the melee. Many players began to target them intentionally. Yet, the battlefield was overwhelmingly chaotic. With a tank like the Central Plains Marauder leading the charge, none could stand in their way. Lin Tian and Zhu Qingyan, as the team's damage dealers, wrought devastation. Those who sought to intercept them quickly became lifeless corpses. Central Plains Marauder, indomitable and relentless. At that moment, a voice filled with rage echoed from nearby. Lin Tian, surprised, turned towards the source of the voice. What a coincidence! A familiar face. The female sorceress's vengeful gaze was locked onto them, longing to rush over and exact her vengeance. Had it not been for Lin Tian's sudden intervention last time, she would have undoubtedly slain the Central Plains Marauder. Thus, her hatred for Lin Tian was boundless. However, a throng of players stood between them, a formidable barrier. And she was currently besieged by several adversaries, struggling for her own survival. Indeed, the sorceress was none other than the one who had sought to claim the bounty on the Central Plains Marauder, a chill of revenge coursing through her. However, she was later slain by Lin Tian and the Central Plains Marauders in unison. Now, confronted by her enemies, yet powerless to exact vengeance, her fury intensified. The Marauder from the Central Plains evidently recognized her presence. He gestured with his middle finger in a universally understood manner. Witnessing this scene, Liang Bo felt a surge of blood rush to her head, nearly causing her to faint on the spot. With a gasp, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. In that moment of distraction, a slender sword pierced through her chest, ending her life. She fell, burdened with resentment and unwillingness. 2 minutes later, the 6 individuals finally breached a gap, escaping from the chaotic battlefield teeming with hundreds of players. At that moment, they were all injured, their faces smeared with blood. There was no alternative. The sheer number of opponents had nearly overwhelmed them. Chapter 44. Soaring through the skies yet. Every face was adorned with an exhilarating thrill. A lingering excitement that was palpable. In the absence of any hostile intent during the skirmish, they fought with reckless abandon, indulging in a raucous display of combat. Zhu Qingyan, drenched in sweat, could hardly conceal the mirth upon her visage. Just moments ago, she had envisioned all the players obstructing their path as Lin Tian, thus unleashing her pent-up grievances with fervor, mercilessly dispatching over 30 players along their journey. I picked up 2 white items. What about you? Lin Tian inquired, shaking the equipment in his hands with a smile. Amidst the chaos, numerous items lay scattered across the ground, and he seized the opportunity to collect two that were fortuitously useful to him. Resin robe, white level, 8 physical defense, 3 magical defense, 5 ice and fire ring. White level, 7 magical attack, 3 without hesitation. He discarded his novice robe and donned the resin robe, significantly enhancing his defense. Upon equipping the ring, his magical attack surged to a range of 78 to 85. I also found two. The typically stoic Zhang Yuan bandit revealed a rare smile. Everyone had indeed reaped rewards, with the most fortunate being the tea enthusiast, who had gathered no fewer than 5 pieces of equipment. Haha, this is exhilarating. Truly delightful. She laughed heartily, her joy unabashed. Lin Tian had previously assumed her to be a gentle soul, but this revelation was unexpected. Casting a glance back at the tumultuous battlefield still rife with chaos, Lin Tian declared, "Let us move on." Before long, they arrived at a valley strewn with rubble. Eagle's Cry Valley. Within the valley, the parched yellow grass grew wild, presenting a desolate panorama. Creatures with the heads of eagles and the bodies of bulls, armed with scythes, roamed restlessly. It was evident that they would have to eradicate these beasts to advance. These monsters, boasting a level of 13, possessed the speed of eagles coupled with the resilience of bison, making them formidable foes for any lone player. However, Lin Tian's 6-member team was no ordinary assembly. In less than 10 seconds, the monsters fell, wailing in defeat. Eagle's Cry Valley was expansive. After half an hour, they had yet to reach their destination. Meow meow. How much farther is it? The tea lover inquired, rubbing her aching wrist. Not much longer. The quest description indicated it was within this area. Lu Lei meow meow replied. Gazing ahead, suddenly she appeared to sense something and alerted. It seems there are people ahead. Everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated the presence of others in Eagle's Cry Valley. Given the difficulty of the monsters within, it was uncommon for anyone to venture here. If there were indeed others, they were either lost or had discovered the Black Iron Boss, the Thunder Mammoth. A Black Iron Boss guaranteed the drop of Black Iron equipment. An irresistible temptation for any adventurer. Of course, there was another possibility. Someone might have accepted a related quest that required completion within Eagle's Cry Valley. Typically, each player's advancement quest was unique, and the difficulty was immense. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary player to accomplish it alone. For instance, Lu Lei Meow Meow had rallied 6 companions to undertake her task. Even so, it remains uncertain whether the task can be completed before encountering the boss. However, there are others in the valley now. If their mission aligns with hers, it could complicate matters. The cake is but so large, and with more people, it becomes challenging to share. Not just one person. Lin Tian observed carefully for a moment and whispered. Among the group, Lin Tian possessed the keenest eyesight. Having once been a professional player with stringent physical requirements, nearsightedness would preclude anyone from entering a professional team. Even Chen Yejiao, the team manager with whom he had often clashed, had remarkably good vision. There are many of them, at least 30, he added, as soon as he spoke. The expressions of the others shifted in unison. 30 individuals surely indicate organization. This is not good news for them. The 6 of them could never contend against more than 30. What should I do? The weeping cat was suddenly flustered. If she failed to complete the advancement task, her warlock would remain powerless, forever a burden. Let us observe first. We must act according to the situation, Lin Tian said solemnly. We will quietly approach. They have yet to notice us, and we must avoid alarming them. Let us first assess the situation. Everyone nodded in agreement. They intentionally circumvented the monsters scattered throughout the valley and stealthily drew closer to the throng of players ahead. Outnumbered, they all lowered their postures, careful not to make excessive noise. As they neared, they concealed themselves behind a massive boulder. After a careful observation, it appeared there were no magical traps or alerts set up around them. Lin Tian leaned forward, peering out. A dense crowd of individuals, more than 30, at least 50. Fortunately, these individuals did not seem to be part of a single group. Instead, they were distinctly divided into 2 factions. One side comprised 20 people, while the other had 30. At that moment, they were locked in a tense standoff. His exceptional eyesight allowed him to discern that the leader of the smaller group was none other than the infamous Seto Tonimo, who had previously issued a bounty on the Central Plains bandits. The Central Plains bandits, clearly recognizing him, were instantly shrouded in a layer of gloom. The leader of the opposing faction, known by the game ID Tian Wei Jin, was an archer. Both sides had drawn their weapons, glaring at one another. As a perilous atmosphere enveloped the valley, a great battle on the verge of erupting. Not far from them, a massive beast weighing at least 10 tons loomed, the target of the Weeping Cat's mission, the Fire Thunder Giant Elephant. Tian Wei Jin, grant us, the Longkong faction, the honor of claiming the Fire Thunder Giant Elephant. I shall offer you ample recompense. Xiao Tian Mo, wielding a resplendent longsword, declared. He was a warrior. And from Lin Tian's perspective, his equipment was extravagantly ornate, almost entirely crafted from black iron. Xiao Tian Mo, do take a moment to reflect upon yourself. What are you, and what is the Longkong faction? On what grounds do you claim the boss for yourselves? Tian Wei Jin scoffed. Because we were the first to discover the boss. Xiao Tian Mo's expression turned frigid as he retorted, and you should speak more courteously. Is it truly yours simply because you discovered it first? How amusing. Call out to it and see if it responds. Tian Wei Jin regards the words of the laughing demon with utter disdain. His remarks elicit a chorus of laughter from his entourage behind him. Seeking death. One player from the horizon of the sky could no longer contain his outrage and shouted. The laughing demon raised his hand to halt him. Tian Wei Jin, I am sincerely attempting to negotiate with you. Must you insist on resorting to violence, leading us to mutual destruction? Do you not fear that others will seize the opportunity? The expression of the laughing demon darkened considerably. His reluctance to confront Tian Wei Jin stemmed not from a fear of being outnumbered. He possessed unwavering confidence that, even with fewer allies, they could undoubtedly vanquish their adversaries. Yet, even in victory, it would be a Pyrrhic one, as the remaining fighters would stand no chance against formidable beasts like the Fire Thunder Giant. Chapter 45. The Clash of Beasts and Men. Little did he anticipate that Tian Wei Jin would be so audacious, showing him no mercy whatsoever. Bah! With an air of arrogance, Tian Wei Jin raised his chin high and spat contemptuously at the players of Zonghing Chongkong. How utterly shameless! 20 individuals dare to challenge me? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Is it Liang Jingru? Tian Wei Jin's brazen demeanor ignited the fury of all those in Zonghing Chongkong. Xiao Tian Mo's face darkened, realizing that reasoning with someone like Tian Wei Jin was futile. Fists speak louder than words. He pointed his sword at Tian Wei Jin and coldly declared, Brothers of Zonghing Chongkong, annihilate all the scum of the beast and man clash. The members of Zonghing Chongkong could no longer contain their pent-up rage. Upon the issuance of his command, they charged like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey towards the beast and man clash. Although Zonghing Chongkong was outnumbered by 10, not a single soul hesitated or faltered. They were all filled with an indomitable spirit for battle. Xiao Tian Mo led the charge, his sword transforming him into a streak of light as he surged forward towards Tian Wei Jin. His speed was unparalleled, and before Tian Wei Jin could even draw his bow, the adversary was upon him. The two factions collided with tremendous force, and the valley echoed with the thunderous cries of battle. Lin Tian and the others cowered behind a massive rock, too frightened to move. What should we do now, Wu Ji? Should we join the fray? Lu Lei Mao Mao clutched her staff tightly, her face alight with excitement. Smash your head. Lin Tian struck her lightly on the head, causing her to cover it in pain. With our numbers, we wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between them. A flicker of wisdom shone in Lin Tian's eyes as he calmly assessed the situation. Besides, whom do we assist? Xiao Tian Mo is vengeful and a foe to the violent marauders. Should we aid him? The marauders from the Central Plains nodded in agreement. Lin Tian continued, This ingrate, even if we were to assist him, would he not issue a bounty for our heads due to the ownership of the black iron gear? As for the beast and man clash. A smirk danced on his lips. You all witnessed what kind of person Tian Wei Jin is. Does such a character deserve our aid? Everyone nodded in consensus. Tian Wei Jin, with his foul mouth and arrogant demeanor, clearly relished in bullying others. The name beast and man clash is repugnant enough, let alone the individuals within. AI Hinai Cha frowned at the thought, expressing her disdain for someone like Tian Weijing. Even Zhu Qingyin was somewhat taken aback, having never encountered anyone more arrogant than herself and Zhu Qinghuan. Reflecting on the past in the Shadow Valley, where they had looked down upon Lin Tian due to their numbers, her feelings grew complex. Nonetheless, her animosity towards Lin Tian remained undiminished. If we suddenly intervene, they might turn their weapons on us first. Therefore, we shall observe the unfolding events patiently, and once a victor emerges, we will make our decision. For now, let us wait with bated breath. Lin Tian concluded. The battle between the soaring skies and the fierce conflict between humans and beasts raged on with unparalleled intensity. Although the forces of the soaring skies were few in number, their morale was immense. Each warrior fought valiantly, refusing to retreat. Particularly formidable was the Laughing Demon. Clad in superior gear and wielding skills with great flourish, moving through the fray as if traversing an untroubled realm, instilling fear in the hearts of the opposition. Under his leadership, the formation of the human-beast conflict was quickly thrown into disarray. However, the numerical advantage of the human-beast coalition soon allowed them to regroup and confront the soaring skies once more. In that moment, the two factions found themselves evenly matched. The outcome uncertain. Players from both sides occasionally fell, yet overall, the battle remained fiercely contested, with no clear victor emerging in the near term. Suddenly, Lin Tian, who had been hiding behind a boulder, changed countenance and spoke in a low voice. "What's wrong?" inquired the anxious and alert Lu Mei. "Have you noticed that their battle circle is gradually encroaching upon us?" Lin Tian's keen gaze scrutinized the battlefield below, uttering a startling observation. The expressions of everyone shifted dramatically. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the case. Just moments ago, those players had been over 50 meters away, and now they were less than 30 meters distant. The gap between them had unwittingly diminished by 20 meters. Was this an inadvertent act? Or were they preparing to temporarily unite to eliminate Lin Tian and his companions? "I fear we have been discovered." Lin Tian pondered deeply, attuning himself to the surrounding magical elements, drawing a conclusion. If my assumptions are correct, someone among them has utilized Wizard's Eye. Wizard's Eye is a second-tier spell. It conjures an eye from the mage's mana that can fly forth to survey the surroundings. The stronger the mage's mana, the farther Wizard's Eye can travel. Typically, a mage's Wizard's Eye can reach a maximum distance of 30 meters, yet among that group, there is one who can perceive events from 50 meters away. This indicates that they must possess a successfully advanced junior mage with considerable magical potency. Not good. More are coming from behind. At that moment, Zhu Qingyan inadvertently turned her head and was met with a horrifying sight. The expressions of the group fell completely as they realized the gravity of the situation. Truly, misfortune does not come alone. With danger ahead and peril behind, they found themselves in a dire predicament. Listening intently, they could hear the footsteps of no fewer than 10 approaching individuals. Lin Tian felt a pang of regret upon entering the Eagle's Cry Valley. He had initially placed a light sentinel at the entrance. However, as more than half an hour had elapsed, the sentinel had long since vanished. He had assumed that if no issues arose within that time frame, there would be no further troubles, and thus he had not redeployed the light sentinel. Little did he realize that a moment of negligence would lead to grave consequences. Yet now, it was too late for regrets. The faces of the group were etched with anxiety. "I possess an item that can render us invisible for 1 minute, but it can conceal no more than 5 individuals." Just as panic swept through the group, Zhu Qingyan bit her red lip, reluctantly producing a black cloak. Invisibility Cloak, when used. It grants invisibility for 1 minute and shields against all magical detection. It can conceal a maximum of 5 individuals. A one-time consumable. From the pained expression on her face, it was evident that it must have cost an exorbitant sum. Indeed, the invisibility cloak was something she had acquired for 3,000 yuan at auction. Originally, she had intended to utilize it after advancing to a novice archer to take vengeance on Lin Tian. She had already devised a plan to enlist the aid of the formidable mage, 7 Kill, along with several elite warriors, lying in wait to deliver a fatal blow to Lin Tian. Yet now, she found herself compelled to relinquish it for his protection. Her heart was a tumult of conflict. akin to the discomfort of having ingested a rotten fly. Nevertheless, in comparison to the desire to eliminate Lin Tian, her primary concern was to safeguard her own life above all else. Chapter 46. Mockery. Initially, the group felt a surge of joy, which quickly dissipated into melancholy. Zhu Qingyan mentioned that she could render 5 individuals invisible, leaving one exposed among the 6 of them. To be exposed meant to face peril and the specter of death. Yet, who would willingly embrace such a fate? They exchanged glances, uncertainty hanging in the air. As the sound of approaching footsteps grew increasingly ominous, Lin Tian steeled himself and declared, "You all hide well. As the captain, I shall remain outside to draw their fire." Deep down, he was reluctant to step forward. If he were merely a team member, the wisest course of action would undoubtedly be to feign death. However, as captain, he bore an inexplicable burden of responsibility. Devoid of any noble spirit of sacrifice, Xie Zhuzhou, who cherished milk tea, had summoned the Central Plains ruffians. They were his friends, and he could not send them to their doom. Otherwise, who would be willing to assist him in the future? Zhu Qingyan had provided the invisibility cloak, making her the least likely candidate to venture outside. The weeping cat, too, was not an option. Should she perish, the entire endeavor would be rendered meaningless. Even if they succeeded in acquiring the Thunder Giant, failing to complete her mission would equate to a fruitless effort. Thus, after much contemplation, he concluded that he was the most suitable choice. Damn it! Reluctantly, he resolved to press on. He mentally berated himself as he prepared to rise. "No, let me go." Just as he was about to stand, a large hand firmly grasped his shoulder. It was the Central Plains ruffian. "You have barely 200 health. Without a mobility skill, you will certainly perish if you go out there. I have 611 health, high defenses, and a charge skill. The enemy may not dispatch me quickly. My goal is merely to divert their attention, confuse them, and retreat at the first opportunity. They will have no means to contend with me." The Central Plains ruffian proclaimed confidently, thumping his chest. "Absolutely not. I must go?" Lin Tian rejected his proposal. Conscience dictated that the ruffian's reasoning was sound. He was indeed the most capable among them, with a high chance of survival. Lin Tian was not afraid of death. Yet he could not bear to see a friend put in harm's way on his behalf. "Lin Tian, the ruffian is correct. Perhaps it is best to let him proceed." Xie Zhuzhou rationally analyzed. "Are you all men? Quarreling and hesitating at a time like this? The enemy is nearly upon us. Central Plains ruffian, be cautious. If the situation becomes dire, retreat immediately, and we shall support you." Ai Nai Cha, usually gentle and understanding, scolded vehemently. "All right, do take care." The ruffian responded, then leapt forward to obstruct the path of the advancing players. Lin Tian attempted to grasp him, but his hand met only air. Sighing deeply within, he lamented his own weakness. He yearned intensely to complete those 2 arduous tasks, to advance to the rank of a junior mage, so he could finally hold his head high. With a sudden quiver, the invisibility cloak in Qingyan's grasp expanded rapidly, enveloping several individuals within. An eerie silence descended upon them, as if they had been severed from the world. Even the faintest sound from outside resonated with a startling clarity. From the perspective of the Central Plains marauders, the place where the group had concealed themselves appeared utterly vacant, as though no one had ever been there. Lin Tian and the others, hidden beneath the cloak, anxiously observed the marauders' movements. Unable to contain herself any longer, she leapt out. The young sorceress, known as the Empress, uttered a sound of astonishment. In the fleeting moment when the eye of the sorcerer shattered, she witnessed the marauder leap forth from behind a massive boulder. The distance was too great, and the eye of the sorcerer's effects were diminished, leaving her unable to perceive that 6 individuals were actually concealed behind the stone. However, now that they had emerged, they would pay the price for their lives. A cruel smile graced the Empress's face as she effortlessly unleashed a blade of azure wind from her artifact, cleaving through the chest of a priest from the beast-human war and sending him back to Dawn Village. Around her, 3 small shields hovered, most of the incoming arrows and spells failing to breach their defenses. Upon closer inspection, the shields were composed of countless tiny runes. These runes flowed ceaselessly upon the shields, dissipating the majority of the damage. This was one of the most powerful spells that a sorcerer's apprentice could intuitively grasp upon advancing to a junior sorcerer. The Rune Shield. Compared to the flawed and exceedingly unstable Magic Shield, it was as if they belonged to entirely different realms. "Get away from me," Mingwei, wielding a crimson longbow, bellowed at the imposing knight descending from the sky. She had received news about a black iron boss in Eagle's Cry Valley and had swiftly organized her forces to rush over. Yet, she was now obstructed by an ignorant knight. The marauder from the Central Plains grinned broadly, his demeanor surprisingly affable. "Foolish woman, I am a person of great stature. Our leader, the Laughing Demon, is inside slaying the black iron boss, and I have been ordered to prevent anyone from entering until the boss is dead. You do seem rather alluring. Indeed, thick legs, a round waist, and a large backside. I can't bring myself to kill you, so be gone." Goodness. The 5 hidden individuals simultaneously dropped their jaws in disbelief. Although they were invisible to the outside world, they could clearly see everything and hear the voices beyond. Their expressions were a mixture of incredulity. They had not anticipated that the seemingly brutish marauders of the Central Plains could be so venomous in their mockery. Moreover, with a cunning touch, they successfully shifted the conflict onto the shoulders of the great stature. They distanced themselves from the fray while casting aspersions upon the great stature. Indeed, there's a boss. Mingyue's eyes sparkled with realization. However, the latter part of the marauder's statement nearly caused her to explode with indignation. Not only did he critique her appearance, but he also dared to call her lewd. Fiery breath escaped her nostrils as an uncontrollable wave of wrath surged forth, enveloping her entire being. Boundless fury transformed into a murderous intent, overwhelming and all-consuming. "No one has ever dared to insult me in such a manner. Splendid! Splendid!" With a fiery gaze, Mingyue directed her wrath towards the Central Plains ruffian, issuing a fatal decree. "Those who dare provoke my Red Gang shall never meet a favorable end. Today, neither the formidable Tianma nor the illustrious Zonghing Chongkong can save you. Even the Heavenly King himself descending to the mortal realm cannot rescue you. Dispose of him. Shred him to pieces and feed him to the dogs." As her words echoed, the players behind her lunged forward like wolves pouncing on their prey. A shimmering arrow shot forth, aimed directly at him. The Central Plains ruffian slightly turned, evading the arrow shot by Mingyue, and grinned, revealing his large teeth, continuing his taunts. "A big-bottomed woman, come chase me. If you catch me, then," he chuckled maliciously. Mingyue, incensed to the point where her hair seemed to emit wisps of smoke, pursued the Central Plains ruffian with reckless abandon. Chapter 47. The chaos of battle. In the midst of the tumultuous battlefield, the rogue from Central Plains, cackling maniacally, turned to flee with desperation. His course led him directly towards the fray between the faction known as Zonghing Chongkong and the Beast-Human Alliance. The Red Gang had joined the fray as well. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, sensing the escalating turmoil. The archer, known as Mingyue, was likely the leader of the Red Gang. The members dispatched by the Red Gang were all elite warriors, unlike the earlier rabble who had merely sought to provoke conflict. As the Red Gang's members advanced, the duration of their invisibility cloak expired, resulting in a resounding explosion as they disintegrated into ashes. The dynamics of the battlefield shifted once more. Surprisingly, the Beast-Human Alliance found themselves being overwhelmed by Zonghing Chongkong. Despite their numerical superiority, the latter boasted 2 players who had successfully advanced, the leader, Xiao Aoshianmo, and the Empress, who were respectively a novice warrior and a low-level mage. Their combined prowess formed a lethal spearhead that the Beast-Human Alliance could not withstand, leading to their rapid retreat. At that moment, the Beast-Human Alliance had dwindled to merely 15 members, having lost over half their forces, while Zonghing Chongkong suffered a mere 10 casualties. Though the numbers were comparable, their combat effectiveness was worlds apart. The leader of the Beast-Human Alliance, Tian Wei-jin, felt a twinge of regret. The faction he had underestimated, Zonghing Chongkong, was proving to be exceedingly formidable. With defeat looming, he contemplated a hasty retreat. Just then, from behind a massive boulder, a group of over 10 individuals suddenly emerged, intensifying his panic. Confronting a singular Zonghing Chongkong was already perilous. The appearance of more foes could spell annihilation for the Beast-Human Alliance. To his surprise, A strikingly alluring female archer voiced the first words that dispelled his urge to escape. Mingyue's gaze immediately fixated on Xiao Aoshianmo, who was wreaking havoc amongst the players of the Beast-Human Alliance. Her eyes glowed crimson as she shouted, "Brothers of the Red Gang, eliminate every last one of Zongheng Chongkong's members." She then continued her pursuit of the rogue from the Central Plains. Though the archer moved with remarkable swiftness, the rogue possessed a charging skill that rendered her unable to keep pace. Observing the chaos caused by Xiao Aoshianmo among the Beast-Human Alliance, the rogue's face contorted into a cruel smirk. He suddenly lunged forward, activating his charge skill, his voice devoid of warmth as he declared, "Today, even in death, I will take you down with me." Days prior, Xiao Aoshianmo had issued a bounty that had disrupted his training for an entire day, causing considerable distress. Yet that was of secondary concern. Primarily, he loathed Xiao Aoshianmo's self-righteousness, perceiving himself as a pure white lotus, distorting right and wrong, and casting all blame upon him. Today was the perfect opportunity for vengeance. The unexpected arrival of the Red Gang and their assault on Zongheng Chongkong provided a momentary reprieve for the Beast-Human Alliance. Tianwei Jin recognized this as an opportune moment to ally with the Red Gang and eradicate Zongheng Chongkong. He commanded his subordinates to counterattack fiercely against their foes. As Tianwei Jin loosed arrows at Xiao Aoshianmo, he maneuvered closer to Mingyue, realizing she was the leader of the Red Gang. "Fair maiden," he proposed, "our common enemy lies with Zongheng Chongkong. Let us unite forces, vanquish them, and share the spoils of the boss. What say you?" He wore a sycophantic smile and said, "Get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill you too." Mingyue scoffed at his attempts at familiarity. Her gaze was solely fixed on Zongheng Chongkong, the formidable figure. Tianwei Jin, having been denied entry, wore an expression of displeasure. He suppressed the urge to explode. The most pressing matter at hand was to vanquish Zongheng Chongkong. Both the Laughing Demon and the Princess were exceptionally powerful adversaries. With the addition of the Red Gang, Zongheng Chongkong found himself besieged, and the situation became dire. Just as the Laughing Demon prepared to issue commands, he suddenly realized he had been incapacitated. The one who had bewildered him was none other than the Central Plains bandit. The Laughing Demon recognized him instantly, his fury igniting. "You stole my black iron artifact. How dare you show your face before me?" In close proximity, the Central Plains bandit was but a novice knight. With a forceful thrust of his spear, he shattered the Laughing Demon's defensive aura with remarkable power. "Do you still remember your grandfather?" The Central Plains bandit laughed heartily, relentlessly attacking the Laughing Demon with his spear. He had abandoned all defense, fixated solely on avenging his foe, allowing numerous strikes to land upon him. Lin Tian, hiding behind a massive rock, felt a surge of anxiety. "We must assist the bandit. Otherwise, he is in grave danger," he declared, preparing to rise. Wu Jia wait. Ikahai, quick-witted, pressed him down. "The Central Plains bandit's health is substantial. He won't perish so swiftly. If we venture out now, we will only complicate matters, wasting the bandit's efforts." She appeared remarkably composed. Upon hearing her words, Lin Tian gradually calmed. He could only hope that the Central Plains bandit could endure a little longer. 3 minutes later, the situation became increasingly apparent. Despite Zongheng Chongkong's remarkable valor and the presence of 2 elite fighters, he was ultimately outnumbered. The members of the Red Gang, though few, were fiercely tenacious, far surpassing the strength seen in the Beast-Human confrontation. Gradually, Zongheng Chongkong began to falter. 2 minutes later, Zongheng Chongkong was left with only 2 remaining members, the Princess and the Laughing Demon, while all other gang members had perished. The Red Gang survived with just 3, including Mingyue. The most pitiful was the Beast-Human confrontation, left with only their leader, Tianwei Jin, as the sole survivor. Of course, there remained an anomaly, the Central Plains bandit, consumed by a desire for vengeance. At that moment, the Central Plains bandit's spear was poised against the Laughing Demon's throat, who was left with less than 10 points of life. Despite the desperate attempts of numerous gang members to protect him, they could not withstand the relentless assault of the Central Plains bandit. The Laughing Demon let out a bitter laugh, casting a glance at Tianwei Jin. "Are you satisfied now? The boss is right before us, and no one can strike." Tianwei Jin's face turned pale, yet he stubbornly refused to concede. his words tinged with defiance. So what? What kind of toad are you? Why should it be handed over to you? If I can't seize it, neither shall you. Let us all perish together. His thoughts were simple. They were all leaders, so why should he be compelled to bow down? In his eyes, relinquishing the position of boss signified retreat and cowardice, an idea he could not possibly accept. At that moment, his condition was far from optimal. A mere arrow could spell his demise. Hey, pay attention. The Central Plains marauder mockingly prodded the face of the laughing demon, a smirk plastered across his visage. Didn't he expect this? Did you? Once, I was tormented by your bounty. Now, you find yourself as my captive. In the grand scheme of victory and defeat, there is little to discuss. How I lament not bringing more followers along. I should have ended you then. The laughing demon's countenance twisted in fury. Though the heavens were not to be trusted, in my view, you were even more repulsive. With that, the Central Plains marauder plunged his spear into the laughing demon's chest, ending his life. Huh, what a relief. Chapter 48. The Call of the Crimson Moon at last. The long-suppressed frustration surged forth in a single moment of vengeance. How dare you deceive me? In that instant, Mingwei realized she had been merely a pawn in the hands of the Central Plains ruffians. They were not the formidable figures they pretended to be. Yet, it was too late. The Red Gang had dwindled to a mere 3 individuals. My apologies, dear lady. I borrowed one of your own. The Central Plains ruffian chuckled foolishly. But his tone turned icy in an instant. However, the members of the Red Gang shall be exterminated without mercy. To toy with you is to hold you in high regard. Indeed, he had once been harassed by the Red Gang. They were like rats scurrying through the streets, having offended nearly everyone in Morning Light Village. Thus, utilizing them posed no moral dilemma for him. He had long been aware that the leader of the Red Gang was none other than Mingwei. You are finished, truly. Under the weight of extreme fury, Mingwei fell into an eerie calm, as if contemplating a trivial matter. Such a woman is indeed the most terrifying of all. Mingwei. Amidst your quarrel, may I take my leave? Tianwaijin spoke cautiously from the side. He had intended to slip away while the ruffian and Mingwei were at odds, but was intercepted by the Red Gang members. Kill him. Mingwei waved her hand, uttering the command coolly. The 2 remaining members of the Red Gang immediately charged toward Tianwaijin. Damn, you vile witch. Today you shall pay for your treachery, and I will ensure that the Red Gang can no longer thrive in Morning Light Village. Tianwaijin seethed with rage, and despite his dwindling health, he refused to surrender, retaliating with all his might. Foolish giant. Impotent fury is but the howl of the incapable, do you comprehend? One of the Red Gang warriors sneered. Under the onslaught of the 2 Red Gang members, Tianwaijin met his end, albeit with the satisfaction of taking one of his assailants down with him. Meanwhile, Mingwei drew her longbow taut, an arrow spinning, poised to strike the Central Plains ruffian, whose health was perilously low. Yet, the ruffian showed no intent to evade. Rather, a serene smile graced his face. Mingwei thought he must have been rendered foolish by the impending doom, but in the next moment, a resounding voice erupted from behind her. To harm my brother, you must first pass through me. Accompanying the declaration was a swirling water vortex composed entirely of runes. Caught off guard, Mingwei was sent sprawling to the ground. Enraged, she turned to see 5 individuals standing before her. A healer, fond of milk tea, cast a spell that restored the Central Plains ruffian's health, pulling him from the brink of danger. Little devil, go, tear her apart. With a cry, Lu Lei Cat commanded as the little devil bounded eagerly toward Mingwei. Skills such as Corrosive Arrow, Venomous Arrow, and Ice Spike surged forth from Lin Tianfa's sword, all aimed at Mingwei. Zhu Qingyan and Si Ye Zhuozhou were not to be outdone, unleashing their maximum output upon the enemy. Meanwhile, the Central Plains ruffian had set his sights on another surviving player from the Red Gang. Under their strangling grip, the 2 members of the Red Gang swiftly succumbed to death. In their final moments, Mingwei's gaze was fixed intensely upon the Central Plains ruffians, filled with boundless malice and hatred. After eliminating the remnants of the Red Gang, the only outsider present was the illustrious Empress. While the factions debated endlessly, she found herself unable to flee, desperately restoring her magical energy and life, all the while contemplating an escape plan. Yet, no opportunity was afforded to her as Lin Tian and his companions suddenly emerged. Today, she profoundly experienced the meaning of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Brother, we are strangers, with no enmity between us. Please let me go. I assure you I will not seek vengeance in the future, she pleaded with a tearful expression, her voice trembling. She was the most formidable mage within the illustrious realm. Adorned in exquisite gear, a small mage who commanded respect wherever she went. Having recently ascended to level 11, she did not wish to perish here in vain. Initially, she had come solely to grind experience. Unfortunately, being in the illustrious realm, she found herself trapped. Beautiful. Indeed, she was stunning, enchantingly seductive, exuding unparalleled grace. At that moment, her expression was one of despair, heartbreakingly beautiful, invoking pity in those who beheld her. Thus, she was to be slain. Lin Tian spoke with cold detachment. Soon, the beauty departed this world filled with resentment, her form becoming lifeless. Though he did not know her, Lin Tian had no desire to take her life. However, necessity dictated her demise as she was a minion of the laughing demon. A sigh escaped him. This game was indeed rife with beautiful women. The 20 freedom to adjust appearances had granted many women newfound confidence, leading him to experience a hint of aesthetic fatigue. Shaking his head, he expelled the chaotic thoughts from his mind. Now, with all outsiders eliminated, the world had quieted. He smiled and addressed the ruffians, "We have arrived late. I trust you do not mind." Indeed, he had come late to the fray. Having learned from past experiences, he sprinted a short distance towards the entrance of the Eagle Cry Valley and placed a light sentinel to stand watch, monitoring for any unwelcome guests. Haha. We are all brothers. Why speak of such things? The Central Plains ruffian laughed heartily, gesturing to the equipment strewn across the ground. Aren't you going to collect it? Are you waiting for the system to dispose of it? The group paused momentarily before realizing, rushing to gather the items dropped on the ground. A thick layer of loot adorned the earth, some from the illustrious realm, others from the Beastman conquest, and some from the Red Gang. At that moment, they all became their spoils of war. What is the essence of battle? Profit. Haha, look at what I've found. Suddenly, Zhu Qingyan burst into laughter, disregarding her image. Lin Tian turned to see her triumphantly holding aloft a red longbow, unmistakably the one wielded by the Red Gang leader, Mingwei. Zhu Qingyan announced the longbow's attributes in the team channel. It was a level 10 black iron-grade longbow. Blood Moon's Call. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. She had struck it rich. The crimson longbow bore a single aperture, into which she promptly embedded a second-tier fiery red magic stone, subsequently replacing the crescent shadow she had previously acquired from Lin Tian. With the new weapon adorned, the striking red hue, in conjunction with her form-fitting leather armor, accentuated her exquisite physique, rendering her figure remarkably elongated and exuding an air of spirited elegance. The discarded two-socket crescent shadow could fetch over 1,000 coins upon sale, allowing her to recoup some of her investment. With the Guide of the Crimson Moon in her possession, her demeanor underwent a significant transformation, overtly revealing her murderous intent towards Lin Tian. After a disdainful huff, she recalled the purpose of her journey and despondently set down the longbow. Her bounty elicited envy from others, who endeavored to salvage a piece of black iron equipment. Regrettably, all the fortune had been exhausted by her alone. The finest gear obtained by the rest amounted to a mere level 10 white axe. Coincidentally, it was the Central Plains marauder who stumbled upon it, possessing a level 12 black iron weapon, the giant axe of the dead. In comparison to such a treasure, the white axe was destined for the auction house. Chapter 49. The battle plan. Lin Tian picked up only one item, which, as before, was perfectly suited for his use. Dark Moon Boots. White, level 8, physical defense 3, magical defense 4. Without expending much effort, he had acquired numerous pieces of equipment, and the group was filled with joy. I have a suggestion, though I wonder how everyone feels about it. Lin Tian cleared his throat, his voice resonating softly, capturing the attention of all present. He glanced at Zhu Qingyan first, noting that she had just sacrificed a highly valuable item. Zhu Qingyan appeared astonished. Lin Tian continued, in a moment of crisis. The Central Plains rebels risked their lives to draw fire, causing the three-party negotiations to collapse and creating an opportunity for us. Without those two, we would not be standing here unscathed. He elongated his tone, signaling that the crux of his proposal was at hand. I propose that if we successfully defeat the boss, the equipment, items, or skill books that drop should allow them the right of priority selection. What do you think? After he spoke, he looked around at the others. Absolutely, cried Lulu Mau Mau, the first to express her agreement. Her primary goal was to complete the mission rather than acquire equipment. Achieving advancement was far more valuable than 3 pieces of black iron gear. I concur, said Shiyu Zhizhou. I also support this. Wuji's proposal resonates deeply with the hearts of the people. Ahina Milk Tea chimed in with a smile. She had previously restrained Lin Tian from stepping forward. As for compensating the Central Plains rebels, she raised both hands in agreement. Everyone is a friend. There's no need for such formality. The Central Plains rebels appeared somewhat bashful, feeling a bit embarrassed. Zhu Qingyan remained silent. Since there are no objections, it's settled then. Lin Tian smiled, sealing the decision with finality. Though this priority might seem inconsequential, the value of the items dropped by the boss could vary greatly. For instance, a Mage skill book. Wind Control could fetch a market price of 2,000 yuan, while Fireball might only be worth 50 yuan. With no external hindrances, the group approached the Fire Thunder Giant Elephant. This colossal creature, towering at 3 meters, was merely larger than an ordinary elephant and bore no other remarkable traits, save for the 3 black fireballs dangling from its tail. The Fire Thunder Giant Elephant was in a deep slumber, undisturbed by the earlier cacophony of battle. Lin Tian, being of too low a level, could not discern the attributes of the Fire Thunder Giant Elephant. However, the Central Plains rebel, possessing keen insight, relayed the information to the team channel. Fire Thunder Giant Elephant, Black Iron Boss, Fire, Wind, Thunder, Level, 15 Health, 15,000 Attack, 170 Physical Defense, 60 Magical Defense, 25 Movement Speed, 5 Skill, Brutal Trample. The Fire Thunder Giant Elephant violently stomps the ground with its 4 hooves, having a chance to knock down targets within a 5-meter radius, inflicting 120 physical damage while causing aggro confusion. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Fire Thunder Beast. When the Fire Thunder Giant encounters danger, it hurls the Fire Thunder from its tail, inflicting damage on its target and dealing 130 magical damage. The throwing distance is 30 meters. Introduction. This creature resides in the Eagle Cry Valley and is typically gentle in nature. However, frequent disturbances from the eagle-beaked bull beast have rendered it irritable and prone to attacking humans. Upon witnessing the attributes of the boss, everyone was left speechless for a considerable time. A mere level 15 Black Iron Boss, is it truly so formidable? The Fire Thunder Giant exemplifies the concept of being tough and resilient. With a life limit of 15,000, it evokes a sense of despair. Its 60 points of physical defense leave physical classes in the team feeling a great deal of frustration, barely able to breach its defenses. The 3 elemental attributes of fire, wind, and thunder weaken the skills of mages specializing in these domains. The thunder element is essentially a branch of the wind element, akin to how ice, mist, and frost are branches of the water element. Its ordinary skill can easily crush a fragile character like Lin Tian with a single stomp. The Fire Thunder Giant possesses 2 skills, with the second being exceedingly powerful. It can essentially eliminate anyone except for the Central Plains Thug and Siye Zhuzhou in one strike. Fortunately, with quick reflexes, one can evade it. The real headache lies with the first skill, Brutal Trample, which has a crowd-stunning effect that can easily disrupt their formation and throw off their rhythm of attack. Once the formation is compromised, amidst the chaos of aggro mismanagement, a wipeout is all too likely. The advanced quest is indeed not meant for mere mortals. Siye Zhuzhou muttered under her breath, cursing. If it weren't for you all, I wouldn't have any hope of completing it, sighed the weeping cat. After a moment of silence, the Central Plains Thug inquired in a deep voice, how do we proceed? Lin Tian focused intently on the Fire Thunder Giant and the surrounding terrain, snapping back to reality upon hearing the thug's question. He tapped his head, the seriousness on his face gradually dissipating. Haha, everyone, don't be anxious. It's just a boss. What's the big deal? In the future, even gods and demons will fall at our feet. He sought to boost morale. The crowd responded with indifference, with Ai He Nai Cha bluntly stating, Wuji, your joke is not funny at all, alright? Hee hee, I merely thought the atmosphere was too somber, just trying to lighten things up. Lin Tian awkwardly chuckled to mask his embarrassment. He then adopted a serious demeanor and articulated the rudimentary strategy he had just conceived. He first pointed at the Central Plains thug. You have the thickest health, the highest defense, and the strongest attack, without a doubt. You are the main tank for the boss. All depends on you. The Central Plains thug nodded in agreement. Lin Tian then turned to Xie Zhuzhou. Considering the boss's skill, brutal trample is exceedingly formidable. Once it is unleashed, it can easily throw us into disarray. When the boss's aggro shifts, we must have someone immediately intercept it and take on the aggro. That person must also possess a certain level of survivability, able to withstand at least 2 of the boss's attacks. With 309 points of life, Zhuzhou, along with your physical defense, should be just barely sufficient. Thus, Zhuzhou, your role is of utmost significance. As the driving force, you shall not engage in attacking the boss. Instead, maintain a distance of 5 meters from it. The moment the boss employs its skills and the aggro shifts, you must promptly take over the boss. Otherwise, should it charge towards us, our speed will be insufficient to evade it, and our demise would be inevitable. Xie Zhuzhou solemnly assured, rest assured, everything will be fine. Zhu Qingyin, with a hint of defiance in her demeanor, met Lin Tian's gaze, a woman he found rather insufferable. Speak, what is my task? Zhu Qingyin's lips barely moved, her expression vacant. Lin Tian, unfazed by her attitude, stated candidly, as you can see, the boss possesses exceptionally high physical defense, thus your output will be considerably mitigated. Chapter 50. The Shield of Faith. Lin Tian paused briefly before continuing. In addition to the regular task of attacking the boss, you must also take on the role of vigilance. Should any ordinary monsters approach to cause trouble or other players intrude, you must eliminate the potential threats at the earliest opportunity. Understood, she replied softly, her tone neutral. Furthermore, it is imperative to pay special attention when the boss prepares to whip its tail, as the ensuing fire thunder must be avoided at all costs. Being struck will undoubtedly result in instant death, without a doubt. Everyone nodded in agreement. The fire thunderball was a magical attack, and none present boasted a magic defense exceeding 30 points. Even Lin Tian's magic defense stood at a mere 22 points. Brutal, it's up to you. The Central Plains brute nodded slightly, emboldened with a valiant spirit as he approached the slumbering fire thunder giant. With a glimmer upon the axe blade, he charged forth with unwavering determination, striking at the fire thunder giant. Armor-piercing strike. This knightly skill possessed extraordinarily high damage, serving as one of the knight's primary means of delivering lethal blows. -38. Yet, in the armor-piercing state, he could only inflict a pitiful 38 points of damage. In pain, the fire thunder giant awakened, and upon seeing the diminutive human that had dared to attack, it erupted in fury, raising a hoof to stomp down upon the Central Plains brute. The hoof of the fire thunder giant was larger than a basin, and the Central Plains brute desperately attempted to evade to the side. However, the hoof descended with such swiftness that he was still grazed. -135. A terrifying damage number erupted above the Central Plains brute's head. Such high damage. He gasped, and as he continued to thrust his spear at the fire thunder giant, he adeptly dodged its hoofs. 65. 20. Simultaneously, 2 green numbers appeared above him. The 65 points of health were restored by the healing spell of a tea-loving ally, while the additional 20 points were from the use of a level 2 health potion. One could only use such potions after reaching level 10 and successfully advancing, lest they be overwhelmed by the potion's potent magical forces. After 3 seconds of attacking and stabilizing aggro, the rest of the team commenced their assault. The Weeping Cat utilized a singular skill, Shadow Arrow, inflicting a mere 15 to 20 points of damage with each attack. She refrained from unleashing her little demon, knowing that such a creature would only serve to provide free experience, as the fire thunder giant could easily crush it with a single stomp. Lin Tian's damage output was not significantly higher, averaging around 25 points. The poison arrow inflicted continuous poison damage, reducing health by a mere 3 points per second. After all, the fire thunder giant was 7 levels higher, resulting in nearly half damage reduction. Zhu Qingyin shot arrow after arrow into the fire thunder giant, each impact creating sparks against its tough hide, yet only managing to deal about 15 points of damage. Her expression grew exceedingly grim, possessing a level 10 black iron bell. How could she fall short against the weeping cat, who relied solely on a rudimentary skill? Yet, she found herself helpless, as the physical defense of the Fire Thunder Giant was absurdly high. Zhu Qingyan, direct your attacks towards the points where the marauders have been pierced and where my corrosive arrow struck, Lin Tian advised, noticing her despondency. This woman, indeed, seemed both lacking in intellect and modest in stature. Did she not understand the importance of targeting the boss's weaknesses? Zhu Qingyan's long eyelashes fluttered as she subtly adjusted the trajectory of her sharp arrow, aiming for a small patch of the Fire Thunder Giant's corroded skin. -35. The significant damage caused her to tremble with astonishment. How could it be so high? Unbeknownst to her, the Marauder's armor-piercing strike, once successful, could reduce the target's physical defense by 20 for 10 seconds. Coupled with Lin Tian's corrosive arrow, which deepened the damage by 10, her attack was magnified considerably. Her astonishment did not end there. Each of Lin Tian's strikes consistently landed precisely on the spots marked by his armor-piercing strike, unwavering and accurate. It was vital to note that the Fire Thunder Giant was not a stationary target. It was constantly searching for opportunities, intent on crushing the ants beneath its feet. One could only imagine the incredible precision of Lin Tian's skills. Thus far, she had not witnessed a single instance of him missing his target. In contrast, her own shadow arrow had missed once out of 5 attempts, and her arrows had also failed to strike twice, evaded by the Fire Thunder Giant. She had always considered this level of proficiency standard, as most players she had encountered displayed similar skills. It was only now that she realized Lin Tian was a true master. No wonder he had effortlessly dispatched their trio in the Shadow Valley without breaking a sweat. Who exactly was he? A profound sense of doubt began to blossom within Zhu Qingyan. As the battle raged on, a flicker of concern appeared in Lin Tian's eyes. The situation was dire. The recovery rate of the Marauder's life was not keeping pace with the rate at which it was declining. If this continued, calamity would ensue. Gazing at the Fire Thunder Giant's thighs, which were thicker than an adult's waist, a spark of inspiration struck his mind. He shouted, "Marauder, have you heard of King Qin circling the pillar?" The Marauder felt an immense pressure within. Not only was the Fire Thunder Giant's attack formidable, but its massive size also provided a significant visual impact. The thought of a mountain collapsing was too terrifying to contemplate. Yet, as a knight, it was his duty to stand at the forefront as the strongest shield for his teammates. Upon hearing Lin Tian's call, the Marauder experienced an epiphany and immediately grasped his intent. He swiftly altered his combat strategy, no longer recklessly charging at the Fire Thunder Giant, but instead maneuvering around its 4 stout legs, engaging in a game of cat and mouse. He poked and prodded from the east and west, making the Fire Thunder Giant spin in circles. The Fire Thunder Giant roared in fury, stomping the ground in frustration. But due to the Marauder's deliberate evasion, its efforts proved futile, landing a hit only once every 5 or 6 attempts. Gradually, the Marauder's health began to recover, returning to a more robust state. Infuriated by such antics, the Fire Thunder Giant unleashed a dazzling, blinding white light from its massive hooves before crashing down onto the ground. This was bad. It was about to unleash its ultimate attack. In the distance, Lin Tian abruptly halted his incantation of the Frost Spike spell and shouted loudly. A flicker of panic crossed the face of the Central Plains Marauder, who hastily rolled to the side, conjuring an illusory shield to protect himself. This was one of the knight's life-saving skills, the Shield of Faith. With a resounding crash, the colossal hooves of the Fire Thunder Giant elephant struck the ground, sending visible ripples radiating outward. Although the Marauder evaded the direct impact, the shockwave from the barbaric trample shattered his shield, sending him hurtling backwards. -12. With a furious roar, the Fire Thunder Giant elephant, its enormous crimson eyes resembling brass bells, turned its gaze towards Lin Tian and his companions. It then charged forward, its massive hooves thundering towards them. Chapter 51. Life and Death on a Thread. As the Fire Thunder Giant elephant took its first step, it was unexpectedly confronted by a diminutive ant, none other than the ever-prepared Xie Zhuzhou. A fiery sword aura erupted from his weapon, striking the Fire Thunder Giant elephant head-on. Breaking Flame Slash. -39. This fortunate blow landed precisely on the vulnerable spots, inflicting substantial damage. The Fire Thunder giant elephant immediately shifted its focus. Its colossal hoof aimed at him. Xie Zhuzhou hastily raised his aura shield. -120. With one stomp, a third of his life was obliterated. 2 more strikes, and Xie Zhuzhou would meet his demise. After all, he was merely a warrior apprentice, and his aura shield paled in comparison to that of a seasoned warrior. At that critical moment, a whirlwind surged forward, followed by a gray light that the Fire Thunder giant elephant found exceedingly loathsome. It abandoned Xie Zhuzhou and turned to assault the Central Plains Marauder instead. The Central Plains Marauder had just employed the knight's signature skill, Provocation, a skill effective only against monsters, rendering it useless against players. As the name suggests, it provoked the monster, drawing its ire away. He fell and scrambled back to his feet, first utilizing the charge skill to close in on the Fire Thunder giant elephant, then executing Provocation to reclaim its attention. That was close. Xie Zhuzhou wiped the cold sweat from his brow and retreated to a safe distance of 5 meters. The battle resumed its course. Under Lin Tian's command, the engagement proceeded in an orderly manner with minimal disruptions. His voice remained composed, unwavering even amidst chaos, instilling a sense of security in his teammates. Every 30 seconds, the Fire Thunder giant elephant unleashed brutal trample. Within those 30 seconds, their maximum output was approximately 700. By calculations, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it would take 12 minutes to vanquish the boss. If they continued to proceed with caution, victory was within reach. As anticipated by Lin Tian, an eagle-headed bull beast suddenly intruded upon their field of vision. As a precaution, Lin Tian and Zhu Qingyan swiftly dispatched it in 10 seconds. When the battle reached the 8-minute mark, the Fire Thunder giant elephant's health plummeted to 30. A horde of ignorant ants provoked its wrath, causing its tail to lash out violently, sending 2 bolts of fire lightning hurtling outward at breakneck speed. Their trajectory was aimed directly at Zhu Qingyan and Lu Lei Mao Mao. Caught off guard, the Central Plains Marauder and Xie Zhuzhou realized too late to intervene. They could only helplessly watch as the 2 bolts of fire lightning raced towards the 2 young women. Lu Lei Mao Mao had just cast Shadow Arrow when she noticed a bolt of fire lightning hurtling towards her with alarming speed, sending her into a panic. In her frantic attempt, the little demon was barely unleashed. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, the little demon was reduced to mere fragments. The shockwave also stripped Lu Lei Mao Mao of 50 health points. Terrified. Absolutely terrified. Lu Lei Mao Mao covered her mouth, her heart racing with fear. Had she been just a fraction of a second slower, she would have perished. The other bolt of fire lightning soared towards Zhu Qingyan. Unfortunately, she was not as fortunate. She was casting the skill, Wind Arrow, against the Fire Thunder giant when she noticed the impending strike. Instantly, she canceled the skill. However, this cancellation resulted in a brief moment of vulnerability lasting 0.1 seconds. In the blink of an eye, that fleeting moment could cost her life. Staring wide-eyed at the Fire Thunder hurtling toward her, Zhu Qingyan resignedly closed her eyes. 170 multiplied by 130 equals 221. Her health points stood at precisely 210. Despite possessing 18 points of magical defense, the Fire Thunder giant was 5 levels higher than her, granting it at least a 20 damage boost due to level suppression. Being struck by the Fire Thunder, barring any miracles, would likely lead to her demise. Yet she did not wish to perish. She had just acquired a new weapon and had not even enjoyed it for 10 minutes. The Fire Thunder detonated before her. A violent explosion and a blinding blaze consumed her entirely. 5 seconds passed. Hey Zhu Qingyan, are you daydreaming? Everyone is fiercely battling the boss. And you're here napping on the battlefield? Suddenly, she heard a voice close by. It was a familiar yet exceedingly irritating voice, someone she dreamed of eliminating. Opening her eyes, she found it was indeed Lin Tian, and she was not a spirit in the afterlife. She quickly assessed herself and realized she was alive. But in an instant, she froze. A surge of embarrassment and anger flooded her exquisite features. Get away from me, she exclaimed sharply. At that moment, Lin Tian was in an exceedingly compromising position, leaning over her. To make matters worse, one of his grimy hands was resting on her ample chest. Although there was armor separating them, it still filled her with indignation. Lin Tian, covered in soot and smoke from the blast, staggered to his feet, spitting out dust and debris. So filthy. No sensation at all. He shook his hand. His expression wanted distaste, whether directed at the dirt or her body remained ambiguous. Huh, I risked my life to save you. And this is the attitude you give me? Very well, you now owe me a life. The next time we meet in the wild, I shall slay you twice. Lin Tian would not indulge her foul temper. His voice was low and gravelly, his gaze glinting with coldness. His appearance was far from dignified, his face was smeared with dirt, and his hair was disheveled. This was all a consequence of shielding Zhu Qingyan from the fire thunder. When the fire thunder approached, that foolish girl appeared paralyzed with fear. Utterly motionless, Lin Tian, being the closest to her, had initially intended to disregard her fate. Yet, she was his teammate, and their primary objective was to aid Lulu Cat. If he couldn't save her, so be it. However, knowing he had the power to save her and choosing not to would betray both Lulu Cat and his responsibilities as a captain. Thus, he activated Magic Shield to protect Zhu Qingyan from the fire thunder. At that moment, his magical energy was below 100 points, and the immense damage from the fire thunder easily surpassed the threshold of the Magic Shield. After the shield shattered, he sustained 130 points of damage. At this moment, he had only 47 points of life remaining, and his magical energy was entirely depleted. Mau Mau, I will take refuge behind you for a while to meditate and replenish my magic. He added, if the boss hurls another firebolt at you, you may have to sacrifice yourself and let the little demon absorb some of the damage. Lin Tian disregarded Zhu Qingyan's resentful and venomous gaze as he stepped behind the weeping Mau Mau. He needed a secure environment to restore his magical power to regain his combat capabilities. Without a doubt, the weeping Mau Mau was the best choice. The magic shield was not as omnipotent and formidable as described. It had numerous flaws. A crucial drawback was that once magical energy was completely exhausted, not only did one's combat ability plummet to zero, but even more terrifyingly, it could cause a disruption of magical energy within the body. For at least 10 seconds, one would enter a state of magical depletion, unable to recover magical energy through meditation. These shortcomings were not mentioned in the skill description. Players had to discover them through personal experience. Chapter 52. The Reign of Hatred. Very well. Tearful Cat agreed without a moment's hesitation. The loss of 10 experience for a mere little devil paled in comparison to her current task. As Lin Tian passed in front of her and settled down behind her to meditate, Zhu Qingyan's gaze remained fixed upon Lin Tian. Her slender, fair hands clutched the crimson moon's call tightly, trembling slightly. She yearned, with an intense fervor, to slay Lin Tian with a single arrow. At this moment, with his health so low, just one arrow would suffice to exact her revenge. Throughout her life, she had never been bullied by anyone, always cherished as a precious gem. Living as a princess in an ivory tower, a quintessential heiress. Yet today, she had been so profoundly insulted by Lin Tian. Although his intentions were to save her, could one truly ascertain whether he had not acted with malicious intent? This alone was enough to obliterate any gratitude she might have felt for his intervention. As if that were not enough, he had the audacity to speak disrespectfully, disparaging her as filthy. Even more egregious was his narrow-mindedness, vowing to kill her twice upon their next encounter. And the utmost affront was his shameless groping of her chest, followed by the insult of claiming there was no sensation. For a girl like her, it was an unspeakable humiliation. Heavens! She swore she had never encountered a man so vile. He was utterly inhumane. The ceaseless humiliation and rage swelled within her, threatening to consume her reason. After a prolonged moment, she took a deep breath, slowly suppressing the murderous impulse that threatened to erupt from within. She could disregard anyone else, if it came to it. She could kill Lin Tian and face the consequences from the others. But she could not afford to lose face for Tearful Cat. They shared a dormitory and had a close relationship. If she acted rashly now and Tearful Cat were to confront Lin Tian, resulting in the failure of her task, Tearful Cat would undoubtedly hold her accountable. Lin Tian remained oblivious to her expressions and movements, though he could easily surmise the tension. 1 minute later, Lin Tian's magical energy replenished to over half, and he rejoined the fray. The subsequent battle unfolded without any surprises and concluded with ease. Having learned from the previous encounter, Xie Zhuzhou volunteered to intercept the third firebolt from the Fire Thunder Mammoth. In Genesis, Boss of Black Iron rank and above possess a chance to enter a berserk state or even evolve when their health reaches critical levels. The chaos of battle increases the likelihood of such outbursts. However, Lin Tian and his companions maintained a steady pace, firmly controlling the rhythm of the fight, rendering such an eventuality impossible. System notification: you have slain the Black Iron boss, Fire Thunder Mammoth, earning 10,000 experience points and 20 reputation points. As the system alert chimed, the massive form of the Fire Thunder Mammoth collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. Following this, a plethora of precious equipment and items emerged. A grand bounty. Every eye gleamed with fervor. What could be more delightful in a game than the moment a boss falls and the chance to collect loot? Has anyone learned the gathering skill? The Fire Thunder Mammoth is enormous. It surely contains a wealth of valuable materials. At last, the boss fell, and Lin Tian exhaled in relief, the pressure dissipating. The crowd shook their heads in unison. While alchemists indeed reaped considerable rewards, the time consumed in leveling up was a significant drawback. Once one ascends to a higher level, acquiring superior equipment becomes a mere formality, leading to ample profits. The process of gathering materials and crafting is not only tedious and time-consuming but also fraught with the risk of failure. Lady first. Please, proceed. The Central Plains ruffian gestured invitingly towards Zhu Qingyan, stepping back a couple of paces from the boss's corpse. He was unaware of the events that had transpired earlier between Zhu Qingyan and Lin Tian. A fleeting glance led him to surmise that Lin Tian had put aside past grievances, exhibiting virtue in rescuing Zhu Qingyan. After all, during their time in Morning Light Village, Zhu Qingyan's demeanor had been exceedingly unpleasant, a fact he had taken note of, though he had chosen to remain silent about it, disapproving of such behavior. With the boss's demise, it was time for the two of them to exercise their right of priority, as previously agreed. Zhu Qingyan did not hesitate. She approached the boss's remains, awaiting their disappearance. Regular monsters' corpses vanish after 10 seconds, while boss corpses linger for a minute. The rugged men, including Lin Tian and the Central Plains ruffian, showed no concern, but Zhu Qingyan, being somewhat fastidious, insisted on waiting for the body to disappear before claiming any loot. With the situation already settled, an extra minute was inconsequential, and no one voiced any objections. As the massive form of the Fire Thunder giant slowly faded, a wealth of equipment was revealed. Zhu Qingyan meticulously sifted through the items for half a minute before selecting a skill book with a dark red cover. Upon displaying the skill book, a wave of envy rippled through the crowd. Reign of Hatred, a powerful archery skill inherited from dark elves. It unleashes a barrage of hatred arrows over a targeted area, raining down upon enemies within a 5-meter radius, inflicting 120 damage per second for 4 seconds. The cooldown period is 1 minute. Lin Tian's gaze flickered with surprise. This skill was undeniably formidable. If he were to be ensnared by the Reign of Hatred, the deluge of arrows could easily spell his demise. More importantly, it was an area of effect skill, a veritable weapon for group combat and a bane for fragile targets. If placed on the market, the value of this skill book would be astronomical, easily fetching over 3,000 yuan. Based on the skill's description, it appeared to be a secondary skill for archers, usable only after advancing to the rank of novice archer. With the skill book in hand, Zhu Qingyan could hardly contain her elation. She raised it, and in an instant, the book shattered into countless fragments, merging seamlessly with her being. Upon returning, she would promptly seek assistance from the 7 killers to complete the advancement quest, enabling her to wield the skill at once. Lin Tian felt no jealousy. This was Zhu Qingyan's well-deserved reward, a testament to her keen eye. She opted for the skill book instead of a clearly suitable piece of leather armor for archers. As an archer, her single target damage against the Fire Thunder giant paled in comparison to Lin Tian's. However, she possessed a significant advantage: stability. Most of the time, she relied on regular attacks, which, while slightly lower in damage, were delivered consistently. In totality, during the battle against the Fire Thunder giant, her output was merely 12 lower than Lin Tian's and 7 lower than that of the tearful cat. "Ah, it's my turn," the Central Plains ruffian exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He selected a pair of magical leggings from the loot dropped by the boss. Lin Tian was perplexed. He was not a magic-based class, so why choose magical gear? There was a metallic ring that enhanced physical attack. Why not select that instead? The magical equipment, in theory, was something he, the tearful cat, who adored milk tea, could utilize. Yet, it was entirely unsuitable for the Central Plains bandit. Could it be that he intended to sell it? However, it would fetch a substantial price, at most. A mere 17 or 1800. The Central Plains bandit possessed several pieces of black iron gear, suggesting he was not in dire need of funds. He chuckled. Apologies. Milk tea lover. I shall take this pair of magical leggings. He then revealed the attributes, discovering that the leggings granted an additional 5 points of healing indeed. They were priestly equipment. Thus, he expressed his apologies to the milk tea lover. Chapter 53. Fire Thunderball. The tea enthusiast waved her hand graciously and said with a warm smile, Brother, you are too kind. The level 9 white leg armor I possess can last me until level 15 at the very least. However, I am quite curious, being a knight. Why do you possess magical equipment? If sold, its value might not even compare to that of the metal ring. Jewelry such as rings has a lower yield, and their prices typically exceed that of armor. This is for my sister. The Central Plains thug replied. You have a sister? Does she play the game as well? What is her name? Bring her over so I can meet her. The tea enthusiast inquired with delight. She has entered the game yet? She has been busy these past few days and will only have time to play once she has done. She plans to play as a mage. So I'm collecting some equipment for her in advance, the Central Plains thug explained, shaking his head. She hasn't even played the game. And you've already prepared level 11 magical equipment for her? Truly a devoted brother. The tea enthusiast exclaimed, shedding tears of envy. Hiki. The Central Plains thug chuckled, running his hand through his tousled hair, a simple smile adorning his face. After the Central Plains thug and Zhu Qingyan made their selections, Lin Tian and the others turned their attention to the remaining equipment. I'll take the ivory ring. Is that all right? Xia Zhuzhou asked with a bashful expression as she picked up the shimmering metal ring, feeling quite embarrassed. Ivory ring, black iron level, 10 physical attack, 7 bonus, physical attack 2 description, a ring crafted from the robust ivory of the Fire Thunder Giant, possessing extraordinary penetrating power. It grants a total of 9 additional points to attack. If the robe taken by the Central Plains thug can fetch 1,700 yuan. This ring is worth at least 2,000 yuan. Xia Zhuzhou was not one to be overly sentimental. She felt undeserving of such a reward after the previous battle, where she had contributed little more than occasionally drawing the boss's aggro, rendering her presence almost inconsequential. Lin Tian chuckled. Besides you, the rest of us can't make use of it either. The weeping cat nodded in agreement, smiling. The tea enthusiast urged, hurry and put it on. I want to see how much your attack increases. In truth, aside from the level requirement, the ring did not impose any attributes like strength or agility, implying that all classes could utilize it. However, it was rare for anyone to be foolish enough to equip a physical ring on a magical class. What good would it do? Would they strike monsters with a staff? Even 10 strikes would hardly match the damage of a single spell. Of course, some novice players might haphazardly equip anything usable, but such instances were infrequent. Eventually, under the encouragement of her companions, Xia Zhuzhou accepted the ivory ring. Sister T, you may choose next. The weeping cat generously offered. She understood that everyone was here to assist her, so she would select last. Very well, I shall not be polite then. The tea enthusiast smiled, selecting a magical hat. Endless, you. The weeping cat pointed at Lin Tian. By now, there was hardly anything left. Lin Tian picked up 3 red and black spherical objects. Fire Thunder Orb, a formidable magical item forged from the tail of the Fire Thunder Giant. It detonates upon reaching its target, unleashing a powerful conflagration and thunder, inflicting 130 magical damage within a 5-meter radius. Its throwing distance extends to 20 meters, and it is a consumable item. This small orb, born from the tail of the Fire Thunder Giant, possesses both significant and trivial utility. It pales in comparison to the might of the Fire Thunder Giant, requiring 3 of these orbs to eliminate a single adversary. However, when employed at pivotal moments, it can yield astonishing results. Engaged in near-constant conflict with other players, he cannot guarantee his escape every time, making additional defensive items a prudent choice. The only remaining item was the leather armor that Zhu Qingyan had no use for, which was taken by Lu Lei Cat. Lacking appropriate gear, he had no choice but to make do with this. Furthermore, the group divided the spoils, each receiving 10 silver coins. After the distribution, a magic crystal, roughly the size of a fist, lay quietly on the ground, an item for Lu Lei Cat's quest. Upon acquisition, the crystal transformed into magical energy, surging into her being. Suddenly, the winds roared and clouds gathered over Eagle Valley, heralding thunder and lightning. An overwhelming array of celestial phenomena cascaded into her, akin to a vast ocean converging into one body. In the next moment, a tremendous surge of magical power erupted from her, creating a wave that pressed the dried grass firmly to the ground. The magical vortex manifested, and the sorceress emerged. At this moment, Lu Lei Cat had persevered through the clouds to witness the moonlight, successfully advancing to the rank of a novice sorceress. "This is splendid. I feel extraordinarily powerful," she exclaimed, overwhelmed by the tumultuous magic swirling within her, the latent strength now revealed. "Congratulations," cheered Ahinai Cha, the first to extend her felicitations. Others quickly joined in the celebration. Elated, Lu Lei Cat began to explore the formidable spells she had automatically comprehended upon her ascension. Lin Tian shared in her joy, having endured countless trials and tribulations to finally witness her success. He had taken possession of the elemental starry sky without cost, fueling his desire to assist her. "Hey, sell it to me." Zhu Qingyan prodded him with her bow. "What?" Lin Tian looked at her in confusion. Zhu Qingyan replied coldly. "That orb, sell it to me." "Not a chance." Lin Tian firmly refused. "That's a life-saving item. How could I part with it? If you wanted it, why didn't you choose it earlier?" "It's too late now." A flicker of irritation crossed Zhu Qingyan's face. 500 for each." Lin Tian retorted decisively, not selling. Grinding her teeth, she raised the offer. 800. Lin Tian remained steadfast, still not selling. Zhu Qingyan lowered her eyelashes. 1,000. "Deal." Lin Tian conceded. Zhu Qingyan. The crowd. Ultimately, Lin Tian sold her 2 Fire Thunder orbs at the price of 1,000 each, retaining one for himself in case of emergencies. Though reluctant to sell, the offer was simply too tempting to resist. He endeavored to persuade himself. From the exuberant expression on Zhu Qingyan's face, he could clearly discern her intent to return with explosives, aiming to obliterate him. However, as long as the funds were secured, what harm was there in letting her detonate a few? Moreover, would he simply stand idle and allow her to unleash destruction? Before she could hurl the explosives, he would eliminate her, thus ensuring his own safety. With clarity of thought, the transaction was successful. After deducting taxes and fees, his bank card reflected a deposit of 800 yuan. A quick calculation revealed that since entering Genesis, after accounting for rent, utilities, and living expenses, he had amassed nearly 7,000 yuan in just a few days. This was far superior to laboring for others. Chapter 54. The Forbidden Spell Scroll. It won't be long before I can leave this dilapidated rental and move into a luxurious villa. Lin Tian mused delightfully for a moment, and then remarked, "Since the mission is complete, shall we depart? Are you all planning to level up here?" The group initially nodded, but then shook their heads. The monsters in Eagle's Cry Valley were formidable and inefficient to defeat without a boss. No one was inclined to venture there. They retraced their steps back. As they neared the valley's entrance, they encountered a group of players, roughly 7 or 8 in number. Both male and female, appearing to be independent players rather than members of a faction. "Did you see the boss inside?" one of the assassin players inquired. "No." The one leading the group, the tearful cat, blinked her eyes innocently and replied, "You're lying." The assassin retorted angrily. "I distinctly heard members of the Red Gang mention that there was a black iron boss inside." "Well, I didn't see it. Whether you believe it or not is up to you." Tearful Cat shrugged, exuding an air of helplessness. "Did you kill the boss?" The assassin's face gleamed with greed as he scrutinized Lin Tian and his companions. The players accompanying him eyed the group with ill intentions. "Hey, you just said it was a black iron boss. With just the few of us, do you really think we could defeat it?" Tearful Cat, now incensed, retorted angrily. "The Red Gang claimed there was a boss. Why don't you go ask them if they killed it and then deceived you into thinking otherwise? Are you too cowardly to inquire because you can't handle them? Believing hearsay, how foolish." Her incisive words ignited the wrath of the assassins. Tearful Cat's assertion held merit. They had indeed overheard the Red Gang mention the existence of a black iron boss in Eagle's Cry Valley, prompting them to venture there in hopes of fortune. However, upon entering, they encountered Lin Tian and his companions. The thought of confronting the Red Gang was daunting for them. "Little girl, are you seeking death?" The assassin taunted, brandishing a dagger. "What, do you wish to fight?" Tearful Cat scoffed derisively. Her fearless demeanor made the assassin hesitate. Upon weighing the strengths of both sides, the assassin noted that although they had 2 more players, their own were merely makeshift allies clad in white gear. Most of the opposing group donned black iron equipment. A direct confrontation seemed unwinnable. "Get out of the way, good dogs." After assessing the situation, the assassin chose to retreat and prioritize locating the boss. "You." Tearful Cat's voice faltered. Just as she was about to retort, a calm voice emerged from behind her. "Kill them." As Lin Tian's words fell, the imposing figure of the Central Plains brute transformed into a raging dinosaur, charging at the assassin. "Haha, my axe has long been longing for this moment." As Zhu Qingyan coldly chuckled, the bowstring was incessantly drawn, arrows flying forth in rapid succession. The spectators could no longer contain themselves. A motley group of weaklings dared to obstruct their path and question them. Most notably, however, was the Tearful Cat, who had just grasped a new spell and was eager to find a test subject, only to have a foolish individual present themselves. Fear spell. A beam of gray light shot forth from her staff, striking the assassin. Instantly, the assassin's eyes widened in terror, aimlessly spinning in place. "Haha, how delightful." The Tearful Cat laughed. The skill she had obtained from the Lord of the River in the Poison Mist dungeon was finally at her disposal as a novice sorceress. The effect was splendid. Once more, Phantom Grasp. Several phantoms lunged at the assassin, relentlessly tugging at his body and inflicting substantial damage. Within a minute, these players had all transformed into spirits. Upon their demise, they astonishingly dropped novice gear. Those scraps of metal were unworthy of Lin Tian's attention. These players evidently lacked any real power, attempting to opportunistically scavenge. How audacious of them to act so brazenly in broad daylight. Their furtive behavior revealed they were no innocent souls. Thus, he decided to benevolently teach them a lesson about the treachery of human nature and the harshness of society. It was rather unfulfilling. Killing holds no thrill. The Central Plains marauder concluded after the carnage. Lin Tian withdrew his sword from the hands of a demure-looking priestess, leisurely wiping the blood on her garments. Indeed, there was no challenge. It was akin to exterminating a few bothersome rodents. Upon exiting the Eagle's Cry Valley, Lin Tian surveyed the group and inquired, "What are your plans next? Shall we continue together?" "Not at all." The Tearful Cat replied, "I must log off. My irregular schedule has taken a toll on my skin, and I need to recuperate." Having completed her advancement quest, the weight on her heart had lifted significantly, allowing her to relax. "Farewell, esteemed ones. Thank you once again for your assistance." She smiled as she bid farewell, subsequently logging off. Zhu Qingyan cast a venomous glance at Lin Tian, remaining silent before abruptly disconnecting from the game. "I must head to work, so I too shall log off. I won't be joining you," Xie Zhuzhou stated. "Wuji, when you have time, I shall treat you to some milk tea." The milk tea enthusiast teased Lin Tian with a smile. "All right, thank you, milk tea sister," Lin Tian replied with a faint smile. Pleased by being called milk tea sister, she logged off joyfully. After their departure, only he and the Central Plains marauder remained in the 6-member team. "Wuji, shall we first explore the location indicated by the treasure map?" The Central Plains marauder tentatively suggested. "No problem," Lin Tian replied, since there was nothing pressing at the moment. A little exploration would be beneficial. As they retraced their steps, it wasn't long before they heard the sounds of battle ahead. Lo and behold, they had returned to the site of the previous player's skirmish in the dewy forest. Have they been fighting for 2 hours? Are their energies truly that boundless? Lin Tian marveled in astonishment. It is far from being a mere brawl. He furrowed his brow, deep in thought. These players belonged to various factions, including the Red Gang and the Soaring Across the Sky, with a significant presence of independent players as well. It was an absolute melee, a tumultuous clash without any discernible reason. He resolved to inquire with someone. Grasping a warrior by the collar, he forcefully pulled him closer and asked, "Brother, What are you all fighting about? Yet, the warrior responded not with words, but with frenzied attacks directed at him. Left with no choice, Lin Tian ended his life. After randomly seizing another fortunate player, he began to comprehend the underlying cause of the chaos. They were vying for a tattered, forbidden spell scroll. This fragmentary scroll, originating from an unknown source, had incited countless individuals to fight tooth and nail for possession. Chapter 55, The Thunderlight Inferno. The Forbidden Spell Scroll, a creation nearing the divine, is currently beyond the reach of players. Moreover, it is a fragmented scroll. However, while it may be unusable by oneself, it can be leveraged to curry favor with formidable NPCs who may, in return, impart powerful skills or bestow potent equipment. After all, it is a forbidden scroll. Even in its shattered state, its research value is immense, a treasure beyond compare. It would not be an exaggeration to say that exchanging it for a piece of golden equipment would be entirely feasible. Thus, countless individuals are vying for it. Yet, Lin Tian has no intention of joining the fray. With hundreds of players present, the question of whether he could seize it remains uncertain. No matter how formidable he may be, can he truly contend with hundreds of frenzied players? He plans to carve a path like a bulldozer, just as he did with the Central Plains Marauders. Just as he was about to speak to the Marauders, he suddenly froze. He continuously murmured to himself, "Forbidden spell scroll. Forbidden spell scroll. Forbidden." Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he recalled Carlos's grimoire, the true explanation of magic, which contained intricate insights. Moments later, a look of enlightenment graced his face, only to be replaced by excitement and trepidation. After a brief contemplation, he finally spoke. "Marauders, I wish to obtain that forbidden spell scroll, and I require your assistance." "Not a problem at all. We are brothers. Why the formality?" The Central Plains Marauder responded with a boisterous tone, taking it upon himself. However, when he cast his gaze upon the ocean of players, he involuntarily trembled. Fear coursing through him. Damn it. There are simply too many people. Their entry would be akin to a single drop in the ocean, stirring hardly a ripple. There was no way, even with their incredible abilities, that they could outmatch the throng of hundreds. Gritting his teeth, the Central Plains Marauder's gaze hardened. Having given his word, he would fight tooth and nail to secure that scroll. Lin Tian smiled faintly, touched by the Marauder's unwavering support. The Marauder did not even inquire about the purpose of the forbidden scroll, readily agreeing to assist him, which demonstrated a genuine camaraderie. This fragmented scroll indeed held significant value for Lin Tian. He constantly recalled his Divine Blood Elixir quest, which required the collection of dragon's blood, elven blood, and sunflowers to create a baptism elixir, enhancing his physical attributes. This was pivotal for his advancement to a junior mage, and he could not afford to fail. While he had a lead on elven blood, the means to acquire dragon's blood and sunflowers remained elusive, with not even a whisper of information. He felt a growing urgency, especially as he witnessed even the weeping cat advance, intensifying his anxiety. If most players reached higher tiers while he remained merely a magic apprentice, would he not become an easy target? The junior mage possessed a 10 increase in both attack and defense against magic apprentices, and there existed a 10 suppression between each tier. 10% is a significant number. Furthermore, there were high-level spells to be learned. Before the Weeping Cat's successful advancement, it had remained inconspicuous, a mere shadow within the team. In a recent skirmish, brilliance shone forth, wreaking havoc upon all who dared oppose. This vividly illustrates the significance of advancement. He harbored no desire to find himself at level 20 while others were mere novice priests or fledgling warlocks, leaving him as a pitiful level 9 apprentice mage. Before him lay a seemingly attainable forbidden spell scroll, capable of furthering the completion of the Divine Blood Elixir quest. Carlos' True Magic Revelation provides a detailed account that all spell scrolls bearing the term forbidden are invariably crafted from the blood of dragons, elves, or divine beings. Moreover, the blood must originate from high elves or pure-blooded dragons. The blood of mutated elves or hybrid elves, such as dark elves or blood elves, is utterly unsuitable. Ordinary dragons like green or blue dragons are also disqualified. The potency of forbidden spells is far too overwhelming. Only the noblest and purest blood can withstand their magical force. The blood of common dragons or elves would detonate upon inscribing the first rune. Thus, among the forbidden spell scrolls that players clamored for. One can be assured that it must contain one of the 3 types of blood. Truly a fortuitous opportunity. It is likely that the first 2 types predominate. And even high elf blood would suffice, far superior to the blood elf treasure maps wielded by the marauders of the Central Plains. As for divine blood, that seems improbable. Yet, should it exist, it could replace dragon or elven blood, yielding even better results. From a player, he had just learned that the fragmented scroll was named Purgatory of Thunder. If he could seize Purgatory of Thunder, he could seek out a powerful alchemist to extract the blood from the scroll. Observing the chaotic throng, Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with determination. He had already envisioned Purgatory of Thunder as his own. Any who dared contest him would become his adversaries. The uniqueness of Purgatory of Thunder lay in the fact that regardless of who claimed it, death was guaranteed to cause it to drop. Thus, after several hours of conflict, Purgatory of Thunder had changed hands dozens of times, with none able to retain it for more than 3 minutes. He was resolute in seizing it, though the method required careful consideration. Charging headlong into the fray would leave him with nothing but despair. Keeping a prudent distance from the frenzied players, Lin Tian settled on the ground, calming his mind as he meditated, savoring the magical aura that permeated the air. The scene was a cacophony of chaos. He concentrated all his faculties to perceive the ethereal essence that wafted through the atmosphere. Earth, water, fire, wind, thunder, frost, poison, shadow, and light, various magical elements intertwined in a tumultuous blend. He recalled his days in the professional combat team, enduring relentless training day and night in the harshest of environments. Not only was his body weary, but his spirit endured extreme torment. To perfect his replenishing abilities, he would practice tirelessly for days on end, from dawn till dusk, without a moment's respite. The monotony was excruciating, akin to an unending torment in a sunless realm. In contrast, the present felt almost too effortless, too liberating, too blissful. Nevertheless, the arduous trials and bitter sweat of the past had yielded remarkable results. His stable and composed mental fortitude, coupled with exceptional operational skills, placed him leagues ahead of the majority of players. As his mind settled into tranquility, Lin Tian gradually sensed a particular location within the arena, where the magical forces surged like an ocean, both formidable and oppressive. Abruptly, Lin Tian opened his eyes. There lay the position of the forbidden spell scroll. Only the scroll itself could possess such immense power. Typically, a forbidden spell scroll would not allow even a hint of magical energy to escape. However, this one was damaged, failing to contain the magical forces within it. He directed his gaze toward a corner of the battlefield, where the combat was not particularly fierce. If his senses were accurate, the scroll was in the possession of a rogue player known as Ghost Shadow in the Wind. He anxiously scanned his surroundings, feigning engagement in battle. Yet his eyes constantly darted around, searching for an opportunity to flee. Chapter 56, The Celestial Maiden of Nine Heavens? Indeed, Lin Tian was fully aware. He did not recklessly rush into the most fiercely contested areas from the outset. To acquire the forbidden spell scroll, he understood that he must take a different approach. The common perception is that the most intense battles are where the scroll is located. Little did anyone anticipate that the cunning figure known as Ghost Shadow, moving stealthily, would instead reap the rewards in silence. True to his name, Ghost Shadow was indeed shrewd. Fortunately, Lin Tian was one step ahead and detected his subtle maneuvers. This, however, aligned perfectly with Lin Tian's intentions. He certainly did not wish to resemble a child grasping gold in a bustling marketplace, vulnerable to plunder. With narrowed eyes, Lin Tian pointed discreetly at Ghost Shadow and murmured, "Ruffian, do you see that shifty little fellow? That is Ghost Shadow." The Central Plains ruffian nodded, his eyes gleaming with menace. Lin Tian continued, "Let us follow him, but do not alert the others. We must avoid conflict with any players and not lose track of him. The forbidden spell scroll is undoubtedly in his possession." The Central Plains ruffian responded, "All right. We shall proceed as you suggest. But how do you know it is with him?" Lin Tian explained, "As a mage, I can sense an anomaly in the magical elements surrounding him, indicating a high probability that it resides within his backpack." The ruffian nodded in understanding, marveling. "You are truly impressive. I have never encountered a mage who plays like you." He admired Lin Tian's audacity, meticulousness, and ingenuity. It was remarkable how he could elevate the role of a mage. He had never heard of any other mage who would take the time to study magical elements so deeply. In truth, treating this realm as a genuine world allows us to immerse ourselves wholly, appreciating the cycles of life and death, the laws of nature, and valuing our existence within this world, knowing we must not perish easily. Lin Tian calmly articulated this notion, leaving the Central Plains ruffian momentarily speechless. After a pause, the ruffian gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Though I may not comprehend your words, they exude an aura of greatness." After bestowing himself with a layer of bloodthirsty aura, Lin Tian and the Central Plains ruffian stealthily advanced towards Ghost Shadow. Throughout their journey, they endeavored to avoid conflict with any players unless absolutely necessary, even taking a longer route to evade fierce skirmishes. Just as Lin Tian had anticipated, Ghost Shadow gradually maneuvered towards the outskirts of the battlefield, intent on disengaging from the combat. His actions convinced Lin Tian further that the coveted item was indeed in his grasp. Along the way, the duo dispatched several unwary players who dared to obstruct their path. Among them was a formidable opponent, who managed to withstand their combined assault for a full minute before succumbing. Lin Tian was greatly astonished. It appeared that skilled players were indeed abundant. Who was the Central Plains ruffian? An 11th level novice knight, clad in half-black iron gear, he had ventured alone into the Red Gang, navigating the perilous conflict between beasts and men, emerging unscathed amidst the three factions. He was no slouch himself, proficient in various schools of magic, employing diverse means of attack. Even so, to contend with two opponents for a minute was truly impressive. He etched the name of that warrior into his memory, Celestial Maiden of 9 Heavens. Indeed, the warrior was male, yet his game ID was Celestial Maiden of 9 Heavens. It is quite difficult to leave a lackluster impression, isn't it? What on earth? Aside from my sister, who dares to refer to themselves as a celestial being, and astonishingly it is a male, I feel nauseated. The Central Plains ruffian erupted in a tirade. So, is your sister exceptionally beautiful? Lin Tian casually inquired, noticing the ruffian's intense reaction. Of course, the Central Plains ruffian, with a proud expression on his rugged face, effortlessly dispatched a knight charging like a moth to a flame, boasting, "She is truly one in a million. A fairy descended to earth. Her beauty is earth-shattering, unparalleled by any before or after." The ruffian continued to extol his sister's virtues, as if she were indeed a celestial being. Lin Tian, growing impatient, interrupted him. All right, your sister is the most beautiful. Now let us hurry." That wretched creature nearly vanished right under our noses. Moments ago, the elusive phantom shadow had activated invisibility, disappearing without a trace, sending a chill down Lin Tian's spine. Fortunately, within a second, the phantom shadow was forced out of invisibility by another. "Hey, if you don't have a girlfriend, I'll introduce you to my sister. I consider you a brother. The best things should stay within the family." The Central Plains ruffian exclaimed, slaying another hapless prey. "All right, I'll marry her." Lin Tian responded dismissively, "Let us catch up and prepare the revealing dust, in case he vanishes again." "Absolutely, it's settled." "Haha, the revealing dust is already ready. That little scoundrel 1T escaped my grasp." The ruffian laughed heartily. The revealing dust is an essential tool for confronting assassin players. Readily available in the shops of Dawn Village, with a chance to drop from both common monsters and bosses. Unfortunately, Lin Tian had never encountered one due to his ill fortune. When used, the revealing dust allows visibility of invisible units within a certain radius that do not exceed the user's level for a limited time. At level 8, Lin Tian was too low in rank. Even with revealing dust, it would be futile, and he certainly would not see the phantom shadow. The ruffian, nearing level 12 after gaining experience from the Fire Thunder Giant, was well positioned on the leaderboard of Dawn Village, ensuring that the phantom shadow's level would be inferior to his. Thus, he was the most suitable candidate to utilize the revealing dust to scout for the hidden assassin. The phantom shadow swiftly dispatched a fragile mage and casually stowed a white item dropped from the vanquished foe into his bag, smirking coldly. "Let those fools scramble for air," he thought to himself, reveling in his good fortune. It was indeed a stroke of luck. He had not anticipated acquiring a forbidden spell scroll. He merely approached with the intention of collecting white items to sell as scrap. To his astonishment, Lady Luck smiled upon him, and the forbidden spell scroll inadvertently fell into his possession. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with excitement and trepidation. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, no one noticed him as he decisively slipped the scroll into his bag. Subsequently, he brazenly accused another assassin, loudly proclaiming that the forbidden spell scroll was in that assassin's possession, inciting a horde of players to besiege the accused. The players cared little for the truth of the claims. In any case, surrounded by people from all directions, one could simply strike and be done with it. Whether right or wrong, the matter could be settled with lethal force. Thus, under the veil of deception, the cursed scroll had quietly found its way into his backpack for a full 10 minutes. The specter, known as Ghost Shadow, was a lone wolf player, proceeding with utmost caution at every turn. Once the conflict had shifted, he sought every possible means to extricate himself. Through his deliberate and tireless efforts, he had nearly reached the periphery of the battleground and was on the verge of escape. After all, he was but a solitary figure, unlike Lin Tian, who had arrived with a formidable entourage of 6, each possessing extraordinary strength capable of breaking through by sheer might. Yet, unbeknownst to him, at an indeterminate moment, 2 individuals had been shadowing him closely, neither too far nor too near, like a persistent specter. Chapter 57. A Battle of Wits and Valor in the Serene Night. With the moon shining brightly and the stars sparse, a figure cloaked in shadows emerged on a small hillock. Under the luminous glow of the moon, he retrieved a tattered scroll from his backpack. Forbidden spell, Thunderlight Purgatory. His hands trembled with excitement, as though he clutched an extraordinary treasure. To his astonishment, he realized that he, too, could achieve greatness. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, his voice quivered as he pondered, how much could I sell this for? Perhaps exchange it for some golden or platinum equipment. He tilted his head in earnest contemplation. Who goes there? Come out from the shadows. He suddenly shouted towards a nearby thicket. My friend, I fear your lofty aspirations may be in vain. Golden and platinum gear is beyond your reach. If you do not cooperate with us, you might find your very life in jeopardy. A voice emerged from the darkness. 2 figures stepped forth, revealing Lin Tian and the Central Plains bandit, who had been lurking for some time. With narrowed eyes gleaming with menace, the cloaked figure retorted, You seek the forbidden scroll? But it is not in my possession. Spare me the pretense. Do you take me for a fool? What is that in your hand? Hand it over, and I shall spare your life. The Central Plains bandit barked, brandishing his spear. Robbery in broad daylight? How uncouth. The cloaked figure grimaced, retreating while discreetly consuming a health potion. As he made his escape towards the village of Dawn, he had no time to recuperate, still teetering on the brink of death. Even Lin Tian and the Central Plains bandit, who sought to avoid conflict, were struck by a barrage of errant spells, leaving them equally weakened. Thus, the assassin, having lingered longer on the battlefield, found himself at a distinct disadvantage. He delayed, striving to regain strength while evading confrontation. He refrained from vanishing immediately, wary that more adversaries might be closing in. Should he be surrounded, even invisibility would prove futile against magical onslaughts. Eager to extract beneficial information from his foes, he sought to ascertain his next course of action. Lin Tian observed the cloaked figure's subtle maneuvers with keen interest. A smile graced Lin Tian's lips as he remarked, I must admit, you possess a cunning mind. It's no wonder you managed to seize such a prize amidst the throng. Likewise, it seems your keen eyes have spotted the treasure in my possession, the cloaked figure replied with a hollow grin. And as for your claim of robbery? Lin Tian's tone shifted, his gaze sharpening. You speak of theft, yet all that you possess is ill-gotten. The cloaked figure's countenance darkened. Lin Tian continued, Had this truly belonged to you, I would not have intervened. However, that is not the case. What do you intend to do? The cloaked figure inquired impatiently, casting furtive glances around. It was made quite clear, relinquish the item, and you may depart, Lin Tian stated, flicking his fingers against the black gold sword, which produced a crisp sound. Are you not concerned I might simply log off? The cloaked figure countered, his gaze shifting. Feel free to test it. Let us see if you truly vanish, Lin Tian replied. If going offline could guarantee safety, someone would have done it long ago. Thus, Lin Tian remained utterly composed. What a dream. The phantom shadow, like a wisp of wind, continuously shifted its gaze between the two individuals, finally convinced that the pursuers were indeed these two. At this moment, if he did not flee, when would he? Did they think they could obstruct him with just two people? He leaned to the right. And in the very instant he moved, activated the assassin's signature skill, invisibility, causing his form to vanish into the void. Everything pertaining to him had disappeared without a trace. A smirk of derision appeared at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. The phantom shadow was stalling for time, but so was Lin Tian. The reason he spoke so much nonsense was to distract his opponent, gradually closing the distance between them without the latter's awareness. The maximum charge distance for the Central Plains Marauder was 15 meters, and at that moment, the distance at which the phantom shadow had gone invisible was precisely 15 meters. The Central Plains Marauder readied his spear, a confident smile gracing his face as he charged toward the area where the phantom shadow had vanished, slightly to the right. He had discerned that the direction the phantom shadow took while invisible was to the right, and he was exceedingly confident he could force him out of invisibility with a direct collision. This way, he could even spare a revealing dust. After all, the cost of revealing dust was akin to that of a first-grade gemstone, making its use quite painful. To the left. Suddenly, Lin Tian let out a thunderous shout that echoed in their ears. Wasn't it to the right? Why to the left? Wasn't that a contradiction? The Central Plains Marauder gritted his teeth and chose to unconditionally trust Lin Tian. In the skirmishes with the Thunderfire Giant Elephant, Lin Tian's tactical arrangements and command artistry had won his unwavering admiration. He had initially believed that 6 individuals could never defeat a level 15 Black Iron boss, estimating that at least 15 were required. Yet Lin Tian still directed them to successfully slay the boss with 0 casualties on their side. This demonstrated his formidable prowess. Therefore, Lin Tian's assertions must certainly have their rationale. Unconditional trust. Thus, the Central Plains Marauder resolutely altered his course mid-charge, heading left. Bang! A resounding crash. A figure was forcibly ejected from the void by the Central Plains Marauder. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the phantom shadow. He fell to the ground, his face a mask of incredulity. How did you know? The Central Plains Marauder, fearing the night's length might lead to lingering dreams, refrained from further conversation and thrust his spear mercilessly, ending the phantom shadow's life. Such an obvious feint, executed with such worn-out tricks. If I could not see through it, would I not be wasting years in a professional team? Lin Tian murmured to himself in a tone of self-mockery. The phantom shadow could barely be considered a master. His cunning and skill were commendable. Unfortunately, he was overly impatient, lacking composure, and his actions were indecisive, revealing far too many flaws. Perhaps he could deceive the Central Plains Marauder, but escaping Lin Tian's keen insight was utterly impossible. That would be an affront to his intelligence as a professional player. In terms of true skill, he would not rank among the top 3 in the illustrious team. However, when it comes to acute insight and meticulous analytical prowess, including the reserve team and the members of the training camp, he would boldly claim the second position, while no one would dare to assert the first. The shadow vanished into the wind, leaving behind a profound sense of confusion, and a tattered scroll fell to the ground. A ruffian from the Central Plains picked it up and, with a flick of his wrist, tossed it towards Lin Tian, as if discarding a worthless piece of paper. Hey, ruffian! Lin Tian chuckled. You snatched this divine artifact among hundreds, yet you treat it like refuse. What a lack of atmosphere. Furthermore, did you not hear? This forbidden spell scroll could at least be exchanged for a piece of golden equipment. Are you not tempted? If you were to slay me now and hoard the treasure for yourself, would that not be more advantageous? Lin Tian jested with a semblance of a smile. Chapter 58. The Future Brother-in-Law. Hey, what are you doing with that? The Central Plains ruffian waved his hand dismissively. The forbidden spell scroll is of use to you. Take it and use it. I have no need for it. Besides, I was merely following along. Had you not noticed that the forbidden spell scroll was in this fellow's possession? I would have been completely oblivious to its whereabouts and would have been unable to seize it. I consider you a brother. And to say such things is to look down upon me. I might just turn against you. He feigned a fierce demeanor. All right. I won't say anything further. Lin Tian replied with a smile. At that moment, he truly embraced the Central Plains ruffian as a friend. Moreover, you are to become my future brother-in-law. We shall be family, so why would I steal from my own kin? The Central Plains ruffian grinned, winking mischievously. Get out of here. I was merely speaking casually. And you're taking it too far. Lin Tian laughed and scolded him lightly. Hiki. The Central Plains ruffian chuckled unabashedly. By the way, how did you deduce that the shadow had vanished and moved to the left? Truly remarkable. I am in awe. His tone shifted to seriousness. Upon hearing this question from the Central Plains ruffian, Lin Tian did not hold back and explained, if you think back carefully, before he vanished. His body leaned to the right, yet his legs did not. The Central Plains ruffian pondered for a moment. It seems to be so. Lin Tian continued. His action was intended to create the illusion that he moved to the right after becoming invisible. This tactic is aimed at skilled individuals like you who possess some technical prowess and can predict movements. I'm hardly a master. Without your reminder, he might have truly escaped. The Central Plains ruffian admitted sheepishly. Ordinary knights would likely charge straight towards the spot where he had vanished, relying solely on luck, which might yield some success. Your approach, charging in the direction he moved towards, demonstrates a comprehension of the game that surpasses that of the majority, Lin Tian asserted confidently. Is that so? The Central Plains ruffian still seemed somewhat uncertain. Indeed, Lin Tian elaborated. His body leaned to the right, but his center of gravity did not shift significantly. The exaggerated movement of his right hand, wielding the dagger, was merely to balance his center of gravity. His true intention was to escape to the left. Now I see. The Central Plains ruffian clapped his hands, enlightened. His admiration for Lin Tian deepened further. We should return to Dawn Village. It is unsafe to carry the forbidden spell scroll on us, Lin Tian remarked, glancing at the sky. The Central Plains ruffian had no objections. Unbeknownst to the players who had been fighting fiercely throughout the night for the forbidden spell scroll, not a single one realized that the item had long since left the premises, discreetly transported back to Dawn Village by the two clever individuals. The journey back was smooth, and amidst their anxiousness, Lin Tian and his companions safely returned to Dawn Village. As they entered the village, the Central Plains ruffian displayed a hint of embarrassment. Wuji. I apologize, but my sister just called. I must log off immediately to take the call, so I cannot accompany you to the Shadow Valley. Let us find another time tomorrow. I am truly sorry. The ecological gaming pod of Genesis is incredibly advanced, particularly the high-end model that Lin Tian utilized. Within the confines of the game, one can configure notifications for various events such as phone calls or doorbells, enabling characters to perceive them. Additionally, one may set preferences to avoid disturbances from unsolicited calls and scams. Hurry up, don't keep her waiting, Lin Tian exclaimed. The treasures of the Blood Elves are abundant in opportunity. The Central Plains bandit hastily exited the game, clearly demonstrating his fondness for his sister. Regaining his focus, Lin Tian meandered through Morning Dawn Village until he located the warehouse. Before embarking on his journey to Eagle Cry Valley, he realized he had forgotten to deposit the magic True Solution and Elemental Starry Sky into the warehouse. Fortunately, he had survived several fierce battles unscathed. Had he inadvertently lost even one of those items, it would have driven him to despair. He vowed silently to avoid such foolishness in the future. What? You expect me to pay? A portly figure stood before him, and a mage player gasped in disbelief, drawing the attention of surrounding players. The mage quickly stifled his voice, muttering under his breath, "This is outrageous. Why must everything cost money? Vampires, do you think it's free? What do you expect us to live on? The wind?" Such wishful thinking. The rotund man regarded the shabby mage with derision. Clad in a tattered robe and wielding a low-quality sword, the mage was a sight the hefty man deemed unworthy of his good spirits. That mage was none other than Lin Tian, the warehouse manager of Morning Dawn Village. Entrusted with the safekeeping of any items, Lin Tian approached the portly man, expressing his desire to store some belongings, to which the man cheerfully acquiesced. However, as Lin Tian produced two items, the man abruptly extended his hand, demanding payment. Lin Tian had assumed this service would be complimentary. While he could come to terms with a fee, the price was utterly exorbitant, regardless of whether the stored items were valuable or mundane. Each piece, or group, incurred a daily fee of 10 copper coins. With 2 pieces of equipment, Lin Tian was faced with a storage cost of 20 copper coins daily, equivalent to 4 yuan. Was this not blatant extortion? His extensive gaming experience and understanding had allowed him to earn pocket money through microtransactions, while most players struggled to even afford potions or repairs. Earlier, upon returning to the village, he had witnessed a male player weeping at the village entrance. Upon inquiry, Lin Tian learned that the player had lost his level 9 white sword during a chaotic battle and could not afford a replacement, leading him to tears. This illustrated just how arduous it was to earn money in the game. Store it if you wish, but if not, step aside and don't hinder my business. The portly man remarked disdainfully as he noted Lin Tian's dazed expression. Lin Tian felt a surge of indignation but ultimately resigned himself to humiliation, producing 1 silver coin to hand over to the man. After much contemplation, he realized he had no choice but to store his items there. 5 days it is. I shall endure. The portly man made his terms abundantly clear. Storing items was a trade, clearly priced. Very well, esteemed mage. Ensure that you safeguard your belongings, keeping them away from the clutches of any nefarious individuals. Upon receiving the money, the rotund man instantly transformed, his countenance shifting to one of unctuous delight. His sycophantic demeanor was unmistakable. Lin Tian finally witnessed the essence of avarice. As soon as the payment was made, he morphed from a beggar into a distinguished sorcerer. Sir, do take your time. If you deposit for a week, there are additional discounts. After Lin Tian departed, the odious voice of the rotund man lingered in the air. After leaving the warehouse manager's office, Lin Tian found the village chief's son, Oyev, standing before the chief's residence. Warrior, it brings me great joy to see you. Is there something on your mind? Oyev's face lit up with delight upon spotting Lin Tian. Chapter 59. The One True God. 5 minutes later, Lin Tian found himself before a grand 5-story mage tower. He had learned from Oyev that the residence of the most formidable alchemist in Dawn Village was none other than this tower. The alchemist, known as Gugu Li, was not only the most powerful alchemist in Dawn Village, but also its most esteemed mage. The 5-story tower indicated that he was a Magus-level sorcerer, just 1 tier below the esteemed title of Archmage Carlos. Standing beneath the towering, majestic structure, Lin Tian adjusted his attire and politely knocked on the door. Come in. A welcoming voice resonated from within moments later. Lin Tian pushed the door open and stepped inside. The interior revealed a circular reception area adorned with exquisite decorations. 2nd floor. The voice continued. Lin Tian closed the door behind him and ascended the stone staircase to the 2nd floor. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of an elderly man with white hair and beard, one hand holding a test tube for examination while the other deftly wielded a quill, scribbling fervently on a sheet of paper. Master Gugu Li, greetings. I am here at the introduction of Oyev, Lin Tian stated with measured respect. He cast a glance at the densely packed formulas on the paper, feeling slightly dizzy from the complexity. Prior to his visit, Oyev had advised him that while it was acceptable to refer to Gugu Li as Sir, he preferred being addressed as Master, for in the realm of magic, the status of an alchemist was deemed rarer and more prestigious than that of a mage. Oh, so Oyev sent you. That young man, daring to challenge the abyssal prison alone, possesses commendable courage and a bright future ahead. Upon hearing Oyev's name, Gugu Li's stern visage softened, his wrinkles quivering as a warm smile emerged. Young man, do you wish to learn? Gugu Li inquired, noticing Lin Tian's gaze fixated on the manuscript. Lin Tian shook his head. It is too difficult. I cannot afford the time. Very well. What brings you to me then? Gugu Li, perceiving Lin Tian's disinterest. Cut to the chase. Lin Tian retrieved the tattered forbidden spell scroll from his backpack and presented it to Gugu Li. The moment Gugu Li caught sight of the forbidden scroll, his expression shifted dramatically from amiable to one of sheer terror. Damn it, a forbidden spell scroll. It truly is a forbidden spell scroll, he exclaimed, cursing under his breath. He swiftly executed a series of intricate hand gestures, leaving Lin Tian bewildered. In an instant, dozens of spells designed to seal, conceal, or suppress any magical aura were conjured with astonishing finesse. Lin Tian stood in awe, marveling at the prowess of a magus. Such formidable strength. All those spells were cast instantaneously, Though they were of lower tier, they exemplified an extraordinary mastery. It seemed he had indeed found the right person. After thoroughly masking the magical signature emanating from the forbidden scroll, Gugu Li finally exhaled in relief and wearily settled back into his seat. Yet, as if struck by a sudden thought, a piercing gaze shot toward Lin Tian. He sprang to his feet, grasping Lin Tian's collar with fervor, demanding, "Tell me, where did you acquire this?" This movement was more agile than that of a young person. It hardly resembled the frail physique of an elderly man. "Hey, old man, that's rather impolite." Lin Tian gasped, struggling for breath as his neck was constricted. "All right, I admit my rudeness." Realizing the crudeness of his actions, Goliath released his magical grip on Lin Tian. However, his gaze remained piercing and sharp as a blade. "Tell me honestly, where did it come from?" The fiery hand he had conjured was one of the common spells of a mage, known as the Mage hand, which, while not particularly powerful, was primarily used in alchemy. Lin Tian casually pulled a chair and sat opposite him, boldly stating, "If I say I don't know and just snatched it from someone else, would you believe me?" "I don't believe you." Lin Tian shrugged. "If you don't believe me, then I have nothing more to say. The fact remains." Goliath scrutinized him, seemingly attempting to discern the truth from his expression. Lin Tian feigned indifference. "All right, I believe you," Goliath conceded after a lengthy pause, like a defeated rooster, his head drooping in dismay. He then inquired, "What did you say earlier? Snatched? Who is your mentor? Is that how they taught you?" Lin Tian, now even more nonchalant, replied bluntly, "I have no mentor. Players are born without mentors. Only upon reaching level 20 and successfully advancing, demonstrating exceptional talent, are they selected by a mentor to become disciples. If I don't snatch, others will," he asserted. "A mage possesses power to conquer others, does he not?" "What did you say?" Goliath glared, incredulous. "Isn't a mage meant to pursue the truth and essence of the world?" Goliath, enraged by the audacity of this apprentice, who was lacking in skill yet brimming with bravado, furiously puffed his cheeks. Lin Tian retorted without reservation, "That may be true for others, but I am my own person. I am a different firework. Truth and essence have nothing to do with me. My goal is quite simple, to grow stronger." Goliath was left speechless with frustration, tempted to swat him away. The elder and the younger exchanged fierce glares for 5 minutes, until Goliath ultimately broke the silence. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, his mirth echoing through the Mage Tower. "What is so funny?" Lin Tian asked, bewildered. "You are exactly to my liking, young man," Goliath responded, still chuckling. "Huh." Lin Tian was perplexed by the abrupt shift in his demeanor. "Have you ever heard the saying?" Goliath inquired gravely. "What saying?" Lin Tian instinctively asked. "Mages are the only true gods in this world," Goliath proclaimed emphatically. This declaration left Lin Tian momentarily stunned. "I am not like those traditional mages. My lifelong pursuit is immense power. I chose to become an alchemist to enhance my strength. It is power that gives existence its meaning, not some lofty truth or essence." Lin Tian nodded in agreement. However, he pondered, what relevance does this hold for him? Indeed, Guglielmo's next inquiry was, "Therefore, are you inclined to become a formidable alchemist? I have high hopes for you." Lin Tian shook his head, a look of helplessness adorning his face. "I am truly grateful for your kindness, but I simply lack the time." "Very well. I shall not rush you. Come to me when you have come to a decision. You must be aware that that rascal Oyev comes to me every few days, pleading for me to impart alchemical techniques, which I refuse to do," Lin Tian casually remarked. "Then you should teach him. I am not suited for that." "What did you say?" Guglielmo's temper flared once more. Such is the nature of aging, one becomes capricious, perpetually seeking reassurance from others. Lin Tian sighed. "Let us set aside the trivialities and address the matter at hand." Chapter 60. The Descent of the Sunflower Master Gugguli. "I beseech your assistance in extracting the blood used for inscribing runes on this forbidden spell scroll." Gugguli scrutinized the thunderlight purgatory, and upon hearing this, furrowed his brow. "You must consider this carefully. Once the blood is extracted, the forbidden spell scroll will be rendered nearly useless." Lin Tian did not respond directly. "Once the blood is extracted, as a reward, I shall bestow the forbidden spell scroll upon you." Gugguli's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath quickening. "Is that true?" Lin Tian nodded. Absolutely. The power of the forbidden spell scroll far exceeds my capabilities, yet you possess the ability to wield it. Very well, it is settled. As if fearing that Lin Tian might retract his words, Googly added, You shall see the blood by tomorrow morning. He caressed the tattered scroll, leaned closer to sniff it, and remarked, It must undoubtedly be the blood of a dragon. Moreover, it is the blood of a pure-blooded silver dragon. Joy flickered in Lin Tian's eyes. Fortune smiled upon him. The dragon's blood was soon to be his. Googly, being a mage, did not possess the ability to utilize the forbidden spell scroll himself, as such power was reserved for legendary sorcerers. However, he could study the runes inscribed upon it, which would greatly enhance his magical prowess. The alchemy required to inscribe the forbidden spell scroll would provide him with substantial inspiration. The scroll itself was crafted from rare materials, a true treasure of the highest order. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed I have greatly benefited at your expense. Googly's face flushed slightly as he inquired, Do you have any other requests? I shall see if I can assist you. Oh. There is indeed one matter I wish to inquire about, Lin Tian pondered before speaking. Googly. He had merely been polite, not expecting Lin Tian to take him at his word. However, now that the words had been spoken, there was no turning back. He hoped the request would not be too outrageous. Lin Tian asked, Master Googly, do you have any sunflowers? Or knowledge of their whereabouts? Sunflowers? Googly's white brows knitted together as he shook his head. No, such precious things are beyond my reach, just like the dragon's blood. Lin Tian felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. However, after a moment of thought, Googly remarked, There is a place where you might find some. With a turn of fate, hope rekindled, Lin Tian quickly inquired, Where? Googly gazed deeply at him. That place is exceedingly perilous. Even I risk falling if I were to venture there. Are you certain you wish to seek it out? Lin Tian nodded resolutely. I shall brave the mountains of blades and the fires of hell. I am determined to attain it. Googly tapped his fingers on the table, slowly uttering 3 words. Bloodbone Lake. Lin Tian silently noted this location. You are not afraid in the slightest? Googly asked, surprised by Lin Tian's unchanging demeanor. Lin Tian dismissed the concern. The name does sound rather foreboding. Bloodbone Lake is an exceedingly dangerous place, Googly stated with gravity. His wise eyes seemed to drift into the mist of time as he began to recount an untold secret from the past to Lin Tian. Bloodbone Lake, situated between Dawnlight Village and the Cinders Prison, serves as a natural boundary between the two. A decade ago, one fateful day, a corpse unexpectedly surfaced from the depths of Bloodbone Lake. This body belonged to the son of the Lord of Lionheart City, who had been missing for 3 long years. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the realm. Lionheart City dispatched a multitude of elite warriors to uncover the truth, yet their inquiries yielded no results, save for the discovery of a prison constructed of blood at the lake's bottom. This prison was impenetrable, defying even the mightiest sword saints and archmages. The experts from Lionheart City intended to transport the prison back to their city for a report, but en route, they were confronted by a formidable and malevolent archmage known as Cinders. This archmage was exceptionally powerful, despite having peers of equal rank. The warriors of Lionheart City were no match for him, and were all ruthlessly slain. Among those tasked with escorting the prison was the ancient warrior Gorgly, who bore an unavoidable burden of responsibility for the death of the Lord's son on the territory of Dawnlight Village. In that battle, he narrowly escaped death, yet sustained severe injuries that shattered a portion of his magical vortex, forever hindering his ascent to greater heights. The Archmage Cinders annihilated all the archmages of Lionheart City. And in that very place, he utilized the prison to establish a powerful faction, now infamously known as Cinders Prison. The Archmage himself met his demise during a subsequent siege by Lionheart City, yet the legacy of Cinders Prison endured. Rumors circulated that the Lord of Lionheart City harbored dissatisfaction with Dawnlight Village's lackluster performance during that incident, choosing to maintain Cinders Prison as a form of retribution. Gorgly frequently clashed with Cinders Prison, but found himself unable to overcome the adversary. Ultimately, he was compelled to sign an agreement prohibiting both sides from deploying their top-tier combatants, effectively binding Gorgly to Dawnlight Village. Consequently, Oyev, the son of the village chief Dayev, found himself vulnerable to surprise attacks from Cinder's prison, which spared no regard for their reputation. The relationship between the two factions was fraught with animosity. Cinder's prison obstructed the essential route to Panlong Town, leading to frequent skirmishes. Is the story captivating? But what does it have to do with the sunflower? Lin Tian inquired, intrigued. Patience, let me finish, Gorgly chuckled. The desire of Lionheart City to eliminate Cinders was not merely about the loss of a single son. After all, the casualties inflicted by Cinders included 3 archmages, 2 sword saints, and an innumerable host of lesser mages. The losses far exceeded what Lionheart City could bear. The Lord of Lionheart City had over 20 sons. Would he truly mourn the most inept among them? It was evident to discerning minds that Lionheart City had ulterior motives. Subsequently, rumors arose that Cinders had discovered a sunflower at the bottom of Bloodbone Lake. The sunflower, renowned for its potent light attributes, was said to possess the power to heal all wounds. This fueled Lionheart City's relentless pursuit of Cinders, who vehemently denied ever encountering the sunflower. After Cinders was slain, Lionheart's forces found no trace of the sunflower upon his remains, and several expeditions to the lake's depths yielded nothing. Eventually, this matter faded into obscurity. Master Goggly, do you imply that the sunflower still resides at the bottom of Bloodbone Lake? Lin Tian seized upon the key phrase and inquired. A sly smile spread across Goggly's face. I never claimed such a thing. I personally descended to search, but found nothing. Lin Tian felt a tinge of disappointment. Then what use are the things you told me? Patience, my friend. Goggly chuckled mischievously. Although I did not locate the sunflower, I did catch a faint whiff of its essence at the lake's depths. Thus, could it be that the sunflower lies within the abyssal prison? Lin Tian pondered a possibility, suddenly exclaiming, Chapter 61. The brightening spell impossible. Googly vehemently denied. Do you think Lionheart City hasn't sent anyone to search? The Abyss prison has been thoroughly scoured. There's not even a mouse left unexamined. With a cold chuckle, Googly continued. Currently, the Abyss prison is merely overseen by a 5th-level mage, whose strength has waned significantly. It is akin to a grasshopper in late autumn, unable to leap for much longer. Any of the top 3 mercenary groups in Panlong Town could easily obliterate it. Keeping it around serves only to provide training for the mercenaries. There may be unexpected corners at the bottom of Bloodbone Lake that we have yet to discover. That remains our sole lead, Lin Tian remarked, his expression darkening. The twists and turns of their quest had yielded nothing but uncertain news. Googly inquired. The caves beneath Bloodbone Lake harbor numerous high-level magical beasts, and the prospects appear bleak. Will you still venture forth? Yes. Lin Tian's gaze was resolute. We cannot abandon even the faintest glimmer of hope. Very well. Seeing Lin Tian's determination, Googly refrained from further protest. He produced a crystal ball the size of a thumb and tossed it to Lin Tian. This is the water condensation orb. It will automatically repel the lake water, aiding you in your descent. Consider it a gift. Lin Tian caught it, feeling its smooth surface. Water condensation orb, a powerful magical artifact that contains a hint of spatial power. When worn, it automatically displaces all water within a 3-meter radius for a duration of 5 minutes. It is a one-time use item. Thank you, Master Googly. He expressed gratefully. Just as he was troubled by how to reach the lake's depths, Googly had presented him with a magical item. Although this object was not particularly rare, he had no access to it otherwise. Without it, only a novice mage could manage the dive. Sigh. The older I get, the more timid I become. A life of comfort has dulled my edge. If it were 10 years ago and you had offered me a precious item like a forbidden spell scroll, I would have eagerly accompanied you into the depths. Now, however, I find myself too lethargic to move. Googly lamented. Not wishing to linger on his sighs and regrets, Lin Tian bid farewell to Googly upon receiving the water condensation orb. Have you truly considered becoming a great alchemist? Googly's persistent voice trailed behind him. After departing the Mage Tower, Lin Tian wandered around Morning Light Village. As he strolled, he found himself in the area bustling with players setting up stalls. The sheer number of vendors prompted him to open the chat channel, searching for Qian Shijin Sheng. Where are you, buddy? I can't find you. Lin Tian messaged. Qian Shijin Sheng quickly replied, What do you need? Let me see if I have it. Lin Tian inquired, Do you have the Fire Mage skill, Brightening Spell? I just acquired one. I got it for 4 silver and 50 copper. I can sell it to you for 5 silver. If that works for you, come to the far west of the street. After a brief search, Qian Shijin Xing responded. Great. I'll be right there. Lin Tian rejoiced. He rushed to the far western end of the street in Morning Light Village and purchased the brightening spell. Brightening spell ignites the wandering fire elements in the air, conjuring a flame in the hand for illumination. It consumes 1 mana per second during its duration. Mana cost, 10. Cooldown time, none. Level 1 spell. With a mere 100 yuan, one acquires a rather trivial skill. Without hesitation, I delved into the study of illumination. This spell, belonging to the fire element, serves primarily for lighting and igniting, offering little beyond its auxiliary function. Thus, it bears no significant relation to the 80 affinity I possess for fire magic elements. Lin Tian recalled the depths of the Bloodbone Lake, which would undoubtedly be cloaked in darkness, hence the thought of illumination came to mind, perfectly suited for the task. I also have an 8th grade white magical leg armor. Would you be interested? Interrupted Qian Shijin, pulling Lin Tian from his reverie. Yes, Lin Tian replied promptly. This exquisite soft silver leggings is crafted by my own hands. As a loyal customer, I will sell it to you for the same price of 5 silver coins. If it were for someone else, it would be no less than 6 silver. Qian Shijin presented a pair of grayish-white leggings. All right. Lin Tian, disinterested in haggling, made the purchase immediately. Exquisite soft silver leggings, white level, 8 physical defense, 3 magical defense, 6 description, exquisite equipment forged by Qian Shijin. Upon examining the attributes, Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with surprise. He initially assumed the attributes to be ordinary, merely a transitional piece. However, he was astonished to discover their exceptional quality, with magical defense surpassing that of the resin robe by a slight margin. Conventionally, one would expect clothing of the same level and grade to offer greater defense than leggings. It appears that Qian Shijin has honed his skills as an alchemist quite well. The potential of an alchemist is indeed promising. Curiously, Lin Tian inquired, what was the cost of this leg armor? 8 silver, Qian Shijin replied with a faint smile. Such a high price? Lin Tian exclaimed. Aren't you incurring a loss? Ah, it's a minor issue. Once my proficiency increases and the success rate rises, profit will surely follow. Qian Shijin remarked nonchalantly. Lin Tian nodded in silence. Sensing the depth of Qian Shijin's resources, it was evident that an ordinary player could scarcely sustain such expenses. After acquiring the 2 items, Lin Tian found himself with only about 10 silver remaining. He spotted a white-quality magical hat priced at 15 silver among other vendors, which seemed like daylight robbery. With his limited funds, he could only covet it from afar. Subsequently, Lin Tian wandered through Morning Light Village, yet he failed to find any suitable quests. It appeared that quality tasks were exceedingly rare, often snatched up by other players. Though there were some tasks available, they were generally trivial errands of searching for cats or dogs, offering meager rewards, with completion yielding perhaps only a few hundred experience points. In such instances, one might as well engage in monster hunting. That evening promised a boss battle, accompanied by several skirmishes, consuming little time, yet draining considerable energy. Feeling utterly fatigued, he resolved to log off, retire early, and recuperate for the battles to come the following day. Zhou Qingxing had just finished her shower, draping herself in a towel when her phone chimed with a WeChat video invite. She glanced at it and answered, Qingxing, did you really spend 2 hours in the shower? I've called several times, and you didn't pick up. Came a voice laden with complaint from the other end. Zhou Qingxing chuckled, are you pretending? I only logged out of the game half an hour ago. It couldn't have been as exaggerated as you say. Is that so? Haha, perhaps I misremembered. A feminine voice from the other end chuckled lightly and inquired, what is it? There's still half a month until school starts, and you just posted a video yesterday. Why another one today? Given your nature, I would have expected you to be engrossed in games until the very end of the day. Why are you logging off so early today? Zhou Qingxing, drying her damp hair with a towel, queried further. Of course, I sent it because I missed you. Came the response from the other side. Come on, spare me. Do I not know you? You are never short of admirers. Why would I cross your mind? Zhou Qingxing deftly exposed her deception. Men are all brutes, not a decent one among them. The voice on the other end retorted, clearly agitated. Chapter 62. Chu Qingyan, your assertion is fundamentally flawed. Did you not once declare that you could not survive without a man? Zhou Qingqing showed no mercy, ruthlessly exposing her friend's past. That was then. This is now. I was blind to the truth. I realize now. You are the best, she declared. Oh, I feel nauseous. Zhou Qingqing mimicked a retching motion and, with a weak voice, inquired, So, tell me, which sycophant has displeased you? After a brief silence, the other party spoke again, her voice chillingly cold. Upon close listening, one could detect a hint of indescribable hatred woven into her words. Qingqing, how did you come to know the immortal of infinite oblivion? Start from the very beginning and recount everything to me. Upon hearing the gritted teeth in her tone, Zhou Qingqing's smile faded, replaced by an expression of unease as she quietly asked, Do you despise him that much? Indeed, I wish to slay him, came the resolute reply. If Lin Tian were present, he would instantly recognize Zhou Qingqing as the tearful cat he met in the game. She bore an uncanny resemblance to her in-game avatar. Though not conventionally beautiful, she possessed a charming and adorable allure that was quite captivating, especially when she smiled, which was utterly enchanting and infectious. She had not altered her appearance for the game, presenting herself as she truly was. The girl on the video call, harboring such animosity toward Lin Tian, wishing even for his demise, could only be Zhu Qingyan. Zhu Qingyan, whose birth name is Chu Qingyan, was a university classmate of Zhou Qingqing, and they shared a dormitory. In fact, she was even more striking than her in-game counterpart, having intentionally toned down her appearance by 10. Truly, she was a celestial beauty, unparalleled and exquisite. It was no wonder that every time Lin Tian called her ugly, she reacted with such fervor. Zhou Qingqing did not hesitate long before recounting the events surrounding her acquaintance with Lin Tian in meticulous detail to Chu Qingyan. Chu Qingyan listened intently, her expression shifting between anger and agitation. Upon hearing that Lin Tian had audaciously extorted Zhou Qingqing not once, but twice, she felt an overwhelming urge to confront him and exact vengeance. Zhou Qingqing discreetly omitted the part about gifting Lin Tian the elemental starry sky. After finishing her narrative, Chu Qingyan scoffed, You've experienced this firsthand. I'm not mistaken, am I? He is nothing but a shameless scoundrel, utterly disgraceful, a societal misfit, a degenerate. He swindled my money and yours. Chu Qingyan had long harbored resentment over the high prices she paid to Lin Tian for several pieces of equipment. Zhou Qingqing countered, That may not be entirely fair. I find him quite reliable. After all, you saved me twice, allowing me to escape perilous situations unscathed. Her words were met with Chu Qingyan's merciless rebuttal. Humph. He preys on your kindness and naivety. That is the extent of his abilities, to deceive naive girls like you. Zhou Qingqing silently retorted, You are the ignorant one. Were you not also ensnared by him? Otherwise, why would you be so irate? Zhou Qingqing continued, Qingyan. He can indeed be quite excessive at times, and I cannot condone it. However, might I suggest you temper your high-handed demeanor just a tad? Sometimes, a fiery temper can offend many. After spending a few days together, I believe that Wu Ji is the type of person who reciprocates kindness. He is clear about grievances and favors. If you and your companions had not driven him away in the Shadow Valley, he would not have harmed you. And perhaps you could have even forged a friendship. Having lived in the same dormitory for a year, she knows Chu Qingyan very well. A quintessential heiress, adored by many suitors, she has been elevated to a pedestal, leading her to believe that the world must revolve around her. At the slightest inconvenience, she throws a tantrum like a spoiled princess. Impossible, absolutely impossible to befriend him. I will never let him off the hook. Indeed, Chu Qingyan's anger intensified. She sneered, Zhou Qingqing, are you defending him because you have developed feelings for him? Let me tell you, he is so unattractive and of poor character. He is not worth your time. Zhou Qingqing, taken aback by her startling words, sighed and rubbed her forehead. Qingyan, where are your thoughts wandering? He is merely a virtual character. How could I possibly have feelings for him? I have always regarded him as a trustworthy friend. My words are only for your benefit. We are good sisters. Can you not feel my goodwill towards you? Really? Chu Qingyan asked, half convinced. Truly, more genuine than pure gold. Zhou Qingqing swore with innocent eyes. Chu Qingyan replied, All right, I shall trust you this once. However, to speak fairly, he is not as ugly as you claim. It is evident that his appearance has been deliberately downplayed. Shou Qingqing responded, "That is not my concern. I simply wish for his demise." Chu Qingyan declared with bitterness. He actually insulted my looks and criticized my modest bust? He deserves nothing less than death. Zhou Qingqing clenched her delicate fists, her expression one of shared indignation. He has indeed gone too far. Who does not know that you are the belle of our university? The number of boys pursuing you could stretch from Modu to Hangqing. Hee. You are absolutely right. I knew you were the best, Qingqing. Upon hearing her praise, Chu Qingyan beamed with pride. The speed of her mood change was astonishing. However, Shou Qingqing shifted her tone seriously, saying, "It seems that your bust is not very ample. At least not as much as mine." Shou Qingqing. The atmosphere suddenly turned icy. From the other end of the phone came the sound of teeth grinding. "Just wait until school starts. I will crush your ego. What good is it to grow up just to be a milk cow?" Zhou Qingqing fearlessly laughed. "Ha. You are merely envious. I shall await your arrival." The two continued their playful banter when suddenly Chu Qingyan's voice dropped. "But," she stammered, her expression becoming pitiful. "But what?" Zhou Qingqing pressed. A single crystalline tear fell from Chu Qingyan's eye as she sobbed. "But he touched my chest, and even said I was dirty. I have never had a boyfriend, and no one has ever dared to touch me there." "Qingyan, do not cry," Zhou Qingqing exclaimed in shock, quickly offering comfort. "Wuji is indeed a disgrace. How could he utter such things? When he logs in tomorrow, I will teach him a lesson. I shall scold him fiercely for you, all right? Now, stop crying. If you keep this up, you will not look beautiful anymore." Under her comforting words, Chu Qingyan found her emotions considerably stabilized. "In truth, you are well aware that his actions were unintentional, and he only touched you in an effort to save you. Is that not so?" Zhou Qingqing seized the moment to express her thoughts. Chu Qingyan fell silent, acknowledging the validity of Zhou Qingqing's assertion. Otherwise, how could Lin Tian have escaped the wrath of divine retribution? In Genesis, should there be any deliberate acts of lewdness or insult towards female players, the system would automatically unleash a thunderous punishment. Chapter 63. Introduction of the object at that moment. The absence of a thunderous reprimand from the system signified its acknowledgement of Lin Tian's actions as a means of rescuing his comrades. Chu Qingyan was acutely aware of this. Yet she found herself unable to suppress her indignation. Can a girl's chest be treated so casually? Shou Qingqing, perceptive of her thoughts, remarked, "Oh, Qingyan, that was merely in the game. It doesn't truly count. It's not as though he touched you in reality, so why fret over it?" However, Shou Qingqing interrupted her, dismissively stating, "Besides, so what if he touched you? It's not like he took a piece of flesh. Haven't you ever touched yourself while dressing or bathing?" Stunned by her unorthodox declaration, Chu Qingyan was rendered speechless, her mouth agape. "To be honest, if I were to clash with the mortal invincible, whose side would you take?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Qingyan inquired. "Neither. He is my friend, and you are my sister. I shall not choose sides." Shou Qingqing replied, "Of course. If he were to bully you again, I would sever ties with him and stand by your side to confront him." Shou Qingqing's tone turned icy. "All right. I shall remember your words," Chu Qingyan declared resolutely. "The enmity between me and him shall never be reconciled." Upon exiting the gaming pod, Lu Batian sprinted with the speed of a 100-meter dash to the table in the living room, seizing his phone. "Shichi, why are you calling so late? Don't you have a performance tomorrow?" Lu Batian, the Central Plains brute, bore an uncanny resemblance to his in-game persona, ruggedly handsome and robust. Yet, his cautious demeanor and tone starkly contrasted with his in-game persona, making it hard to believe they were one and the same. "I have a day off tomorrow," Lu Shichi responded, somewhat miffed. "Brother, why hasn't the gaming pod you promised me arrived yet? It's been 2 days. "Ah, is that so?" Lu Batian scratched the back of his head. "You're still in Magic City, right? I'll personally go pick it up tomorrow and deliver it to you." "All right. Don't forget," Lu Shichi reminded him. "By the way, does Wui want one? Should I get her one?" Lu Batian inquired. Both Wui and Lu Shichi were members of the Miracle Troupe, and Lu Batian was well aware of their close bond, hence his question. "Forget it," Lu Shichi replied. "I've invited her several times to play Genesis. She said it would distract her from her ambitions." "Oh, I see," Lu Batian responded. By the way, Lu Batian suddenly recalled something and asked, "Shichi, Do you have a crush on anyone? Lu Shiqi immediately became alert. Why do you ask? He just curious. No, she stated firmly. Although the company doesn't explicitly prohibit relationships, I prioritize my career now. Having a boyfriend would be a distraction. That's good. Lu Batian sighed in relief. Brother, what exactly are you trying to say? Lu Shiqi increasingly felt that Lu Batian's manner of speaking today was rather peculiar. Actually, I found someone for you. Lu Batian gritted his teeth and exclaimed, What? You can't be serious. Lu Shiqi's tone suddenly elevated, her voice transforming. The tea she had just sipped spurted out in surprise. Shiqi, don't get too worked up. I'll find an opportunity for you to meet him soon. Lu Batian hastily reassured. Brother, what are you talking about? Lu Shiqi was both amused and exasperated, as Lu Batian mistakenly thought she was simply eager to meet the supposed match. She earnestly replied, Brother, my dear brother, matters of the heart cannot be trifled with. My career is currently on the rise, and I have no intention of dating for the next 10 years. That simply won't do. Now it was Lu Batian's turn to protest. A man should marry, and a woman should wed. In 10 years, you'll be 30. Who will want you then? Lu Shiqi was both irritated and amused by his overblown concerns. Brother, you are truly worrying for nothing. First of all, that situation will never arise. Secondly, with my looks, I will have suitors lining up. Why should I fear not being married? Even at 40, I could still captivate an entire city. I am a star, a big star. You make a valid point. However, the person I want to introduce you to is a reliable friend of mine, Lu Batian insisted. Lu Shiqi was taken aback. Brother, you can't be serious. Of course I am. Why would I joke about that? Lu Batian retorted. Lu Shiqi felt as if the world was spinning around her. Brother, how old are you? How can you be so naive? I don't think it's naive. My judgment is sound, Lu Batian responded. Where did you meet him? Lu Shiqi inquired. In a game, Lu Batian answered. Lu Shiqi was left speechless. She felt utterly defeated by Lu Batian. It was one thing to call someone brother in a game, but to discuss marriage? It can't possibly be the game you're currently playing, Genesis, right? Indeed. All right. Lu Shiqi suppressed her rising irritation. Then let me ask you, what does he look like? Lu Batian opened his mouth, struggling to find the right adjectives. Lu Shiqi chuckled coldly. Brother, are you pushing your own sister into a pit of fire? Can you bear to see your sister, a blossoming flower, planted in cow dung? When I return home, I'll tell Mom and Dad that you want to sell me to a trafficker. Lu Batian stammered, finding it hard to speak, indicating that the man's appearance must be less than desirable. Please don't mention this to Mom and Dad. They would surely kill me. Lu Batian quickly interjected. How did this conversation suddenly escalate to the severity of human trafficking? He sensed Lu Shiqi's displeasure but was at a loss for words. He noticed Lin Tian had adjusted his appearance, but whether it was for the better or worse, he couldn't guarantee. All right, I know you mean well. The gaming pod will arrive tomorrow anyway. Once I'm in the game, I'll clarify things with him. I want to see what kind of nonsense he has been feeding you, attempting to harm his own sister. If he refuses to back off, I won't care whether he is your brother or not. I will not treat him kindly. In the end, Lu Shiqi let out a resigned sigh. Her brother is impeccable in every aspect, showering her with meticulous affection and care. However, he is rather obstinate, often fixated on trivial matters and disregarding advice. She, in contrast, possesses a rational demeanor, her personality starkly different from Lu Batian's. It is unlikely that Lu Batian would indiscriminately proclaim her as a member of the miracle troupe within the gaming realm. Most likely, he was merely boasting about his sister's beauty to pique the curiosity of his so-called friends, which led to this farcical episode. One can easily surmise just how lecherous and despicable that individual truly is. Chapter 64. Memories in Lu Shiqi's mind. An image of a disheveled and unkempt man with distorted features emerged, sending shivers down her spine at the mere thought of him. She resolved to discuss with her parents the need to keep a closer watch on Lu Batian, who, at nearly 30, remained single and aimlessly mingled with dubious company, leading him astray. She spoke earnestly. By the way, brother, speaking of relationships, a rather troublesome matter comes to mind. Lu Batian immediately grew serious. What is it? Is something troubling you? Lu Shiqi, displaying signs of inner turmoil, replied, Have you heard of the 4 young masters of Magic City? Lu Batian expressed surprise. I've heard of them. Aren't they just four wealthy second-generation heirs who rely on their family's money, power, and influence to stir up trouble daily? What is the issue? Have they bothered you? Lu Shiqi bit her lip, and after a fierce internal struggle, she divulged, one of the four young masters, Zhao Yi, has been frequently appearing beneath my hotel or apartment, openly pursuing me and confessing his feelings. What? On the other end of the line. Lu Batian leapt 2 meters high in shock. Furious, Lu Batian exclaimed, "That scoundrel! My sister is already married, and he dares to harass her. Just wait until I deal with him." Lu Shiqi's face flushed with anger as she retorted, "Brother, what are you saying?" "Ah, a slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue, haha." Lu Batian quickly corrected himself. "Shiqi, what is your company doing about this?" Lu Shiqi hesitated. "The Zhao family is a powerful force in Magic City, and my entertainment company is too small to provoke them, regardless of his status. He shall not intimidate you. I will come to your location tomorrow and confront him, warning him to stay away. I will avenge this affront." The four young masters of Magic City? More like the four rascals. I once considered befriending them. How blind I was. Lu Batian raged. You are the best brother," Lu Shiqi sweetly said. Lu Batian boasted grandly. "Of course. With me around, no one can bully you." Lin Tian emerged from the gaming pod and poured himself a glass of water from the dispenser. Just as he took a sip, he unexpectedly choked, coughing for a while before regaining his composure. "Damn it! Which shameless scoundrel is slandering me behind my back? They nearly caused me to choke to death." Meanwhile, far away in Magic City, Lu Shiqi was approaching Wu Yi's room, unaware that Lin Tian had just cursed her. He picked up the phone that lay on the bed, intending to check the time, only to discover unread messages on WeChat. "Hello, Lin Tian. I am Wu Yi. Do you remember me?" Accompanied by a sweet smile emoji, the message was timestamped at 8 a.m., while the current time was 11 p.m. "Isn't she the one who added me as a friend this morning?" Lin Tian thought, puzzled. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall where he had heard the name Wu Yi, though it felt vaguely familiar. After pondering for a long time without success, he reluctantly gave up. At merely 21, had his memory deteriorated so severely? He couldn't help but chuckle at himself. No, it has been a few months of nightly nightmares and poor sleep quality, which has led to a fragile state of nerves and a blurred memory. It seems imperative to restore my circadian rhythm and establish a more reasonable routine. Otherwise, losing hair at such a young age is rather unfortunate. After some contemplation, although my response may be a tad delayed, it seems rather impolite not to reply. Thus, he sent a message. "Finally, tomorrow I can rest." Dressed in her pajamas, Wu reclined on an extraordinarily large bed, feeling utterly relaxed. The past few days had exhausted her in preparation for the performance in the bustling metropolis in 3 days. With a day off tomorrow, she could finally take a breather. Habitually, she reached for her phone, which was pressed beneath her, and began to scroll. Just as she picked it up, a new message popped up on WeChat. Noticing the contact was Lin Tian, the renowned knife girl, her excitement surged, and she hurriedly opened the message. However, as soon as she read the content, her joy vanished, replaced by despondency. The message simply stated, "I can't recall, please remind me." The dry, emotionless reply deflated her spirits. She bit her lip in frustration. Did he truly have no recollection? After all, she was one of the prominent faces of the miraculous troupe, somewhat famous in Huaxia, indeed a minor star. How could he not know her? Had he never seen her dance or heard her sing? Wu Yi felt a surge of anger, wishing she could just erase his memory. After a brief moment, she composed herself and replied to his message. "On the day of the match between the brilliant team and the royal team, I spoke with you in the lobby. Do you remember?" Lin Tian, upon reading Wu Yi's message, began to recollect. She must be referring to the day the brilliant team was defeated by the royal team. The day he stormed out in anger. However, that day he had conversed with many women in the lobby prior to the meeting. Suddenly, a vision of a sweet, exquisite girl with an extraordinary aura and stunning figure flickered in his mind. Could it be her? It seemed quite likely, given that they both shared the surname Wu. "Are you the Wu? Wu something who was invited by the brilliant company for the celebrity exhibition match?" "Oh, Wu Yi," he sent the message. "You finally remembered? I thought you had completely forgotten about me." Wu Yi exclaimed joyfully. leaping from her bed like a carefree girl. After more than 3 months, she had finally reconnected with Lin Tian. Those months had been a blur for her. Mustering the courage to ask Zhao Feng, the captain of the brilliant team, for Lin Tian's contact information, she had faced the tension of not being able to add him successfully right away. Thankfully, all her worries dissipated with Lin Tian's message. Haha. How could I forget? You are truly beautiful, unforgettable. Lin Tian sincerely complimented. Indeed, Wu Yi was the most beautiful girl he had encountered in his 21 years. Really? Thank you. Receiving praise from Lin Tian filled Wu Yi's heart with immense joy, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush with a rosy hue. This only accentuated her ethereal beauty, making her appear otherworldly. Is there something you wish to discuss? Lin Tian inquired, as he contemplated ways to amass wealth within the game. Aiming to secure a more comfortable abode, he and Wu Yi hailed from entirely different realms, seemingly worlds apart, which suggested that she must have a significant matter to address with him. Lin Tian, did you watch the All-Star exhibition match the other day? After carefully organizing her thoughts, Wu Yi sent the message. Lin Tian replied, no, as soon as I left the building, I went straight home to sleep. Chapter 65, Ionia, Unyielding and Eternal. At that moment, Lin Tian, having quarreled in the conference room, was in a rather poor mental state, even experiencing fleeting hallucinations. After exiting the glorious building, he sought refuge in a hotel, burying himself in sleep, and it was only the next day that he found his current rental in the urban village. What a pity, Wu Yi remarked. She had taken the competition very seriously that day. Despite being an exhibition match, she poured her utmost effort into it. To her surprise, Lin Tian had not even noticed. A slight sense of disappointment flickered in her heart. Lin Tian, however, felt indifferent. The so-called star exhibition match was purely performative. One could easily ascertain the level of competition, rendering it inconsequential whether he watched or not. Wu Yi, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, do you know? That day, I represented the glorious team alongside your captain, Zhao Feng. I played with the champion you used against the royal team, Katarina. Intrigued, Lin Tian listened. Katarina, a hero in the league, originally known as Blade's Will, had been rebranded as the Blade Dancer, with an exceptionally high skill ceiling. She was a hero that demanded technical prowess. Mastering her was a feat reserved for professional teams. Katarina was his signature hero. With a hint of pride, we continued. In that match, we won. I played mid with Katarina and secured 15 kills. Is that so? You truly played remarkably, Lin Tian praised. Although it was merely an exhibition match, the opposing side wasn't comprised entirely of novices. Securing 15 kills indicated that she had indeed dedicated herself to rigorous study and practice. Wu Yi elaborated, because I had seen you play Katarina several times, I was so impressed that I decided to practice her for a while. Lin Tian felt a kinship with her, sharing a mutual affection for Katarina. With a playful smile, Wu Yi remarked, by the way, during that exhibition match, we almost lost. When morale was low and everyone wanted to surrender, I suddenly raised my hand and shouted something very loudly to rally the spirits, which turned the tide and led us to victory in the team fight. It was quite a startling moment, with thousands of spectators present. She had spoken spontaneously, feeling like an oddity under the gaze of the crowd. Embarrassed, she could hardly lift her head afterward, especially as the cameraman had intentionally captured her in several close-ups. What did you say? Lin Tian inquired, intrigued by how a single phrase could reverse their fortunes. After all, an exhibition match was meant for entertainment. Losing was inconsequential. Unlike a formal competition, Ionia, unyielding and eternal. Wu Yi's slender fingers tapped the screen, sending the words. In that instant, upon reading those words, Lin Tian was struck still, his drowsiness evaporating. He felt as if he had been transported back to the fervent days of yore, sweating for victory and triumph in competitions. That was his motto. A declaration of unwavering perseverance. Ionia, unyielding and eternal. As long as the world exists, we shall never surrender. This belief, steadfast from beginning to end, had never wavered even a fraction. It was a conviction he held in the past, present, and future. Thus, when the illustrious team lost its spirit, he resolutely chose to depart. They all felt indifferent to the defeat. Only I yearned for victory. Wu Yi sent 2 messages in quick succession. In a moment of distraction, he seemed to envision the scene in the arena. Amidst the deafening cheers of countless fans, the illustrious team represented by Wu Yi found itself at a disadvantage. Yet, Wu Yi executed a surprisingly bold move. In the face of bewildered gazes, she removed her headphones, stood up, raised her right hand high, and with every ounce of her being, shouted, "Ionia, unwavering and indomitable." She was both terrified and yearning, both timid and resolute. Unyielding, her somewhat frail figure, undeterred by the multitude of criticisms, stood bravely at the pinnacle among the crowd. With her indomitable spirit, she sought to rekindle her teammates' courage to fight and lead the team towards victory. Ultimately, she triumphed. The match itself mattered not, yet to her, it held significance. She had won. In that instant, Lin Tian felt a complex swirl of emotions. He regretted not witnessing the scene firsthand. Wu Yi felt an even greater regret that Lin Tian had not seen her at her finest. Otherwise, he too would have felt joy, for there was someone like him, facing despair, who never surrendered. There must have been a live broadcast, right? "Please send me the video," Lin Tian said. "Sure, I'll send it to you shortly," Wu Yi replied eagerly. Lin Tian's action undoubtedly affirmed her behavior, filling her with profound satisfaction. After this exchange, the bond between them seemed to deepen considerably. After a while, Wu Yi inquired, "Lin Tian, after leaving the illustrious team, did you join another team?" Lin Tian replied, "No, I have no plans for that at the moment. Moreover, having exited the team unilaterally, I am in breach of contract and cannot compete professionally for a year." Wu Yi expressed, "I'm sorry." She deeply understood Lin Tian's feelings. The professional league harbors some unsavory phenomena, much like the entertainment industry. Were it not for her family's support, she would have been tainted long ago in the murky waters of the entertainment world, unable to maintain her integrity. She then continued with a flurry of questions. "So where are you living now? What are you doing? Any plans?" Lin Tian retorted, "Why are you asking so much?" Having just met Wu Yi, he felt compelled to be cautious. Despite her beauty, one must remain vigilant. "Oh, I was just asking casually. Was it too abrupt?" "You don't have to share anything you don't wish to." Wu Yi suddenly realized she might have pried too much. They weren't even friends yet. It felt as though she was conducting an inquiry. "I am in Hangzhou," Lin Tian thought for a moment before replying honestly. "I am currently without a fixed residence. Just playing games for now." He felt no shame in gaming. Once, he had been a professional player, and his work had been to play games. The professional league simply appeared more glamorous and appealing. In essence, it was much the same. Wu Yi cautiously inquired, "Is it Genesis?" Lin Tian affirmed, "Yes." Wu Yi could foresee the situation, and he was not surprised. After all, the current fervor surrounding Genesis far exceeded that of the Alliance by tenfold. In every street and alley, discussions revolved around Genesis, and numerous professional teams had begun to surreptitiously recruit players for it. The future trajectory of professional leagues would undoubtedly be dominated by Genesis, usurping the Alliance's preeminence, and this transition was imminent. "Lin Tian, I will be performing in Hangzhou next week," Wu Yi remarked seemingly casually. "Oh, I wish you a spectacular performance." Lin Tian responded with congratulations. Wu Yi gazed at his phone screen, fingers interlaced, biting his red lips in frustration, nearly exasperated. "Thank you." Chapter 66. The Cost. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Tian decided to end the conversation, noting that it had grown quite late into the night. Wu Yi leaned against a large plush pillow, perusing the earlier chat history, her beautiful face occasionally breaking into a pure and enchanting smile. Her exquisite beauty could make even a monk forsake his vows. "Hey, our beautiful Wu, what are you secretly laughing about all alone? You seem so happy." Suddenly, a graceful figure leaped towards her, nearly startling her soul from her body. "You scared me half to death. Shirchi, could you please refrain from sneaking up on me like a ghost?" Wu Yi gasped, pressing her hand against her chest, her heart racing as she discreetly tucked her phone beneath her. "If you have no ghosts in your heart, why fear any?" Lu Shirchi teased with a mischievous grin as she attempted to snatch Wu Yi's phone away. "What are you doing?" Wu Yi exclaimed, startled, and quickly reached out to block her. "I'm truly beautiful, yet you call me a ghost. I'm upset. I must see your phone to forgive you," Lu Shirchi insisted, relentless in her pursuit. "All right, Shirchi, I'm sorry." Can we please stop this? Wu Yi conceded, noticing Lu Shiqi's persistent efforts to grab her phone. It was absurd that she had to apologize when she was the one startled by Lu Shiqi in the first place. However, the contents of her chat on WeChat were not for anyone's eyes, not even for her closest confidant. Seeing Wu Yi's anxiety over her phone, Lu Shiqi became displeased. Perched atop Wu Yi's fair thigh, hands on her hips, she declared, "I was merely joking before, but now that you refuse to show me, I am even more curious. Look at that smile on your lips and the sparkle in your eyes. There must be a man involved. Show me, or I shall faint right here. Shiqi, my dear Shiqi, please stop. You know I adore you. How could you doubt me?" Wu Yi managed a wry smile, trying to placate her. "I don't care. I simply must see." Lu Shiqi, devoid of her usual rational demeanor around her brother Lu Batian, appeared quite mischievous. Wu Yi's expression was troubled. It was impossible to show Lu Shiqi her phone, but how could she distract her? With a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, Lu Shiqi proposed. "Only if you give me a kiss. That will prove your sincerity." "What?" Wu Yi was momentarily taken aback, unable to process the request. "Humph. There must be a man involved. You never hesitated to kiss me before." Lu Shiqi pouted, on the brink of tears. "That's not true. I was wrong. I will kiss you. Is that sufficient?" Wu Yi smiled gently, planting a light peck on Lu Shiqi's fair cheek, akin to a dragonfly skimming over water. Lu Shiqi beamed with satisfaction. "That's more like it. Now that's my Wu Yi." In truth, she was merely playing around and had no intention of genuinely probing further. They belonged to the entertainment industry, their minds sharp and nuanced, far beyond what girls of their age typically possessed. No matter how close their relationship, a sliver of distance always remained, preventing complete transparency. As Lu Shiqi quieted down, Wu Yi cautiously inquired, "Shiqi, haven't you been clamoring recently about wanting to play Genesis? Has your gaming pod arrived yet?" "It will arrive tomorrow," Lu Shiqi replied. Then she inquired, "What is this? Are you also interested in playing?" Suddenly intrigued, "Are we? Something feels off. You're not being truthful. I can see it in your evasive gaze." Wu Yi lightly tapped her finger on her nose and remarked, "You have too many schemes." Lu Shiqi curiously questioned, "Didn't you say that playing games was a waste of time and scolded me for being frivolous? Why the sudden desire to play?" Wu Yi replied, "Isn't this keeping up with the times? If everyone is playing while I abstain, wouldn't that render me an outsider? Moreover, how lonely you would be alone. I primarily wish to keep you company. If anyone dares to bully you, I can assist you. I have participated in celebrity competitions before. The manager of the glorious team has even praised my prowess." Wu Yi raised her eyebrows and stated. Lu Shiqi nodded thoughtfully. "That sounds somewhat plausible. Yet, why do I sense a tinge of insincerity?" She then waved her hand and declared, "I'll call my brother now to purchase another gaming pod. It will be delivered tomorrow." "Thank you, Shiqi." Wu Yi expressed her gratitude and embraced her shoulder. "It's just a trifling sum. You can easily afford hundreds." Lu Shiqi shook her head and replied, "Hiki, I simply wish to avoid making a trip myself." Wu Yi playfully shook her shoulder and said, "If Lin Tian were to overhear their conversation, he would undoubtedly be distraught, exclaiming how unfair it was." Having exhausted all his savings, tightly cinched his belt to afford a luxurious gaming pod, while they casually discussed acquiring another as if it were free. After Lu Shiqi contacted Lu Batian to arrange for an additional gaming pod for the following day, her expression gradually turned pensive. "Shiqi, what troubles you?" Wu Yi inquired with concern upon noticing her demeanor shift. "A foolish pig has messaged me again. He learned that we have the day off tomorrow and plans to come to our apartment in the morning to take me out." Lu Shiqi furiously hurled a small pillow to the ground. "Joey?" Wu Yi's pupils constricted as she asked. Lu Shiqi nodded. "That idiot." Wu Yi sighed. "From Deep City to Hank City, and now to Magic City, he truly is infatuated with you, unwavering in his pursuit. What nonsense are you spouting? I am genuinely angry." "You know what kind of person he is, don't you?" Lu Shiqi retorted angrily. Seeing her genuinely upset, Wu Yi hurriedly corrected herself. "He is a persistent ghost." Lu Shiqi's expression softened slightly. "I don't understand why he insists on pursuing me, refusing to let go. I have made it abundantly clear on several occasions that I have no feelings for him, that there is no possibility between us, yet he simply refuses to listen. With so many stars in the entertainment industry, Why is he fixated on me? Lu Shiqi's agitation grew, her body trembling with frustration. Wu Yi felt a sense of melancholy. This was the price of fame. She could empathize, having experienced countless harassments herself. With the support of her family background, her situation was slightly better than Lu Shiqi's, but not by much. Those relentless admirers were a constant source of annoyance, though they did not vocalize it. Both were acutely aware of the type of person Zhao Yi was, understanding him better than anyone else. Leveraging his power, he indulges in debauchery and vice, committing unspeakable acts while coercing attractive models and celebrities into drinking and even sharing his bed. He has dallied with several actresses of higher status than the two mentioned. Although Zhao Yi professes charmingly that he wishes to take Lu Shiqi as his official girlfriend, neither Wu Yi nor Lu Shiqi would believe a single word of it. He is undoubtedly the type to tire of someone and discard them. Lu Shiqi has no desire to become a mere plaything for a wealthy man. Chapter 67. Good morning. Most importantly, Lu Shiqi felt an overwhelming urge to vomit at the sight of Zhao Yi. Even if all the men in the world perished, she could never harbor any affection for him. Let me help you fend him off tomorrow, Wu Yi said, a glimmer of coldness in her eyes. Thank you, Yi. Lu Shiqi exclaimed, embracing Wu Yi tightly, tears of gratitude welling up. By the way, there's something else. Lu Shiqi pushed Wu Yi away slightly and spoke up. Wu Yi looked at her, signaling her to continue. Lu Shiqi, in a fit of frustration, said, My unreliable brother has actually found a buddy in a game and insists on introducing me to him. He is hideous. Who knows what kind of toad he is? Does my brother even have a brain? Wu Yi chuckled softly. He truly is quite peculiar. Lu Shiqi exclaimed in exasperation, I'm at my wit's end. I really am. I'm already overwhelmed every day, and now he is adding to my troubles. Wu Yi smiled gently. Suddenly, her brows furrowed, and a plan formed in her mind. She took Lu Shiqi's hand and said mysteriously, Shiqi, perhaps this isn't such a bad thing. What do you mean? Since when did you and my brother become allies? Lu Shiqi shot her a disgruntled look. Wu Yi's expression darkened. Your words are quite harsh. I'm trying to help you, and you're insulting me. All right. I'm sorry. Yi, please share your thoughts. Lu Shiqi immediately backtracked, sensing that Wu Yi had a good idea. Wu Yi calmly inquired, What do you think of your brother's feelings towards you? Lu Shiqi paused, then replied honestly, Though he may be unreliable, he genuinely cares for me. He clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grievance. He may seem careless, but he is actually quite thoughtful. I take pride in having a brother like him. And what about his friend? Surely he can't be that bad. Wu Yi pressed on. While that may be true, who can guarantee that one won't be misled? There are far too many scheming individuals around. Lu Shiqi disagreed with Wu Yi's perspective. Regardless, isn't it infinitely better than Zhao Yi? Lu Shiqi, not quite grasping her meaning, could only nod. Tomorrow, Zhao Yi is coming to see you, right? Just tell him outright that you have a boyfriend introduced by your family, and you are quite satisfied. If you say that, he won't bother you again. Wu Yi's words were startling. Lu Shiqi quickly covered her mouth in alarm. Don't say such things. Zhao Yi isn't that foolish. What if he insists on meeting my boyfriend? Wu Yi smiled enigmatically. Didn't your brother introduce you to someone? Just bring him out. This. Lu Shiqi's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Wu Yi meant this. What are you worried about? It's merely a charade to deceive Zhao Yi. Wu Yi reassured her. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Lu Shiqi hesitated. Despite it being a ruse, she still found it hard to accept. There is nothing wrong with it. Just offer him some money to cooperate with the act, Wu Yi said confidently. But what if he takes it seriously? Lu Shiqi expressed her concerns. Wu Yi laughed. He is just an ordinary person. What are you afraid of? The initiative lies with you. He won't lose anything by accepting the money. In your quest outside, you will find numerous individuals eagerly vying for opportunities. He is acquainted with your brother. Thus, he can be deemed relatively trustworthy. Observing Lu Shiqi's indecision, Wu Yi employed a bold tactic. If our method fails, then you can simply give me to Zhao Yi. This must suffice, right? Lu Shiqi gritted her teeth and ultimately nodded. Touched by the sacrifice Wu Yi was willing to make for her. Yi, your sacrifice is immense, even to the point of compromising your appearance. We are the best of friends. If I don't assist you, who will? Now, let us return to sleep. It's quite late. With that, Wu Yi playfully pushed Lu Shiqi towards the bed. No, Tonight I shall sleep with you. I am frightened. Lushichi darted back onto the bed, refusing to budge. Wui frowned. In relationships, one should maintain boundaries. Leave me be. Ah, so your previous declarations of love were mere fabrications. Everything you said just now was a deception. Lushichi exclaimed, on the verge of tears. I shall ignore you forever. Do not leave. Let us sleep together. Wui, seeing Lushichi's impending tantrum, had to relent. That is more like it. Shichi, your thighs are so fair, so smooth, so elongated, so alluring. I envy you greatly. Wishing to possess such beauty, Wui gazed intently at Lushichi's pristine legs, expressing her admiration. Lushichi hastily pulled the blanket over their beautiful forms. Oh, but yours are not lacking either. Your face is far more beautiful than mine. I often fantasize about taking your face and placing it upon my own. Wui retorted, Lushichi, you wicked girl, how cruel. I ought to strangle you. After a night of peaceful slumber, devoid of nightmares, the morning dawned with Lin Tian rising early, refreshed after his morning routine. Good morning, followed by a delightful emoji. The first message on WeChat was from Wui. Upon reading it, he felt an inexplicable warmth envelop him. He smiled and replied with a good morning. After descending for breakfast and on his way back, he encountered Shen Wan, who was out for a stroll. Lin Tian, why haven't you visited our restaurant for a meal lately? Shen Wan inquired, pulling him aside. Just changing things up. Eating beef noodles every day is quite monotonous and not particularly nutritious, Lin Tian replied, though the truth was that the portions were too small to satisfy his hunger. Now that I have a little money, I can afford to indulge. Are you not attending classes? He asked. Are you daft from playing games? Today is Sunday. Shen Wan shot him a disapproving glance. Upon reflection, Lin Tian realized she was correct. Immersed in games day and night, he had lost track of the days. Are you truly playing games? Is it Genesis? Noticing his lack of denial, Shen Wan pressed further. Just out of boredom, dabbling here and there, Lin Tian said. Is it fun? Many in class talk about that game daily. I am quite curious. Shen Wan inquired. Lin Tian shook his head. Not really. Don't follow their example. The college entrance exam is less than a year away. Focus on your studies. She was now in her third year of high school, starting half a month earlier than the other grades. Shen Wan sighed in frustration, exclaiming, I know. We're nearly the same age. Yet you insist on behaving as if you're my father, always lecturing me about studying. It's utterly exasperating. Lin Tian shrugged, choosing to remain silent. Hey, don't you ever get bored cooped up in your room all day? Such a homebody. She tugged at her clothing, gazing at Lin Tian with anticipation. Do you have time today? I'd like to take you out for some fun. I don't have time, Lin Tian replied candidly. His sole focus today was to level up to level 9. There was no time for leisure. Chapter 68, The Burrowing Beetle in Hangzhou. He was not particularly familiar with the surroundings, but he thought that once he had the means, he would delight in exploring for several days. Oh, how disappointing. I decline all invitations from other boys to go out, Shen Wan quietly lamented. What did you say? Lin Tian inquired, unable to catch her words. Oh, it's nothing. Shen Wan quickly waved her hand dismissively. After parting ways, Shen Wan did not leave immediately. Instead, she gazed thoughtfully in the direction Lin Tian had departed. Upon returning home, she tidied up a bit before entering the gaming pod, logging in. Once online, she found herself in Dawn Village. The village was bathed in the gentle light of morning. Filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, the air fresh and the breeze mild, a picturesque scene that was utterly enchanting. After waiting for a while without seeing Zhong Yuan about to log in, Lin Tian purchased some magical potions and set off alone towards the Shadow Valley. Before long, he arrived at the Shadow Valley. Ever since he had seized the demonic Flame Rabbit King from the 7 killers, he had missed out on the subsequent spawns. It seemed that everyone in Dawn Village was aware of the existence of an elite boss in the Shadow Valley. Within the valley, numerous low-level players were engaged in slaying demonic flame rabbits. The atmosphere remained peaceful and serene. There were no signs of conflict or brawls. He reached a high platform, and further ahead lay the territory of the level 10 monster, the burrowing beetle. Checking his current experience, he noted he was level 8 with 25, 610.45, 000. He needed another 20,000 points to reach level 9. At this moment, being level 8 He realized that defeating the level 7 demonic flame rabbit would not yield substantial experience. Thus, his target for today was the burrowing beetle. The burrowing beetle resembled a hedgehog yet bore similarities to a turtle, possessing 400 life points and high physical defense, with spikes on its back that could launch attacks, making it an undesirable foe for most players. Lin Tian, however, was unperturbed. High physical defense was not a concern for him, for he lacked any spells that would counter it, but that was inconsequential. After all, its movement speed was sluggish. Lin Tian had a greater purpose in mind. The village chief's son, Oyev, had once slain a black iron boss, the burrowing beetle king. If fortune smiled upon him, he might encounter it and rally others to join in the hunt. Spotting a solitary, burrowing beetle, Lin Tian activated his bloodthirsty aura and launched a dark, corrosive arrow, which struck the creature, eliciting a pained cry. -64. 6. The beetle crawled towards him, launching an attack. As the state of increased damage triggered, a hauntingly blue, poison arrow followed suit. -77. 8. After casting an ice spike, the burrowing beetle finally reached him and bit down sharply on his leg. -21. Lin Tian smiled knowingly, feeling reassured. He deliberately refrained from dodging, wanting to test the beetle's attack power. His physical defense stood at 26 points. Despite being 2 levels higher, the beetle only inflicted around 20 points of damage. Such minor harm could easily be replenished by his bloodthirsty aura. The spike attack from the beetle dealt a mere 29 points of damage, entirely manageable. Experience 25. Upon vanquishing the burrowing beetle, he garnered an experience of 25 points and stumbled upon 4 copper coins on the ground. Adhering to the principle of sparing no grain, he was unwilling to waste even a single coin. Now, as he found himself in dire straits, he cherished each penny even more. Additionally, he discovered a burrowing beetle shell, known as burrowing carapace, which served as a rudimentary material for crafting armor. After testing the waters, he boldly commenced his slaughter in this locale. The burrowing beetle, with its speed of 3.9, was utterly incapable of keeping pace with him. He was even too indifferent to maneuver to evade. Relying solely on the bloodthirsty aura for healing, he would only dodge when faced with a long-range spiked attack. Given his level, it was quite challenging for the spikes to hit him if he chose to evade. Consequently, his efficiency surged remarkably. Some burrowing beetles did not even have the chance to unleash their spikes before meeting their demise. The shell dropped from the beetles that failed to strike was burrowing spike shell, which differed from the other variety. Lin Tian collected it, stowed it in his backpack, and planned to sell it to Qian Shijiansheng later. The materials dropped by level 10 monsters were already suitable for crafting equipment above level 10, with a minuscule chance of producing black iron gear, which he would gladly accept. He estimated that, on average, 1 shell without spikes dropped for every 3 monsters slain. The spiked shells were rarer, as many creatures fought back ferociously before succumbing. The time taken to slay a monster, including the meditation required to restore mana, was approximately 25 seconds. Lin Tian quietly continued his hunt for 5 hours, undisturbed by anyone, even after the arrival of the weeping cat. It did not seek him out as usual. Relishing the tranquility, he dedicated himself even more to leveling up. Over the course of 5 hours, undeterred by monotony, he focused intently on slaying nearly 600 burrowing beetles. His current experience stood at level 8 with 38,000 and 945,000, just a step away from ascending to level 9. His stomach grumbled. It was a little past 1 p.m., and he decided to grab a bite before resuming. At that moment, he also received a notification from the game pod indicating someone was knocking at the door, prompting him to find a safe spot to log out of the game. Upon exiting the pod, he felt a twinge of confusion. Hadn't he just paid the rent a couple of days ago? What could the landlady want? Aside from her, no one else knew he resided here. The knocking persisted as he opened the door, revealing a figure that far exceeded his expectations. Chen Wanyan. How did you know I lived here? He exclaimed, astonished. I want to tell you. Chen Wanyan replied with a playful smirk. All right then. The little girl had a penchant for such enigmatic antics, leaving him exasperated. He then inquired, so, is the restaurant struggling? Have you switched to delivering takeout? Standing gracefully, Chen Wanyan held a takeout bag in her hand. What do you mean delivering takeout? This is for you. With a slight glare. She thrust the takeout bag into Lin Tian's hands, then pushed past him and entered the room. That morning, after Lin Tian had left, she had watched him enter this very building with her own eyes. The landlady, Sister Wang, was a local whom she had known since childhood. He soon located Sister Wang and inquired about Lin Tian's room, eventually finding it. Oh my, your room is a complete mess. There's hardly any space to step. After entering the room, Chen Wanyin found no chair and sat on the bed, expressing her disdain as if she were the owner of the place. Lin Tian let out a bitter smile and closed the door. It seemed improper for a man and a woman to be alone in the same room. Lin Tian frowned slightly. Then why did you close the door? Chen Wanyin retorted, you've shattered my sense of security. Besides, do you really have the audacity to do anything harmful to me? I'm so small, could you even bring yourself to do it? Her words left Lin Tian at a loss for a response. Chapter 69. No quarrel with women. A gentleman does not engage in disputes with young ladies. Feeling a pang of hunger, Lin Tian settled himself at the small wooden table by the window and began to enjoy his meal. However, after only a couple of bites, he paused. Raising his gaze, he helplessly remarked, I say, Miss, if you keep staring at me like that, I simply cannot eat. It turned out that Chen Wanyin was seated beside him, her bright eyes fixed intently upon him, unwavering in their scrutiny. Even though he typically remained indifferent to the opinions of others, he found this gaze somewhat unbearable. I thought you had a thick skin. I never imagined you could feel shy, Chen Wanyin chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. If I were to watch you eat, would you manage to do so? Lin Tian retorted. Of course. Chen Wanyin replied with an air of certainty. Lin Tian was rendered speechless for a considerable time. After sufficiently teasing him, Chen Wanyin eventually turned her head away. Is this the Genesis gaming pod you purchased? She inquired, stepping over to examine the pod, her fingers gliding over its surface. Her eyes sparkling with an inexplicable light. Lin Tian mumbled through a mouthful of food. How much was it? 55,000 yuan. So expensive. Chen Wanyin gasped. There are cheaper options, as low as 10,000. This is the most luxurious version of the ecological gaming pod. I made a determined decision to buy it for the best experience. Still quite pricey, she exclaimed, clicking her tongue. Chen Wanyin, you don't actually want to buy one to play games, do you? Lin Tian asked, astonished as he looked at her. Focus on your meal. One should not talk while eating, concentrate, understand? She admonished, adopting an exaggerated adult demeanor. I wasn't planning to speak. It was you who initiated the conversation. He thought to himself, but dared not voice it aloud. I'm merely a high school student. How could I possibly afford such an extravagant purchase? I can't even afford the cheapest gaming pod, Chen Wanyin stated. Lin Tian concurred with her sentiment. It was unlikely her father would spend such a sum on a gaming pod for her leisure. How does it taste? Chen Wanyin inquired, sitting closely beside Lin Tian. Her interest piqued. Not bad, Lin Tian nodded, subtly shifting his body away. Of course. Didn't you say this morning that food lacks nutrition? This is the tea tree mushroom chicken leg rice that I specially went to Shaw County Snacks to buy for you. It's acceptable, right? Quite good, Lin Tian praised. Adding, thank you. Chen Wanyin laughed. No need for such formality. We have known each other for several months. Lin Tian had been residing there for over 3 months now. By the way, what is your profession in the game? What name do you go by? Chen Wanyin, unable to remain idle, posed yet another question within mere seconds. Why are you asking so many questions? You don't even play games. Lin Tian replied. I just want to see if your chosen name sounds nice. If it possesses an artistic flair, Chen Wanyin said casually. Oh, Lin Tian responded, taking her at her word. I play as a mage. My game name is Indestructible Infinity. Not particularly impressive. You seem to be hiding it, she quipped. Chen Wanyin remarked. Isn't the mage rather fragile? Lin Tian replied. You possess a modicum of understanding. Chen Wanyin explained. I hear that gaming enthusiasts in our class speak daily. Even a fool would grasp something. She then inquired if mages are so vulnerable. Don't you require a priest to provide constant protection? Lin Tian responded nonchalantly. Not at all. I am a master. With a hint of disbelief, Chen Wanyin retorted. If someone like you is considered a master, then I must be the supreme master. Lin Tian smiled silently, choosing not to engage in a debate. Indeed. He was a master, a top-tier one at that. In terms of skill, Throughout his numerous battles within the game, he had yet to encounter anyone more formidable than himself. Only a male warrior known as the Nine Heavens Fairy had comparable prowess. However, that was merely a possibility, as the battlefield had been too chaotic for a proper duel. He resolved to seek out the Nine Heavens Fairy for a thorough sparring session in the future, as there had been no animosity between them amidst the melee. "How much is it?" Lin Tian inquired after their meal. Chun Wanyan abruptly exclaimed, "Lin Tian, do you look down on me? Inviting you to a meal and expecting you to pay? My apologies, dear lady. Please do not be upset." After much coaxing, he managed to restore her cheerful demeanor. "With that attitude, are you eager for me to leave so you can focus on gaming?" She regarded him with suspicion. "Absolutely not, I swear." Lin Tian quickly assured her. "Please, do make haste. You possess a clear awareness of your situation. I am satiated and ready to play. Every moment counts, it's all about the money. All right. I shan't tease you further. You appear quite anxious. I must return to assist at my family's shop. Farewell." Qin Huanin smiled brightly as she exited his room, taking the delivery bag along with the rubbish in his room. Once she departed, Lin Tian wasted not a single second and promptly entered Genesis. Upon receiving Lin Tian's simple greeting of good morning, Wu Yi felt a surge of joy, as if the day had instantly brightened. Having just finished breakfast, she was informed by Lu Shiqi that her brother, Lu Badian, had arrived. "These items are too large. They wouldn't fit in a single vehicle. So I paid someone to deliver them." Lu Badian complained immediately upon arrival. "What is the matter? Is it too much trouble to assist me with such a small task?" Lu Shiqi's expression darkened. No, I'm quite pleased." Lu Badian quickly laughed off the tension. Observing Lu Baishan's evident fear of Lu Shiqi, Wu Yi couldn't help but chuckle behind her hand. With Lu Batian's assistance, it took a full 2 hours to properly install the gaming pod. Lu Batian held the instruction manual, stating, "It's only a bit troublesome during the initial setup. Thereafter, if you travel, you can simply lift it and take it with you." "Indeed," Wu Yi nodded. Though it was somewhat cumbersome, neither of them lacked the funds for hiring help with the heavy lifting. However, this situation rendered them somewhat unconventional. At times, within a single week, they would need to fly 5 or 6 times, necessitating the relocation of their gaming pod just as many times. It was an arduous undertaking. Yet, in order to indulge in their passion for gaming, they had no choice but to endure it. The two held the highest status within the Miraculous team, being the company's favored members, and the organization displayed remarkable leniency towards them. Alas, having wasted an entire morning, I must return. I had promised my friend that we would embark on a treasure map quest together today. He must be anxiously awaiting my arrival. Zhao has yet to show up and surely will not come today. I have booked a room in the hotel across from the apartment. Once that rascal arrives, he will notify me, and I shall rush over. After wrapping up his tasks, Lu Badian declared his intent to return to the hotel. Lu Shiqi seized his arm. "Shall we not have lunch together before you leave?" No. It will not be too late to eat when I return." Lu Batian shook his head repeatedly. Chapter 70. Beauty like frost, elegance beneath the pine's weight. Lu Shiqi suddenly called out to him. "Shiqi, is there something on your mind?" Lu Batian inquired. Lu Shiqi asked, "The brother you mentioned, is he the one you introduced to me yesterday?" "Indeed. Have you come to a decision?" Lu Baishan's expression brightened. "Actually, I find your reasoning quite sound. Since he is someone you trust, his character must be impeccable." "I shall consider it thoroughly," Lu Shiqi replied with a smile. "Splendid. I shall inform him at once," Lu Batian exclaimed, eager to depart. "Wait. Absolutely not. When the moment is ripe, I will reach out to him myself. Brother, please refrain from mentioning it to him in advance. Otherwise, I shall be forced to confront him," Lu Shiqi said coldly. "Very well. But Shiqi, you must act swiftly. He is surrounded by several women, and there seems to be a flirtation with each. Delay, and you may find it too late," Lu Batian cautioned earnestly. "I will be prompt," Lu Shiqi smiled, yet internally, a tempest of frustration surged. Once Lu Batian departed, Lu Shiqi's demeanor hardened. Men are all the same. They feast on what's in their bowl, while gazing at what's in the pot. Wu Yi consoled her. "Shiqi, do not be upset. He is merely a pawn in your game, to be used for a short time and then discarded. What does it matter what kind of person he is?" Lu Shiqi's expression softened slightly, but she remained indignant. It is one thing to be unattractive, It is another entirely to engage with multiple women simultaneously. Truly, a toad courting a frog, ugly and yet frivolous. Wui couldn't help but smile in disbelief. And that insufferable Zhao Yi. He promised to pick me up this morning. Yet here we are, well into noon, and he has yet to arrive. Lu Shiqi harbored a strong aversion toward Zhao Yi, who spoke one way and acted another, showing her the most minimal respect. Despite her reluctance to see him, his blatant deception left her feeling quite irked. All right. Do not let it trouble you. The gaming pod is set up. Let us explore Genesis for now, Wui said, tugging at her arm. Shiqi, what name do you plan to use? Wu Yi inquired while waiting for the elevator. Lu Shiqi replied, I have long decided on elegance beneath the pines. What about you? Wu Yi gently shook her head. I have yet to settle on one. After I create my character and enter the game, you will find out. Are we selecting Dawn Village as our starting point? Yes. My brother resides in Dawn Village. Lu Shiqi confirmed. Unlike other games, Genesis allows players to choose their starting village at random or by their own preference, provided the village is not at full capacity. This explains the sudden influx of players with uniform names in Dawn Village. Lu Tian, for instance, was randomly assigned to Dawn Village by the system. Are you planning to play as a mage? Wui asked. Lu Shiqi replied, Yes, my brother will be a knight, tanking the enemies while I focus on damage output. How fortunate to have an older brother, Wui remarked enviously. Upon returning to their room and finalizing the setup, the two entered their gaming pots. As Wui gazed into the void, watching the 7 professions drift before her, her eyes wavered indecisively between the priest and the warrior. Her heart in turmoil. What would her vocation be? She pondered. If I choose the priest, while I could heal, the priest is far too fragile to withstand damage. After a moment's contemplation, she steeled her resolve and decisively opted for the warrior. Warriors, like the Blade Maidens, are fighters, charging forth with unwavering determination. If I cannot endure damage, then I shall lead the charge and vanquish all foes. Once her profession was chosen, she arrived at the naming interface. This time, she hesitated not. Crimson beauty like frost, she whispered softly. As she uttered those words, a warrior, strikingly resembling her, emerged from the void, brandishing a longsword. She exuded grace and majesty. In that instant, Wui felt as though her soul had merged with the warrior's essence, becoming one with her. Should I adjust my appearance? Contemplating the option to modify her looks by 20, she was once again engulfed in melancholy, though she yearned to present her most splendid self before him. Being a somewhat influential public figure, entering the game as her true self would undoubtedly lead to complications, proving detrimental to both herself and him. Ultimately, she had no choice but to reluctantly lower her appearance by 20. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had just logged in when he received a friend request from Zhongyuan Bandit. Wuji, where are you? Zhongyuan Bandit inquired urgently. Lin Tian replied, I am in Shadow Valley. All right, I'll be there shortly. After ending the chat with Zhongyuan Bandit, Lin Tian navigated to the player's search interface, entered Nine Heavens Ferry, and sent a friend request. Moments later, the request was accepted. You've killed me, was the first thing Nine Heavens Ferry said, leaving Lin Tian momentarily at a loss. Being seasoned in such matters, he quickly retorted, that was an accidental hit. Accidental. Haha. There were just too many people around. It's easy to bump into each other. His words lacked conviction, especially considering he and Zhongyuan Bandit had assaulted her for a minute. No fool would believe it was merely an accident. Nine Heavens Fairy seemed unperturbed, yet her next question put Lin Tian on edge once more. The forbidden spell scroll. Did you obtain it? Lin Tian was silent. Nine Heavens Fairy was indeed no ordinary player. Not only was she highly skilled, but her keen observation allowed her to deduce that the forbidden spell scroll had fallen into their hands. It seemed he had not erred in his judgment. Yes, I seized it and have already put it to use, he answered candidly. If Nine Heavens Fairy sought the forbidden spell scroll, there was little he could do to retrieve it now. After a brief silence, she inquired, why did you add me as a friend? Lin Tian, with a candid smile, replied, because I find you quite formidable, second only to myself, and I wish to befriend you. I enjoy associating with skilled individuals. As he had anticipated, Nine Heavens Fairy's expression noticeably cooled a fraction. Second only to you? Lin Tian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he seemed capable of perceiving, through sound, the displeased countenance of the celestial maiden from the ninth heaven. The celestial maiden refrained from arguing with him, stating, "Even so, you have taken my life, have you forgotten?" Lin Tian continued, "That does not hinder us. Why don't we find a place to engage in a proper duel? Perhaps it will allow you to vent your frustrations." The celestial maiden inhaled sharply and replied, "You are even more shameless than I had imagined. I thought you would stand still and allow me to strike you once, to alleviate my resentment towards you." She laughed, "Huh? Such childish antics are beneath me. I am no fool. Why would I risk losing experience and equipment?" Lin Tian disregarded her insults about his lack of shame and chuckled. Losing his life once would cost him experience equivalent to 5 deaths. He would not entertain such a folly. Chapter 71. Recruitment. After a moment of contemplation, the celestial maiden of the 9 heavens remained silent. Lin Tian did not urge her, patiently waiting. After a long while, the celestial maiden smiled and said, "You have won. Like you, I have always chosen to befriend only the most skilled, and until now, my list of friends has been devoid of any. Every single request has been declined, regardless of the individual's appearance or gender. Yet, you are my first friend." Lin Tian smiled in return. "It is indeed an honor. However, you will soon acquire a second friend." At that moment, a message from the Central Plains bandit arrived, prompting Lin Tian to temporarily end his conversation with the celestial maiden. "What is up, bandit?" "Ah, I feel a bit embarrassed," the Central Plains bandit admitted. "I just realized that the Blood Elf ruins are exceedingly perilous. It might be unwise for just the two of us to proceed. So I thought it prudent to discuss bringing in more people." Lin Tian replied, "That was precisely my intention. Shall I invite Ayanich?" The bandit inquired. Yesterday, he had already added her, along with XUZHZHU and Li LMO, to his friends list. However, he had not taken the initiative to add ZHQ Ingyin, nor had she added him, as Lin Tian's indifference towards her had naturally influenced his own sentiments. At that moment, XUZHZHU was offline, leaving only Ayanich available. He had also checked with Li LMO, who was currently occupied with a task. "All right," Lin Tian said. "I have another individual in mind, a warrior." "A warrior? What level are they? Will they hinder our progress?" the bandit asked. "Not at all. You are already acquainted with this warrior," Lin Tian assured him. "Oh, is that so? We shall see when you arrive." Lin Tian added the Central Plains bandit to the party and, after confirming with Ayanich, included her as well. He then reopened the chat channel with the Celestial Maiden. "Celestial Maiden, I possess a treasure map fraught with danger. Currently, there are only 3 of us. Will you join? The Blood Elf ruins would undoubtedly be more perilous than the Eagle Cry Valley, and the Celestial Maiden's presence would significantly enhance their safety." After a moment of consideration, she agreed. Lin Tian added her to the party and provided her with the location. 20 minutes later, the 3 of them arrived sequentially at Lin Tian's location. "Indeed, it is you, you wretched creature." Upon seeing the seemingly unremarkable appearance of the Celestial Maiden, the Central Plains bandit exhibited a look of realization. He had speculated on the identity of the new party member during the journey, and to his astonishment, it was indeed the one they had encountered yesterday. "What did you say?" The Celestial Maiden's expression darkened immediately, becoming exceedingly grim. "Oh, my apologies, that was a slip of the tongue." The Central Plains bandit hastily apologized. Since they were now teammates, it was inappropriate to speak of others in such a manner. "Since we have already met, I shall forego the introductions." "Bandit, the maiden possesses exceptional skills. You experienced that firsthand yesterday. You must show her the respect she deserves." Tension filled the air, and the Celestial Maiden appeared ready to take action. Lin Tian quickly intervened to ease the situation. "Fairy, you are well aware of the strength of the ruffian. He undoubtedly qualifies as a master." The anger in the 9 heavens fairy's eyes gradually dissipated. She remarked, "Only through combat can one ascertain the truth." At that moment, the tea enthusiast suddenly inquired, "Why did you reject my friend's request?" Her question was directed at the 9 heavens fairy. She understood that the 9 heavens fairy was brought in by Lin Tian, and she had hoped to forge a connection by adding her as a friend, only to be met with a blunt refusal. After all, she considered herself a beauty. What right did she have to decline? Instantly, she felt displeased. "Women only serve to hinder my sword-drawing speed. Only true masters are worthy of conversing with me." The tea enthusiast was taken aback. After a moment, she regained her composure. And instead of harboring anger, she extended her thumb towards the Nine Heavens Fairy. Impressive. Truly impressive. Lin Tian and the Central Plains ruffian exchanged glances. The Nine Heavens Fairy certainly had a strong character. Would someone like her ever find a girlfriend in the future? All right, Fairy, the tea enthusiast is a healer. Our guarantee of survival. We must treat her well. Otherwise, if she gets angry and disregards our lives, we might be beaten to death by monsters. Miss. The fairy possesses a unique personality. Do not hold her words against her. Although her words may not be pleasant, her skills are genuinely exceptional. Reluctantly, Lin Tian had to intervene personally to mediate. Upon hearing this, the Nine Heavens Fairy's indifferent demeanor softened considerably, and the tea enthusiast's ire also diminished. The team comprised 4 members: Lin Tian at level 8, the tea enthusiast at level 10, the Central Plains ruffian at level 11, and the Nine Heavens Fairy at level 11. It is worth noting that the Nine Heavens Fairy had completed her advancement quest and was currently a junior warrior. Everyone, I propose we first level up to 9 before venturing into the Blood Elf ruins. It would provide us with greater assurance, Lin Tian suggested while observing his teammates. I am on the brink of reaching level 12. It is perfect timing for an upgrade. The Central Plains ruffian concurred. The tea enthusiast and the Nine Heavens Fairy had no objections. The group proceeded to slay cavern beetles to gain experience while advancing deeper into Shadow Valley. Half an hour later, the Central Plains ruffian reached level 12. He retrieved the giant axe of the dead. He had long prepared and replaced his spear. Upon wielding the towering black axe, his entire demeanor transformed, exuding an aura of intimidation as if he were a guardian deity, imposing and formidable. Haha, Fairy, I am confident I can cleave you in two with a single swing, he boasted, wielding the massive axe with arrogance. Should you manage to survive for a minute under my hand, I will allow you to add me as a friend. The Nine Heavens Fairy retorted defiantly, revealing that she had not forgotten the ruffian's earlier insults. Who would care? The Central Plains ruffian scoffed. The sparks between them flared once more. Lin Tian interjected. There are many players around. Let us explore the treasure map first, and then spar, shall we? They glanced around, noting other players training nearby, and with mutual disdain, they temporarily set aside their rivalry. An hour passed, and a bright light enveloped Lin Tian as he finally and laboriously reached level 9. He is currently a level 9 magic apprentice, theoretically just a step away from becoming a mage. He has allocated all 5 attribute points gained from leveling up to intelligence, resulting in a magic attack power of 84 to 91, which he deemed somewhat insufficient. He shook his head in silence, acknowledging that his weapon was only level 5, and that he had invested a considerable number of attribute points into spirit, which had consequently diminished his overall attack power. It seemed imperative to prepare for a level 10 weapon. Upon inspecting the experience required to advance from level 9 to level 10, he let out a sigh of relief. It required 50,000 points, fortunately not the doubled amount that ordinary players faced, which would have been 100,000 points. With 2 days at his disposal, he felt confident in his ability to reach level 10. At that moment, 5 players appeared ahead, obstructing their path. Chapter 72. Eternity. The path through the Valley of Shadows was inherently narrow, obstructed by 5 players who barred passage to all. Naturally, Lin Tian and his companions found themselves unable to proceed. These 5 were clad in formidable armor, exuding an air of dominance. Any players attempting to slip by were met with unyielding refusals, regardless of their pleas. An assassin, attempting to stealthily navigate past, was swiftly revealed by their detection dust and summarily dispatched. This gruesome display served as a stark warning, silencing the remaining players who retreated in fear. What are you lot waiting for? Do you wish to perish? One of the knights barked, his nostrils flaring with arrogance. Lin Tian offered a slight smile and inquired, Might I request a favor, dear friends? We have urgent matters that require our presence. You shall not enter. We are engaged in a boss battle, and no outsiders are permitted. The knight retorted coldly, leveling his sword at Lin Tian. A boss, you say? Lin Tian's interest piqued. Could it possibly be the Cavern Beetle King? He discreetly gestured to quell the impending agitation of his companions, addressing the knight with a calm demeanor. We truly are merely passing through and have no intention of disturbing your boss. We wouldn't even dare to glance at it. With just 4 of us, we couldn't possibly pose a threat. Despite his seemingly respectful tone, the knight was unimpressed. Spare me your nonsense. Get out of here, or I will slay you all. Lin Tian sighed in resignation. Very well, we shall take our leave. He turned to share a knowing glance with his companions, signaling them with an okay gesture. The Central Plains Marauder eyed the Nine Heavens Fairy, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. Shall we see who can rush past first? With her head held high, the Nine Heavens Fairy replied, Let the contest commence, as Lin Tian and his group appeared ready to depart. The knight's disdain was palpable as he whispered to a nearby player, a pack of cowards. How dare they even think of meddling with our boss? If it weren't for our leader's orders to avoid unnecessary conflict, I would have dispatched them already. However, as his words lingered in the air, a colossal shadow loomed, eclipsing the sunlight, none other than the imposing Central Plains Marauder. Excuse me, but when you referred to cowards, were you speaking of yourselves? The Marauder rumbled, brandishing his massive axe. You. The knight stammered, his eyes wide with terror, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Despite sharing the Knight S-class, he was paralyzed with fear, unable to move. The Marauder unleashed a charging skill, stunning him for a second. With such cowardice, how dare you call yourself a knight? Truly disgraceful. Bah! The Marauder spat in the knight's face before delivering a crushing blow with his axe. Minus 150. Such a close-range assault nearly obliterated the knight, leaving him bloodied and reduced to nearly half of his health. While knights generally excel in health and defense, their instantaneous burst damage paled in comparison to that of warriors. A single axe struck down one of them, leaving the remaining 4 from eternity momentarily stunned. The celestial maiden of 9 heavens activated Windwalk, dashing towards them with great speed. With a mighty sword, she aimed a devastating blow directly at their heads. Meanwhile, Lin Tian's attack arrived swiftly, as black arrows from the abyss and azure poison arrows struck in succession, piercing through the ranks of the eternity players. Minus 56. Minus 68. Minus 64. Minus 49. A flurry of crimson damage numbers erupted above their heads, their health plummeting significantly. Even the one who relished milk tea could no longer remain idle. With a punishment, she dealt 39 points of damage to the knight. Normally, she would be reluctant to engage, but the celestial maiden's earlier disdain had left her with pent-up frustration. And now there was an opportunity to vent her anger. With a resounding shout, the celestial maiden unleashed Earth-Shatter Slash, causing several beams of light to erupt from her great sword, striking heavily upon her foes. Minus 50. Minus 70. Minus 68. The damage was indeed impressive. Lin Tian nodded in approval. Given the generally low level of the players, physical defense typically surpassed magical defense by a considerable margin. The Celestial Maiden's physical attack inflicted such high damage, showcasing her formidable strength. A warrior from eternity, witnessing the Celestial Maiden's close approach, was filled with rage and struck with a flame break slash. The fiery sword light nearly grazed the Celestial Maiden's hair. With a face devoid of life, he displayed a sneer, slightly tilting his body, narrowly evading the warrior's seemingly inevitable strike. Fool, your exaggerated movements nearly split you in half with your lackluster skills. What audacity do you have to obstruct my path? The Celestial Maiden's laughter ignited the warrior's fury completely. He roared, ready to retaliate against her. However, as he moved, an axe crushed him flat. Do I not exist? The Central Plains Marauder grumbled darkly. After dispatching him, the Marauder continued to swing at the previously targeted knight. The Celestial Maiden pierced through a mage with her sword and leapt out of the fray. Simultaneously, the Marauder's axe swept through, cleaving another mage in two, and he too exited the conflict. Their movements were executed in perfect synchrony, an astonishing display of coordination. In less than 30 seconds, all 5 from eternity were slain. Meanwhile, not a single point of health had been lost on their side. As Lin Tian turned, he signaled to them with a clear intention, with the ferocity of a storm. They would crush their opponents without a shred of resistance, leaving them bewildered and defeated. The victory was resounding. This time I allowed you half a move out of respect for Wuji. Next time, I shall not be so lenient. The Central Plains Marauder swung his axe, flicking off the blood, his voice low and gravelly. I too, out of consideration for Wuji, permitted you 3 moves. Next time, your defeat is assured. The celestial maiden withdrew the great sword from the mage's body, refusing to yield. Neither could claim victory, yet both remained steadfast. Lin Tian watched this exchange with a contented smile, believing that such healthy competition would soon mend their relationship. After the demise of the 5 eternal players, a magical ring dropped, which the tea-loving maiden, lacking one, promptly claimed for her own use. Wuji, will you accompany me to slay foes every day? The rewards come too swiftly, she exclaimed, picking up 2 bottles of mana restoration potions with a grin. Lin Tian, somewhat speechless, replied, I am a good person. I never resort to violence. Observing his blatant falsehood, the tea-loving maiden rolled her eyes in response. Chapter 73. A gentle breeze like snow initially. There was no intention to seize their boss. However, since they had actively provoked us, we need not be courteous. Lin Tian disdainfully kicked aside the corpse obstructing his path and stepped through the narrow passage, declaring his resolve. The Central Plains marauders exchanged sinister smiles. The celestial maiden's great sword trembled slightly, clearly unable to contain the fervor for battle. Let us see just how formidable this eternal truly is. Lin Tian waved his hand, and several companions hastily ventured deeper into the shadowy valley. Lin Tian had always abhorred the practice of clearing fields and monopolizing boss fights. Whether it was for leveling up or hunting bosses, ordinary players were no match for large guilds. They harbored no grievances, as they understood the inadequacy of their own strength and influence. Nonetheless, these guilds exploited this reality to mercilessly drive away or even slay ordinary players, igniting public outrage. As a mere solitary player, Lin Tian found such behavior intolerable. Had the 5 members of Eternal been amicable and refrained from threats, insults, or intimidation, he would have honored his word and left their boss untouched. However, they chose a path of destruction. Thus, Lin Tian felt compelled to benevolently grant them their wish. This act of altruism was precisely what he relished. The elevation of other spirits also served as an outlet for his own frustrations. What joy could be found in that? After walking for a short while, they were met with a cacophony of battle cries. Let us investigate. The group's expressions brightened, and they quickened their pace. Soon, a colossal beetle came into view. As Lin Tian had anticipated, it was the Cavern Beetle King. This creature was 10 times the size of a regular cavern beetle, roughly equivalent to 2 adult humans. Its pitch-black carapace appeared indestructible, and arrows from archers merely inflicted a meager 10-odd points of damage. Unlike the ordinary cavern beetle, the Cavern Beetle King possessed a greater number of spikes, at least 20 or 30, launching them individually rather than all at once. The damage from these spikes was terrifyingly explosive. Only knights and warriors could withstand such assaults, while fragile professions like archers, mages, assassins, and priests would likely be one-shot. Mages could endure a bit with their magic shield, but once that shield was breached, the fate of the mage was all too predictable. The speed at which the spikes were fired was astonishing, leaving most unable to react in time to avoid injury. Conversely, the other attack methods of the Cavern Beetle King were not particularly damaging, easily withstood by regular knights. According to the boss attribute chart sent from the Central Plains Marauders, this Beetle King was a level 14 Black Iron boss, slightly weaker than the previously defeated Fire Thunder Giant Elephant. However, the level of danger it posed far surpassed that of the Fire Thunder Giant Elephant, primarily due to its lethal ranged spike attacks. At this moment, there were still 15 players surrounding the Cavern Beetle King, half of whom were not at full health. Predominantly knights and warriors. On the back of the burrowing Beetle King, there were still 9 sharp spikes. Under normal circumstances, they should be able to eliminate the burrowing Beetle King with ease. However, the situation had taken an unexpected turn, for Lin Tian and his companions had appeared, boldly standing not far away, observing them as they battled the boss, neither intervening nor departing. This ambivalent stance unsettled the players of Eternity, making them feel exposed and anxious. Particularly, the leader of Eternity, Qing Feng Ru Shui, a beautiful priestess, wore a countenance so dark it seemed it could drip with water. The members of Eternity stationed at the entrance had been slain and sent her reports. She was now aware that Lin Tian and his group had forcibly breached their defenses and killed her people. Her orders to her subordinates were to persuade them to retreat amicably. Yet, Lin Tian and his companions had dispatched her followers, igniting her wrath. However, the immediate priority was to vanquish the boss before seeking revenge. She hastened her pace, yet Lin Tian and his companions were even swifter. Arriving before she could defeat the boss, the burrowing Beetle King still possessed around 3,000 health points, making it impossible to finish the battle in a short time. Furthermore, as more of her followers fell, their numbers dwindled, and the pace of the fight slowed, causing her immense anxiety. The sight of Lin Tian and his companions watching the spectacle with amusement only heightened her unease. Lost in thought, a momentary distraction caused her to neglect a healing spell, resulting in a warrior being fatally bitten by the burrowing Beetle King. The fallen warrior occupied a crucial position. With his demise, a gap opened, allowing the burrowing Beetle King to charge into the group of fragile classes, rampaging and claiming the lives of 3 players in quick succession. A knight utilized the provocation, skilled to firmly hold its attention. With 4 casualties in quick succession, Qing Feng Rushue's beautiful visage drained of color. At this rate, her group might be annihilated by the boss. Gritting her teeth, she made an unexpected decision. Indomitable and endless. Assist our eternity in slaying the boss, and upon success, we shall reward you with a piece of black iron equipment. Amidst the astonished expressions of her multitude, she shouted towards Lin Tian. It was clear to her that the 4 intruders were subtly centered around Lin Tian, who must be the leader. After her proclamation, she eagerly awaited Lin Tian's response. Yet, to her utter astonishment, the mage known as Indomitable and Endless merely raised an eyebrow and replied in an exceedingly nonchalant tone, "Not interested." Not interested? Qing Feng Rushue was taken aback. How could that be possible? A piece of black iron equipment was worth at least 1,000 yuan. Could it be that he found it insufficient? However, defeating the boss would yield very few items, and she had brought over 30 people. She needed to ensure they received ample rewards. Otherwise, how could they be persuaded to willingly engage in the fight? The cohesion of a guild, aside from beliefs, fundamentally hinges on benefits. If not for the insurmountable challenge posed by the burrowing Beetle King, she would never have resorted to pleading. After all, she was a guild leader. 2 pieces, no more. Otherwise, I shall have no explanation to offer my followers. Another archer has succumbed to the lethal spikes of the Cavern Beetle King. And the heart of Qi Feng Rushue bleeds with anguish as he grits his teeth in fury. The insatiable, indestructible Wuji, unable to be satisfied with a mere piece of black iron, dares to covet even more. Yet, ever since the onset of his blunder, his own disarray has rendered the notion of vanquishing the boss through eternity impossible. He must seek assistance. It is one thing to endure the greed of indestructible Wuji, but the knight known as the Central Plains Bandit is clearly a formidable figure, undoubtedly capable of withstanding the boss's onslaught. Chapter 74. An oath this time. Lin Tian was too disinterested to utter a single word, merely shaking his head. Qing Feng Rushue's face flushed with embarrassment. Lin Tian had once again rejected her. I can overlook your slaughter of my 5 comrades, and I shall not seek vengeance afterward. Furthermore, the promise of 2 pieces of black iron artifacts remains unchanged. Surely, that must suffice. If all our eternal comrades perish, you 4 will be incapable of vanquishing the boss. Unable to wait any longer, Qing Feng Rushue was compelled to lay bare her bottom line. Lin Tian offered no response to her. Instead, turning to the 3 companions, "Are you afraid of a fight?" The trio exchanged disdainful glances, clearly taken aback by his seemingly foolish inquiry. Having just dispatched 5 individuals moments ago, feeling awkward, Lin Tian rubbed his nose and exchanged a cryptic glance with them, whispering, "Act according to the situation." Then, he turned to Qing Feng Rushue, extending his right hand with 5 fingers spread wide. 5 artifacts. In exchange for 5 black iron pieces, we shall assist you. His words were shocking. Not only Qing Feng Rushue, but even the trio from Central Plains were taken aback by his audacity. This was utterly ruthless. I am truly in awe. Oh my, I am completely convinced. The Central Plains ruffian smiled wryly. "Shirchi, you will surely be grateful for the husband I have found for you, one who is merciless to enemies and unwaveringly loyal to his own." For the first time, the Nine Heavens Fairy witnessed Lin Tian's demeanor. Even though he was accustomed to being a lone wolf and had seen the depths of human nature, she could not help but be astounded. Ai Hinai Cha, initially taken aback, then smiled. Wuji, it seems my milk tea funds will rely entirely on you from now on. Qing Feng Rushui glared at him furiously, her anger palpable, her expression fierce. If there was any hope for reconciliation between her and Lin Tian before, at this moment, he had irrevocably secured his place on her blacklist. Before she could voice her thoughts, a member of the Eternal Gang shouted, "Leader, do not solicit his help. He is nothing but a foolish, greedy groundhog. Collaborating with him will only diminish our stature. Indeed, we might as well face death at the hands of the boss than to grovel for assistance." They firmly believed it was their adversaries who had slain their brothers, and they refused to ally with their foes. The players of Eternal took turns advising their leader. Qing Feng Rushui. Lin Tian unconsciously touched his face, chuckling. Was he truly as despicable as they claimed? Clearly, it was they who had dispatched individuals to obstruct his path, resorting to foul language and threats against him. Now, the leader sought his aid to eliminate the boss. The conditions were a matter of negotiation. If he offered a high price, then let them bargain. It was quite entertaining to watch them lose a few more lives. However, resorting to insults at the slightest disagreement? Where was the decorum in seeking help? They were undeniably a group of nefarious scoundrels, yet they managed to present themselves with such an air of innocence. Nevertheless, upon seeing Qing Feng Rushui, he understood. To be honest, she was truly exquisite. The ivory robe accentuated her alluring figure, curvaceous and undeniably captivating. When combined with her previous words, she is indeed akin to a pure white lotus. Her followers are eager to flatter, but Lin Tian cannot emulate such behavior. Just jesting. With a carefree smile, Lin Tian approached Qing Feng Rushui. I am not lacking in black iron equipment. My storage holds an entire set. However, my level is too low to utilize it. Your leader is truly beautiful. I hold her in high esteem. I sincerely apologize for inadvertently harming your compatriot earlier. As compensation after defeating the boss, I only require one piece of black iron gear. Our priest is without such a weapon, and it would suffice to give it to her. As he spoke, he gestured towards Ai Hinai Cha, who wielded an 8th level white staff, whose healing effects were beginning to wane. Is what you say genuine? Qing Feng Rushui regarded him with a mixture of belief and skepticism. Lin Tian's demeanor shifted dramatically, creating a stark contrast that left her momentarily indecisive. Nevertheless, it appeared that Lin Tian and his companions were indeed not in want of black iron equipment, especially the Central Plains thugs, who were almost entirely clad in such gear. As for Lin Tian's admiration for her beauty, she found herself convinced to a degree. After all, her greatest asset was her appearance, which was the primary reason so many players were drawn to her guild, offering their service. The world is filled with uniformity, and men are all the same. She internally scoffed. Yet on the surface, she maintained a tone of skepticism, saying, Your change in demeanor is too abrupt. I still find it hard to trust you. I can comprehend your perspective. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. After all, we are strangers meeting for the first time. However, he hesitated before continuing. Our aim is also to confront the Cavern Beetle King. We attempted to engage it yesterday, but were unsuccessful. Therefore, observing your group in battle, we contemplated collaborating with you. Unfortunately, your followers barred our entry, and in seeking to explain ourselves, we inadvertently created a misunderstanding. Lin Tian spoke with an air of sincerity. Is that so? Qing Feng Rushui scrutinized him with intensity. Absolutely. If I am lying, may my wife perish by tomorrow. Lin Tian asserted with conviction. Gazing into his innocent eyes and hearing such an ominous vow, Qing Feng Rushui began to believe him even more. The slain follower had merely relayed a hasty account of the incident, and she had been too occupied with directing her comrades against the boss to inquire further into the details. At this moment, the Central Plains thugs were agitated. Wuji, do you dare curse my sister to death? He bellowed, raising his axe, poised to strike Lin Tian down. Witnessing this internal strife, Qing Feng Rushui's doubts dissipated entirely. Thus, she lowered her guard and declared, You must heed my commands. Disregarding instructions will lead to chaos and aggro, making it more challenging to defeat the boss. Not a problem. I understand. Lin Tian readily agreed. He then addressed the Central Plains thugs. Thugs, I did not curse your sister to death. If I am not deceiving Qi Feng Ruxue, then my wife, who is your sister, will not need to die, will she? Haha, that's a valid point. I failed to consider that. The Central Plains thug chuckled foolishly. The gentle breeze, akin to snow, evoked a smile, yet the chaos of the Central Plains was truly a source of amusement. Nevertheless, deep within her heart lingered a profound hatred towards Lin Tian and his companions. A fleeting glimmer of malice flickered in her eyes. For now, she would temporarily harness their strength. After vanquishing the boss, she would seek her vengeance without hesitation. Lin Tian called out, "Rebels, Milk Tea Sister, Fairy. Heed the commands of the esteemed leader, Qi Feng Ruxue." I was so preoccupied with our journey that I neglected to replenish my magical energy. I must restore it first. The three nodded in unison, while Lin Tian settled down to enter a state of meditation. Chapter 75. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tian's actions caused Qi Feng Ruxue to furrow her brows. Since she began playing the game, she had never encountered someone so miserly. Unwilling even to use mana potions, opting instead to rely on meditation for mana recovery. Under normal circumstances, this might have been acceptable, but they were currently engaged in battle with an extraordinarily formidable boss, where death could be imminent at any moment. Yet, he still found the time to meditate. However, Lin Tian had already seated himself, and she felt it inappropriate to voice her concerns. She gestured to the Central Plains Berserker, saying, "Berserker, come here. I shall give you a few mana potions to deliver to Immortal Wuji. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to rely on meditation to restore mana. The Eternal Night can hold off the boss for a while longer. You can join in later." "Understood," the Central Plains Berserker replied, hefting his axe and striding towards Qi Feng Ruxue. At that moment, another priest from the Eternal Guild was healing the frontline knights, allowing Qi Feng Ruxue to pause and retrieve the mana potions from her backpack. However, just as she extracted the potions, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Central Plains Berserker, who had been 15 meters away moments ago, suddenly transformed into a whirlwind of black, charging towards her with tremendous speed. His massive axe, wielded with an unstoppable force, descended upon her. Qi Feng Ruxue's beautiful eyes widened in shock, utterly taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Bang! The giant axe struck down, and Qi Feng Ruxue was sent flying as if struck by a speeding locomotive, landing over 2 meters away and crashing heavily to the ground, left in a dazed state. -95. A massive, crimson damage number appeared above her head. A novice priest? The Central Plains Berserker paused for a moment, muttering to himself. If she were a priest apprentice, he would have undoubtedly killed her instantly. Nevertheless, it mattered not. With a sinister grin, he approached her, raising his axe once more to deliver a crushing blow to Qi Feng Ruxue's abdomen, cleaving her in two. In barely 2 seconds, the leader of the Eternal Guild, Qi Feng Ruxue, had been slain by the Central Plains Berserker. Even in death, she remained poised to hand the mana potions to him. On the other side, the Nine Heavens Fairy wore a stern expression as she activated Gale Step, plunging into the midst of several warlocks and mage players, wreaking havoc. The priest, fond of milk tea, was not idle either, casting judgment towards the only surviving priest of the Eternal Guild. Chaos erupted. The members of the Eternal Guild failed to react in time and were swiftly decimated by the Central Plains Berserker's assault on their leader. "You beast! I shall slay you." A warrior was the first to respond, roaring in fury as he charged at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, expressionless and unperturbed, rose from the ground. As he stood, a water tornado struck down the approaching warrior. The warrior, still roaring in defiance, found a sharp spike piercing through his throat. -190. The vivid damage number marked the end of his life. He gazed in disbelief at the spike as his body slowly crumpled to the ground. "Excellent. Only 3 spikes remain on the Cave Beetle King," Lin Tian remarked, dusting himself off, his tone calm. "Earth Split Slash. Flame Break Slash. -51. -44. -79. Beneath the formidable blade of the Nine Heavens Fairy, damage erupted in a shower of crimson numbers. After enduring a significant toll from the Cavern Beetle King, only 10 members of Eternity remained. The leader, Qi Feng Ruxue, had perished, Lin Tian and the spike had slain a warrior, while the Nine Heavens Fairy dispatched a mage and 2 warlocks. In a heartbeat, Eternity was reduced to a mere 6 individuals. Why? Why have you done this? Why betray us? A bloodied mage, teetering on the brink of death, shouted towards Lin Tian, his eyes bloodshot, brimming with unquenchable resentment. Go! Lin Tian flicked his fingers, and a black, corrosive arrow shot forth, pinning the mage to the ground. Unblinking in death, another one fell. He silently calculated within himself. The mage questioned the motive behind the betrayal, but Lin Tian was too consumed with the urge to kill to entertain such juvenile inquiries. After having delayed action for so long, his murderous intent had reached a fever pitch. Indeed, from the outset, Lin Tian had no intention of cooperating with Eternity. His aim was to eradicate them entirely and monopolize the boss for himself. Why? Because Eternity was his sworn enemy. Whether it was their interception at the crossroads, or the earlier insults hurled by Eternity's players, or even the condescending invitation to cooperate extended by their leader, Qingfeng Rushua. Using Black Iron Gear as bait, it was clear that Eternity was to be his eternal foe. This enmity could not be reconciled until the closure of Genesis. Even if he were to repay malice with kindness and selflessly assist Eternity, would Qingfeng Rushua spare them? Absolutely not. All he saw in her eyes was hatred and murderous intent. The players of Eternity were like wolves ready to pounce, glaring at them with hostility. Had it not been for Qingfeng Rushua's restraint, they might have already surged forward to attack. Thus, Eternity was indeed the enemy. In confronting an adversary, one could only find peace by annihilating them at a fundamental level. Hence, everything Lin Tian had said to Qingfeng Rushua was merely a ruse to buy time. After all, he had no wife. His oaths could be frivolously declared. Even if he were to eventually meet the sister of the Central Plains bandit, that would not happen tomorrow. Therefore, he felt no remorse. The reason for his prolonged delay was twofold. Firstly, to lower Qingfeng Rushua's guard, allowing the Central Plains bandit to approach her. Only within a 15-meter radius could the Central Plains bandit launch a charge. Who would have known that the foolish girl would call for him to fetch a mana potion? The second objective was to deplete the living forces of Eternity through the Cavern Beetle King, while simultaneously allowing Eternity's players to whittle down the boss's health. Mutual attrition. When the time came for the boss to belong to him, the task would surely be much easier. Another goal was to have the Cavern Beetle King exhaust the Spike's resources as much as possible. It was straightforward. Lin Tian could not withstand its attacks, which were devastatingly high. He had advised the 3 Central Plains bandits to act according to the situation. What did it mean to act according to the situation? It is precisely the moment to act. One must strike decisively without a trace of hesitation. The 3 individuals are not lacking in intelligence. They have perfectly grasped Lin Tian's intention. By the time the eternal beings realize the situation, it will be too late. The tide has turned. With a formidable boss relentlessly pursuing them from the front and Lin Tian along with his formidable companions unleashing relentless slaughter from behind, the Eternal can only muster 5 individuals in a state of disarray. How can they possibly withstand such an onslaught? The judgment attack, favored by those who delight in milk tea, may not possess great lethality, yet it serves a remarkably unique purpose: punishment. Indeed, it is designed to reprimand the wicked. The sole advantage of judgment lies in its ability to interrupt any skill currently being cast. Chapter 76. Annihilation. The spell, Judgment, wielded by the tea-loving priest, interrupted the healing incantation of the last priest of Eternity. The male priest, incensed, prepared to retaliate with the same spell against the beautiful tea-loving priest. Unfortunately for him, Lin Tian, observing his furious demeanor, intervened with a chilling ice spike to help him regain his composure. The crucial healing spell was disrupted, and the knight, whose health was perilously low, was swiftly dispatched by the Cavern Beetle King, which bit through his neck, sending his soul to the afterlife. After slaying the priest, the Central Plains marauders, witnessing someone daring to attack their charming priest, immediately raised their massive axes and executed the male priest. At this moment, Eternity was left with merely a warrior, an archer, and a knight. Both the archer and the knight were barely clinging to life, while the warrior, with a somewhat better status, retained 220 health points. His gaze was icy as he activated Gale Step, and charged toward Lin Tian. Do you possess a speed enhancement skill? Lin Tian, calm and unflustered, activated wind control. Within 5 seconds, his movement speed increased by 10. Suddenly, he felt significantly lighter, as if he could soar like a swallow. He effortlessly dodged the warrior's flame break, retaliating with a water tornado that sent the warrior tumbling to the ground, mouthfuls of dirt filling his mouth. The water tornado inflicted 39 points of damage. Oh, quite a commendable magical defense. Lin Tian mused, estimating the warrior's magical defense to be at least 20 points, rivaling many magical classes. However, the damage was mitigated further as the warrior was only level 11. Lin Tian then glanced at the warrior's name, Cat Dodger. Suppressing a laugh at the whimsical name, Lin Tian recognized the inappropriateness of mocking others and restrained himself, recalling the example of the Nine Heavens Fairy, who still harbored resentment towards the Central Plains Marauders. Seizing the opportunity while the warrior was down, Lin Tian used wind control to distance himself again, unleashing a barrage of spells upon the warrior. With his skill level, he never missed. By the time the warrior rose to confront him, he was left with a mere 4 health points. -5. The lingering poison from venomous arrow emerged from above the warrior's head. The warrior, filled with rage at the sight of his nemesis, found himself unable to exact revenge, collapsing in defeat. As Lin Tian dispatched the warrior, the battle on the side of the Central Plains Marauders also concluded. Thus, all players of Eternity lay vanquished. Lin Tian's side emerged victorious. Now that external threats have been eliminated, the boss is ours, Lin Tian exclaimed with a smile. Marauders, charge. Engage the boss. Tea-loving maiden, bolster the marauders. Additionally, Lin Tian gestured towards the Nine Heavens Fairy. Fairy, please collect the equipment dropped by the Eternity players. We must be swift, lest they respawn. We will distribute the spoils after defeating the boss. Understood. The Central Plains Marauders eagerly surged towards the Cavern Beetle King. What about me? The Nine Heavens Fairy was momentarily taken aback, pointing to herself in disbelief as she questioned him. Indeed, Lin Tian nodded, stating, though your level surpasses mine, the physical defense of the Cavern Beetle King is exceedingly high. Your damage output against the boss will certainly be inferior to mine. I am merely striving for maximum efficiency. He added with a smirk, you wouldn't happen to dislike picking up loot, would you? Ah, no, not at all. I will collect. The Nine Heavens Fairy quickly replied. He had witnessed firsthand a gleaming piece of black iron equipment lying on the ground. How could that possibly be considered trash? It was all treasure. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, a complex array of thoughts flooded his mind. Unlike the other two, his relationship with Lin Tian was rather tenuous. In truth, they had scarcely formed any bond at all, having only met a few hours prior. They had even experienced a minor conflict earlier. Lin Tian, claiming to be a master, had added him as a friend, and they had exchanged but a few words. It was not an exaggeration to say they were mere acquaintances. With so many pieces of equipment scattered about, he boldly allowed himself to collect them alone. Did he not fear that Lin Tian would secretly claim a few for himself? A piece of white gear could range from 80 to 150 yuan. If he discreetly took a few, they could easily go unnoticed, amounting to several hundred yuan. As a mere impoverished student, his monthly allowance was limited, and he was in dire need of funds. Even his gaming pod had been financed through a month of instant noodles and a hodgepodge of borrowed money, culminating in the purchase of the cheapest model, costing 10,000 yuan. Yet, with a single comment from Lin Tian, he was encouraged to gather the spoils. After making this suggestion, Lin Tian focused intently on battling the boss, seemingly unconcerned that he might take anything for himself. Moreover, when Lin Tian added him as a friend, he had asserted that both of them were masters. The Nine Heavens Fairy was now experiencing this firsthand. Although he had been pursuing the players from Eternity, he had kept a constant watch on Lin Tian, his sole friend on the list. Lin Tian had only eliminated 2 opponents, yet his artistry in combat was nothing short of exquisite. With a calm demeanor, he cast spells effortlessly, maneuvering with grace, and executed his kills with a composed efficiency. The powerful warrior fell without even grazing the hem of Lin Tian's garment. That warrior was of the same novice rank as himself. In Eternity, aside from the guild leader, Qifeng Rushue, he was the only player to have completed the advancement quest. He realized then that Lin Tian was indeed a master, far superior to him. Having added such a friend was undoubtedly a fortunate decision. If that alone were not enough to earn his respect, it was Lin Tian's cunning strategies that truly inspired his admiration. Lin Tian's meticulous plan to hunt down eternity was intricately woven, every detail interconnected, every step calculated, seamless and flawless, leaving no room for error that anyone could perceive. What appeared to be mere coincidences unfolded into inevitabilities through his thoughtful considerations. In the end, all members of Eternity fell victim to his scheme, resulting in their utter annihilation. Astute and deeply strategic, he possessed a mind as profound as the ocean. Furthermore, the Central Plains rebels and the tea enthusiasts seemed to hold him in high regard, placing unconditional trust in him. Each command he issued was executed without hesitation, without a moment's thought as to whether it was right or wrong. The ruffians of the Central Plains regarded him as a brother-in-law, their fondness for milk tea evident in their frequently sidelong glances. As for his appearance, he was rather unremarkable. Not particularly handsome, at least as perceived within the confines of the game. Could it truly be the so-called charm of personality? Hey, have you finished collecting? Hurry up and join us in battling the boss. There are only 4 of us, and it's already quite challenging. Do you still wish to be lazy? Those red and blue potions hold little value. Let them go. Just as he was lost in thought after picking up the last piece of equipment, Lin Tian's impatient voice jolted him back to reality. Oh, I'm coming. The Nine Heavens fairy quickly responded, stowing the equipment in her backpack before charging towards the boss. Chapter 77. The Obsidian Necklace. Little did Lin Tian know that this young lad, despite his tender years, harbored quite a few tricks up his sleeve. Had he been aware, he would have undoubtedly given him a resounding reprimand on the spot. After enduring the relentless assault from the eternal crowd, the burrowing Beetle King still possessed 134 health points. With the Central Plains Marauder firmly securing the aggro, Lin Tian began to unleash his attacks. Marauder, the burrowing Beetle King, has 2 more spines. If they are shot out, you must shield me, he called out loudly. Without activating the magic shield, he could not withstand the spine's damage. However, the magic shield bore a significant flaw. While it could absorb damage, it could not nullify the effects of that damage. For instance, if the Central Plains Marauder charged at him, the magic shield could mitigate the damage incurred from the charge by consuming mana, but it could not prevent the ensuing stun. He would still be rendered dazed and toppled to the ground. Warriors and knights with considerable strength could easily disrupt his stance by attacking the magic shield. Not a problem. You're my brother-in-law. How could I let you perish here? The Central Plains Marauder laughed heartily. Lin Tian's expression darkened. This fellow truly relished the title of brother-in-law, incessantly flaunting it as if he had genuinely taken liberties with his sister. The curious tea lover piped up. What transpired after I logged off yesterday? How did Wuji become the brother-in-law of the Central Plains Marauder overnight? Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively. Don't pay any heed to his nonsense. He doesn't even have a sister. I do. She's quite lovely. The Central Plains Marauder retorted loudly while using his body to block one of the burrowing Beetle King's spines. I'll bring her to meet you in a couple of days. She's been going mad thinking about you. This was becoming increasingly absurd. Lin Tian was too lazy to engage him further, focusing intently on vanquishing the boss. With the 2 spines behind the burrowing Beetle King successfully blocked by the Central Plains Marauder, the creature was rendered significantly less threatening, akin to a toothless tiger. The Marauder bore the brunt of the assault, while Lin Tian and the Nine Heavens Fairy poured their efforts into dealing damage. For minutes later, with their collective efforts, a mournful wail echoed as the burrowing Beetle King collapsed to the ground. System notification: you have slain the Black Iron Boss, Burrowing Beetle King, earning 7,000 experience points and 15 prestige points. Due to the multitude of participants in the attack, the experience was divided among many, resulting in diminished rewards. Half of the experience was claimed by the players of Eternity. The Central Plains Marauders level remained unchanged at 12, while Tea Lover ascended to level 11 and Nine Heavens Fairy reached level 12. Lin Tian, however, remained at the lowest level of 9. As for currency, each participant received 30 silver. Wuji, your luck has always been remarkable. Will you take a look at the loot? Tea Lover inquired with a smile. Certainly. Lin Tian replied without hesitation. Everyone's eyes were eagerly fixed upon him as he was the first to draw forth a staff. He contemplated that if it were of a higher level, it would be fit for Tea Lover, and if it were of lower level, he would keep it for himself. Blackbone Staff, 1 socket white level, 12 physical attack, 9 to 13 magical attack, 20 to 23 durability, 120. Lin Tian's complexion suddenly flushed with embarrassment. The peculiar gazes of the three upon him made him wish he could vanish into the earth. It is well known that when all boss monsters are defeated for the first time, the likelihood of obtaining valuable items is at its peak. The Cavern Beetle King. Having been previously vanquished by Oifu, dropping a white item was hardly surprising. Yet, to have the very first drop be a mere white item was a slight to his dignity. Where could he possibly hide his old face? He couldn't even muster the enthusiasm to read the staff's description. Haha, the good items must be further along. Let us see the next one. Lin Tian chuckled awkwardly. But upon noticing no one joined in his mirth, he quickly moved on to the next piece of equipment. He retrieved a necklace. Fortunately, it spared him further embarrassment. Obsidian necklace, black iron level, 11 magical defense, 7 durability, 88 110 bonus. Constitution 2 description, a necklace crafted from obsidian, possessing formidable properties to negate magic. Gazing at the shimmering black necklace, both the Central Plains Bandit and the Nine Heavens Fairy salivated with envy. It seemed tailor-made for them. Once adorned, it would significantly enhance their magical defense, bolstering their resistance against spellcasting foes. Their greatest vulnerability lay in their insufficient magical defenses. Generally, spellcasting classes wear physical defense necklaces. Heavy armor classes don magical defense necklaces, while light armor classes can choose based on their needs. Both coveted the necklace, unwilling to relinquish it, as they possessed no necklace. Not even a white one. How about this? Let us roll for it. Fair and square. Lin Tian proposed. Upon defeating monsters. When 2 or more players desire the same equipment and do not wish to resort to distribution, they may opt to roll for it. This way, those who do not win harbor no grievances. Sounds good. Both agreed without objection. I'll go first. The Central Plains Bandit rolled up his sleeves, exuding an air of determination. The Nine Heavens Fairy remained silent, tacitly agreeing. The Central Plains Bandit summoned a virtual die and tossed it into the air. As the die tumbled and landed, everyone watched intently. A resounding 2 appeared. Bah! A chorus of boos erupted. The Central Plains Bandit felt utterly disheartened. The necklace seemed beyond his grasp now. It's my turn. The Nine Heavens Fairy took the die and threw it with anticipation. Once it settled, everyone leaned in to see. A 1. Ha-ha. The necklace is mine, all mine. Ha-ha. The Central Plains Bandit burst into laughter, his joy palpable. Meanwhile, the Nine Heavens Fairy, who had believed victory was assured, was left utterly flabbergasted. A mere 1 chance had been realized against her. One could only lament the misfortune that had befallen her. Accept defeat gracefully, now hand it over. The Central Plains Bandit urged impatiently, extending his hand. Lin Tian promptly presented the necklace to the Central Plains Bandit. Fear not, dear fairy, for there are treasures yet to come, comforted the milk tea enthusiast. A wager is a wager, it is of no consequence, remarked the Nine Heavens Fairy, her gaze drifting to the side. You wretched creature, cease your bravado. The necklace rests in my possession. Do you desire it? If so, beseech me, and I shall grant it to you, declared the Central Plains ruffian, brandishing the necklace with audacity. His old habits resurfaced. He was lost in arrogance, referring to the Nine Heavens Fairy as a wretched being. Lin Tian, filled with concern, glanced up only to find that the Nine Heavens Fairy did not erupt in anger. Her expression was not particularly displeased, which eased his worries. Who cares? I shall acquire an even finer necklace than yours. The Nine Heavens Fairy scoffed at the Central Plains ruffian. Huh, let your envy fester. I wonder how long you can maintain this facade. The ruffian laughed. Chapter 78. The Lament of the Hermit. Lin Tian picked up the 3rd piece of equipment, a slender staff, no thicker than a thumb, which felt weightless in his grasp. Its delicacy rendered it nearly invisible from a distance. The Lament of the Hermit, 2 sockets black iron level, 11 physical attack, 19 to 25 magical attack, 48 to 55 durability, 95 110 bonus. Healing 5 description. Once, in the village of Dawn, there resided a powerful hermit who, consumed by his longing for his deceased wife, fashioned a staff from one of her bones. The weapon's origin is rather macabre, yet it did not diminish Lin Tian's eager gaze, reminiscent of one who adores milk tea. After a full 5 seconds of admiration, he reluctantly averted his eyes. Although he desired it greatly, it was far better suited for the one who cherished milk tea. Not only was her level precisely 11, but the staff's additional attribute, Healing 5, was clearly crafted for her. A weapon with 2 sockets and such impressive attributes, it was truly a gem among gems. It could undoubtedly fetch over 2,800 yuan. Qi Feng Ruxue, a priest, would surely be infuriated upon learning that such a splendid priestly weapon dropped after defeating the boss. If the one who loves milk tea were to sell this staff, Qi Feng Ruxue would not hesitate to buy it for 3,500 yuan. Hiki. Wujie. I shall not be polite then. The one who loves milk tea beamed with excitement. This was indeed her rightful prize. Lin Tian handed her the staff. Do not be disheartened. Perhaps you will acquire an even better weapon later. She reassured him. Lin Tian smiled wryly. With 2 sockets and such high attack power, this weapon was the pinnacle among those of levels 10 to 13. Was there truly anything better? This staff would serve her well until level 20. With it equipped, her healing capabilities would greatly improve, alleviating the previous anxiety surrounding her healing efforts. Even when utilizing judgment, her attacks would pack a punch. The next item was not equipment, but rather a vial of dark green liquid. Void Elixir, Black Iron. Upon use, grants invulnerability for 1 second and removes aggro. Required level, 10. Invulnerability. Though it lasts but a fleeting second, its value is immeasurable. Sometimes, a single second can change the tide of battle. Let us roll for it. Everyone needs this, Lin Tian declared, glancing at the trio. They nodded in agreement. The one who loves milk tea scored 55 points. Jiu Tianxinjue achieved 87 points. Zhong Yuan Baodu garnered 34 points. Wu Jia, it's your turn. The one who loves milk tea gently nudged Lin Tian's shoulder, encouraging him. I'll surely roll a 100 for you to witness. Lin Tian proclaimed with conviction. Who cannot boast? Hurry up, urged the one who loves milk tea. May the goddess of fortune bless me, Lin Tian exclaimed, casting the dice into the air. As they landed, everyone gathered around. 100 points. Haha, behold, I said 100 points. And indeed it is 100 points. The invulnerability elixir is mine. Lin Tian laughed, placing the void elixir into his backpack. With such good fortune, I shall preemptively wish you the greatest treasure at the Blood Elf ruins today. With a joyful smile and eyes that sparkled with delight, she exclaimed. Thank you for your kind words. Lin Tian was in high spirits as he spoke. In truth, the void potion held little value, despite its black iron grade. It might only fetch 100 or 200 coins, as it was consumed after a single use. Nevertheless, the thrill of competition brought everyone immense joy. For the journey to acquire treasures was equally exhilarating. The final piece of equipment was a pair of black iron bracers. Mountain Splitter Gauntlets, 3 slots black iron, level 10. Physical defense, 9. Magical defense, 4. Durability, 85-100. Additional, strength 2. Description. Crafted by the alchemist Gorgally during his early apprenticeship, this piece is suitable for novice adventurers. Yet again, this was an item usable by both the Central Plains Thug and the Nine Heavens Fairy. Consider yourself fortunate. For I already possess a black iron bracer and shall not compete with you, remarked the Central Plains Thug after assessing the attributes with a dismissive smirk. The Nine Heavens Fairy looked up in astonishment. Why are you staring at me like that? I'm not interested. The Central Plains Thug, unable to tolerate her gaze, replied with irritation. Since the Thug has graciously offered it to you, Fairy, you should accept it. Lin Tian interjected from the side. Very well. The Nine Heavens Fairy said flatly, her eyes glimmering. She equipped the Mountain Splitter Gauntlets, replacing her novice bracers, lacking any gems in her inventory. She planned to purchase some from players at the market upon her return. She was aware that the Central Plains Thug also desired the Mountain Splitter Gauntlets. Although he possessed a black iron bracer, it was only level 5 with a single slot, vastly inferior to the Mountain Splitter Gauntlets. Still, he chose to relinquish it to her. Next came the acquisition of 200 arrows. Quenching poison arrows, black iron, physical attack 3. Upon striking a target, inflicts poison, causing the target to lose 1 life per second for 10 seconds, stacking possible damage. A bow of black iron grade or higher is required for use. Archers rely on their weapons, and aside from bows, they need arrows. A staggering 99 of archer players purchase standard arrows with 1 attack from NPC shops. The 200 arrows, boasting an attack bonus of 3 along with a slight poisoning effect, were a splendid find for any archer. Selling them as a batch could yield around 200 coins, while selling them individually would likely result in merely a copper coin each. Lin Tian intended to distribute 50 arrows to each person, but they were swiftly seized by the tea-loving girl. Is it truly necessary to be so stingy? What purpose does 50 arrows serve? I shall take them all and offer you each 2 silver. The group acquiesced to her demand. The spoils from the Cave Beetle King were limited. They paled in comparison to those from the Fire Thunder Giant. Lin Tian claimed the magic crystal dropped by the Cave Beetle King. At this stage, the primary use of the magic crystal was for alchemy, a commodity they deemed useless and thus willingly handed over to Lin Tian. Typically, magic-based professions would refrain from extracting magical energy from crystals unless absolutely necessary. Although abundant, the energy was not pure and often did not restore magic as swiftly as a potion. Given that Lin Tian acquired the items of least value, he ultimately accepted the Black Bone Staff as well. He promptly listed it at an opening bid of 100 yuan at the auction house. Regrettably, the Cave Beetle King failed to yield any gems, leaving the beloved milk tea weapon, the wrist guard of the Celestial Maiden, devoid of any treasures. The Celestial Maiden emptied her backpack, revealing the spoils from their previous encounter with the Eternal, among which was a piece of black iron-grade equipment. It was none other than the milky white robe worn by Qingfeng Ruxue. Saintess robe, 4 slots black iron level, 11 physical defense, 7 magical defense, 18 durability, 60 110 bonus, health 1 requirement, intelligence 19 description, a robe once donned by a female grand sorceress from Longpan Town. Exquisitely crafted and resplendent. Chapter 79. The scoundrel Lin Tian 4 slots adorned the robe, 3 of which were embedded with level 2 life magic stones, collectively augmenting vitality by 30 points. 1 slot was filled with a level 2 fiery red magic stone, enhancing physical defense by 6 points. The consensus among all was unequivocal. This was an extraordinary piece of equipment. Such an item could drastically fortify the survival capacity of a spellcasting profession. However, securing this 4-socket robe required no less than 500 yuan. If Qingfeng Ruxue discovered her robe had been compromised, it would surely infuriate her to the point of smashing the gaming pot. Lin Tian found himself feeling a twinge of sympathy for her. There exists a peculiar type of player in the game, characterized by an unyielding pursuit of perfection, bordering on obsessive-compulsive behavior. For them, every piece of equipment must possess 4 slots, and weapons must have 2. Should they possess any item that deviates from this standard, they would feel an overwhelming sense of discontent, as if ants were crawling upon their skin. Moreover, the gems must be of the same kind. The mixture of life and fiery redstones was utterly unacceptable, necessitating removal and precise reinstallation. Such individuals are far from rare. Yet only the affluent can truly indulge in this pursuit. The vast majority of players would be fortunate to acquire a piece of black iron equipment, regardless of whether it is slots. He Nai Cha gazed longingly at the saintess robe, unable to divert her attention. Lin Tian let out a long sigh. With a voice tinged with resignation, he remarked, though the name bears the title of saintess, dear milk tea, it is still a matter of luck. Whoever rolls the highest shall claim it. All right. I refuse to believe that your luck surpasses mine. You go first. He Nai Cha insisted. Lin Tian, without hesitation, cast the dice. He Nai Cha quickly checked the result. 88 points. 88. I must win. It is destined to be mine. Lin Tian declared confidently. This score assured his victory. It is my turn now. He Nai Cha proclaimed, offering a silent prayer before rolling the dice. When it settled, it revealed 93 points, 5 points higher than Lin Tian's. What more can be said? He Nai Cha teased, her laughter ringing with triumph. Fate has spoken. Lin Tian sighed. Wuji, you have been exceedingly kind to me. Was this fortune bestowed upon me deliberately? I have no way to repay you. Perhaps I could accompany you for a night? Ai Hinai Cha laughed playfully while clutching the saintess robe. Enough, enough. Lin Tian's head spun from her whimsical words, and he quickly halted her frivolity. Haha, look how easily I amuse you. She giggled. The saintess robe, despite its name suggesting exclusivity to women, could certainly be donned by Lin Tian as well. However, considering the streamlined effect it had on Qi Feng Ruxue, it might not fit him quite as well. Ai Hinai Cha donned the saintess robe, and indeed, it accentuated her figure perfectly, highlighting all the right curves. Among the spoils, there was but a single piece of black iron equipment. Since Ai Hinai Cha had claimed the most valuable saintess robe, the white gear was not further distributed to her. Lin Tian and the two other men each received 2 to 3 pieces of white equipment. Lin Tian acquired 3 pieces, none of which suited his current needs, and thus he placed them on auction starting at a price of 350 yuan. The Central Plains Brigands and the Heavenly Maiden of 9 Heavens have all been put up for auction. Thus, all the harvest has been meticulously organized. Each face bore a smile, contentment radiating from their hearts. Let us proceed further, Lin Tian declared. The group, brimming with determination, had only just set forth when such a significant bounty was already in their grasp. What treasures awaited them at the Blood Elf ruins? At that moment, a system broadcast echoed, causing everyone to halt in their tracks once more. The game was rife with disputes, and system broadcasts were a common occurrence. There were insults hurled, chases initiated, vendettas sought, and even romantic proposals. An entire spectrum of human interaction played out. One could only say the affluent truly know how to indulge. Hence, many system broadcasts were merely listened to for amusement or as a source of laughter. The small magical horns required to issue these broadcasts had seen their prices soar, from an initial 500 yuan each to a staggering 800 yuan. Their decision to pause and listen indicated that the content of the broadcast must pertain to one among them. Unanimously, their gazes turned towards Lin Tian. System broadcast, Qi Feng Ruxue, undying infinite. Do you not think it excessively cruel to toy with a girl's emotions? The broadcast repeated thrice, a testament to Qi Feng Ruxue's wealth. A myriad of questions danced in the minds of the onlookers as they all stared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian himself was rendered speechless, collapsing to the ground in shock. Damn it. After a full 10 minutes, he finally mustered the strength to curse weakly, "Sister, was it truly necessary to make such a spectacle over a single defeat? Are you trying to ruin me? Now the entire world knows. They all know I am a scoundrel. What the hell? The truth is, I did nothing to you. I didn't even lay a finger on you. It was the Central Plains brigand who killed you. Why not direct your ire at him instead of me? This is utterly absurd. It's unjust. Brigand. Look at the chaos you've caused. Go and clarify things with her before she loses her mind." Lin Tian roared in fury. "Brother, you have sown the seeds of your own misfortune. Do not lay the blame at my feet." The Central Plains brigand, with a physique as robust as a bear, now moved with the agility of a monkey, leaping a full 10 meters. Tears streamed down his face as he lamented, "Wuji, I once regarded you as my closest brother. I even introduced you to my most cherished and beautiful sister as a potential girlfriend. My sister was devoted to you, endlessly yearning for you. And yet, look at you." He pointed a trembling finger at Lin Tian, as if the latter had committed an unspeakable crime. "You dare to cavort with other women. While I can somewhat comprehend the allure of such pursuits, how could you toy with her affections and then cast her aside? How can you face me? How can you face my sister? How can you face Qi Feng Ruxue? The gentle breeze, as pure as snow, possesses such beauty and an enviable physique. Have you lost your titanium alloy sight? How could you so readily cast her aside? Are you even human? Do you possess no conscience? You wretched scoundrel! You ought to be submerged in a pig cage." Indeed, submerged in a pig cage. With a fierce disdain for bubble tea, Lin Tian was vehemently berated. Even the celestial beings, with their limited expressions, joined in the chorus, determined to see him submerged in that cage. Lin Tian stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Messages requesting to add him as a friend flooded in, all of which he rejected without hesitation. Undoubtedly, they were merely inquiries about gossip or calls to confront the scoundrel. All he desired was peace and solitude. He longed to burrow into a hole and hide away. However, by refusing friend requests, the multitude of oblivious onlookers had their own ways to expose him, leaving him with nowhere to escape. The system broadcast erupted with an incessant barrage of inquiries and condemnations directed at him. Chapter 80. The campaign against the scoundrel, one after another. Wealthy players spared no expense in purchasing magical trumpets, eager to uncover the truth about him. System broadcast, Chu Xue Ling, gather round, gather round. Front row selling sunflower seeds, peanuts, and 8 treasure porridge. System broadcast, Lao Pa Kai. Immortal Wuji, you wretched scoundrel, where are you hiding? How dare you lay a hand on my goddess? Do you dare reveal your location? I will hunt you down mercilessly. System broadcast, Scorpio Beauty. I harbor a deep disdain for scoundrels. Sisters, unite and expel the wretched Immortal Wuji from this game. System broadcast, Sword Sweeps the Heavens. Immortal Wuji, your demise is imminent. In heaven and on earth. There is but one path to your end. The day I emerge is the day of your downfall. However, as the messages flowed, the tide began to shift, transforming into admiration and reverence. System broadcast, Tool 0, Brother Wuji, teach me your ways. How does one win the heart of a goddess? I shall pay you handsomely. System broadcast, Ultimate Loyal Fan. 1. Immortal Wuji, you are truly our idol. I'm in awe. Since the masks have been torn away, why not share a photo of Qifeng Ruxue for me to appreciate, to see if she truly is a beauty? System broadcast, Yuma, I have met Qifeng Ruxue. She is an absolute beauty. System broadcast, Iron-blooded indifference, Qifeng Ruxue. You, vile woman, have you finally found your moment? Immortal Wuji, well done. I support you. Even the rival, Zhu Qingyan, joined in the fray. System broadcast, Zhu Qingyan, Immortal Wuji, haha. I have already taken a screenshot to send to your girlfriend. Prepare for the spectacle. System broadcast, Grave God, the post above is brilliant. It was as if a spell had been cast, rendering any attempt to silence the commotion futile. A week into the server launch, and it was the first time Morning Dawn Village had been this lively. Haha. Wuji, you've made the trending list. From now on, you shall be a celebrity in Morning Dawn Village. The milk tea lover was laughing so hard he could hardly breathe. The Central Plains marauder was convulsing with laughter. The celestial maiden's stoic facade cracked, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Let them laugh. Laugh until they drop. Lin Tion's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. His grandmother often said he had a penchant for explosive anger, which led him to reform his ways. He repeatedly reminded himself to play quietly and be a serene, handsome man. Why was it so difficult? There were always villains opposing him at every turn. Always someone intent on making his life miserable. Was it truly a case of heaven being envious of his looks? Had he known, he would not have altered his appearance to be less appealing. Alas, it was truly challenging. Lin Tian gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, his expression filled with melancholy and sorrow. He could hardly fathom that someone could be so shameless. The crowd erupted in disdain. In Morning Dawn Village, Qifeng Ruxue resided alone in a tavern. Her beautiful face was a canvas of sorrow, anger, grievance, jealousy, and madness. No one could imagine a single individual exhibiting such a multitude of emotions simultaneously. Immortal Wuji, she nearly shattered her own teeth as she forced out those words. You breached my defenses, slaughtered my allies. With sweet words and dissembling smiles, you deceived my trust. You stole my boss and murdered my brothers. Annihilate my eternal existence. Obliterate my equipment. This enmity and resentment shall remain unquenched as long as I draw breath. I will not rest until vengeance is mine. She clutched her novice attire tightly, tearing it asunder in her rage. The overwhelming fury twisted her once graceful visage beyond recognition. With her head held high, she summoned every ounce of strength to stave off the tears threatening to spill forth. It was a rare sight to behold, the ever-composed leader of the Eternal Guild. Qifeng Ruxue utterly lost her poise. After a full 10 minutes, she emerged from her chamber, her countenance restored to calmness, albeit bearing the pallor of fatigue. A throng of players instantly surrounded her. Leader, are you all right? How are you feeling? They offered their concern in a cacophony, providing her with a sliver of solace. She managed a strained smile and replied, I am fine. I apologize for worrying everyone. Thankfully, her guild members had not forsaken her. I am sorry, it was my blunder. My gullibility towards others led to dire consequences, causing the loss of equipment and the failure to vanquish the boss. I am truly sorry. She bowed her head deeply. her voice hoarse and subdued. Ah, it's nothing. Those pieces of equipment were hardly valuable. Consider them a donation to the needy. One encouraged. Indeed. Who among us hasn't faced defeat? This is not the leader's fault. She acted for our benefit. The true blame lies with those despicable traitors, having turned against us. They are now our sworn enemies. As long as the leader is safe, nothing else matters. With her presence, all obstacles can be overcome. Yes, I will always support our leader, Qingfeng Ruxue. Not a soul cast blame upon her. Rather, they sought to comfort her. She trembled slightly. Leader, what shall we do now? Should we let those 4 individuals go? Someone inquired. Let them go? Absolutely not. Vengeance cannot wait until the morrow. Today, they shall not escape the Shadow Valley. Came the immediate retort. Yes, they only dare to employ underhanded tactics, lacking the courage to confront us openly. With our numbers, a single spit from each of us could drown them. The collective spirit surged, fueled by fervor for battle. They clamored to vanquish Lin Yun and his ilk. A cold glimmer flashed in Qingfeng Ruxue's eyes. Gripping her staff tightly, she declared with chilling authority, relay my command. All members of Eternal, whether training elsewhere or yet to log in, mobilize immediately. Our target is the Shadow Valley. We shall eradicate the undying extremes. Upon issuing the command, Eternal sprang into action. Rallying allies until, in a short time, they amassed over 100 members. In Morning Dawn Village, many players witnessed such a grand display of guild mobilization for the first time, sparking their curiosity. Some even trailed behind, eager to learn the details. Upon discovering that their target was the recently infamous Undying Extremes, interest peaked. Numerous voices vowed to teach the scoundrels a lesson, eagerly joining the ranks. Before long, a formidable battalion of 200 surged forth, brimming with lethal intent, united in purpose, advancing towards the Shadow Valley. Hee. Ching. Now you can clearly see the true nature of the immortal and boundless. In a training ground teeming with fierce and ferocious beasts, Zhu Qingyan observed the commotion for a considerable time before disdainfully commenting. The tearful cat furrowed her brow in disbelief. It can't be. There must be some misunderstanding. From their interactions over the past few days, she could not bring herself to believe that Lin Tian was such a person. Moreover, to her knowledge, Lin Tian was single and had no girlfriend. Misunderstanding? Zhu Qingyan widened her eyes, finding the situation rather amusing as she declared, the evidence is irrefutable, set in stone. The world is in an uproar, and you still claim it's a misunderstanding? Chapter 81. Ensnared in obsession, he is not only of despicable character but also a notorious scoundrel. Truly unforgivable. Ching, do not be deceived by his sweet words. She could hardly believe that, even at this moment, Liu Mao Mao was still defending Lin Tian. She grasped Liu Mao Mao's shoulders, attempting to persuade her. Liu Mao Mao gently shook her head, saying, I still believe in him. Moreover, he has never spoken sweetly to me. Alas! Ching, why are you so obstinate? Zhu Qingyan exclaimed, stamping her feet in frustration. Liu Mao Mao smiled and countered, Qingyan, it seems you are the one fixated on the indomitable Wuji. Have you truly become ensnared in obsession, unable to extricate yourself? Ensnared in obsession? Zhu Qingyan scoffed. He is the greatest villain. To slay him is to rid the world of evil. Observing her righteous indignation and seething hatred, Liu Mao Mao could only sigh. This is not obsession. Rather, it is a terminal affliction. Suddenly, Zhu Qingyan shrieked, Aha! Liu Mao Mao jumped in surprise, expressing her discontent. What is it? No need for such theatrics. Zhu Qingyan smacked her forehead. How could I have missed this? Qingfeng Ruxue must harbor a deep-seated hatred for Wuji and is surely gathering people to kill him. No matter how formidable Wuji is, he cannot withstand a multitude. I must hurry and seize this opportunity to strike down a drowning dog. Ching, will you join me? Liu Mao Mao shook her head. No. I will not involve myself in your feud with him. Do as you wish. Zhu Qingyan's expression shifted, and she said sternly, Then you must not inform him of my plans. Liu Mao Mao was left utterly speechless. All right. Rest assured, I would never betray you, my dearest friend, to assist him. Now that sounds more like it. Zhu Qingyan nodded in satisfaction. With that, she opened her friend list and sent a friend request to Qingfeng Ruxue. Adding the note, common enemy. Moments later, Qi Feng Ruxue accepted her request. Eagerly, she inquired, Qi Feng Ruxue, where are you? Are you going to kill Wuji? Take me with you. What is your relationship with him? Qi Feng Ruxue asked, a hint of suspicion in her voice. Hiki. Zhu Qingyan's voice turned icy, a sworn enemy. Sensing the depth of her animosity, Qi Feng Ruxue replied, on the way to Yueying Valley. Is it just you? Yueying Valley. Upon hearing those words, Zhu Qingyan's voice grew even colder. No, there is also a mage. All right, you two should hurry. Qi Feng Ruxue urged. You must wait for me. I want to personally slay him, Zhu Qingyan declared. After ending the conversation, Zhu Qingyan contacted the strongest mage in the 7 kills, Qixin Mipo. At level 12. Wielding a level 12 black iron weapon, she possessed an array of uniformly black iron gear. Such an individual could easily be deemed a humanoid boss. The leader of the 7 kills, who harbored a penchant for the ruthless, was currently organizing his followers to slay a level 17 black iron boss and could spare no one, thus delegating Qixin Mipo to her. In his view, the red heart destruction must annihilate the invincible, or death is inevitable. Qingyan, with me by your side, no one shall dare to bully you. I was absent from the Shadow Valley last time. Today, the invincible shall perish. A rather ostentatious-looking mage declared coldly. Enough with the idle chatter. Hurry up. Zhu Qingyan impatiently interrupted, urging him on. All right. I'm coming right away. When the lovely lady expressed her displeasure, the red heart destruction instantly transformed into a devoted sycophant. The Shadow Valley. Zhu Qingyan glanced toward the western edge of the dewy forest. Invincible. You killed me in the Shadow Valley, and today, karma shall be your downfall. The Shadow Valley shall be your grave. Nearby a small river around Morning Dawn Village, 2 enchanting female players were collaboratively slaying a level 2 hedgehog. The warrior engaged the creature up close while the mage unleashed spells from a distance. In no time, the hedgehog lay lifeless. This is no challenge at all. My brother said this game is quite difficult, but it seems rather simple. After dispatching the hedgehog, the beautiful mage displayed a puzzled expression. In response, the warrior shot her a disdainful glance and retorted, why don't we switch roles? You tank the monster, and I'll deal the damage? Hiki. The mage is so fragile. If I tank, I'd be gone in 2 hits. Would you bear to see me perish, The mage pouted playfully. Indeed, these two were none other than Wu and Lu Shiqi, who had just entered the realm of Genesis. Their game IDs. Red-faced like frost and elegant beneath the woods, respectively. The two had harmoniously adjusted their appearances downward by 20, yet they remained breathtakingly beautiful and captivating. Within a mere half hour, no less than 10 eager players approached to strike up conversations and add them as friends. Astonishingly, there were even female players among them. Yet, all were met with relentless rejections. The women were no exception. Fortunately, no one recognized them. At that moment, the system broadcast of Qi Feng like snow reached their ears. Lu Shiqi, her lips slightly parted, exclaimed in disbelief, is it really that explosive? Then she laughed. Haha. More entertaining than the gossip in our circle. Wu couldn't help but smile. You're almost becoming the subject of entertainment industry rumors yourself, yet you have the time to indulge in others' gossip. Lu Shiqi tilted her head and declared, I won't allow rumors to occur around me. I will crush them at their inception. Observing a throng of players heading towards the Shadow Valley in the western part of Dewy Forest, Lu Shiqi wondered, they couldn't possibly be coming for real, could they? United against a scoundrel? She then shook her head. If only the entertainment industry were this united. Wu inquired. Shiqi, have you contacted your brother? Lu Shiqi replied, not yet. I plan to wait until I reach level 10 before making my grand entrance. Wu commended her. That's a splendid idea. Just as Lu Shiqi was about to speak, her brow suddenly furrowed. What's wrong? Wu asked, did you change your mind? No, Lu Shiqi's expression darkened. I received a call. Wu fell silent. They had agreed to take the day off, and the company leaders should not disturb them. The only phone call capable of instantly souring Lu Shiqi's mood is likely from Xiao Yi. Is it him? Indeed. As expected. Should I answer it anyway? Wu tentatively inquired. No. Lu Shiqi resolutely declined. She had no desire to see him, and to stand him up? It conveniently provided her with an excuse. I will turn off my phone soon. Let him annoy me no longer. Wu. Lin Tian was unaware that a legion of righteous players was en route to eliminate him. Following the recent minor commotion, the four continued their quest to uncover the treasure of the Blood Elf ruins. The monsters behind them were increasingly formidable, with the lowest level of ordinary monsters now at level 15. Chapter 82. The Undead Warrior. After defeating the boss and arming themselves, the strength of everyone, except for Lin Tian, had notably increased, making the combat feel effortless and rather enjoyable. A horde of crab-like creatures obstructed their path. Chasm Creator, Common Monster, Fire, Level, 15 Health, 600 Attack, 50 Physical Defense, 30 Magical Defense, 15 Movement Speed, 4. 8 Description: a mutated crab capable of siphoning blood from other beings. The Central Plains brute stood at the forefront, with the crab's attacks merely tickling him. The only source of annoyance was that each strike allowed the creatures to recover a small amount of health. After a prolonged struggle, the crab's efforts were in vain as the healer, fond of milk tea, replenished the brute's health with a single spell. After over an hour of monotonous monster slaying, they finally emerged from the narrow Shadow Valley. Before them loomed an unfathomable cliff. Below, a vast expanse of ruins could be faintly discerned, while narrow paths lined both sides of the mountain, leading to unknown destinations. The Central Plains brute took out the treasure map for examination. Moments later, he pointed towards the cliff's edge, his expression grave, and declared, "The treasure seems to be located down there." At his words, the group's faces fell. At their current level, none possessed the ability to fly. A jump would surely result in certain death. "Which way do we go?" the brute inquired of Lin Tian. The map indicated the treasure's location below, but offered no specific route, leaving them to rely on conjecture. As the team captain, Lin Tian was naturally tasked with making the decision. "Let us take the left path." Gazing at the two roads that led into an uncertain abyss, he pointed to the left. A wrong choice could delay them for hours, but he had no divine insight and could only guess. "Wuji, can you tell me why you chose the left?" the healer asked. "Men on the left, women on the right. 3-1, we go left," Lin Tian replied. The healer was left speechless. In truth, Lin Tian felt an instinctual sense of foreboding emanating from the left path, a vague yet profound fear. Such dread could only arise from a formidable presence. The narrow path accommodated only two individuals side by side, posing a constant risk of falling from the precipice. Having traversed less than 100 meters, they encountered their first obstacle. A grayish skeleton, brandishing a bone scimitar stained with dark red blood, aimlessly roamed the path. Its eye sockets flickering with ghostly flames, alternating in intensity. The highest-level Central Plains brute shared the skeleton's details in the team channel. Undead Warrior, Elite Boss, Undead, Level, 17 Health, 10,000 Attack, 110 Physical Defense, 50 Magical Defense, 40 Movement Speed, 4.0 Skills. Undead Flame envelopes the scimitar in soul fire, causing normal attacks to inflict an additional 20 magical damage on the target. Description: the most basic form of undead, fighting instinctively based on its pre-mortem instincts. To think that such a mere roadblock could embody an elite boss. It is evident how arduous the road ahead is. No wonder the Central Plains Marauders proclaimed that they would wait until Lin Tian reached level 9 before embarking on their treasure quest. In retrospect, 9 seems woefully inadequate. The skeleton before them, perhaps due to its transformation into a wraith, possesses exceptionally high defenses against both physical and magical attacks, surpassing even the formidable Fire Thunder Mammoth. Its dual offensive capabilities inflict considerable pain upon its adversaries. With Lin Tian at merely level 9, his damage output is halved upon striking it. Upon sighting them, the Undead Warrior exhibited a frenzied flicker of the wraith's fire in its eyes, an insatiable thirst for blood, and a profound disdain for the essence of life. The undead in humanity are natural foes, akin to the demons of the abyss and the devils of hell, destined for conflict upon their first encounter. In the realm of magic, there exists a type of sorcerer that garners little favor, namely the necromancer. Their dark arts often result in dire repercussions, with battlegrounds becoming tainted for decades, devoid of any life. In severe cases, all living beings within a certain radius may be transformed into the undead. Consequently, Several nations on the continent have enforced stringent prohibitions against the practice of necromancy, meting out death sentences upon discovery. Lin Tian's affinity for necromantic elements stands at a mere 30%, indicating an inevitable detachment from such arts. The necromancer is universally reviled, arguably more so than the notorious poison mages. On the outskirts of Panlong Town, there once resided a necromancer of mage-level prowess. Despite having committed no wrongdoing, he faced a coalition of forces from Lionheart City and Panlong Town, leading to the obliteration of his village and the tragic demise of hundreds of innocent villagers. Henceforth, no necromancer dared to show their face within hundreds of kilometers of Panlong Town, before Lin Tian and his companions could fully prepare. The undead warrior brandished its curved blade and staggered towards them with menacing intent. The Central Plains marauder, undeterred, charged forward, bringing down his mighty axe upon the undead warrior, scattering fragments of bone. -28. The pitiful damage left him quite displeased. Seizing the moment while the undead warrior was momentarily stunned, he unleashed a powerful strike that cleaved through its defenses. The already sharp axe glimmered with an added brilliance, rendering it even more lethal. The undead warrior was toppled by the blow. -35. Satisfaction dawned upon the marauder. Not to be outdone, the Nine Heavens fairy followed suit, executing successive strikes with her fiery blade and earth-shattering cut. -30. -37. Both had completed their advancement tasks, and their attacks were evenly matched. The undead warrior, regaining its senses, swung its bone blade wreathed in ash-white flames towards the marauder. The marauder stood his ground. -110. A vivid crimson number erupted from him as his health plummeted by 1/6. His heart raced in response. The damage was overwhelmingly high. The level disparity in damage amplification nearly disregarded half of his defenses and coupled with the dual offensive capabilities. Such damage was hardly surprising. 102. A milky white beam of light descended, and a green digit nearly restored his life to fullness. Equipped with the black iron weapon, the lament of the recluse was indeed extraordinary. The healing art, favored by those who relish milk tea, significantly enhanced their vitality, ensuring the survival of all. Lin Tian, as customary, initiated the assault with the corrosive arrow to breach defenses. -20. The exceedingly low damage figure left him utterly astounded. Once, he had been the principal damage dealer of the team. Now, he found himself languishing at the bottom. Whether it was dark spells, poison-based incantations, or water magic, none inflicted significant harm upon the undead warrior. He was acutely aware that the bane of the undead was fire. Chapter 83. Essence of the undead. Both fire magic and light magic can inflict significant damage upon it. Regrettably, his affinity for fire magic stands at merely 80, having only acquired a basic illumination spell. In contrast, his affinity for light magic is a perfect 100, yet to date. The only light spell he has mastered is the Light Sentinel, which serves merely a monitoring function. He had diligently searched for light spells at auction houses and among street vendors, but found little of value. Occasionally, a spell or two would surface, lacking in potency yet exorbitantly priced, rendering them a poor investment. For the majority of mages, light spells are considered niche. The more common spells remain those associated with the fundamental elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, along with their respective branches. After 3 minutes, the undead warrior was effortlessly dispatched, its fiery essence extinguished, leaving behind nothing but a scattering of skeletal fragments. System notification: you have slain the elite boss, Undead Warrior, earning 1,000 experience points and 1 prestige point. Despite being an elite boss, the experience and prestige gained were disappointingly meager when divided among 4 participants. However, what irked them further was that upon defeating the undead warrior, the only loot obtained was a mere 5 silver coins, devoid of any equipment. Was this truly a boss? It felt like a profound disgrace within the realm of bosses. The character love for milk tea seethed with indignation, striking the skull of the undead warrior with her staff. The Central Plains brute and Nine Heavens fairy remained sullen and silent. Lin Tian's gaze turned cold, not out of disappointment for the lack of gear, after all. The undead warrior was merely a skeleton, and any potential loot would likely be just a shattered bone dagger, of no interest to anyone present. Rather, he felt that this encounter had been perilously hazardous, a mere roadside creature had proven to be an elite boss. What formidable foes might lie ahead? Suddenly, Love for Milk Tea exclaimed, "What is this?" As she tapped her staff, Lin Tian followed her gaze. From the shattered skull of the undead warrior, a small, luminescent black solid emerged. He picked it up. Essence of the undead, upon the death of an undead creature. There exists a chance for the soul's fire to coalesce into the essence of the undead. In certain contexts, it possesses remarkable properties. The essence is no larger than a fingertip and feels slightly soft to the touch. "Do you want this?" he inquired, holding the essence aloft. "No, it's too ugly." Love for Milk Tea waved her hand dismissively. The Central Plains Brute and Nine Heavens Fairy also declined. Its utility was not immediately apparent, and it was evident it could not be used for alchemy, rendering it a mere burden. Lin Tian placed it into his satchel. In the game, every item has its purpose, and he sensed that the essence of the undead would prove invaluable in the future. After vanquishing the undead warrior, the group pressed onward. Within minutes, they encountered another undead warrior, identical in attributes, exhibiting the same vacant demeanor. Faced with such a mindless creature that relied solely on instinct to fight, they quickly dispatched it. To be honest, it was even easier than defeating a level 10 boss. Similarly, upon death, no equipment drops. For half an hour straight, they vanquished no fewer than 10 undead warriors. Lin Tian managed to collect 4 fragments of soul essence, which suggests that approximately 1 piece emerges for every 3 fallen warriors. Glancing ahead, the path meandered endlessly, leaving them uncertain of when it might reach its conclusion. The good news, however, was that they could distinctly sense the path gradually sloping downward. This indicated that Lin Tian's choice of direction was indeed correct, leading them inevitably to the precipice below. In truth, although they lacked equipment, the experience gained from battling was quite substantial. With a gleeful expression, the tea-loving girl celebrated her ascension to level 12. Except for Lin Tian, who remained stagnant at level 9, the other 3 companions had all leveled up. "Tea-loving sister, you're celebrating a bit prematurely," Lin Tian remarked with a wry smile. "What's the matter?" she inquired, puzzled. "Look ahead." Lin Tian directed her gaze. As she peered down the path, she spotted a spacious area where a skeleton wielding a tattered wooden staff and another brandishing a curved dagger staggered toward them. "What is so strange about that?" "They're just 2 undead," she replied, still bewildered, convinced that the Central Plains marauders could handle them. Noticing her continued confusion, Lin Tian insisted. "Check the attributes of the skeleton with the wooden staff." Barely had he finished speaking when the Central Plains marauder had already posted the attribute chart in the party channel. Undead Mage, Elite Boss. Undead, Level 17 Health, 7,000 Physical Attack, 80 Magical Attack, 120 Physical Defense, 30 Magical Defense, 45 Movement Speed. 4.0 Skills. Undead Flame. Wielding its staff, it unleashes a grayish-white flame that scorches the target, inflicting 120 damage. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Undead Fear. The innate pressure of the undead inflicts a tense suppression on the target's attributes. Description: the lowest tier of undead creatures. They rely on primal instincts from their past lives to engage in combat. "It's actually an undead mage," exclaimed the tea-loving girl in astonishment. The wooden stick in the skeleton's hand is, in fact, a dilapidated staff. Its health may be low, but its attack is terrifying. Moreover, being a mage, it boasts a magical defense of 45 points. The Undead Fear skill further enhances its attack and defense by 10. However, the critical issue lay not in facing one alone, which was not particularly difficult. The real challenge was the combination of the 2 skeletons coordinating their attacks, significantly amplifying the difficulty of their battle. Lin Tian's gaze shifted between the 2 skeletons as he pondered aloud, "Marauder, how formidable is the strength of the undead warriors?" The Central Plains marauder paused, unsure of Lin Tian's intent, and replied honestly, "They are quite powerful. I couldn't even knock one down when I charged at it earlier." Lin Tian nodded in acknowledgement. The strength of the undead warriors was immensely formidable, often 3 to 5 times that of an ordinary human. Even the mightily strong Central Plains marauder found himself evenly matched. After observing the monsters for a moment, the Central Plains marauder felt a sense of urgency and inquired, "How should we deal with them?" Lin Tian pondered for a moment and said, "Brute, You confront the necromancer directly while I attempt to lure the skeletal warrior off the cliff. The Central Plains brute's eyes sparkled with intrigue, a brilliant plan. However, he quickly added, but won't that be too perilous? The disparity in your levels is quite significant. Fear not. I shall exercise caution, Lin Tian reassured him. This course of action was not taken lightly. Facing two elite bosses simultaneously was undoubtedly beyond their capabilities. The only viable strategy was to leverage the terrain and take a bold gamble, although his mobility did not match that of the warrior knight. He believed that with his skill and audacity, he could navigate the situation without issue. Wuji, please be careful. If it becomes too complicated, do not hesitate to retreat. I will exert myself. With both bosses together, I should be able to manage the healing, said the tea enthusiast, expressing concern. Chapter 84. A grueling battle, fear not. Lin Tian declared. With the strategy set, the Central Plains marauders charged forth without hesitation towards the undead sorcerer. The sorcerer stumbled but did not fall, as magical energy surged. A corrosive arrow struck true, hitting the undead warrior that was attacking the marauders. -21. Upon being attacked, the undead warrior immediately shifted its focus, abandoning the marauders to attack Lin Tian instead. As Lin Tian slowly retreated, he continuously cast spells to assault the undead warrior, gradually drawing it closer. The three of them surrounded the undead sorcerer. The undead warrior, with a speed of only 4.0, could not match Lin Tian's 5.1. Yet it did not consider the kite-fighting strategy. Undead creatures possess territorial instincts. Once they have traversed a certain distance, they automatically disengage from their targets and return to their original positions. Moreover, despite their apparent lack of intelligence, if truly provoked, the warrior could swiftly cleave Lin Tian in two with its blade. In such a confined space, he had little confidence in his ability to evade it. The undead warrior, unable to catch up, swung its blade, causing numerous stones to crash down from the mountainside. Seeing this, Lin Tian felt a surge of inspiration. He cast an ice spike spell at the feet of the undead warrior. However, his spell was too weak, merely creating a small crater in the ground. Shaking his head, he realized that his current abilities were insufficient for altering the terrain. Lin Tian retreated a few steps, positioning himself on a jutting rock 2 meters above the ground. The undead warrior opened and closed its mouth in a silent roar, pursuing him relentlessly. "Fool, come on," Lin Tian taunted, a cold smile on his face. Below him lay a bottomless abyss, and the fierce winds threatened to destabilize him, nearly causing him to topple over. "I have acrophobia," he lamented inwardly, his legs trembling. Seemingly understanding his mockery, the fire of the undead flared wildly in the warrior's eyes, and its blade swung towards him with deadly precision. The intensity of the flickering fire often reflects the emotional fluctuations of the undead. The more erratic the flicker, the greater the emotional upheaval. Water tornado. Runes danced as the spell ensnared the legs of the undead warrior. -22. The undead warrior was neither thrown off balance nor toppled. It merely swayed unsteadily. The flames within its eyes surged dramatically, nearly bursting from its skull. In the next moment, its speed significantly increased as it lunged toward Lin Tian by the cliff's edge. This action was intended to provoke the warrior, and it was clear that Lin Tian had succeeded. Thus, Lin Tian unleashed another ice spike spell, deliberately targeting the ground beneath the undead warrior's feet. This blatant provocation sent the undead warrior into a near frenzy. At this point, it disregarded the treacherous cliff, summoning all its strength to strike downward at Lin Tian. If Lin Tian were to be struck, he would surely be cleaved in two. The more perilous the situation became, the calmer he felt. A blue, poisonous arrow flashed through the air. -23. The undead warrior had leapt into the air, gaining the high ground. Lin Tian smiled and said, "Farewell, fool." Then, the dark gold sword was swiftly stowed away, and with hands clasped over his head, he rolled beneath the descending skeletal warrior in a most ungraceful manner, akin to the power dash skill of a plated dragon turtle. The airborne undead warrior was bewildered. The enemy had vanished right under its nose, suspended in midair. It was incapable of turning or leveraging its strength. Overwhelmed by its considerable inertia, its body uncontrollably lurched forward. Upon landing, its bony feet precariously dangled over the edge of a cliff, swaying unsteadily. "Go!" A demon-like voice echoed from behind. The skeletal warrior could not comprehend the words, but it certainly recognized the water vortex. The water vortex conjured by Lin Tian forcefully propelled it into the abyss below. It was not until a full 30 seconds later that a faint sound of a heavy object striking the ground was heard. Bang! Lin Tian's heart raced in tandem. Thus, the skeletal warrior was eliminated without any harm coming to him. It was truly exhilarating and perilous. Lin Tian was still in shock. He vowed never to engage in such reckless antics again. Had he been a moment slower, it would have been him plummeting down. That would have been the most agonizing demise. Wuji, come here quickly, called out the tea-loving girl, while healing the Central Plains marauder. She remained ever vigilant regarding Lin Tian's situation. His audacious actions had her heartstrings taut with anxiety. Fortunately, they ultimately accomplished the mission flawlessly. By the time Lin Tian returned, the undead sorcerer had already dropped below half health, while the Central Plains marauder hovered around 500 life points. The sorcerer's attacks were exceedingly powerful, and even with the priest's healing, they were barely holding on. After Lin Tian joined the fray, the battle concluded swiftly, yielding yet another piece of undead essence. The ensuing hours were spent in a thrilling yet arduous struggle. They encountered no solitary undead thereafter. They were nearly always in pairs. The most perilous encounter occurred when they faced 3 undead simultaneously. 2 skeletal warriors and 1 undead sorcerer. That battle reached a peak of danger, where Lin Tian not only failed to deceive any off the cliff, but also received a grievous blow from a warrior, nearly meeting his demise. With his magical shield in place, he confronted 2 skeletal warriors, barely avoiding being sent off the cliff. Ultimately, it took a grueling half-hour to vanquish all 3 undead. Each participant, including the tea-loving girl, was left with critically low health. "I'm utterly exhausted," exclaimed the Central Plains marauder, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. He had indeed borne the brunt of the damage, his ring's durability reduced to less than half under the relentless assault of the undead. The celestial maiden remained silent, her expression revealing an evident state of distress. "Wuji, back in the days when I leveled up alone, everything was smooth sailing. Ever since I started playing with you, it's been a thrilling roller coaster of tension and anxiety," the tea-loving girl jestingly remarked. "Haha, is that so? Then it serves to hone your skills." Lin Tian chuckled. "Indeed, my skill accuracy has significantly improved, now soaring to 80. The tea-loving girl proudly declared. Lin Tian is the easiest and simplest profession, with an 80 skill success rate, truly something to take pride in. If it were him, he could achieve a flawless 100 even with his eyes closed. Yet, he maintained a smile on his face and refrained from voicing this thought. After a grueling afternoon of battle, his experience reached level 9, with 42,647 out of 50,000. It wouldn't be long before he ascended to level 10. After defeating 3 undead foes, they finally arrived at the base of the cliff. Before them lay an ancient and vast ruin. Observing the dimming sky, Lin Tian suggested, after several hours of continuous combat, "Let us log off to have dinner and take a moment to rest. Only by replenishing our energy can we continue the fight." Chapter 85. The Esports Beauty. An hour later, everyone gathered here. The crowd nodded in agreement. After Lin Tian logged off, he descended to have a meal. While waiting for his food, he opened his phone and discovered a video sent by Wu Yi around 1 p.m. The video was brief, lasting only 2 minutes, evidently edited by her. It predominantly showcased her engrossed in playing League of Legends, clad in a pink jacket and a blue and white checkered skirt, with pink headphones adorning her head. She embodied the essence of an esports beauty, both striking and graceful. She was utterly captivating. It felt as though his very soul was ensnared. When Lin Tian witnessed Wu Yi amidst the crowd, raising her arm in a triumphant cheer, it stirred a profound resonance deep within his heart, causing his spirit to tremble. A subtle smile graced Lin Tian's lips. "Hey, handsome, are you watching beautiful girls on Douyin again? That grin of yours is rather lecherous." A voice unexpectedly chimed from across the table. He looked up to find Chen Wanyan seated opposite him, gazing at him with a playful smile. Lin Tian pressed the button to black out his screen and inquired, "Bingwe, what brings you here? Is it only permissible for you to come while I am barred? I arrived before you did." Chen Wanyan pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Your mind is solely occupied with beauties. Here I am, a considerable presence at the adjacent table. And you pretend not to see me, correct? Not at all. I was merely famished, lightheaded, and oblivious to your presence. Lin Tian hastily fabricated. Besides, you are the beauty. Why would I need to look at anyone else? He winked. Is that so? Suddenly flattered, Chen Wanyan's heart swelled with sweetness, prompting her to cheerfully ask, really? Absolutely. Lin Tian affirmed. Though I know you're lying, it does bring me joy to hear it. Chen Wanyan declared, slamming her hand on the table with gusto. This meal is on me. It doesn't sit well to always spend a woman's money. People might label me as a freeloader, Lin Tian pondered aloud. Just a meal, does it really matter? Well, I'm primarily concerned about your father disapproving of me, he chuckled in response. He genuinely wished to be a freeloader. Yet no wealthy woman had set her sights on him. During their meal, Chen Wanyan casually asked, Lin Tian, you're not a child anymore. Aren't you considering finding a girlfriend? Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback and replied, with no money, no car, and no house, who would be interested? That is not true. Chen Wanyan countered. There are plenty of girls who don't require material possessions. All they need is for the one they adore to reciprocate their feelings. Lin Tian shook his head. You're still young. You don't understand. Chen Wanyan immediately retorted, I'm not that young. I've long surpassed my 18th birthday. I know everything. Lin Tian remained silent, his mind solely fixated on earning money. Were you really a gamer in the past? Chen Wanyan inquired further. Indeed, a professional player. Once the king of the rift, Lin Tian responded. Humph. If you were a professional, then I must be your coach. Chen Wanyan expressed her disbelief. Lin Tian replied, Greetings. Coach Li, I wish to pursue a professional career. Chen Wanyan. After a while, she asked, Our school is right next to Westlake. Do you want to take a look in a few days? Lin Tian decisively declined. No, I'm busy. Chen Wanyan was infuriated, exclaiming, You are truly uninteresting. Lin Tian replied, You're right. Chen Wanyan suddenly inquired, Have you heard of Wu Yi and Lu Shiqi? Lin Tian was taken aback. They are the main members of the currently most popular girl group, the Miracle Group. Noting his confusion, Chen Wanyan elaborated. I've heard of Wu Yi, but not Lu Shiqi, Lin Tian admitted, puzzled by her questions. The Miracle Group has 8 members, and he was only familiar with Wu Yi. If he hadn't added Wu Yi on WeChat yesterday, he might not have remembered her at all. They're coming to Hangzhou to perform on Wednesday. It's such a pity that I couldn't snag a ticket to the concert. I really want to get their autographs. I adore them, Chen Wanyan said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. In truth, Lin Tian found her enthusiasm somewhat strange. They were just ordinary people, nothing to be overly excited about. To him, Wu Yi and Chen Wanyan were not so different after all. After all, she was now a friend on his WeChat. If there were any distinction between ordinary girls and those like Wu Yi, it was merely their beauty. A rare gem? 1,000,000 to 1? What do you know? Chen Wanyan retorted with a look of disbelief. If I could get a signed photo from them, my life would be complete. Lin Tian chuckled and shook his head. You truly are a fervent fan. He had only just met Wu Yi, and their relationship was still quite distant. Who knew? If they grew closer, perhaps he could help Chen Wanyan fulfill her dream. Such a trivial matter. Surely Wu Yi wouldn't refuse. Do you like beautiful women like Wu Yi? Chen Wanyan suddenly posed a question. Well, who doesn't like beautiful women? Lin Tian set down his chopsticks, responding calmly. That's rather dismissive. Chen Wanyan countered. Oh, you're beautiful too, Lin Tian remarked. Haha, you're absolutely right. I completely agree with you. After they finished their meal, Chen Wanyan suggested they take a walk together. However, Lin Tian, reminded of the treasures awaiting him in the game, declined her invitation. Chen Wanyan, frustrated, seemed ready to claw him to death. Let us order takeout. Let us go downstairs to eat. Order takeout. Go down. In the apartment, Wu Yi and Lu Shiqi were embroiled in a heated debate over whether to order takeout or dine out. With limited free time, Wu Yi wished to play the game a bit longer. It's been an entire afternoon, and I still haven't reached level 2. Lu Shiqi, however, staunchly opposed takeout on the grounds of health. Shiqi, you are stunning. Did you know? Your beauty incites envy and heartbreak. If I were a man, I would certainly marry you. In the midst of their heated debate, Wu Yi suddenly spoke in an exceedingly gentle tone, her words soft and tender, rendering Lu Shiqi utterly enraptured. Is that so? Lu Shiqi felt her cheeks flush at her unexpected remark. Indeed. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Wu Yi then inquired. So, may we order takeout now? Lu Shiqi's resolve began to waver as she replied, I'll think about it. If you head downstairs now. Perhaps Zhao Yi is still waiting for you. Wu Yi seized the moment, sensing the opportune time to strike. Zhao Yi is so fond of you. He wouldn't give up until he sees you. She embellished. Lu Shiqi's expression shifted dramatically. Order takeout. Let us do it right now. I'll order enough for 3 days. The situation was effortlessly under control. Chapter 86. A slight smile is very alluring. Lu Shiqi was in a state of distress. She had already informed Lu Batian, yet her irresponsible brother, who had made promises with great conviction, completely forgot he had a sister the moment he immersed himself in a game. He even rejected her calls. She felt an overwhelming urge to storm into the hotel opposite and drag him out for a good thrashing. Moreover, she had forgotten to ask him the name of the person he introduced in the game. The thought of being unable to reach him left Lu Shiqi with a throbbing headache. After ordering takeout, she opened WeChat, only to find that Lin Tian had not replied to her messages, leaving Wu Yi feeling somewhat dejected. She took the initiative to ask, What do you think? Yet, there was no response. Even when the takeout arrived, there was still silence. During their meal, Lu Shiqi touched Wu Yi's forehead and curiously inquired, You're not running a fever. Why have you been so distracted lately? Wu Yi jolted back to reality and retorted, Shiqi, what are you doing? Lu Shiqi feigned sorrow, shaking her head. It seems that once one finds new love, the old ones are forgotten. Just a moment ago, he vowed to marry me. And now he is upset over a mere touch. Oh, how heartbroken I am. Wu Yi, realizing her overreaction, quickly smiled and said, Not at all. I was simply lost in thoughts about the game. My dear Shiqi, come here for a hug. She opened her arms, reaching for Lu Shiqi, who deftly evaded her. No hugs. Not unless you show me your phone. Wu Yi hesitated. Look at you getting all worked up. Lu Shiqi chuckled. Then turned to Wu Yi with utmost seriousness. Even when you have a boyfriend, promise you won't abandon me, all right? Never. We will always be the best of friends. Then, I shall refrain from finding a boyfriend and share yours instead. How does that sound? Lu Shiqi said with a sudden air of mystery. What did you just say? Wu Yi's voice shot up an octave, startled. Indeed. A woman in love has an IQ of 0. Lu Shiqi remarked with the voice of experience. Upon realizing it was a jest, Wu Yi's racing heart gradually calmed. She genuinely wished to open Lu Shiqi's head to see what made her speak such astonishing phrases. Just then, her phone screen lit up unexpectedly. She resisted the urge to check it, leaving it untouched. Lu Shiqi also refrained from asking further questions. Once they finished their meal, Wu Yi returned to her room. Eagerly opening WeChat, a simple forward message awaited her, eternal moment. Wu Yi smiled faintly. Very alluring indeed. This was undoubtedly a high compliment. She had grown weary of hearing praises about her beauty and figure. In that instant, the words struck her soul. She suddenly felt that all her efforts were worthwhile. This seemed like a splendid opportunity to strengthen her relationship with Lin Tian. She replied, I have a poster made from the moment I uttered that phrase. If the chance arises, I'd love to give it to you. What do you think? After sending the message, she closed her phone. Now, she found herself in no hurry at all. Currently, the ambience is akin to a gentle spring rain, subtly nourishing without a sound. It is indeed the finest. Moreover, Lin Tian might be engrossed in a game, perhaps lacking the time to glance at his phone. The mere thought of gaming invigorated her, propelling her into the gaming chamber. In the cherry blossom country, the Tokyo metropolitan area, a composed middle-aged man inquired from outside the door, Xining Wu, are you feeling unwell? Ever since your return, you have confined yourself to your room, appearing rather despondent. Recognizing her father's voice, Xining Wu replied, Not at all. I am preparing for my 3rd year of junior high. I'm a bit anxious about meeting my new classmates tomorrow. Haha. Who dares to bully Xining Wu? I shall ensure they face the consequences. The middle-aged man declared with bravado. Thank you, father, Xining Wu said, lowering her gaze. By the way, the gaming chamber you ordered has arrived. Is it installed in the study? Her father queried from beyond the door. Just place it in my room. Xining Wu exclaimed, her spirits lifting. After the gaming chamber was installed and calibrated, Xining Wu closed the door and reclined within. Gazing at the array of professional introductions, she fell into deep contemplation. Ultimately, her gaze fixated on the samurai class. When it came time to choose a name, she opted for her real name, Xining Wu. That man, having spared you once, this time. Let us see where you can flee. A cold smirk, not befitting her age, graced her lips. The following day at Swearin Junior High, Class 9 of the 3rd year, the raucous classroom fell silent as the homeroom teacher ushered in a new girl. Moments later, a cacophony erupted. Wow, so kawaii. Mine. I've decided. She shall be my wife. The students marveled at her beauty, exclaiming that she surpassed Saido Asuka by leaps and bounds. A chorus of gasps and praises echoed throughout the room, while Xining Wu maintained a serene smile, saying nothing. Let me introduce you all to our new transfer student. Xining Wu, the homeroom teacher announced. Now, Xining Wu, please introduce yourself. With poise, Xining Wu approached the podium. Hello everyone, I am Xining Wu, introverted and timid, having feared school violence since childhood. Is that so? Yet, I see no trace of fear on your face, a coarse voice interrupted her gentle words. She turned to locate the source of the voice, a tall girl adorned with tattoos on her arms and a partially exposed chest, advancing towards the podium. Yuzawa Miyu. Cease causing trouble. Today is Xining Wu's first day. We must look after her. The homeroom teacher attempted to intervene. None of your concern. Tattooed girl Yuzawa Miyu delivered a swift kick to the teacher's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. The class erupted into chaos. Numerous students, both boys and girls, rushed forward in a bid to intervene, only to be easily pushed aside by Yuzawa Miyu. She finally reached the podium. Leaning in close to Xining Wu and grabbing her ponytail, with a loud voice, one exclaimed, "Do you not possess even a modicum of decorum?" Striding brazenly towards the classroom. Below the podium, many students could hardly bear to witness the scene and had closed their eyes. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig pierced the air, startling the entire floor. The figure of Shen Yingwu lifted one long leg high and forcefully pressed it against Yuzawa Miyu's neck. Under the weight of divine power, Yuzawa Miyu's head was firmly pinned to the lectern, and no matter how hard she struggled, she could not lift it even slightly. Although Shen Yingwu was clad in a sailor-style JK uniform, she wore safety shorts underneath. Unlike most of the girls in Sakura country, Shen Yingwu's legs were not stout and short, but rather exquisitely slender and shapely. Chapter 87. Passion at High School in a Moment of Sheer Agony. Yuzawa Miyu cried out as if she had been subjected to the brutal assault of numerous men. I fear the violence that permeates our campus, being in a rebellious phase. It profoundly impacts my healthy development. Therefore, please do not torment me, will you? Shinkai Mai gently whispered in Yuzawa Miyu's ear with a sweet smile. I won't dare again. I promise. Yuzawa Miyu pleaded in terror. Shinkai Mai nodded in satisfaction and released her. However, in an instant, she forcefully pressed her head down once more. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Shinkai Mai's knee collided heavily with Yuzawa Miyu's face, shattering her front teeth. This scene left everyone in the room in a state of shock, utterly captivated and spellbound. The homeroom teacher gazed at the beautiful girl on the podium, resembling a terrifying demon. The atmosphere at Suzuran Middle School was about to change. Seated in the front row, a bespectacled, frail boy murmured softly. When Lin Tian logged in, the other three had already been waiting for quite some time. There was no choice. The conversation with that little girl, Chen Wan-in, had consumed significant time. It would be rather impolite to confront a lovely girl directly after accepting her kindness, right? Let us go. Into the ruins. Lin Tian commanded with a sweeping gesture, eyeing the eerie, haunted remnants. Half an hour later, the Central Plains marauder scratched his head in confusion. How peculiar. Why isn't there a single monster in sight? And where's the treasure? The milk tea lover, looking disheartened, inquired, Did we perhaps arrive at the wrong location? Absolutely not. The map clearly indicates this spot. The Central Plains marauder pulled out the map, scrutinizing it closely. They had traversed the ruins multiple times. Yet not a single monster had appeared, let alone treasure. Could the treasure map be a forgery? Questioned the rarely outspoken Nine Heavens fairy. Impossible. The Central Plains marauder replied firmly. Let us explore further. There might be a hidden entrance we have overlooked, suggested the milk tea lover. I have examined every pattern on the floor tiles, leaving no stone unturned. If there were anything, I would have discovered it by now. The Central Plains marauder shook his head. What could possibly be the matter? Nine Heavens Fairy asked. The group exchanged glances, unable to derive any conclusions. Wuji, what is your perspective? Finally, the milk tea lover turned to the ever-silent Lin Tian. From the very beginning, Lin Tian had furrowed his brow, and it remained so. Upon being addressed, he snapped back to reality and murmured, "Indeed, the architectural style of these ruins is reminiscent of the Silver Age, distinctly bearing the essence of the Blood Elves." His gaze swept across the fractured walls, lost in contemplation. The architectural style of the Blood Elves diverged from that of the High Elves, eschewing ostentatious grandeur for a pursuit of the beauty inherent in strength. The remnants of patterns and reliefs on the ruins appeared bizarre and brutal, depicting scenes of the Blood Elf leaders waging war across the continent, with various races groveling beneath their feet. Either it is a cruel punishment for those who have transgressed, or it is the fate of humanity. The land of magic, known in full as the continent of Azewise, has witnessed three distinct epochs throughout its storied history: the Golden Age, the Silver Age, and the Bronze Age, which is dominated by 9 great dynasties. According to legend, the Golden Age was ruled by gods and demons, while the Silver Age saw the supremacy of the High Elves. It was only during the Bronze Age that humanity ascended to the historical stage, claiming dominion over the lands. Presently, we find ourselves in the 9th dynasty, 3,000 years after the demise of the Bronze Age. Each epoch is named after the most powerful nation of the time. For instance, the Silver Dynasty was the mightiest realm of the Silver Age. During this era, the Blood Elves once established a formidable kingdom, only to be vanquished by the High Elf Silver Dynasty, resulting in the Blood Elves being reduced to servitude and enduring profound humiliation. Thus, when humanity's greatest champion, the immortal god, emerged to rally a rebellion against the High Elves, the Blood Elves were the first to lend their support, ultimately becoming the pivotal force in overthrowing the Silver Dynasty. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Blood Elves brought the Silver Age to its conclusion. Yet, for reasons unknown, a mere century later, irreconcilable conflicts arose between the Blood Elves and the newly formed Bronze Dynasty, igniting war once more. The Blood Elves were defeated and retreated underground, gradually fading from the annals of Azewise. The most recent appearance of a Blood Elf occurred 2 centuries ago, and it was as a slave gifted to a little-known noble of the 9th dynasty. Therefore, Lin Tian was convinced that he was indeed within a city once established by the Blood Elves. The treasure must surely lie hidden here. However, how could they possibly uncover it? If they resorted to crude methods, digging through the earth without direction, they would remain empty-handed until the end of the world. "Thug, show me the treasure map," Lin Tian commanded. "Certainly," the Central Plains thug replied, handing over the treasure map to Lin Tian. Upon receiving it, Lin Tian meticulously studied the map, committing every detail to memory. He closed his eyes, immersing himself in contemplation. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes. "What have you disowned?" The Central Plains thug asked eagerly, his anxiety palpable. If their endeavor were to end in futility, it would be a devastating blow. Returning empty-handed after glimpsing a mountain of treasure would be more unbearable than death. The Celestial Maiden and the tea enthusiast watched Lin Tian with bated breath. "I believe I have come to an understanding." Lin Tian finally exhaled, his voice steady. Where shall we dig?" "Let us proceed immediately," the Central Plains thug urged impatiently. Lin Tian raised his hand to halt him and posed a question instead. "Have you heard of the alchemical array?" "The alchemical array? Isn't that a form of alchemy?" the tea enthusiast interjected. "Indeed," Lin Tian affirmed. "But what does this have to do with the treasure of the Blood Elves?" the tea enthusiast inquired. In the realm of infinity, a flicker of enlightenment danced in the eyes of the Celestial Maiden as she pondered and spoke. Indeed, Lin Tian's gaze was piercing, affirming that the blood spirit treasure lay hidden within these ruins, yet it was concealed by an alchemical formation. Without locating this alchemical array, no one could ever uncover the true treasure. So, what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to search. Upon hearing a glimmer of hope, the Central Plains marauders instantly became invigorated. "Do you know what the alchemical formation looks like?" Lin Tian retorted. The marauders were rendered speechless, responding with uncertainty. "This infinite Are you suggesting you have a solution? Asked the tea enthusiast. Chapter 88. The Alchemical Array. This time, Lin Tian did not keep them in suspense. He nodded and said, "In fact, I already have a rudimentary idea on how to locate the alchemical array." He unfurled the treasure map and laid it upon the ground. If I am not mistaken, the so-called alchemical array bears an uncanny resemblance to this treasure map. The illustrations on the map, seemingly chaotic and disordered, actually concealed a certain pattern. Upon closer inspection, the various lines and highlights strikingly resembled magical circuits and mana notes. Could this not be the very hallmark of an alchemical array? His eyes sparkled with insight as he pointed at the treasure map, his tone resolute. The treasure map is, in fact, the key to unlocking the Blood Elf's treasure. Therefore, if we follow the design of the treasure map to search for the alchemical array, we shall surely find it? The Central Plains marauders finally glimpsed hope and inquired excitedly. Lin Tian nodded affirmatively. Splendid! The crowd erupted into joyous exclamations. With newfound clues, the previously despondent group regained their spirits and began scouring the ruins for the location inscribed with the alchemical array. Led by Chief Feng Ruxue, the expedition team of Eternity had reached the precipice at the end of Shadow Valley. They had swept through all adversaries, who fell before them before they even had the chance to open their eyes. Chief Feng Ruxue, which path shall we take? The beautiful archer Zhu Qingyan inquired. Standing at the edge of the cliff alongside Chief Feng Ruxue, at the forefront of the team, the gentle breeze rising from below the cliff billowed their skirts. They were faced with a choice akin to that of Lin Tian's group. By my intuition, the left path seems to be the right one, Chief Feng Ruxue concluded after a prolonged observation. However, just to be cautious, let us split into two groups. We from Eternity, along with the two of you, shall take the left, while the other eager players shall venture right. How clever! Zhu Qingyan praised with a smile. Thus, the vast team divided into two factions, each pursuing Lin Tian and his companions. 10 minutes later, while searching for the alchemical array amidst the ruins, Lin Tian heard a delighted shout from Ai Hinaitai. Wuji, come quickly and see if it is here. Following the sound, Lin Tian made his way to the northern part of the ruins. There, amidst what appeared to be the remnants of a palace, he discerned a large throne beneath which a faintly engraved pattern adorned the floor. Upon closer inspection, it bore an extraordinary resemblance to the treasure map in his hand. Indeed, this is it, Lin Tian declared with unwavering certainty. Let us hasten inside. The Central Plains marauder urged eagerly. Do not rush. Allow me to first ascertain whether the alchemical array is intact. Lin Tian raised his hand to halt him. Although Lin Tian possessed little knowledge of alchemy as a mage, he was aware of a fundamental truth. The alchemical array required mana to activate and function. He attempted to channel a fragment of his magical energy into the array beneath his feet. With a resonant hum, an immense aura emanated from the ground, causing the entire ruin to tremble twice, raising the suspicion that an earthquake had occurred. Lin Tian's eyes widened in astonishment, his face reflecting sheer trepidation. The mere input of a sliver of mana had incited such a formidable reaction. Fortunately, he timely severed the flow of magic energy. Otherwise, within a mere 5 seconds, he would have been reduced to a lifeless husk. The alchemical array was indeed formidable. Lin Tian wiped the cold sweat from his brow, but the sheer power of the alchemical array was far beyond the reach of their current level. The array before them could only be withstood by someone of mage caliber. Wujia, do you mean to say we cannot enter? The Central Plains ruffian, realizing that the cooked duck was about to fly away, grew anxious. There is a way. Lin Tian gestured for him to remain calm and retrieved a fist-sized magic crystal from his backpack. It was the magic crystal from the burrowing beetle king. While his own magic could not activate the alchemical array, the magic crystal from the beast could. Step aside. He located the magical energy source interface and placed the crystal into the groove. Instantly, the alchemical array sprang to life, the magic energy coursing rapidly through its circuits, illuminating each magic node. Before long, the entire array radiated a brilliant glow, fully activated. The long-sealed alchemical array had been reopened after millennia. Simultaneously, a blood-red luminous gate materialized before them. The light of the gate swirled with a sanguine hue, exuding an aura of iron and cruelty, concealing untold dangers within. The group stood in awe at the sight. Quickly, enter, Lin Tian exclaimed, glancing at the magic crystal that was about to be drained of its energy. In no more than 5 seconds, the magic within the crystal will be exhausted, and the alchemical array will close once again. Upon hearing his words, everyone grew frantic, rushing to enter the blood-red luminous gate. As they crossed the threshold, their bodies vanished without a trace. Lin Tian felt an overwhelming force tearing at him in that instant. Yet simultaneously, a wondrous energy enveloped him in protection. The delicate balance of these two forces ensured his safety. 5 seconds later, all of them had vanished. And with a resounding shatter, the blood-red gate crumbled into fragments, while the alchemical array on the ground slowly faded from existence. If the alchemist Gully from Morning Light Village were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be astounded. The alchemical array was, in fact, a one-time use. Upon entering the light gate, the scene transformed dramatically. Before them lay an interminable corridor stretching into the unknown. Along the deep and lengthy passageway hung luminescent lamps crafted from deep-sea mermaids, casting a dim, orange glow that infused the eerie corridor with an added sense of dread. Turning back, they saw that the blood-red light had vanished, indicating they could not return the way they came. How strange! Why can't I contact the outside world? Suddenly, the panicked voice of a milk tea aficionado echoed in the empty corridor, creating a ripple of sound. I cannot make contact either, came the voices of the Central Plains ruffian and the Nine Heavens fairy. Lin Tian's heart sank. He realized he could not even summon his friends list. Had the alchemical array severed their connection to the outside world? Or was it possible that their current location was far removed from the ruins? With a barrier of time and space separating them, it appears that they have no choice but to move forward, either to clear the passage and claim the treasure, subsequently discovering a way to escape, or to perish in their retreat. Lin Tian steadied his resolve and calmly proclaimed, "Let us proceed." In truth, he harbored some uncertainty within. Yet he refrained from revealing it. Within the passage, every few steps lay a skeletal remains. Judging by the scattered tools, it seemed these were the unfortunate slaves who toiled to construct the tomb, only to be trapped and meet their demise here upon its completion. Lin Tian surmised that this place was indeed the sepulchre of a certain royal lineage of the Blood Elves, much like their High Elf counterparts. The Blood Elves indulged in extravagant funerary practices. Chapter 89. The resentful laborers generally, nobles with any semblance of power are interred with vast treasures upon their demise. Elves, in their collective belief, hold that ascending to paradise after death is contingent upon the possession of wealth, which serves as the key to the heavens. Thus, Lin Tian was certain that within this place lay treasures of great value. However, whether they could acquire them hinged upon their fortune. Look, the skeletons appear to be moving. Suddenly, the last of the celestial maidens, Jiu Tian, exclaimed in a hushed tone. No sooner had she spoken than a cacophony of crackling sounds erupted. From the ground, skeletons that had lain dormant for millennia began to rattle, automatically assembling into complete forms, reminiscent of the spectral warriors they had encountered outside. The fires of souls flickered to life within the eye sockets of the skeletons, and after a brief dance, they raised curved blades, lunging towards Lin Tian and his companions. The Central Plains Marauders transmitted their findings through the team channel. Resentful Laborer, Common Monster, Undead, Level, 17 Health, 700 Attack, 60 Physical Defense, 40 Magical Defense, 25 Movement Speed, 4. 8 Description: a laborer who participated in the construction of the Blood Elf Royal Tomb, unable to relinquish their resentment after death, transformed into the undead. These were mere common monsters, and the Central Plains Marauders swiftly crushed them into bone fragments. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tian gathered a shard of undead essence. Yet, it appeared there were far too many skeletons. Observing the relentless tide of resentful laborers, Lin Tian spoke gravely. As undead beings, they felt no pain and would never tire, driven solely by instinct to continue their assault eternally. Some of the resentful laborers, even with severed legs, crawled forth to deliver fierce strikes. Others, with shattered limbs, gnawed at their foes with ravenous ferocity. In a span of 5 minutes, they had vanquished over 20 resentful laborers, yet an even greater number surged forward. As far as the eye could see, they were endless, a ceaseless wave of adversaries. How exhausting! How long must we continue this? A member, fond of milk tea, lamented while rubbing their aching wrist. Geotian's countenance darkened as she relentlessly swung her greatsword, cleaving through the undead. The Central Plains marauders, undeterred, charged through the throng of undead, wreaking havoc. Potions for recovering mana were consumed continuously, yet the depletion persisted, and the unceasing combat left Lin Tian with no time to meditate. At that moment, he was filled with regret. Why was his affinity for fire magic only at 80? Fire and lightning spells were renowned as the most potent of all magical forms. Fire spells were ferocious, tumultuous, and possessed terrifying destructive power. A single firestorm unleashed upon these undead could incinerate them all. In the dimly lit passageway, devoid of day or night, and with no sense of time, Lin Tian, after several bouts of mana exhaustion, finally shattered the last remaining resentful laborer into fragments. Turning back, he beheld the ground strewn with bone shards. Having forged a path of bones, at that moment, they stood before a towering stone door. If all went as anticipated, beyond this door lay the true resting place of the treasure. Fortunately, the stone door was not adorned with an alchemical array, but instead featured a wedge-shaped notch. Upon comparing it with the treasure map, it fit perfectly. Lin Tian promptly affixed the treasure map to the stone door. The map adhered seamlessly to the stone surface, merging with it as fluidly as water. Suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed as the stone door began to slowly part, opening from the center towards both sides. Everyone awaited in eager anticipation. However, what greeted them was a blinding ocean of light. In an instant, Lin Tian and his companions were engulfed by the radiance. At that moment, Lin Tian's consciousness fell into a daze, lost in uncertainty about his whereabouts and direction. When the light finally dissipated and he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a vast hall. To his astonishment, the companions who had accompanied him, the celestial maiden, the ruffian, and the milk tea enthusiast, had inexplicably vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Even with his robust nerves, he could not maintain his composure and shouted, "Ruffian, maiden, milk tea girl, where are you?" Yet, after calling out several times, he received no response, only the echo reverberating in the empty hall. Could it be that the light which emerged from the stone door had forcibly separated them? Unable to summon his friends, he could only speculate. From that point onward, he had to rely on himself. He sat down to meditate, speaking to himself. After regaining his magical strength through meditation, he began to survey the palace. This palace was remarkably vast, soaring several dozen to 100 meters high, covering an area as large as a football field. Was it possible that the inhabitants of this palace were not elves, but giants? Upon closer inspection, Lin Tian perceived that the palace seemed more akin to a prison than a mere dwelling. Thick iron chains, as wide as a thigh, hung from the ceiling, stained with dried blood. The ground bore the scars of battle, marked by slashes from blades and the remnants of magical assaults. It was evident that fierce combat had once transpired here, but who could have fought in a tomb? He gazed forward. What was that? His eyes narrowed. There, upon the throne, sat a vividly lifelike statue. Its decorative style unmistakably identified it as a blood elf. The imposing figure of the blood elf regarded the world with a regal gaze, wisdom shimmering in its eyes. Just one glance left Lin Tian feeling disoriented. Such a statue exuded an air of authority that made it difficult to meet its gaze. This blood elf must have been an extraordinarily powerful being in life. Suddenly, Lin Tian's gaze fixed intently. He focused on the staff held tightly in the right hand of the blood elf. The staff was entirely green, glistening like jade. Thick as a forearm, with a massive gemstone set into its tip. The staff was exquisitely ornate, resembling a magnificent piece of art, flawless in its craftsmanship. Lin Tian's breath quickened, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He was certain that the staff was an artifact of legendary status. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the scepter, gradually becoming entranced, and he instinctively reached out his hand, yearning to grasp the scepter that lay several meters away. Suddenly shaking his head to regain clarity, a wave of alarm surged within him. The scepter possessed such formidable power that it had unwittingly caused him to lose his composure. Resolutely, he vowed to seize the scepter for himself. Such a treasure could only rightfully belong to him. Beside the blood elf, on a pedestal, lay a longbow, its limbs adorned with twinkling, colorful gem crystals, exquisite in craftsmanship, rivaling that of the scepter. Yet another artifact. Truly, this journey was not in vain. Upon entering the tomb, He had already encountered 2 treasures. Lin Tian took a deep breath and stepped towards the throne. However, as he took a single step, an unexpected calamity unfolded. Chapter 90. The Sword of the Night. A sudden flash of light heralded the appearance of a fully armored undead warrior before him. As soon as the specter materialized, a fierce ray of sword light surged forth, aimed directly at his neck. In this perilous moment, Lin Tian instinctively ducked, narrowly evading the swift blade. The sword light grazed his scalp, sending a chill down his spine and eliciting a cold sweat. Before he could catch his breath, the armored undead swung its sword at him. Without a second thought, Lin Tian activated his magical shield. A dull thud echoed as the massive sword struck the shield, denting it with tremendous force. The impact caused Lin Tian to sway precariously, nearly toppling over. He glanced at his magical energy, noting that it had plummeted by a third. This indicated that the ordinary attack from the undead warrior exceeded 200 damage, comparable to a black iron level boss. It was several times stronger than the resentful laborers outside. He could not discern its level, only that it was known as a bone warrior. In a flash, Lin Tian consumed a magical energy recovery potion, and a layer of dark red light flickered, bestowing upon him a bloodthirsty aura. Almost immediately, an ice spike, propelled by his obsidian sword, hurtled towards the bone warrior, emanating a chilling frost. The ice spike crashed heavily into the bone warrior, scattering shards of ice in all directions. -15. 1. The despairing damage numbers erupted from above the bone warrior's head. How could he possibly prevail against this foe? Without time for further contemplation, the bone warrior swung its sword again. Lin Tian retreated, unleashing a water vortex. -17. 2. Unsurprisingly, the water vortex had little effect on the bone warrior, merely causing a brief pause, granting him a fleeting moment to breathe. The bone warrior's sword struck the iron chains hanging from the ceiling of the grand hall with a resounding crash, sending clouds of dust cascading down. The chains trembled, as if the entire hall quaked in response. Unlike other undead, the bone warrior was far swifter than Lin Tian. Evasion would only delay the inevitable. Undead creatures feared fire and light. In a moment of inspiration, Lin Tian uttered an incantation, causing a small flame to ignite at his fingertips. Light spell. The fire illuminated the surrounding darkness, infusing a hint of warmth into the otherwise cold hall. To Lin Tian's astonishment, the once ferocious bone warrior exhibited a slight deceleration in its sword swings. It was indeed effective. While the light spell could not inflict damage upon the bone warrior, it diminished its combat prowess. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tian swiftly retreated, unleashing corrosive arrows and poison arrows in succession. 2 clinks resounded as the magical arrows struck the bone warrior's formidable armor, inflicting less than 20 points of damage. With the assistance of the light spell, the bone warrior's speed was reduced to match Lin Tian's own. Each time it closed the distance, the flames of the light spell flared dramatically, startling the bone warrior into momentarily slowing its advance. Thus, by skillfully navigating the narrow margins, Lin Tian managed to survive. Indeed, it is only in solitude, devoid of reliance on companions, that one can truly awaken their potential amidst peril. Lin Tian meticulously controlled the rhythm, cautiously maneuvering in the latter half of the grand hall, retreating while engaging the skeletal warrior, with vigilant awareness of his surroundings to avoid any sudden appearances of other monstrosities. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the steadiness of his steps. Having mastered the tempo, not a trace of chaos was evident. Despite the incessant beads of sweat cascading down, his gaze remained unwavering and bright. This was an exceedingly protracted battle. Lin Tian estimated that it took at least an hour to vanquish the skeletal warrior. His nerves were perpetually taut, allowing no room for error. A single breach in his magical shield could lead to his fragile physique succumbing to the skeletal warrior's merciless strike. As the skeletal warrior collapsed, a long-awaited golden light descended, and amidst the vast bounty of experience, he finally ascended to the coveted level 10. His spirit and vitality surged back to their zenith. System notification: you have slain the Black Iron Boss, Skeletal Warrior, earning 10,000 experience points and 10 prestige points. System notification: you have reached level 10, gaining 5 attribute points and an additional 5 random attribute points. System notification: your health regeneration rate has improved to 2 points per second, mana regeneration rate to 2 points per second, and meditation mana recovery rate to 4 points per second. The 3 consecutive system notifications swept away the weariness and toil of Lin Tian's battle against the boss. Regrettably, the experience awarded by the Black Iron boss was rather meager, totaling only 10,000 points. It is worth noting that previously, the Thunderfire Giant had bestowed a staggering 50,000 experience points upon its defeat. Could it be that slaying the undead yields such paltry rewards? Perhaps Lady Luck, witnessing his arduous struggle for advancement, had bestowed upon him a stroke of mercy, granting him the maximum of 5 random attribute points. He allocated all 10 attribute points to intelligence. His current magical attack ranged from 95 to 103, surpassing the formidable threshold of 100. Additionally, the acceleration of both mana and meditation recovery rates significantly enhanced his sustained combat prowess. Do not underestimate the significance of a mere 1 or 2 point increase. The time saved is indeed more than double. Even more delightful was the revelation that the skeletal warrior differed from the resentful laborers and undead warriors outside. In addition to a substantial amount of undead essence, it astonishingly dropped a sword from its grasp. Lin Tian was elated. At last, he had achieved his first tangible reward. The skeletal warrior, after all, was a tier above the undead warriors, wielding not a mere bone weapon, but a genuine iron artifact. Shadow Knight Sword, 2 sockets Black Iron level, 14 physical attack, 52 to 64 durability, 2140 bonus, physical defense 5 requirements, strength 25 skill, Oath of the Undead, when attacking. There is a 15 chance to inflict 100 of attack power as undead magical damage. Description: a longsword forged from fine iron, immortal for a millennium. Imbued with the power of the undead, the blade is elongated, shimmering with a ghostly light, intermittently emanating mysterious grayish-white glimmers. The Shadow Knight sword surpasses the formidable axe of the undead marauders of the Central Plains by a considerable margin. The accompanying passive skill, known as the Oath of the Undead, boasts a triggering probability that exceeds that of the Deathbringer's axe by an impressive 5. Moreover, it possesses 2 sockets and is valued at no less than 2,500 coins. Lin Tian promptly resolved to list it on the auction house for sale. At present, the highest level player stands at level 13, and it is anticipated that within a couple of hours, some dedicated players will surge to level 14, thereby gaining access to the formidable black iron weapons of that tier, which would enable them to dominate the village of Dawnlight. However, to his dismay, he found that the auction house was inaccessible. The few white items he had previously sold should have reached their conclusion by now. And regardless of whether they sold or not, he ought to have received a notification from the auction house. Yet, at this moment, there was not a single message to be found. Chapter 91. Frostbitten Acid Rain. It remains uncertain whether the alchemical array is excessively potent or if the Blood Elf tomb is merely too enigmatic. Even the auction house has been rendered inaccessible. Reluctantly, Lin Tian stowed the Knight's Edge sword into his backpack, resolving to sell it once he exited. At this moment, he turned his gaze towards the spot where the skeletal warrior had suddenly manifested. To his astonishment, he discovered that the very ground upon which he had previously stood was, in fact, a colossal alchemical array. Stepping upon it had inadvertently activated the array, summoning a creature from within. The alchemical array was so vast that he could not decipher its complexities, and the path leading to the throne necessitated traversing the array, with no alternative shortcuts available. Boldly, Lin Tian speculated that even if he could fly, he would still trigger the grand formation. Alarmingly, this particular formation was a summoning array. Once activated, no one could predict what monstrosity might emerge from it. After a brief estimation, he calculated that he would need to take at least 7 steps. In pursuit of the formidable staff and bow, Lin Tian gritted his teeth and bravely pressed forward. As his second foot landed upon the array, it was instantly triggered. A radiant glow erupted, and before he could discern the creature's form, a foul stench reminiscent of sulfur assailed his senses, nearly inducing him to retch. It was repulsive, an utter abomination. True to his expectations, the entity that materialized in the grand hall was a creature from the abyss. Its grayish-white body bore protruding fangs, and its large, bell-like eyes bulged, barely reaching Lin Tian's knee as it bounced and leaped about. Like the skeletal warrior, the mage's vision could only reveal its name. Devoid of any additional information, Ash Imp. The most rudimentary of creatures from the abyss, they are numerous, akin to the lesser demons of hell, dwelling at the very bottom of their respective realms. Upon its appearance, the Ash Imp spat a glob of saliva at Lin Tian. He swiftly evaded, but his expression soured instantly. Damn it! He cursed, aghast. The hard floor was visibly corroded, emitting wisps of white smoke from the Ash Imp's spittle. This revelation dissuaded him from relying on a magical shield for protection. The sulfuric acid expelled by the Ash Imp would undoubtedly erode the magical barrier. In essence, the magical shield is a wall of energy composed of magical essence. Against such a highly corrosive and penetrating attack, it would provide little resistance. Having missed its strike, the Ash Imp let out a furious roar, leaping high into the air to pounce upon Lin Tian, brandishing a fork with malicious intent aimed at his head. Without hesitation, Lin Tian activated his magical shield. The fork collided with the shield, creating ripples in its surface, and his magical energy diminished by a mere 100 points. The diminutive Ash Imp, agile and sprightly, was not easily evaded. Retreating alone would not suffice against its pursuit. Only the magical shield could withstand its physical assaults. Fortunately, the physical damage dealt by the Ash Imp was not excessively high. It spat acid approximately every 30 seconds, coinciding perfectly with the cooldown period of Lin Tian's magical shield. Whenever it spewed acid, Lin Tian promptly retracted his magical shield, skillfully evading the attack before reactivating it, seamlessly connecting his actions. He fought with unwavering focus, meticulously observing the movements of the Ashen Imp. The moment it exhibited any signs of launching a ranged magical attack, he prepared to exert his full strength. A careless encounter with its acidic spray would likely spell his demise. During the intervals when the Ashen Imp's acid was on cooldown, Lin Tian seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of spells upon it, causing the creature to wail in distress. Its defenses were rather feeble, allowing him to inflict over 20 points of damage with each strike. On average, for every 5 physical assaults from the Ashen Imp, Lin Tian managed to evade only 4. The adversary's speed was truly astonishing. Despite his utmost efforts to dodge, he still found himself hit. After an arduous hour of combat, Lin Tian finally pierced the body of the Ashen Imp with a frost cone. The system announced, "You have slain the Black Iron Boss, Ashen Imp, earning 10,000 experience points and 10 reputation points." Upon witnessing the meager increase of only a tenth in his experience bar, even this victory failed to elate him. He felt an immense weight upon his heart. A typical player requires 21,000 experience points to ascend from level 10 to 11, while he needed a staggering 100,000 experience points. The Ashen Imp was not a beast, yielding no magic crystals upon its demise, nor was it an undead creature, thus failing to drop any essence. Yet, it did not leave Lin Tian entirely disheartened. A skill book with a grayish-white cover emerged from the vanquished foe. Could it be an abyssal spell? He pondered. Upon picking it up, he confirmed it was indeed an abyssal spell. Abyssal spells, alongside hellish spells, fall under the category of dark magic. His affinity for dark magic elements was a perfect 100, making it ideally suited for him. Frost Acid Rain summons an incessant acid rain from the 36th layer of the abyss, inflicting 120 dark damage within a 6-meter radius of the target area. The dark forces corrode the target's armor, dealing 120 continuous corrosive damage over 10 seconds. Mana cost, 40. Casting time, 2 seconds. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. A second-tier spell. Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement. A group attack skill with continuous corrosive damage. Remarkable. While Corrosive Arrow and Toxic Arrow could inflict damage on a linear target, their effectiveness was limited, and he primarily employed them as single-target skills. However, Frost Acid Rain represented his first true area of effect assault. The only drawback was that it was a second-tier spell. As a level 9 magic apprentice, forcibly casting a second-tier spell would require 10 times the mana, 400 points. With his current mana pool of 630 points, he could only cast it once. He shattered the skill book, and the fragments of black runes fused into his being. Guided by the obsidian sword, He uttered the incantation as the air turned noticeably colder in an instant. 2 seconds later, a deluge of foul-smelling black droplets fell to the ground, creating a myriad of small craters upon impact. Lin Tian smiled serenely, thoroughly satisfied. This would become his most formidable means of slaughter and pillaging in the future. Beneath the frost acid rain, his magical shield was rendered utterly ineffective. Only the runic shield and certain elemental shields, which are automatically comprehended after becoming a sorcerer, can withstand the onslaught. Lin Tian stepped decisively towards the throne. Taking his third step, upon triggering the alchemical array, he promptly retreated. As the radiance dissipated, 3 towering black wolves, mightier than lions, materialized in the grand hall. Lin Tian couldn't help but lament. If he could hardly contend with one, how could he face 3? Was this an overestimation of his abilities? However, upon employing the mage's sight to examine the attributes of the black wolves, his expression turned peculiar. They were, astonishingly, not Black Iron Boss. Shadow Wolf, Elite Boss level, 15 health, 7,500 attack, 90 physical defense, 40 magical defense, 5 movement speed, 5 skills. Howl. The Shadow Wolf can disrupt the target's consciousness through its roar, interrupting any spells the target is casting. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Description: Guardian of the Bloodling Long Tomb, it assaults all intruders. Chapter 92, The Phantom Necklace. Upon reviewing the attributes of the Shadow Wolves, Lin Tian felt a wave of dread wash over him. The sheer number of them was daunting, but their howling ability, which could interrupt spellcasting, rendered them a formidable bane for any mage. If 3 wolves coordinated their howls, he would be left with no choice but to passively endure their onslaught. There was no time for hesitation. Action was imperative. Seizing the opportunity while the Shadow Wolves had yet to fully materialize from the void, Lin Tian took the initiative. After a brief incantation, a curtain of black acidic rain enveloped the wolf pack, drenching them in its corrosive embrace. -45, -46, -45, -4, -5, 5. The potency of a second-tier spell was indeed remarkable, inflicting devastating damage. Yet, the cost was equally steep, consuming 400 points of mana, leaving his reserves nearly depleted. As the frost acid rain fell, he promptly activated his mana shield. The shield proved invaluable against the slashing claws of the wolves. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, the 3 wolves still had not lunged at him. A sense of unease began to creep in. With a movement speed of 5, which was 5 times his own, they should have already charged at him, so what was amiss? As the acidic rain dissipated, he focused his gaze on the scene before him. The once majestic trio of shadow wolves, with their sleek and glossy fur, was now charred and grotesque from the acid. To his astonishment, all 3 wolves lay incapacitated on the ground, their eyes glinting with malice as they struggled to crawl towards him. Upon closer inspection, he realized their limbs had been corroded and severed by the acidic rain, rendering them unable to rise. They could only drag themselves along the ground. The frost acid rain had an unexpected efficacy. Lin Tian was taken aback by this revelation. Yet, upon further reflection, the truth became clear. The shadow wolves were indeed powerful, but their glaring weakness was their abysmal magical defense, a mere 15 points, which was utterly insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the abyssal acid rain. Lin Tian chuckled to himself. After enduring 2 arduous battles, he finally had the chance to relish an easy victory. The enemies were like fish on a chopping block, and he was the butcher. Standing still and allowing himself to unleash his fury felt extraordinarily gratifying. Though the shadow wolves had broken legs, their resolve remained, as they attempted to disrupt Lin Tian's assault with their howls. Despite the interference of their cries, Lin Tian concluded the battle in a mere 30 minutes. System notification: you have slain the elite boss, Shadow Wolf, earning 3,000 experience points and 3 reputation points. The 3 wolves collectively contributed 9,000 experience points to his tally. As an elite boss, the Shadow Wolf did not drop any magic crystals upon demise. However, it did yield a necklace. Phantom Necklace, Black Iron level, 10 physical defense, 10 additional, magical defense -2 durability, 6,100 description, a necklace crafted from the formidable teeth of the Shadow Wolves. Boasting high physical defense. Damn it! Lin Tian exclaimed in frustration. Initially elated to discover a black iron necklace, his excitement quickly soured upon examining its attributes. A trivial additional property would have sufficed. It need not be exceptional. But what was the meaning of a magical defense decrease of -2? Is there truly a defensive reduction? Despite my dissatisfaction, the enhancement after donning the necklace is remarkably evident. His current physical defense stands at 36 points, while his magical defense is merely 26 points, with the former surpassing the latter by a substantial 10 points. My confidence surged as a result. After vanquishing the Shadow Wolf, Lin Tian took a full 10 minutes to recuperate, activating the magic shield before taking his fourth step. However, peculiarly, as the white light flickered and dissipated, no trace of an enemy was visible. Could it be that the summoning had failed? He speculated silently, aware that such a possibility existed. Creatures summoned by the alchemical array sometimes possess such overwhelming power that it exceeded the array's capacity to bear, rendering them unable to traverse the space-time continuum. Conversely, if the summoned being were too feeble, it might be obliterated into nothingness before materializing. Lin Tian reasoned that neither scenario applied to his current predicament. Given the formidable monsters he had encountered previously, the likelihood of the latter was slim. Furthermore, as a merely novice mage, it was improbable that he could summon an entity of significant might. He estimated that the alchemical array could at least conjure legendary, if not more formidable creatures, a notion that seemed utterly implausible. Thus, only one possibility remained. The creature summoned this time could be invisible. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sharp aura surged toward his face. Although he instinctively reacted to evade, he was nonetheless struck by a suddenly appearing dagger. The magic shield was significantly dented. He inhaled sharply as his magical energy plummeted by 200 points. With the emergence of the dagger, a gaunt figure cloaked in black gradually materialized, a dark-clad assassin. The assassin brandished a glistening dagger, eyes devoid of warmth, filled with icy indifference as they fixed upon Lin Tian. Dark assassin. The mage's vision could not discern its level. Yet based on the recent attack, it exhibited black iron-level strength. Could the alchemical array truly summon a human? Lin Tian was engulfed in confusion. However, he quickly came to terms with it. The assassin's signature pointed ears and the eerie crimson hue of its visage indicated that it was a blood elf. My strength is far too feeble. Otherwise, I would have surely captured you alive for dissection and study, Lin Tian remarked coldly. With the enemy now revealed, his trepidation dissipated. Had it been before, he might have harbored apprehension toward the assassin. Yet now, with a significant boost to his physical defense and the acquisition of the area spell Frost Acid Rain, the assassin would have to contend with various anti-invisibility potions and skills, as well as area of effect spells. Once struck, its true form would be unveiled. The dark assassin's gaze remained icy and silent as a whirlwind erupted beneath its feet, propelling it toward Lin Tian with extraordinary speed and peculiar agility. However, a water vortex abruptly interrupted the dark assassin's rapid advance. Although the assassin's velocity was such that it nearly created an afterimage, it could not evade the discerning eyes of the seasoned Lin Tian. Since the inception of the game until today, he has executed his attack skills thousands upon thousands of times, never once missing his target, a perfect accuracy of 100%. This occasion would, of course, be no exception. After being interrupted, the dark assassin's speed plummeted. Lin Tian deftly evaded his strike and retaliated with a spell of Ice Spike. The spell detonated upon the dark assassin, inflicting a loss of 32 points of health. It appeared that the dark assassin's magical defenses were rather lacking. The dagger danced in the air, creating brilliant arcs of light. No matter how agile Lin Tian was, it was ultimately impossible to evade every attack. After several exchanges, the dark assassin had managed to deplete 420 of his mana. Following yet another failed strike, the dark assassin's form flickered and vanished into the void. Had he gone invisible? Chapter 93. The flame sprite. The dark assassin unleashed his signature stealth technique, vanishing from sight, yet Lin Tian remained unperturbed. While sipping on a mana restoration potion to replenish his dwindling magical energy, he calmed his mind, attuning his senses to the minutiae of his surroundings. Silence enveloped him. The atmosphere was profoundly tranquil. He regulated his breathing to its bare minimum, and apart from the faint rhythm of his heartbeat, there was naught but stillness. Even without the aid of revealing dust, there were myriad ways to unmask the assassin once he had cloaked himself in darkness. In such a distinct and serene environment, those methods multiplied. Lin Tian sensed a chilling gaze, heavy with murderous intent, piercing through the shadows, poised to strike with lethal precision. When the moment arrived, it would be a thunderous blow. At that instant, a flicker of dust caught his peripheral vision. There, the dark assassin tread lightly. But even the lightest of steps could not obscure the movements of air. The assassin's feet disturbed the ground, and inevitably, the dust would rise. With a swift motion, Lin Tian brandished his obsidian sword, unleashing a torrent of frost-laden acid rain that engulfed the area. A scream erupted, revealing a silhouette amidst the blackened downpour. It was the dark assassin. His expression was one of sheer terror and disbelief as he looked upon Lin Tian. His shock was warranted. The assassin's greatest advantage had been rendered futile. The dark assassin's skin bubbled with burns, and damage indicators flared around him. As his gaze shifted from shock to hatred, then morphed into a deep-seated desire for vengeance, Lin Tian bestowed upon him another water vortex, toppling him to the ground. The once noble visage of the elf now lay in disarray. With a furious roar, the dark elf lunged at Lin Tian, dagger in hand. "Fool!" Lin Tian scoffed derisively. The assassin charged headlong like a warrior. Was that not the epitome of folly? Yet, blinded by rage, the dark assassin unleashed a frenzied assault upon Lin Tian, who deftly evaded each strike. Half an hour later, with anger and astonishment etched on his face, the dark assassin succumbed to defeat. Lin Tian inhaled several breaths of the cool air, lamenting, "I can't endure this. Truly, I am aging. To be winded after merely half an hour of battle. What will become of me in the future?" Gazing at the lifeless form of the dark assassin, an epiphany struck him. Before him lay a blood elf. Could his blood be viable? Overcome with excitement, Lin Tian swiftly drew his sword across the assassin's body, extracting a glass vial and filling it to the brim. Alas, moments later, he observed that the task had not progressed, shaking his head in disappointment. It seemed that the blood of a common blood elf was insufficient for the divine blood potion, which demanded a more regal essence. Only royal blood would suffice. For instance, that of the one seated upon the throne. Regrettably, that was merely a statue. System notification: you have slain the Black Iron Boss, Dark Assassin, earning 10,000 experience points and 10%